Star Odyssey Chapter 2913 to Chapter 2964. With a single word, the second battle group charged forward under the Hellworm's lead, charging towards the most intense battlefield. Along the way, the mountain-back giants they encountered were all torn apart by the Hellworm. The most powerful of the giants was over 100,000 meters tall and possessed the power of a half-step ancestor, but it was also torn apart by the Hellworm. Blood dyed the heavens. When the Cyclops giants saw the second battle group enter the fray, they almost couldn't help but attack. The Hexagon Association had warned all cultivators who came to the giants' hell that even if they helped the Cyclops deal with the mountain-back giants, it didn't mean that they were allies. They only had a symbiotic relationship, and if they didn't help the Cyclops, they wouldn't be able to stop the Eternals. Similarly, the Eternals and the mountain-back giants weren't allies. It seemed like the two sides were fighting, but in reality, there were 4 factions in the giants' hell. However, the second battle group was fearless. Even if the Cyclops and mountain-back giants attacked the second battle group at the same time, Luin was confident that he could leave the giants' hell safely. Besides, the Cyclops generally wouldn't do anything to the Hexagon Association's cultivators. The Hellworm barged into the battlefield, its huge eyes darting around. The bloody battlefield didn't excite it, but instead made it even more vigilant. These giants didn't seem to be a threat, but they were too big for it to feel safe. Luin looked into the distance. Why wasn't there anything? All he could see so far were the giants fighting. There wasn't a single Eternal Corpse King. That shouldn't be the case. If there really weren't any Eternal Corpse Kings, then the green light would have been given to the Eternals. After all, regardless of whether these giants were hostile to the Hexagon Association, they couldn't leave this parallel universe and posed no threat to humans. Suddenly, Woodcarving's blade slashed to the right. Luin and the others subconsciously looked over, only to see an incomparably large arm stretching towards them. It was only after Woodcarving's slash that they realized that the arm was actually about to attack them without making a sound. The blade slashed into the palm, leaving a bloody gash. What a sharp blade. Are you Woodcarving? A deep voice came from afar, covering the stars and causing the void to sway. Woodcarving gripped the hilt of his blade. Cyclops King, why are you attacking us? Luin narrowed his eyes. The Cyclops King was one of the 2 most powerful creatures in the giants' hell. It possessed a physical strength that even Sequence Law's powerhouses would find difficult to penetrate. This was what Woodcarving had warned Luin about. The wooden carvings had once fought in the hell of giants. The arm retracted. In the next moment, a terrifying figure descended. It was impossible to measure how tall he was. His existence was greater than all of the colossal giants. Boiling hot air continuously distorted the void. The second battle group was horrified. They felt an indescribable pressure, as if the heavens themselves were alive. Luin looked up and saw a giant eye staring back at him. This Cyclops King's size was about the same as Progenitor Chen's, and it was the type that could play with planets like marbles. There really was a giant here that could match Progenitor Chen's size. The Hell Flood Dragon opened its mouth wide and subconsciously wanted to escape. Its body size had completely suppressed it, causing it to be terrified. What a great lineup. How is it that your 6-way association is willing to show off your strength in my giant's hell? The Cyclops King spoke, his voice like a great bell, carrying with it a strange pressure. Luin raised his head. The Above Heaven sect has launched a crusade against the endless battlefield, and the giant's hell is no exception. Little thing, what are you? The Cyclops King was curious. 1. Of the 6-way association, the master of the primordial space, Luin said in a low voice. The Cyclops King sneered. The Eternals are right. The 6-way association is weak, and even a little thing like you can take charge. Little thing, are your parents not here? Lu Yin's expression darkened. The wooden carvings were about to attack, but Luin stopped them. Senior, let me do it. The wooden carvings looked at him. The Cyclops King's defense is second only to the zombie god. If not for the rules restricting him from leaving, no one would be able to stop him. Luin nodded solemnly. His defense is strong, but so am I. Although I can't do anything to him, he'll have to pay the price for his words. As he spoke, an endless inner world appeared on the surface of his body. Cyclops King, open your eyes and look. Even if you're big, you're just a target. Luine took a step forward and appeared right in front of the Cyclops King. The lines continued to merge into his body as his realm of mastery battle force spread out. The Akalanatha elephant roared, and gray stars flickered in its heart. The Cyclops King sneered, and his seemingly huge body suddenly bent. Little thing, you can't even touch me. In his eyes, Luine was insignificant, and flowing light was even more insignificant. The Cyclops King wanted to use his nimble body to dodge Lu Yin's punch, but he did not expect flowing light to reverse time by 1 second, and the Cyclops King appeared where he had been a second ago. Before the Cyclops King could react, Luine punched him in the face. Time lock, 100 punches. With a whoosh, Luine, who was as insignificant as an ant, punched the Cyclops King's lips. The power of the 100 punches that had been locked down burst forth at the same time. Coupled with his endless inner world and realm of mastery battle force, even a realm of mastery powerhouse might not be able to withstand it. Bang! A black crack spread from the Cyclops King's lips. First, his head tilted back, and then his entire upper body was bent backward. Lu Yin's punch had bent his waist backward. Luine stood in the starry sky, loosened his grip, and looked at his fist. Just now, when he had hit the Cyclops King, the feeling was similar to when he had attacked the zombie goddess. With the celestial eye, he saw the sequence law covering the Cyclops King's body. Although the punch had bent the Cyclops King's waist, it had not caused him any harm. Only a portion of the sequence particles on his head had dispersed. This meant that the punch had not even hit the Cyclops King's body completely, as it had been blocked by the sequence particles. Although the punch had not caused any damage to the Cyclops King, the power was enough. He had not pretended to be bent over, but had subconsciously bent over to dissolve part of the power. This meant that he had acknowledged the power. The Cyclops King had only bent over for a moment, but he quickly straightened up and glared at Luine angrily. Little thing, how dare you punch me? The corners of Lu Yin's mouth curled up. If it weren't for your thick skin, this punch would have cracked your skull. The Cyclops King was enraged and swatted at Luine. Suddenly, he paused and jerked his arm back. A black line extended from bottom to top, brushing past his arm and slashing out a world of nothingness. This was a slash from woodcarving. The Cyclops King glared at woodcarving. Woodcarving raised his head and pointed his long blade at the Cyclops King. If you want to start a war with the Six Direction Association, then go ahead. The Cyclops King roared, who is he? Your son? Why are you taking care of him? Luine looked at the Cyclops King with his hands behind his back. I told you, the master of the beginning space. The master of the above heaven sect, Luine. The Cyclops King was stunned. The master of the above heaven sect? The above heaven sect that was glorious to the extreme but was destroyed by the Eternals? Luine was surprised. You've heard of the above heaven sect? Few ordinary cultivators from the Six Direction Association would come to the Three Hells. This was not a place for ordinary cultivators. Ordinary cultivators did not come here to train, but to seek death. And those powerful cultivators were few in number, so they could not bring much information from the outside world. Information that could be obtained from the Gemini universe and the Spurt universe might not be available to the Three Hells. The Cyclops King did not know that he was the master of the beginning space, but he knew the master of the above heaven sect. It was obvious that he knew because of the above heaven sect. There was once a person who claimed to be from the above heaven sect who came here, but he quickly left. From him, I learned about the above heaven sect. Unfortunately, the above heaven sect of that era is no more. This above heaven sect of yours is a fake. Luine was curious. Who came here? What's their name? The Cyclops King sneered. Why should I tell you? Unless you take a punch from me. Only an idiot would take a punch from him. It was not much different from taking a punch from the zombie god. No matter how confident Luine was in himself, he would not do such a stupid thing. The Cyclops King did not make a move now because he was afraid of woodcarving. This did not mean that he could not beat woodcarving, but that woodcarving had the strength to make him hesitate. Cyclops King, why did you attack us just now? Mr. Daheng asked. The Cyclops King looked at him. It's you? Quite a few acquaintances have come. Mr. Daheng smiled. Without our strength, how would we dare enter the giant's hell? The Cyclops King's eyes shone with greed and bloodlust. Since you're all here, then help me destroy the mountain-back giant. With your strength, you can do it. Mr. Daheng looked at Luin. Luin said, with our strength, as long as the Eternals don't interfere, we can do it. Now that the sole true God and the 7 sky gods have not appeared, my subjugation team can sweep through the endless battlefield. It's time to put an end to the giant's hell. The Cyclops King's eyes grew even more fervent. Yes, it's time. The Eternals have not sent anyone, so we have enough time to destroy the mountain-back giant. Luin looked at him. We can destroy it. The Cyclops King's eyes grew even more bloodthirsty. It must be destroyed. He thought of the curse he had suffered for countless years. This kind of living was even more painful than death. He wanted to die, but he could not die at the hands of the mountain-back giant. Even if the Eternals wanted to kill him, he could not resist, but the Hexopolis would not agree. The mountain-back giant was the same. They could accept being destroyed by the Hexopolis to end their suffering, but the Eternals would not. The giant's hell was a vicious circle. The arrival of Luin and the others could end this vicious circle. Tell me, why did you attack us just now? Luin shouted. The Cyclops King was stunned. Help me destroy the mountain-back giant, and I'll tell you. Luin laughed. I see that you've been fighting the mountain-back giant for so many years that your brain must have gone stupid. You have no choice. Tell me the reason, or I can choose to help the mountain-back giant destroy you. The Cyclops King's eyes widened. Fine, then you can destroy my Cyclops bloodline. Luin had not expected the Cyclops King to be so straightforward. Mr. Daheng shook his head. Both sides cannot accept being destroyed by the other, but they both want to die. However, with the interference of the Eternals and the Six-Way Society, they can't die. This is the most painful thing. Killing him will fulfill his wish. Luin was curious, then why was he afraid of Senior Woodcut? Woodcut answered, he's not willing to fight to the death before he's absolutely sure that we can destroy him. He doesn't want to be at a disadvantage against the mountain-back giant. However, if he's sure that we can destroy them, he can provoke us into attacking. Luin looked at the Cyclops King. At this moment, this giant seemed to be hesitating about something. Since we can destroy you, we can naturally leave this giant's hell. Cyclops King, you should know. The Cyclops King panted, didn't you want to destroy us? I won't fight back. If you attack again, I won't be angry. Tell me what I want to know, and we'll attack the mountain-back giant. Otherwise, I'll take the 2nd Legion and leave this giant's hell. You'll be bound by the curse forever and suffer forever, Luin said calmly. The Six-Way Society understands you very well, so there's no need to waste words. The Cyclops King glared at Mr. Daheng and Woodcut, we're attacking you because of the giants following you. Luin was surprised, because of them? Kuwei was shocked. What did that mean? Why would their giant army attract hatred here? Why? Luin was puzzled. The Cyclops King said, they have the potential of our race. Ordinary people can't break through the limits of their race, but the giants who have already broken through the limits of their race are different. If we leave them behind, we Cyclops will have new combat power joining us in the future. Although this will take a long time, time is meaningless to us. Luin understood. While these giants were bound by the curse, they were also trying to recruit new forces. The Eternals and the Six-Way Society obviously wouldn't listen to them and couldn't even be considered allies. However, Kuwei's giant army was different. Although there was a huge difference in size, they were still giants. Who's that person who claims to be from the above heaven? Luin asked. The Cyclops King stared at Luin, that guy's name is very arrogant. Suwang Tian. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and Mu Xia, Wang Jian, and Xiaozhen's expressions changed. Suwang Tian? Suwang Tian was a powerhouse from the above heaven era, the ancestor of the Su family. He had once kicked Big Sis off a tree to prevent her from going to Immemorial City. Luin had never expected that Suwang Tian would appear here. When did he get here? Luin asked hurriedly. Not too long, that guy. The Cyclops King suddenly stopped and waved his hand in a certain direction. Another giant arm appeared and collided with the Cyclops King's arm. Back Mountain, you're dead for sure this time. So many experts from the Six Direction group have come. Woodcut, make your move. The one who suddenly attacked was the mountain-back giant king. It was as famous as the Cyclops giant king, and its strength was similar. Prison fled dragon growled in fear. The second battle group saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. They saw two gigantic giants fighting in the starry sky. Chains covered the entire starry sky, producing ear-splitting noises. Every collision would make them dizzy. Further away, more and more giants gathered, and this became the most intense battlefield. The entire second battle group was like an ant caught in a storm, and it looked like they would be trampled to death at any moment. However, with Woodcut, Mr. Daheng, and the others joining the fray, even ants could transform into dragons. At the same time, the first battle group had also entered one of the three hells, a parallel universe known as the Life Hell. This parallel universe did not have a boundless starry sky, it was more like a continent. Above them was a thick layer of clouds. It was not as intense as the giant hell, but it was suffocatingly oppressive. The Life Hell. Here, everyone has their own life force, and this life force is almost equivalent to the combat power detected by technology. This is the rule of the Life Hell. Anyone can sacrifice their life force to obtain the same combat power in this universe, thereby becoming invincible in this universe, Su Wuwei explained. Elder Chan was solemn. Sacrifice one's life force? Su Wuwei nodded. Sacrificing one's life is a unique rule of this spacetime. You can sacrifice all your life to one person, or you can directly sacrifice your life to this spacetime. The clouds above are actually the rules of this spacetime. Once you sacrifice one's life, you will receive the same amount of power as your life. If an extremely strong person sacrifices more than half of his life force, he can almost obtain an additional boost equivalent to his combat power, which is equivalent to doubling his strength. Big Sister's gaze was stern. After sacrificing your life, what will happen to you? Su Wuwei's expression was solemn. The more you sacrifice your life force, the more your cultivation will fall once you leave this parallel universe. It's really a man-eating universe. Big Sister sneered. The person who made this rule is ruthless enough. It's basically an endless battlefield. Su Wuwei sighed. The three hells are three endless battlefields. The Life Hell is considered the calmest of the three hells. A group of people originally lived here. At present, there are two strongest people in this universe. One is a native of this universe, the City Lord of the Grand Evolution Sacred City, who has the same life force as the Lord of the Parallel Universe. The other is a terrifying existence built up by the life force of countless corpse kings. He is not a corpse king, but a creature, a very large creature. Now, we'd better meet up with Lord Yen and see how we can join forces with the Grand Evolution Sacred City to deal with the Eternals. Big Sister did not object. The first battle group was powerful and seemed to be able to sweep the entire battlefield, but they had to be cautious when facing the strange rules of the three hells. She was irritable and did not follow the rules, but it did not mean she was stupid. Otherwise, she would not have killed the 7 heavenly gods in the above heaven era. The blade cut through the starry sky, bringing a river of blood with it. Wood carving, you're courting death. The mountain-back giant king roared. It endured the Cyclops King's punch and raised its foot to stomp on Prison Drake. Prison Drake was shocked and hurriedly dodged. Wood carving leaped up and slashed upward with his blade. The blade slashed upward and suddenly changed direction in an instant. It slashed to the left, and a red color appeared there. It was as if the sun had descended and forcibly melted the slash. Luin and the others were very familiar with it. It was divine power. The Eternals could not watch the Six-Directional Association kill the mountain-back giants. They needed the balance of the giants' hell. Figures surged with divine power and descended. They were the captains of the True God Guards. These captains had unique talents, but they did not possess the power of sequence rules. They could only use their divine power to offset the sequence rules. Otherwise, they might not be able to withstand wood carving's slash. Mr. Daheng was enough to suppress them. Among the True God Guards, A huge figure walked out from behind the captains of the true god guards. Luin took a deep breath. The zombie god. Another 7 heavenly gods appeared. Wood carving gripped the hilt of his blade tightly. Mr. Daheng's expression changed drastically. He did not want to fight the zombie god to the death. Among the 7 heavenly gods, the zombie god's defense was extremely powerful. They had already seen it at the tea party. In the giant's hell, the zombie god would not be rejected. No one knew what kind of combat strength he could display. With that thought in mind, the zombie god took a step forward, surpassing the true god guards, and punched in Lu Yin's direction. The hellworm retracted his tail and turned to flee. It was too terrifying. Wood carving also took a step forward. Wu Yu. The zombie god's huge fist slashed out. Luin opened his celestial eye and watched in shock as wood carving slash cut through the zombie god's fist. The slash shattered the strands of the zombie god's fist. Even the undying god was impressed by this slash. However, the zombie god's physical body was too tyrannical. The slash cut through the strands of the zombie god's fist, but when it landed on wood carving's fist, it only caused a trace of blood, just like during the tea party. In the reincarnation spacetime, the zombie god had been rejected. Although wood carving was not rejected here, he had been injured in the previous battle and had not fought wood carving in peak condition. Even so, wood carving was still unable to suppress the zombie god. There was still a huge gap between them. There was a thump as wood carving's blade was sent flying by the zombie god's punch. On the other side, Mr. Daheng's law of lightness appeared and cut through the void. However, his law of lightness could not even injure the zombie god. The zombie god's scarlet vertical eye suddenly stared at Luin, causing his scalp to go numb. Only wood carving and Mr. Daheng could fight the zombie god in the second battle group. The others were unable to do so. Even if Luin had the ability to weaken the law of lightness, he could not withstand the zombie god's strength. He could only ask Forefather Tianyi for help, as Forefather Tianyi was the reason why Luin had the confidence to deal with 1 or 2 of the 7 sky gods. At this moment, a figure tore through the void and walked out from the front. His back was facing Lu Yin's group, and his face could not be seen clearly. He held a golden staff in his hand, and even though he was the size of a normal person, a golden light enveloped the giant's hell. His figure surpassed the other giants as he faced the zombie god directly. Lu family's son, you did well. Leave the rest to me. The newcomer raised his staff and raised it high. The 21st match. Come, corpse geezer. The zombie god raised his head and growled, you actually came here. The staff slammed down, and the zombie god punched out. Bang! The giant's hell shook violently, and a loud explosion caused countless people's scalps to go numb as if they were about to explode. Even Luin was shaken by this collision, and he looked over in shock. The 2 figures, one large and one small, collided amidst the alternating golden and red lights, as if they were about to shatter the entire giant's hell. Mr. Daheng relaxed. Heavenly Sovereign Battle Saint came at the right time. Luin was stunned. He's Heavenly Sovereign Battle Saint? Of the 3 heavenly sovereigns and 9 sages of the reincarnation spacetime, Luin had seen Sovereign Lotus and Sovereign Xiaoyin. Compared to those 2, this Heavenly Sovereign Battle Saint was on a completely different level. Whether it was his aura or battle prowess, he was far superior to those 2. It was no wonder that everyone called Heavenly Sovereign Battle Saint an existence that was second only to the Grand Empyreans in the reincarnation spacetime. Wood carving did not force Heavenly Sovereign Battle Saint to fight the zombie god, as he truly did not have the strength to challenge one of the 7 sky gods. His target was naturally the true god guard captains behind the zombie god. Luin also stared at the captains of the true god guards. Although these captains had not grasped the laws of the sequence, their innate gifts were very unique. Once they broke through and grasped the laws, they would be extremely difficult to deal with. Divine power surged and covered the giant's hell, causing the sky to become even more cruel. Blood and red intertwined to form a true millstone of life and death. The colossal giants roared as they fought. Luin stared into the distance and saw a pair of eyes staring back at him. In an instant, the eyes turned red. It was the midplate. Back then, Blacklist God had warned the midplate to transform immediately upon encountering Luin. Otherwise, he might not be able to survive. At this moment, the midplate transformed, and his powerful physical strength distorted the void and shattered it. As darkness descended, the midplate tore through the void and charged towards Luin, punching out. Luin casually waved his hand, and an endless inner world appeared. The lines merged into his body, and at the same time, Palm Realm battle force appeared on his body. The Akalanatha elephant roared as his arm withered. Come! Bang! There was a loud explosion, and even Mr. Daheng, who was blocking the divine power not far away, turned to look at Luin in surprise. This kid's physical strength was indeed abnormal, and the closer he got, the more he could feel it. The void undulated and turned into ripples before shattering. Countless black fragments spread out in all directions. These were the traces of the void realm. Luin retreated, his entire arm numb. The midplate of the red-eye transformation allowed his physical strength to reach a new height. It gave Luin the same feeling as the first time they had fought. At that time, he could not even take a single punch from the midplate. The midplate approached step by step, each step shattering the void. Gray stars flickered in Luin's heart. Imprisonment, 100 punches. There was another explosion, and Luin retreated once again. Although his retreat was much better this time, he was still pushed back. The midplate's body did not even sway. Luin could use all his strength to fight the midplate of the green-eye transformation, but he could not defeat the midplate of the red-eye transformation. However, that was only strength. Seeing the midplate's third punch coming, Luin took a deep breath and stepped in reverse, twisting space and time. The midplate's punch missed, and Luin took advantage of the opportunity to raise his slipper. The midplate forcefully dodged, flowing light flashing, and reversed time for a second. After disrupting space-time twice in a row, Lu Yin's slipper slammed into Zhong Pan's back and sent him flying. Blood splattered everywhere. Again. Luin took a backward step and approached Zhong Pan. Zhong Pan's eyes were ferocious as red godly power surged out of his body and covered his entire body like steam. Not only did it heal the wounds on his body, but it also caused his aura to skyrocket. Lu Yin's slipper struck midplate's body again, but this time, it was forcefully blocked by his divine power. Midplate grabbed Lu Yin's arm and exerted force, causing Lu Yin to feel an intense pain. Light flickered, and everything was reversed for a second. In that second, Lu Yin changed the direction of his attack. Instead of striking midplate, he retracted his hand and retreated. He didn't make a move, so it was naturally impossible to catch his whereabouts in the middle game. The two of them stood facing each other. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he looked at the surging divine power on the midship surface. He glanced around and saw that there was fighting everywhere. Caged Flood Dragon had led the second squadron away from this place. If the second squadron were to join in this kind of battle, they would be courting death. Their greatest use was to create a commotion and search for the 7 sky gods. Now that the corpse god had appeared, Lu Yin did not wish for another 7 sky gods to appear. That would be troublesome. Should he invite Forefather Tianyi over? The battle between Empyrean Saint Dosheng and the corpse god was earth-shattering. However, Lu Yin did not have the time to watch. Midplate attacked again. His godly power was like an invincible armor that could defend him well, regardless of whether he faced sequence laws or the slipper. This gave the captain of the true god guard the confidence to fight against them. However, midplate had such a thing, and so did Lu Yin himself. Midplate relied on his godly power and completely ignored Lu Yin's slipper. He wanted to rely on the power of his red eyes to crush Lu Yin. Lu Yin held the slipper and charged forward as if he was sending himself to his death. The slipper was raised high and slammed down. Midplate did not dodge. Instead, he clenched his hand into a fist and curled it into a claw that grabbed at Lu Yin. At that moment, Lu Yin felt as if he could see himself being torn apart by midplate. The two of them drew closer and closer to each other like two stars colliding. Lu Yin released the starry sky, and the void realm circled around him. Midplate's expression did not change as his claw swept past the void realm and viciously clawed at Lu Yin. Even the void realm could not instantly cut off godly power. Godly power was the power of the only true god, and the void realm was not unbreakable. Even Luo Shan could walk out of the void realm. Midplate relied on his godly power to not only ignore the slipper but also withstand the void realm. However, all of this was based on his godly power. What would happen if he lost his godly power? No one had considered this. Not the midplate, not the Eternals, not the Six Directions Society, and not even the primordial space. Only Luin had considered this. When Midplate's claw reached into the starry sky around his heart, 380,000 stars revolved, and Midplate's movements slowed down greatly, just like when he had first used the serious art. Outside of these 380,000 stars, there was an unremarkable red dot that no one would pay attention to. This red dot was like a whirlpool that swept away the godly power attached to Midplate's arm. Midplate's expression changed for the first time. As a corpse king, he should not have any emotions and would not change even in death. This was especially true for the captain of the True God Guard. However, at this moment, he was stunned by this sudden change. Where did his godly power go? Everything happened too quickly. To him, it was only the time of a punch, so he could not see clearly what had happened. However, to Luin, it was a long time, and he had enough time to absorb the godly power in Midplate's arm. Time was relative. To some people, it was short, but to others, it was long. This was a paradox, but it had really happened. It was as if Midplate and Luin were not in the same period of time. As the godly power disappeared, Midplate's arm broke and was flung away. Lu Yin's slipper viciously slammed into Midplate's head. With a crack, Midplate's head was twisted, and his body was thrown far away. Midplate was not dead yet, and Luin was well aware of how terrifying this monster was. He took a step forward and used the reverse step to chase after Midplate. He had to take this opportunity to eliminate this guy, or else he would be a great threat. Suddenly, his body could not move, and Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Chung Kong. In front of his chest, the small knife that wood carving had given him left his body and slashed 81 times behind Luin. There was a bubble there, and it was Chung Kong's dreamy bubble. He had never thought that Luin would have such a blade. Back in Dashi Kong, he had ambushed Luin once, but had been cut down by the 81 slashes. After such a long time, he had ambushed Luin a second time and was slashed by 81 times. In the distance, wood carving sensed the 81 slashes and knew that Luin was in danger, so he hurried over. Chung Kong was slashed by 81 times. Looking at the black cracks in space, Luin was sure that Chung Kong could not have gone far, and he did not have time to escape. Junior brother. Wood carving rushed over. Luin shouted, Chung Kong. Kong is here. He can't run away. Wood carving was excited, which was rare. We must kill Chung Kong today. In the distance, the other True God Guard captains had no intention of rescuing Chung Kong. They knew Chung Kong very well and knew that he could not be found. Otherwise, he would not have survived until now. However, Midplate was in danger. Mr. Daheng had targeted him and attacked him from afar. Fortunately, Midplate's body was strong, and the divine power in his body surged out again, so he did not die. Otherwise, he would have died easily if Mr. Daheng, a sequence law powerhouse, ambushed him. Luin looked around and looked for Chung Kong. Wood carving was also looking for Chung Kong. This was what the Eternals were happy to see. Chung Kong held back two experts, giving the rest of the Eternals a chance to catch their breaths. Can you find him? Wood carving looked serious. Luin narrowed his eyes. Yes. The Above Heaven sect had completely sealed off the starter space. No one was allowed to enter or leave. When the subjugation team entered the endless battlefield, they were worried that the Eternals would ambush them. Even though this was unlikely. In a corner of the Above Heaven sect, a man walked out of the shadows. He tapped lightly with his finger and tore open the void. Another figure entered through the void. Fortunately, I was careful when I wanted to destroy this place. I controlled someone. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to enter, the man said with a sinister tone. The person who entered through the void was Yu Hua. Can you find the location? We must take that thing back, Yu Hua said. The man said, all the research items of the Above Heaven sect are gathered in the back garden. We can enter the back garden directly. Let's go. The Above Heaven sect was huge, but with someone leading the way, they quickly found the back garden. The back garden gathered all the foreign objects that the above heaven sect researched, such as microarray weapons and wireless goo. Now, there was even a sequence particle equipment. It could be said that once the back garden was destroyed, the above heaven sect's combat strength would drop by a level. After all, the ancestor realm experts of the above heaven sect had temporarily obtained the ability to use sequence laws with the help of the sequence particle equipment. The man smoothly brought Yuhua close to the back garden, but he was stopped the moment he saw the back garden. "Show me your proof." The cultivator guarding the back garden was expressionless. The man smiled and pretended to show his proof. The cultivator's eyes flashed, and he immediately sounded the alarm. The so-called proof to enter the back garden was actually non-existent. The cultivator guarding the back garden knew all the people who could enter the back garden, so there was no need for proof. The reason he asked for it was to buy time to sound the alarm. The moment he sounded the alarm, the man's expression changed. "We've been exposed." Yuhua casually killed the cultivator guarding the back garden and stepped forward. Suddenly, black energy whistled and collided with Yuhua. Yuhua's expression under the black robe was extremely cold, another black energy source. Saying so, the black robe shattered and his body expanded, transforming into a snake. A powerful aura swept through the above heaven sect. Everyone in the above heaven sect was shocked. Enemy attack. Star-Lord raised his head and quickly rushed towards the back garden. At the same time, two more black energies appeared in the above heaven sect and pressed towards the back garden. One was Heavenly Master High Sage, and the other was Elder Gong. Lu Yin temporarily handed the black energy source to them to guard the above heaven sect. Including Master Shan, Star-Lord, and the Ancestral Tortoise, there were 5 Ancestor Realm experts guarding the above heaven sect. They could stall for time in any situation. Yuhua looked down on the black energy source's powerhouse, and Master Shan knew that there was a huge gap between them, so he immediately used the sequence particle. Yuhua had seen many powerhouses before, but the black energy source's user was able to use a sequence law. Damn it! Since when had sequence law become so worthless? Master Shan's sequence law was depiction, and any depiction would leave behind a trace. It could be a brush, sand, water, or even blood, air, or sound. Anything could leave a trace in the void through depiction. A trace appeared in front of Yuhua's eyes. It was a curved mountain range that forcibly blocked his vision. This was a sequence law. The trace would fade, but before it faded, it could block the light and obstruct his vision. Master Shan relied on this sequence law to delay Yuhua and the man controlled by the Thousand Faces game. Using this opportunity, Star-Lord, Supreme Sage, and Elder Gong all arrived. With the true God Guard Captain's strength, he could easily defeat the black energy source's user. Star-Lord's strength was very ordinary, and after leaving the 3 Lords array, she was at most comparable to the Blood Progenitor, or even worse. The gap between her and the true God Guard Captain was just as wide. Fortunately, they could use the sequence particle, but even so, they were still at a disadvantage against the true God Guard Captain. The black energy source was torn apart by Yuhua's tail, and the Thousand Faces game used its ancestral world. Countless consciousnesses fused into a monster that attacked everyone's consciousnesses. The pressure on Elder Gong suddenly increased, and his consciousness went into a daze. The Supreme Sage took out his source box and used his array, but he had no source box array that could withstand such a strange attack. Helpless, everyone could only use the sequence particle. Strange laws appeared one after another. Sequence laws surpassed the power of a progenitor, so no matter how powerful Yuhua and the Thousand Faces game were, they could not ignore these laws. Faced with so many strange laws, they found it difficult to take them down. Godly power, Yuhua reminded him. In his body, boiling divine power soared into the sky, pushing away the sequence particles and reducing them into nothingness. The Thousand Faces game raised its hand, and the godly power was raised high like a sun. The entire above the sky sect was bathed in the light of the godly power. At the critical moment, a golden light descended and competed with the red light of the godly power. Yuhua and the Thousand Faces game were shocked. Someone from the Lu family was here? It was impossible for the above the sky sect without someone who could control the situation, and that person was Lu Qi. Lu Qi first followed the 3rd battle group to defeat the Everlasting Race's sneak attack in the endless battlefield. Then, he returned to the above heaven sect and hid his identity. If not for the intensity of the battle, he was the busiest. Otherwise, Master Shan and the others would not be able to withstand the attacks. The endless battlefield, the giant's hell. Chung Kong had been struck by the 81 slashes, so he was bound to be injured. However, he concealed himself and relied on his own strength to stall Lu Yin and woodcarving. They did not want to let go of this opportunity to kill Chung Kong, and Chung Kong was confident that he would not be discovered. As long as he could stall Lu Yin and woodcarving, the Eternals would be able to gain the upper hand against the second battle squadron. The Eternals were confident that no one could find Chung Kong. To the was a and now and the two. To them to the was. And s and Lulu. And two. And the sequence. Take it out and upgrade. Lu Yin gripped the bubble in his hand and felt a faint suction force from behind him. He remained calm and collected as he slowly approached the bubble. As he got closer, the suction force grew stronger and stronger. Chung Kong was too confident. He did not believe that anyone could find him. He had never thought that Lu Yin's innate ability to upgrade external objects existed in the universe. Lu Yin once suspected that Chung Kong was not a human. On this basis, upgrading Chung Kong's bubble was the same as creating a new Chung Kong. Outsiders could not find Chung Kong. Even the bubble that fell from Chung Kong's body could not find him. It was just an inanimate object. However, Lu Yin could find Chung Kong himself. Lu Yin changed his position. He only had one goal, and that was to get closer to the right side. The suction force had grown so strong that it was like a magnet drawing them closer to each other. Lu Yin looked at Mu Carving. Senior, do you remember what you said the second time you gave me the 81 slashes? Mu Carving's expression was calm. I forgot. Lu Yin said, you said that 81 slashes could kill Chung Kong. Maybe Chung Kong is already dead. Mu Carving raised his blade and looked at it. Maybe, but he might not be dead. It's hard to say. No one really understands him. Then please give me another 81 slashes just in case. As for this place, I can't find it, Lu Yin said. Mu Carving raised his head. Okay. Then, he suddenly attacked Lu Yin. The second time, he gave Lu Yin 81 slashes. Just like the first time, Lu Yin had to endure 81 slashes. This time, it was the same. If Lu Yin wanted 81 slashes, he could. When Mu Carving attacked, Lu Yin's eyes widened and he took a step backward to avoid it. Not far behind, the hidden Chung Kong stared blankly at the 81 slashes. Mu Carving could not find him and only attacked in this direction. But how did he know this direction? It was obvious that this attack had a purpose. Normal attacks could not force him out, but this was 81 slashes. 81 slashes that had injured him twice. Chung Kong could not hide anymore. The Dreamland bubble distorted the void and quickly dodged Mu Carving's attack. However, a ray of light circled around the Dreamland bubble and reversed time by 1 second. Chung Kong was shocked. No. The Dreamland bubble returned to its original position and was hit by the 81 slashes for the third time. The bubble became unstable, and Lu Yin's celestial eye kept a close eye on it. Sure enough, everyone had said that they had never seen Chung Kong before, but everyone had. Chung Kong was the Dreamland bubble. It was not human, and the Dreamland bubble battle technique that it cultivated was just a cover. It was just a bubble. After the 81 slashes, the Dreamland bubble was covered in cracks. It looked weak, but it managed to withstand the 81 slashes. However, since it had appeared, Mu Carving had a target, which was the spaceless slash. The Dreamland bubble suddenly charged into the distance and roared, "Give me godly power." In the middle, the two captains of the True God Guards, Blackie, acted together. Their godly power transformed into a rainbow that shot towards the Dreamland bubble. They were both shocked, as they had never seen Chung Kong's true appearance before. The universe was vast, and there were all sorts of strange things. Chung Kong was a bubble, and Nightshore was a thought to take revenge on humans. These were all under the universe's rules, and as long as there were rules, there would be unpredictable things. The rainbow of godly power traversed the starry sky and headed towards Chung Kong, but it was stopped halfway by the Cyclops King. The giant hell understood the Eternals and the Six-Way Society too well. The Eternals' godly power was almost limitless, allowing those who did not reach the sequence principle to resist the power of the sequence principle. The mountain-backed giant king kicked the Cyclops king, and the two behemoths fought fiercely in the starry sky, shaking the surroundings. Chung Kong's godly power was blocked by the Cyclops king, and he could not touch the Cyclops king. Mu Carving followed closely behind, raising his saber and slashing out once again. His saber light frightened Chung Kong. In truth, Chung Kong did not have any powerful offensive techniques. He was the Dreamland Bubble, and he had to control a creature when it was at its most relaxed. Once he was under control, he could do whatever he wanted. However, if he could not control his opponent, it would be difficult for him to kill his opponent directly. Different creatures had different habits. Although Chung Kong had withstood the 81 slashes twice, he did not take the risk of exposing himself to the enemy's attacks. This was also the reason why Sanctified and many of the Six-Way Society's powerhouses had pursued him. Those powerhouses did not understand Chung Kong at all. Even if they caught up to him, they could not kill him. Even so, Chung Kong would not take the risk to fight them. Now that he was exposed to Mu Carving's saber, Chung Kong's fear was so intense that he almost exploded. This was his own instinct. He was not afraid of Mu Carving, but more of his own instincts. And this instinct reminded him that Mu Carving could kill him. Mu Carving's slashes continued to descend, and Chung Kong's body kept disappearing. However, under Lu Yin's guidance, Mu Carving could always find his position. Chung Kong discovered this and transmitted a message to Lu Yin. Don't think that I don't know your identity. No matter what Bai Wuxian plans, he cannot sacrifice me. If you want to kill me, I will expose you. Lu Yin frowned. I don't understand what you are saying. Senior, Southwest. Mu Carving slashed out, and Dreamland Bubble hurriedly appeared to dodge, disappearing once again. You are Bai Wuxian's subordinate. Back then, it was Bai Wuxian who asked me to let you go on the 6th mainland. Otherwise, do you think that turtle could have escaped? You think too much. Lu Yin's expression did not change, but he did not understand why Bai Wuxian would help him. Perhaps it was not to help him, but to plot something like the witch spirit god. Speaking of which, Lu Yin still did not know who Bai Wuxian was. At first, he thought that he could find Bai Wuxian, but he found that no one around him was acting strangely. Senior, Southeast. Mu Carving slashed again. Even though Dreamland Bubble dodged every time Lu Yin reminded it, it was still affected by the blade, and more cracks appeared on it. Lu Yin, don't force me. I know that you are definitely Bai Wuxian's spy. When you fought in the middle game, I kept an eye on him. You were the one who absorbed the godly power in his arm. Chung Kong's tone was panicked. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Is that so? Then why did you still try to kill me in the big stone space? I was just testing what kind of trap Bai Wuxian left on you. Let me go, or I will expose you. Chung Kong threatened him. He was sure that Lu Yin was Bai Wuxian's spy. Otherwise, why would Bai Wuxian protect him? Otherwise, how could he have absorbed the godly power? Lu Yin was silent. Mu Carving did not move. Without Lu Yin's command, he could not find Chung Kong. Lu Yin's silence made Chung Kong heave a sigh of relief. He did not dare to stay any longer and quickly left. The danger of being exposed to the enemy's blade was unbearable. Suddenly, Mu Carving's blade changed direction. A large number of sequence particles spread out, causing a fault to appear in the void. It directly covered a part of the starry sky. Mu Carving raised his blade and slashed. Thank you. Jakix Muzu AA, I will give you the reward. Thank you. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. I have been suffering from bronchitis for the past few days. It was still Wu Yu, and this attack surpassed all of the previous ones. It covered a huge area, and this attack was specifically reserved for Chung Kong. Lu Yin sent a message to woodcarving. He appeared to be silent, but he was actually cooperating with woodcarving. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Even Chung Kong could hear his warning, and he had done so to numb Chung Kong. Chung Kong was shocked, as he could not dodge this attack. Woodcarving's strength surpassed his, and if not for the fact that he could not find Chung Kong, he would not have survived until now. With Luin as his eyes, woodcarving finally dealt him a fatal blow. Luin, how dare you lie to me? Luin is a spy. He's a spy developed by Bai Wuxian. The loud voice entered everyone's ears. Whether it was Woodcut, Mr. Daheng, the Cyclops King, the Mountain-backed Giant King, or even the second battle group, they all heard it. The blade swept through the void and split the giant's hell in two. This was woodcarving's ultimate move using the sequence law, break. It covered the entire sky, and Chun Kong could avoid a portion of the attack, but he could not avoid the entire attack. Everyone looked over and saw that dreamlike bubble had been cut in half, and Chun Kong's voice also stopped abruptly. At that moment, Celestial Battle Saint and the Corpse God also looked over. Chun Kong was not as strong as the 7 sky gods, but he was much more disgusting. Even Celestial Battle Saint had wanted to destroy him, but he had never found an opportunity. Who would have thought that he would be killed by woodcarving in the giant's hell? Following Chun Kong's death, his words lingered in everyone's ears. Luin was a spy? Luin was a spy developed by Bai Wuxian? Countless people stared at Luin in a daze. Even the Cyclops King and the mountain-backed Giant King were looking at him. He was a spy? Lu Yin's expression was calm as he faced everyone's gazes. He had no intention of explaining himself. He looked up at the Corpse God. You're next. Woodcarving slashed at the Corpse God, wanting to join forces with Celestial Battle Saint. The second battle team cheered and erupted with a strong fighting spirit. Luin was a spy? How could that be? If he was a spy, would he have killed Chun Kong? If he was a spy, would he have joined forces with Wei Wei to kill the Witcher spirit god? Forget about Bai Wuxian, even if he was a spy sent by the one true god, it was impossible for him to sacrifice the 7 heavenly gods and Chun Kong to help him. That was absolutely impossible. The people of the Genesis space had an indescribable trust in Luin. They could believe that anyone was a spy, but they would never believe that Luin was a spy. Luin was the spiritual pillar of the entire Fifth Mainland. He was the master recognized by the primordial space. Ha 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 ha. Old corpse ghost, you can't escape. Die. The War Saint Heavenly Lord's golden light was dyed in blood as he viciously smashed towards the corpse god. Accompanying this attack was the woodcarving's blade and Mr. Daheng's law of lightness. With 3 sequence law adepts surrounding him and the corpse god already injured, it was highly likely that they would be able to kill him. The Cyclops King was excited. Today, he would kill the mountain-backed giants and completely free himself from the giant hell. Luin stood in outer space without moving. He had already received news that the Eternals had ambushed the above heaven. Were they trying to lure him away? Many things had happened unexpectedly during this battle in the giant hell. The arrival of the War Saint Heavenly Lord had not been part of Lu Yin's plans, as he could not possibly affect the War Saint. The War Saint Heavenly Lord had always been at the battlefield between the 3 layers of hell, which was the entrance of the Eternals. The War Saint Heavenly Lord's arrival had withstood the Corpse God's pressure, which meant that Lu Tianyi did not need to come over. However, Luin was still puzzled. If the War Saint Heavenly Lord had not been part of his plans, then he should not have been part of the Eternals' plans either. Why had the Eternals stayed behind to fight to the death? Not only had they fought fiercely in the giant hell, but they had also ambushed the above heaven. They had to have known that Lu Tianyi had not come to the giant hell. Even if 2 of the 7 heavenly gods had come, Lu Tianyi would still be able to hold them off. So why had they still ambushed the above heaven? What was the point? The sequenced particle equipment was very important, but the Eternals had come here to obtain it, not to die. They knew that Lu Tianyi could reinforce the above heaven at any time, so why had they still attacked? Chun Kong had not died in an instant, and Luin had joined forces with woodcarving to kill him several times. Under such circumstances, the corpse god could have taken Chun Kong and escaped. If he wanted to leave, then even the War Saint Heavenly Lord might not have been able to stop him. Unless Lu Tianyi came to kill him as well, the Eternals could have easily retreated. However, the corpse god did not leave. Even though Chun Kong had died, he still did not leave. He had to face the combined attacks of the War Saint Heavenly Lord and woodcarving, as well as Lu Tianyi, who could appear at any time. What were the Eternals thinking? Luin stared at the corpse god's bleeding body. He had coughed up blood after being smashed by the war saint Heavenly Lord, had been injured by woodcarving's blade, and had even been injured by Mr. Daheng's law of lightness. Why hadn't he left? He had no intention of leaving. The Eternals were not stupid, and Luin was well aware of how sinister the Eternals were. They had destroyed continent after continent in the Genesis space, and they would never do something so suicidal. There had to be a reason for the corpse god to stay here and fight to the death. What was it? Luin felt uneasy. He had the ability to turn danger into safety on many occasions, and he had even achieved his goals. The Eternals naturally had the ability to do so as well, but what were their goals? The border battle between the Six Paths Association was not that intense, and hyperspace had retreated. The Above Heaven sect only had 2 captains of the true God Guards. What were their goals? The Above Heaven sect was an absolute behemoth, and under its protection, Earth seemed insignificant. No matter how intense the battle was within the Above Heaven sect, it would not affect Earth, as it was stopped within the Above Heaven sect's territory. The subjugation squads fought fiercely in the endless battlefield. The Above Heaven sect had been ambushed by the Eternals, and the Six Paths Association had been wary of the Eternals abandoning the endless battlefield. Thus, they did not dare to act rashly. At this moment, the weather on Earth was calm and sunny. Ordinary people could not sense the battle in the Above Heaven sect at all. Standing on the streets of Earth, one could see that the Above Heaven sect had replaced the starry sky. The scenery here was completely different from before the Above Heaven sect had appeared. A man and a woman were walking down the street with drinks in their hands. They would occasionally look up at the sky and the Above Heaven sect that was faintly discernible in the distance. This brother Lu is really ruthless. I never thought that he would become the master of this space-time when we first met. Sis, did you know that he was still very pure when we first met? The man sighed. The woman glanced at him. Are you trying to say that you're pure? How can a man be described as pure? I'm pure. A bachelor. I just have high standards. Sis, aren't you the same? The tortoise poked its head out from the woman's shoulder. This matter is indeed troublesome, but I think that Luin is not bad. Young mistress, can you bring him to meet old master? The man nodded. That guy is a little cunning, but he has a good reputation. It's fine to bring him to meet old master, especially his strength. I don't even understand how he cultivates to be so fast. The woman stopped, and her expression turned ugly. If you have the time, why don't you help the Above Heaven sect deal with the Eternals? It'll be considered your contribution. The man rolled his eyes. I can't beat a progenitor. The tortoise retracted its head. It did not want to fight. The woman looked into the distance again, lost in thought. At that moment, a strange fluctuation swept over them. The two's expressions changed as they looked at each other. The tortoise suddenly poked its head out from the woman's shoulder. There's an expert. Let's go. Why on earth? The man did not understand. The next moment, the entire Earth dimmed as a terrifying aura pressed down, causing the planet to tremble. In Nanjing, Zhou Shan walked out in shock. What had happened? This aura terrified him. There were many cultivators on Earth, and this was the starting point of Lu Yin's cultivation journey. At this moment, everyone felt as if a great disaster was about to befall them. The terrifying pressure caused the heavens to tremble and crack. Outside Earth, a figure stared intently, but still could not find anything. It should be easy to find such a small planet, so how could there be nothing? The aura had leaked out, and it would not take long. Since that was the case, the figure raised a hand and pointed at Earth. Turn it into a flat surface. She was Zhu Ji, one of the captains of the Eternal Race's true God Guards. On Earth, the tortoise leaped out from the woman's shoulder. Young mistress, run. It's an eternal progenitor. Go find father, the woman shouted at the man. The man grabbed her. Let's go together. I can't leave the dragon tortoise behind. It might not be able to stop him on its own. I have external items. Go, don't waste time, the woman shouted. The man gritted his teeth and tore through the void to leave. Outside Earth, Juji was shocked. There was actually an progenitor? Where did this eternal bastard come from? How dare he sneak attack the Lightning Master's son, the dragon tortoise shouted as it retracted its limbs and charged at Juji. Juji frowned. The Lightning Master's son was here? She was only puzzled for a moment, but she did not hesitate to attack. She pointed out with her finger, intending to turn Earth and the dragon tortoise into a flat surface. However, she had underestimated the dragon tortoise. Although it did not have much power, its defenses were terrifying. Back in the sixth mainland, even the midplate had found it difficult to break through its shell. It was the same for Juji. Her innate gift constantly tried to compress the tortoise's shell, but the most she could do was distort it. Even so, the dragon tortoise held in grief. It released its aura to attract the attention of the sect above while threatening, "How dare you? Do you want to fight the Lightning Master? You'll be struck by lightning." On Earth, the woman was Xianxia. She had not expected an eternal progenitor to attack Earth. Why was it attacking Earth? Seeing the dragon tortoise howling in grief, Xianxia took out an external item. It was a strange icy stone that could freeze progenitors. However, the moment the icy stone approached Juji, it turned into a flat surface. An item of the Ice Spirit clan? Xianxia's face was pale. She was facing the captain of the True God Guard, not an ordinary progenitor. Outside the sect above, the ancestral turtle stretched its head out to look at Earth. It had seen its own kind. Why was it so small? The dragon tortoise was constantly being tortured by Juji's innate gift. When it saw the ancestral turtle staring at it, their eyes met. Still looking? Aren't you going to help? We're the same kind after all, big brother. The ancestral turtle turned its eyes like a human and then retracted its head. It could not win, so it would not fight. It could win, but it could not be bothered to fight. It was that decisive. The dragon tortoise cursed, "You cowardly turtle. You're really a coward. You're an embarrassment to our kind. Shameless." The ancestral turtle did not care. It was not the first time it had been cursed. It was used to it. When the Above Heaven sect sensed Orange G's attack, they were all shocked. Why would the Eternals attack Earth? Lu Qi used the Divine Investiture catalog, and Wang Jian walked out, attacking the people of the Game of 1,000 Faces and Yu Hua. "Young Master Qi, I'll go help Earth," Master Shan said anxiously. Earth held a special place for the Tao Lord, and he couldn't allow anything to happen to it. Lu Qi sneered. "No need. Someone else will do it." Against the captain of the True Divinity Guard, Master Shan's attack was useless. It would only add to the casualties. It should be known that Lu Tianyi had yet to make a move. He was currently on the fifth mainland. Lu Qi was right. Because of Empyrean Battle Saint's appearance, Lu Tianyi didn't need to rush to the Giant's Hell immediately. He had remained on the fifth mainland to deal with any changes that might occur. But the Eternals weren't fools either. They knew that Lu Tianyi hadn't appeared in the Giant's Hell, and yet they still attacked. Naturally, there would be someone to deal with them. On the other side of the Above Heaven sect, Lu Tianyi and a figure stood facing each other. This person's entire body was shining with white light, and his face could not be seen clearly. Lu Tianyi's expression was solemn. "Among the 7 sky gods, I have fought 6 of them. There is only one person I have never fought before, and that is you, Bai Wuxian. It has been a long time. 9 mountains and 8 seas, Lu Tianyi, is someone who can face a true god in the primordial space. How would I dare to casually attack him?" It was hard to tell whether she was a man or a woman from her voice. Lu Tianyi stared at Bai Wuxian. "Who are you? Why did the Eternals suddenly attack Earth? Your real goal is Earth, right? Whether it's the Giant's Hell or the Above Heaven sect, they're all just pretenses. You can find the answer yourself. We won't tell you. And you can't leave, at least not for now," said Bai Wuxian confidently. Lu Tianyi took a deep breath. It would not be difficult for a member of the 7 heavenly gods who did not understand him to hold him back, but he was a member of the Lu family, and one man was for one country. The golden light of the God Seal catalog illuminated the entire 5th continent. When Lu Qi saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Old Ancestor Tianyi had made his move. Lu Tianyi had ascended to the 9 mountains and 8 seas. He was very powerful. He was confident that Bai Wuxian alone wouldn't be able to stop him from ascending to godhood. Any one of the ascended gods could go to Earth and resolve the crisis. After all, there were existences like Ancestor Ku and Ancestor Chen among the people who had ascended to godhood. When he saw the God Sealing Catalog appear, Bai Wuxian waved his right hand, and numerous source boxes appeared in the void and circled around the entire above the heavens. Above their heads, white mountains and white waters poured down in torrents. Several figures walked out from Lu Tiany's God Sealing Catalog, and all of them were surrounded by source boxes, forming a source box array that trapped them. The eight-front formation, Bai Wuxian's half-martial ancestor body had once used it to trap Lim Qing. He wanted to open the path to the impasse, but he failed due to the interference of Fate Maiden. That was only the shell of a half-step ancestor. Now, Bai Wuxian was using his ancestral world and the eight-front formation to trap Lu Tiany's ascendant power. He would not be trapped for too long, but Bai Wuxian's goal was Earth, not to defeat Lu Tiany. It would not take too long. Lu Tiany pointed out. The law of destruction, the Tao of Heavenly One. Bai Wuxian's expression could not be seen as he retreated step by step. The white mountain descended and was shattered by Lu Tiany's finger. No one could ignore Lu Tiany's attack. Wu Lingxian couldn't do it, and Bai Wuxian couldn't do it either. However, Bai Wuxian was one of the 7 sky gods. Even if Lu Tiany wanted to defeat her, it would not be that easy. If they were not in the origin space, Lu Tiany might not have been able to defeat a 7 sky gods at their peak. The void suddenly distorted. A terrifying blade intent descended. Bai Wuxian looked up. It was Progenitor Chen's blade. She had used the 8-front formation to trap Lu Tiany's ascendant power, but against Progenitor Chen, the 8-front formation was on the verge of collapse. On the other side, another figure almost shattered the 8-front formation. It was Progenitor Ku. There were a total of 6 figures, each representing one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. 3 of them could not be trapped by the 8-front formation. Bai Wuxian helplessly looked at the sect above. The godly power released by the people of the 1,000-faced game was drawn in and transformed into a rainbow that entered the white mountain and the white water, entering the 8-front formation. At that moment, Lu Tiany had already descended in front of Bai Wuxian. I want to see who you are. As he spoke, a terrifying fingertip descended. Even the starry sky could not withstand it. With the finger as the center, it shattered in all directions and was crushed. Bai Wuxian looked up and similarly raised a finger. A blue light flashed. The finger collided with the finger. The shocking blow turned the starry sky into absolute darkness. A huge world of nothingness broke out as if to swallow the entire sect above. In the sect above, Yu Hua, the people of the 1,000-faced game, including Lu Qi and the others, were stunned. What kind of attack could cause such a huge world of nothingness? It was doomsday even for progenitors. On Earth, the dragon turtle wailed. Its turtle shell could not withstand it any longer. Juji was impatient. When the huge world of nothingness appeared, she knew that Bai Wuxian was fighting against Lu Tiany. Lu Tiany was the most feared person on the list of Eternals. Even the 7 gods could not delay him. Since that was the case, she also used her godly power. Godly power was not endless. It was difficult for ordinary progenitor realm corpse kings of the Eternals to obtain godly power. Only true God Guard captains could have it. Once it was used up, they could only replenish it when they returned to the Eternals. For them, it was a life-saving treasure. However, there was no other way. She had to use her godly power now. The turtle shell in front of her was too hard. Seeing the godly power appear, the dragon turtle wailed, "Don't go too far. This is not your own power. You have no morals." With the support of the godly power, the turtle shell cracked. The dragon turtle wailed louder. And louder. Seeing that the crack on the turtle shell was about to completely shatter, a black shadow descended and whipped Juji from left to right. Juji was sent flying. The dragon turtle stared ahead with wide eyes. It was a tail, the ancestral turtle's tail. "Big brother, you finally made a move. You're too patient." The dragon turtle cried. The ancestral turtle's head was still in the turtle shell. Then, it retracted its tail and stopped moving. It was as if it had not attacked just now. The dragon turtle took the opportunity to shrink its body and came to Jiang Qingyue's side. "Little master, let's go." Jiang Qingyue looked worriedly at the huge world of nothingness beside the sect in the sky. The dragon turtle urged, "Little master, don't worry about it. It's not something we can interfere with. Let's go." Jiang Qingyue frowned. "If we leave, Earth in this space-time will be finished." The dragon turtle was about to cry. "If we don't leave, we'll be finished. The Eternals are coming again. Let's go, little master." After saying that, it tore through the void and dragged Jiang Qingyue away. After they left, Zhu Ji returned and stared at the ancestral turtle. The ancestral turtle subconsciously retreated a little. Ignoring the ancestral turtle, Zhu Ji pointed at Earth again. "Turn it into a flat surface." Inexplicably, a strong sense of uneasiness descended. On Earth, a white light flashed. It was getting closer and closer in Zhu Ji's eyes. Her talent was suddenly broken the moment she descended on Earth. In front of her, a sword appeared. It was a man in white. Everything in front of Zhu Ji's eyes was replaced by a sword. The sword was getting closer and closer. The moment it was about to stab her, she retreated step by step, constantly compressing the void to block the sword. The sword pierced through the layers of the void, not giving her any time to breathe. Divine power surged out of Zhu Ji's body. He opened his hand. In front of him, the divine power turned into a flat surface and pushed out horizontally, blocking the sword. "Why are you here?" Zhu Ji stared at the man in white and holding a sword in front of her and asked in a low voice. She knew this person. It was Kong Tianzhao, an extraterrestrial expert. He was a person by the Lightning Lord's side. He was also an absolute expert who could be ranked among the extraterrestrial experts of the Eternals. Kong Tianzhao held a white sword and pointed it at Zhu Ji. "Captain of the True God Guard?" Zhu Ji's expression turned ugly. Did the Lightning Lord and the Above Heaven sect team up? Kong Tianzhao looked into the distance. Is that the rumored Above Heaven sect? This Qi, the Seven Sky Gods? Zhu Ji stared at Kong Tianzhao. His words meant that they did not team up. It was his first time seeing the Above Heaven sect. Then why did he appear here? Wait, could it be? Zhu Ji Tong's expression changed drastically. Was this really a parallel spacetime? Uncle, stop acting cool. Kill her, kill that Eternals. Jiangchen stomped his feet on Earth. He did not find Jiang Qingyue and the dragon turtle. They were definitely not dead. Where did they go? Kong Tianzhao's sword turned. Divine power surged from the tip of the sword. His expression was solemn. The divine power of the Eternals was the most troublesome power. Once it was supported by the divine power, these people could ignore the rules to a certain extent. Zhu Ji retreated. Kong Tianzhao, you have to pay the price for interfering in the Above Heaven sect's matters. Not even the Lightning Lord can bear this price. Kong Tianzhao's expression was cold. He is him. I am me. Finished speaking, he slowly sheathed his sword and stared at the tip of the sword. One day, I will die in the hands of the Eternals. But the one who kills me will not be you. A white light flashed. The sword was unsheathed once again, heading towards Zhu Ji. Zhu Ji harumphed coldly. This guy really wanted to kill him. Unfortunately, he could not do it. His sword could not pierce through his own talent. The tip of the sword was once again blocked by the divine power. Everything has turned into a flat surface. No matter how powerful your sword is, it can only turn into a flat surface, Zhu Ji said coldly. Kong Tianzhao raised his eyes. A flat surface has a center. As soon as his voice faded, a point appeared in front of the sword. It was the point formed when the sword pierced through the void. It was also the point where Zhu Ji's talent had turned into a flat surface. This point made Zhu Ji's expression change drastically. That point seemed to be the center of the universe. There were no ripples, but the moment it appeared, even Bai Wuxian who was delaying Lu Tianyi looked at it. Lu Tianyi looked at it too. He was shocked. What kind of rule was this? In the Above Heaven sect, countless people's eyes were unconsciously attracted to it. It was as if that point should be seen by everyone. Impossible. Zhu Ji was aghast. With a whoosh, a white light flashed past. Juji stopped in place. He slowly lowered his hands, his eyes dull. Behind him, Kong Tianzhao appeared and sheathed his sword. The moment the sword was completely sheathed, a point also appeared on Juji's forehead. His body slowly fell. On earth, Xianxia opened his mouth wide, his eyes shining. Too handsome. If I was as handsome as Uncle Kong, why would I worry about not being able to find a wife? Dad should have let Uncle Kong be my master. It's too much of a waste for him to be my sister's master. Kong Tianzhao looked at the above heaven sect. On the other side of the above heaven sect, Bai Wuxian sighed helplessly. The universe is full of surprises. But this surprise has allowed us to see some things clearly. Lu Tianyi stared at Bai Wuxian. Who are you? That was the 8-star Jialan. Are you from the Jialan clan? The 8-front formation shattered, and so did Bai Wuxian himself. Lu Tianyi, I'll take your life the next time we meet. Lu Tianyi watched Bai Wuxian shatter and leave. The 7 sky gods wanted to leave, but he couldn't. If he did, the 5th continent would be destroyed. The battlefield couldn't be the 5th continent. The most important thing now was the person who'd attacked. Soon, Lu Tianyi and Lu Qi arrived outside Earth. They looked at Kong Tianzhao curiously. He was a stranger to them. Kong Tianzhao looked calmly at Lu Tianyi, surprise in the depths of his eyes. You're very strong. Lu Tianyi sized up Kong Tianzhao. So are you, but you seem different from us. Kong Tianzhao's gaze was calm. My understanding of cultivation is different from yours. Lu Tianyi's eyes flashed. Understanding? Generally speaking, it referred to the system or something like that. Comprehension, this was another meaning. Are you an outsider? Asked Lu Qi. Xianxia arrived. Uncle Kong, don't be so cold. I thought you wanted to fight. He smiled at Lu Tianyi and Lu Qi. Greetings, seniors. I'm Xianxia, Lu Yin's friend. Lu Qi was surprised. Your little 7's friend? Xianxia smiled. We've known each other for a long time. Maybe I'll be his brother-in-law in the future. Kong Tianzhao raised an eyebrow and glanced at Xianxia. Lu Tianyi and Lu Qi exchanged glances, then stared at Xianxia. Where's your sister? Ha 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 ha, my sister was here just now, but she ran away in fear. Let me tell you, it's lucky that she was here. The dragon turtle blocked the attack. Otherwise, Earth would have been finished. Xianxia was obviously talkative. Lu Qi suppressed his questions and listened. Suddenly, he remembered the giant's hell and hurriedly reminded Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi said faintly, there's no need. The Eternals aren't stupid. If they failed here, they'll retreat there. Lu Qi thought about it and agreed. He then looked at Xianxia with a smile. Young man, let's talk. For example, do you have a picture of your sister? Xianxia immediately took out his gadget. That's too much. Uncle, you must be Lu Yin's father. Yes, who is your father? Everyone calls him the Lightning Lord. Then the one you just called Uncle Kong? My sister's master. So it's the in-laws. Kong Tianzhao's expression remained calm as he looked at Lu Tianyi. I hope there will be a chance to spar. Lu Tian nodded. I have heard of the Thunder Master's name. When we become in-laws, there will be a chance. Kong Tianzhao frowned. Little Chen, don't mind what you say. Please forgive me if I offend you. I think this child is very passionate and reasonable. Kong Tianzhao raised his eyebrows. Was the Lu family lacking in daughters-in-law? In the Hell of the Giants, when Bai Wuxian retreated, the corpse god knew what was going on. She saw Celestial Battle Saint raise his golden staff, wood carving, and Mr. Daheng attack from all directions. On the surface of his body, all the sequence particles instantly disappeared. They didn't leave, but entered his body. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat as an invisible danger descended upon him. Be careful. Faced with the attacks of 3 sequence laws, the corpse god's fists collided, causing ripples to appear. Then, her arms suddenly swung to the side as if she was trying to break free from something. At that moment, Celestial Battle Saint, wood carving, and Mr. Daheng's attacks all stopped. Everyone watched as the void world spread out in all directions with the corpse god at its center. It felt as if a new spacetime had been created in this area. One after another, the giants' bodies cracked, including the Cyclops King and the mountain-back giant king. The two giant kings looked over in shock. Not good. The corpse god was trying to destroy the spacetime. Destroying spacetime was something that sequence law's powerhouses could do. For example, Big Sis was confident that she could destroy the Gord spacetime laws by destroying the Gord spacetime laws. Wood Carving used the Void Blade to sever the laws of the Void spacetime, destroying it as well. As one of the 7 sky gods, the corpse god's terrifying strength could definitely destroy spacetime. She didn't really want to destroy the Hell of the Giants, but she wanted to use it to block Celestial Battle Saint and the others' attacks. If Celestial Battle Saint and the others insisted on fighting the corpse god, then the Hell of the Giants would definitely be destroyed. This was a choice. The outcome would depend on whether or not the Six Paths Society should destroy the Hell of the Giants. The Hell of the Giants was very useful to the Six Paths Society, as it was a battlefield that could resist the Eternals. If it could be destroyed so easily, then there would be no need to create the endless battlefield. However, that also depended on the price. Destroying the Void spacetime was an exchange that could kill the captain of the True God Guard. Luin felt that the sacrifice of the Void spacetime was worth it, and he also felt that it was worth it to sacrifice the Hell of the Giants in exchange for the corpse god. It wasn't just Luin. Celestial Battle Saint and Wood Carving also felt that it was worth it, as long as they could destroy the corpse god. Celestial Battle Saint did not fear death and directly charged towards the Void World, wanting to pass through it alone and kill the corpse god. Wood Carving did not back down and followed suit. They had been so focused on destroying the corpse god that they had neglected the Cyclops King. The Cyclops King had finally seen hope of destroying the mountain-back giant king and allowing them to lead the Hell of the Giants. He did not want to be wiped out by the corpse god. If Celestial Battle Saint and the others fought the corpse god to the death, then the Cyclops King and the mountain-back giants would all die. At this juncture, how could the Cyclops King agree? He slapped at Celestial Battle Saint and Wood Carving from the side. The two were caught off guard and were forced back by the Cyclops King. Luin was furious and stepped backwards from another direction, punching at the Cyclops King to buy time for Celestial Battle Saint and the others to attack the corpse god. Unfortunately, it was too late. The Cyclops King's interference had given the corpse god enough time to leave. The corpse god did not look at Celestial Battle Saint and the others. Instead, he stared at Luin. "You will pay the price." With that, the corpse god left. In the distance, aside from the captain of the True God Guard, the rest of the Eternals had been left behind. Even so, the battle in the Hell of the Giants had not yielded any benefits other than killing Chim Kong. Luin was not a member of the Six Paths Society, and even though he had heard a lot, he still could not understand the Six Paths Society's hatred for Chim Kong. It could be said that killing Chim Kong had caused a greater commotion in the Six Paths Society than killing one of the 7 sky gods. Once news of this spread, countless members of the Six Paths Society would be deeply grateful to him, and his reputation would surpass that of most powerhouses. Now that the primordial space was in constant contact with the Six Paths Society, the Six Paths Society was deepening their understanding of the primordial space. Based on the primordial space's impression of Luin, he had first helped Lord Wei kill the witch spirit, then led a crusade to sweep through the endless battlefield, killing one Eternals after another. He had killed the captain of the True God Guard, and now, he had killed Chim Kong. The damage he had inflicted on the Eternals was far greater than what the Six Paths Society had done over the countless years combined. Luin had created countless legends in the primordial space, and now, his legend had begun to spread throughout the Six Paths Society. Of course, this was also related to the above heaven sex arrangements. Wang Wen was well aware of the importance of publicity. People's hearts were often confused by appearances. No matter how much Luin had done, it would be meaningless if no one knew about it. On the other hand, regardless of whether he had done enough or not, once everyone knew about it, it would be a great contribution. Wang Wen and Wei Rong were both experts at capturing people's hearts. Everything that Luin had done was magnified countless times and presented to everyone in the Six Paths Society. The world of nothingness slowly healed. Lu Yin's expression was gloomy as he looked at the empty space. There was a chance. They should have had a chance to stop the corpse god because of the Cyclops King. Mu carving appeared beside Lu Yin. There's no need to think too much. Since the corpse god dared to appear, she must have a backup plan. No one expected the Cyclops King to make a move. He can only be considered to have helped the corpse god hide a backup plan. Lu Yin understood this logic, but he still felt displeased no matter how he thought about it. Even if the corpse god had used up a backup plan, it would have been fine. For example, Lu Yin did not believe that the Eternals could use their divine power endlessly. No matter how much divine power the one true god had, it would not be enough. In Lu Yin's opinion, the more divine power was used, the greater the impact on the one true god. The heavens trembled as the Cyclops King continued to fight the mountain-backed giant king. They would not stop just because the Eternals had been defeated. This was the law of the spacetime. Where's Celestial Battle Saint? Lu Yin suddenly realized that the Celestial Battle Saint had disappeared. Could he have gone to chase after the corpse god? Mu Carving said, Celestial Battle Saint's main battlefield is not here. The corpse god has left, so there's no point for him to stay here. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity. He wanted to interact with Celestial Battle Saint and find a way to learn the surpassing battle technique. He had discovered that the surpassing battle technique was very compatible with things can be reversed when extreme. With a boom, the chain came crashing down, but Mu Carving casually shattered it with a slash. What are you doing? Take this opportunity to destroy the mountain-backed giants, the Cyclops King roared. Across from him, the mountain-backed giant king's expression was ferocious. Cyclops, even if I die, I will not die at your hands. The Cyclops King was pleased. You have no choice. Lu Yin looked over, his gaze cold. He was rather dissatisfied with the Cyclops King, but at this moment, he could only help him destroy the mountain-backed giant king. He could not possibly help the Cyclops King. Many cultivators from the Six Direction Association had died at the hands of the mountain-backed giants. Everyone knew that the mountain-backed giants were working together with the Eternals. If Lu Yin wanted to completely control the giants' hell, he would have to destroy the mountain-backed giants. The mountain-backed giant king and the Cyclops King were similar in strength, and neither could do anything to the other. However, when Mu Carving and Mr. Daheng took action, this balance was broken. Lu Yin watched from afar as the mountain-backed giant king was surrounded and killed. It was a very strange feeling. This was clearly the end of the road for an entire race, but the mountain-backed giant king did not seem to be sad at all. The other mountain-backed giants were not sad either. Instead, they felt relieved. The rest of the giants stopped, and the entire hell of giants watched as the mountain-backed giant king was constantly surrounded and attacked. His resistance grew weaker and weaker, and he was nearing death. If not for the Cyclops King's intervention, he would not have resisted at all. Finally, with a loud bang, the mountain-backed giant king's chain broke and scattered towards the hell of giants. Along with the broken chain was endless blood that splattered across the heavens and onto the faces of the many giants. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Many of the mountain-backed giants looked relieved, but the Cyclops were also ecstatic. The mountain-backed giant king glared at the Cyclops King before dying. You didn't kill me. You can't kill me, you'll never be able to kill me. Cyclops, you didn't kill me. The Cyclops Wang Qi stepped forward, wanting to deal the final blow to the mountain-backed giant. Woodcarving suddenly raised his blade and slashed at the Cyclops King. The Cyclops King was shocked and hurriedly dodged, glaring angrily at Woodcarving. What are you doing? Lu Yin passed through Woodcarving and arrived in front of the mountain-backed giant king, his infinite inner world appearing. I'll give you the final blow. His life is mine, little one. Get out of my way, the Cyclops King roared, wanting to charge over. Woodcarving raised his blade again and slashed at the Cyclops King. The Cyclops King roared angrily. The mountain-backed giant king watched Lu Yin's punch with satisfaction. He can't kill me in the end, ha 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 ha. Lu Yin stepped forward and unleashed 100 punches. There was a loud bang as the mountain-backed giant king's head shattered, and his huge body slowly collapsed. At the same time, Wang Jian and Xiaxia began to sweep through all of the mountain-backed giants. The mountain-back giants had to die within a short period of time, or else they would be reborn under the rules of spacetime. This was a terrifying curse. They had unlimited lives, but they were trapped in this spacetime and had to fight against the colossal giants. Who had set such a vicious sequence law for them? Luin looked at the mountain-back giant king's corpse, and the commander appointment platform appeared in front of him. It was time to appoint someone. He wanted to deal the final blow to the mountain-back giant king, not to help him. The mountain-back giant king had helped the Eternals kill so many people, so how could he help him? He just wanted to appoint someone. The commander appointment platform had not been expanded in a long time, and his opponents had always been the Divine Seal catalog. However, the top expert in the Divine Seal catalog was only Xianxia. Xianxia was no longer enough, and Luin urgently needed someone with sequence laws. The mountain-back giant king was a powerhouse with sequence laws, and even woodcarving was not confident that he could kill him in a duel. Such an expert would be of great help to Luin once he was appointed. The only problem was that he was afraid of backlash. Luin could still remember the pain of the backlash when he had tried to forcefully summon a half-ancestor during his first origin tribulation. Now that he was a half-martial ancestor, he might suffer the same kind of pain if he forcefully struck the mountain-back giant king. However, for the sake of the mountain-back giant king, he had to try. In my name, I appoint a general. It had been a long time since Luin had last called out a general. As he watched the mountain-backed giant king's image slowly appear on the platform, a loud sound suddenly rang out in his mind. It was as if something had exploded, causing him to feel dizzy. He had experienced this feeling before. It was the backlash he had received when he jumped ranks to attack a half-martial ancestor. As expected, if one used the strength of a half-martial ancestor to attack a sequence law powerhouse, they would also suffer such a backlash. Not only that, but the general appointment platform also shook, and the mountain-back giant king that had been imprinted on it seemed to come alive as it charged towards Luin. This was not the real mountain-back giant king, but rather a sequence law. Luin was now facing not only the backlash of the mountain-back giant king, but also the backlash of the sequence laws. Luin was now facing the backlash of not only the mountain-back giant king, but also the backlash of the sequence laws. Woodcarving hurriedly attacked, wanting to use its blade to cut through the sequence precepts. But there's still a portion of the sequence precepts swept past the blade, carrying with it the mountain-back giant king's resentment that had been accumulated over countless years as it charged towards Luin. This sequence law was extremely powerful, and even though woodcarving had blocked most of it, the remaining portion would still cause Luin serious damage. Left with no other choice, Luin released the space in his heart. The void world isolated him and weakened a portion of the sequence law. The remaining sequence law ruthlessly bombarded his body, and Luin felt as if he had been punched by the mountain-back giant king. Fortunately, he could still withstand the power of this punch. Luin smiled bitterly, as he had not expected the backlash of attacking a sequence law powerhouse to be so severe. Lu Bujing definitely did not know that Luin would be able to attack a sequence law powerhouse, and Lu Tianyi and the others would not have expected him to attack a sequence law powerhouse. There were very few sequence law powerhouses, and even during the era of the Daosor sect, it was hard to say how many sequence law powerhouses there had been in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Aside from the 9 mountains and 8 seas, the most powerful sequence law powerhouse had been Xianxia. None of them had ever been chosen, so it was possible for them to suffer a backlash when they ascended to godhood. However, Ancestor Lu Tianyi had already surpassed the 9 mountains and 8 seas, so how could he possibly suffer a backlash when he ascended to godhood? No one would have thought that a half-ancestor cultivator like Luin would actually be able to choose a sequence law powerhouse if he wanted to. On the platform, the mountain-backed giant king's brand had a sinister expression, and Luin could hear a roar that caused the entire platform to tremble. Luin forcefully endured the dizziness. Since he had already suffered a backlash, as long as it was not to the point where he could not endure it anymore, he would continue. Otherwise, he would have suffered for nothing. The brand grew deeper and deeper, and Lu Yin's dizziness grew heavier and heavier. The veins in his eyes were on the verge of collapsing. At that moment, the mountain-backed giant king's corpse suddenly shattered. At the same time, all of the mountain-backed giant corpses shattered as well. There was no flesh or blood left, and only specks of debris spread throughout the entire giant's hell. On the platform, the mountain-backed giant king's brand instantly vanished. Lu Yin's eyes widened. What the hell? Everyone stared blankly at this scene. They had clearly been corpses, but they had been shattered, so how could there not be any blood? There had been some during the previous battle. The Cyclops King was stunned, and he hurriedly looked down at his own body. It was true that he had flesh and blood, but how could the mountain-backed giant king have? The specks of debris that had spread throughout the giant's hell converged in one direction and finally appeared above where the mountain-backed giant king's corpse had originally been. They condensed into a screen of light, and on the other side of the screen was a starry sky. Two enormous forces were colliding, and they were the mountain-backed giants and the Cyclops giants. They saw the Cyclops King and the mountain-backed giant king, and they saw the same tragic scene as when they had first arrived in the giant's hell. However, the starry sky on the screen was different from the giant's hell. Within the starry sky, there were planets, people, and living creatures. As the two colossal giants collided, planets were shattered, living creatures were destroyed, and the starry sky was overturned. The screen shrank to a planet, and on it was a hellish scene. Countless people were howling as they were swallowed up by magma. Countless people were struggling on the brink of death, and countless people were fleeing for their lives. However, the starry sky was vast, and there was no way for them to survive. Any chain could pierce through the heavens, and any shockwave could shatter an area. Cries and cries for help resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone in the Second Legion looked at this familiar scene. Anyone who had fought in the starry sky would have seen such a scene before, and Lu Yin had seen it many times before. He had experienced countless wars, and he had seen countless people struggling to survive. This was especially true for the ordinary people who only wanted to live. They wanted to survive, but in the end, they were destroyed by some unknown attack. This was the cruel starry sky. The screen finally stopped on a little boy who was standing alone at the edge of a cliff, looking up at the starry sky. Below his feet was half a planet, and he was about to be swallowed up. Following the boy's gaze, they saw two colossal giants fighting. It was the Cyclops King and the mountain-backed giant king. The boy's eyes were filled with hatred and malice, and it caused everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. Why are you doing this? You can fight your own battles, but why do you have to destroy my hometown? Why are you implicating my family, my parents? You deserve to die, you bastards all deserve to die. I swear, if I can survive, I will make you suffer the pain of war for generations to come. I will make you beg for death, but you won't be able to. The boy's venomous oath resounded throughout the giant's hell, and everyone looked at the Cyclops King. The Cyclops King's eyes widened, and he stared at the screen with the same venomous hatred. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. It's him. He's the one who created this giant's hell. He's the one who made us suffer the pain of living forever. It's him. Lu Yin's gaze was calm, and on the screen, the boy leaped off the cliff. The screen then disappeared. Although it hadn't been long, it had shocked everyone, as they had personally witnessed a cycle of reincarnation. The colossal giants had destroyed the planet, and the only survivor had succeeded in his revenge. He had become the absolute powerhouse who had created the giant's hell, forcing the Cyclops and the mountain-backed giant king to fight each other for eternity. He had succeeded, and the joy of revenge made everyone's hearts heavy. Among all the cultivators, which one of them had never harmed the innocent? These innocent people were like karma. One day, it would fall upon them. Lu Yin closed his eyes and thought back to everything he had experienced. Had he ever harmed the innocent? Of course he had, but did he really know? Just like the Cyclops King, when they had fought, had they ever cared about this ant-like child? In the end, it was this child who had made them experience hell. Saruzin had proven the existence of karma, and the Lady of Fate had removed the harm by transferring karma. Lu Yin had fought many battles to reclaim the Fifth Mainland, and no matter how many high-sounding reasons he had, they could not make up for those who had suffered the pain of war. Lu Yin took a deep breath, but he did not regret it. If he had not done this, how would the Above Heaven sect have existed? How would there have been a crusade? What he had done had benefited humanity, and the karma that he had created would be borne by him. Inexplicably, he thought of the future he had seen in the Book of Destiny. Was that scene the karma that he had to bear? The void was shattered by a single punch, and the Cyclops King panted violently. He was filled with anger, and only now did he know the reason for the giant's hell's existence. It was no wonder that the rules of this spacetime had allowed him to fight the mountain-backed giant king. He hated the latter, and even if he was tired of living, he did not want to die at his opponent's hands. This person had taken advantage of their mentality and caused them to fight for so many years. The Cyclops King roared angrily. In the distance, all the Cyclops giants roared, their eyes bloodshot. They wanted nothing more than to destroy the spacetime. The Second Legion was silent as they watched the Cyclops giants vent their anger. Some of them did not sympathize with them, but rather saw a certain shadow in the Cyclops giants. It was the cruelest truth of the universe. Listen up, the Cyclops King roared. All the Cyclops giants looked over. The Cyclops King's eyes widened. Remember to clean up the battlefield in the future. Continue to destroy the planets that have been destroyed but still have living creatures. Tear apart the creatures that hate us. Tear apart all the creatures that oppose us. All of the Cyclops roared in response to the Cyclops King's declaration. Luin looked at woodcarving, and coincidentally, woodcarving was also looking at him. Luin then looked at Mu Xia, Wang Jian, Xia Zhen, and the rest of the Second Legion. The cultivators of the Second Legion all looked at the Cyclops with unfriendly gazes. How long, senior brother? Ask Daheng to cooperate. It won't take long. Leave the rest to the Second Legion. This might cause a huge uproar in the Six-Way Society. It doesn't matter. I, Luin, represent the Six-Way Society. A blade flashed past, and the Cyclops King felt a sharp pain in his back. He turned to see woodcarving descending and slashing down. The Cyclops King was shocked. Woodcarving, you want to kill me? Woodcarving did not say a word, and on the other side, Daheng attacked at the same time. The same scene played out again, but this time, the Cyclops King had been replaced by the mountain-backed giant king. Mu Xia and the others charged at the Cyclops. Kuwei was rarely so serious. These giants were inhumane, and it might have been a coincidence that the mountain-backed giants had cooperated with the Eternals. If the Eternals had found the Cyclops, then they could have cooperated as well. They could see this clearly. Neither the mountain-backed giants nor the Cyclops took the humans seriously. They were like the Eternals, another race that could attack the humans at any time. Since that was the case, then they might as well destroy them. Woodcarving, don't you want to stop the Eternals and the giants' hell? I've already removed the rules and can leave at any time. I'll join the Six-Way Society and help you deal with the Eternals. Do you dare kill me? I have a use for you. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Whether you live or die, you can be useful. The Cyclops King heard this and recalled the strange scene of Lu Yin killing the mountain-backed giant king. His heart chilled. It's you? You want to attack me? I have an agreement with the reincarnation spacetime and that Grand Empyrean. You can't attack me. No matter what the Cyclops King said, the wooden carvings didn't hesitate at all. With the experience of surrounding and killing the mountain-backed giant king, it would be even easier for them to surround and kill the Cyclops King now. Mr. Daheng silently cursed Lu Yin for being a madman. There were too many people like him in the universe, and if news of Lu Yin trying to kill him were to spread back to the Six Direction Society, it would greatly affect their reputation. How would they explain this to the other parallel universes of the endless battlefield? If the lips die, the teeth will feel cold. However, since Lu Yin had given the order, he would not reject it. Although it was dangerous to surround and kill the Cyclops King, woodcarving was standing in front of him. First, they destroyed the incorporeal spacetime. Now, they annihilated the Cyclops giant clan that had defeated the mountain-backed giant clan. Although the Crusade group had made great contributions to the endless battlefield, some things could not be avoided. But Lu Yin didn't care. At this point in time, he didn't need to care about anyone from the Six Direction Society telling him what to do. Moreover, just as Wang Wen had said before, there were some things that could be made known and publicized, but there were some things that the people below did not need to know too much about. The Cyclops King fought to the death, but he still could not escape the fate of being surrounded and killed by the Second Legion. Before he died, he cursed viciously. Guang looked exactly like that little boy. Lu Yin looked on calmly. You taught me that I should destroy any creature that has a grudge against me. After he finished speaking, he punched out. Just like how he had killed the mountain-back giant king, the Cyclops king also died at Lu Yin's hands. Afraid that there would be another unforeseen event, Lu Yin hurriedly appointed a general. With the previous experience, the Cyclops king's movements were much faster this time. Furthermore, he had endured the dizziness before, so he was prepared. Soon, the Cyclops king was appointed a general. Lu Yin stood shakily on the back of the caged Wyrm, retracted his battle platform, and let out a long sigh. He clenched his fists. Although it was a pity that he had not been able to appoint a general for the mountain-back giant king, the same went for the Cyclops king. With his current ability, he could only appoint one general at most, but that was enough. In the Giant's Hell, the Cyclops king had been killed by the Second Legion. It was not that Lu Yin was cold-blooded, but rather that these colossal giants had been fighting for countless years and were no longer normal creatures. Who knew how many tragedies they would cause if they were released? As for the Giant's Hell, to be honest, he had not considered this much before deciding to kill the Cyclops king. The three hells could not be left empty, and this place had to be controlled by the Six-Way Association. In that case, this place would be the front line for the Genesis space to attack the Eternals. Through the Giant's Hell, he would be able to reach the other two hells, and he would also be able to reach the Eternals' battlefield. Lu Yin had never been so close to the Eternals before. When it came to hell, it was hell. The death of the Cyclops king was different from that of the mountain-back giants. They had flesh and blood, and their corpses floated in space. In fact, if the Cyclops king died first, they would also turn into specks of light. This was the natural order. Lu Yin admired the person who had created the Giant's Hell. He had truly taken revenge on the colossal giants, but he had forgotten to ask how that person was doing. Perhaps the Cyclops king would know. The caged Wyrm spread its claws, pleased with itself. All the colossal giants had been dealt with. It no longer had any opponents, and it was also the largest in the entire spacetime. When it thought of this, it decided to bare its fangs and brandish its claws to make its presence known. With a roar, the caged Wyrm raised its head, startling many. "How's the First Legion?" Lu Yin asked. Someone reported there was a great battle in the Life Hell. The First Legion joined forces with the Grand Evolution Sacred City to suppress the Eternals. Lu Yin pondered for a moment and decided to go to the Life Hell to help the First Legion deal with the Eternals first. The end of this crusade was the three hells, and the entrance to the Eternals was just ahead. He didn't want to draw the only true God out. Just as the Second Legion was about to head to the Life Hell, a pillar of light appeared, connecting heaven and earth. It attracted everyone's attention. Then, a second and third pillar of light appeared, illuminating the Giant's Hell. Everyone looked at the three pillars of light that had suddenly appeared, not understanding what was going on. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. There were no sequence particles, so it wasn't a natural order. This was an effect of the outside world on this spacetime. Someone was about to enter. Wood carving was vigilant. The Eternals wouldn't let the Giant's Hell fail, but how would they have the strength to take it back? In the first pillar of light, the void split open, and a huge, strangely shaped creature struggled to twist its body out of the crack. It was about to descend into the Giant's Hell. It had 4 limbs and 6 eyes, and it looked like a wolf or a tiger. The caged Wyrm's bared fangs and brandished claws immediately disappeared, and a large one appeared. Lu Yin looked at the creature and blurted out, "The Star Devourer?" The creature that had suddenly appeared was the Star Devourer, which had participated in the Sovereign Tournament. This was because this astral beast, which devoured planets as its source of power, had 6 eyes. Lu Yin had a rather deep impression of this creature, even though it had long since been unable to keep up with him. The creature in front of him looked exactly like the Star Devourer, but it had been magnified countless times. There was no mistaking it, it was definitely the Star Devourer. The Star Devourer? What's that? Wood carving didn't understand, as the Hexagon Association had never seen such a creature before. Mr. Daheng and the rest stared at the pillar of light. Finally, the enormous creature emerged from the spatial crack. It shook its body, and all 6 of its eyes closed. The only thing that was different from the Star Devourer that Lu Yin had imagined was that its head, which was the center of its 6 eyes, was transparent. There was a tube inside that seemed to be flowing with something. Luin explained the Star Devourer's origins, and Mr. Daheng frowned. I think I've heard of this creature before. Wood Carving's tone was solemn. There are many strange creatures in the universe, but it's rare to see a creature that can grow by devouring planets. Luin stared at the Star Devourer. How many planets had it devoured? This creature was definitely not any smaller than the Cyclops King. Why had it appeared? I think I heard someone call out my name. Star Devourer. I used that name a long time ago. A low, hoarse voice rang out. It wasn't loud, but it echoed through the heavens. One of the Star Devourer's 6 eyes suddenly opened and turned around like a human. It stared at the Second Legion, especially Wood Carving. Are you calling me human? Why are you here, Star Devourer? Luin asked, drawing the creature's attention. The creature stared at Luin with its one eye open. I want the spacetime. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Did the Eternals send you? A smile appeared in the creature's eyes. You can say that. They said that if I help them seize a parallel spacetime, they'll give me enough planets to devour, at least one of them. Lu Yin's expression changed. Looks like it's the Eternals' outside helper. Wood Carving said the Hexagon Association has outside help, but so does the Eternals. They can't hold on any longer, so they called for help. This thing isn't easy to deal with. Mr. Daheng was apprehensive. If he could tell, then so could Luin. How could something that the Eternals had entrusted to them be easy to deal with? This creature's strength might not be any weaker than the 7 sky gods at their peak. Star Devourer rolled its eyes and stared at the Second Legion. Its gaze lingered on Luin, Wood Carving, and the others before finally landing on the Hellworm. It was clearly interested. Is this food prepared for me? Although I like devouring planets, I've also devoured many creatures. There are also many humans and many astral beasts. Delicious. The Hellworm was flustered and subconsciously retreated. Lu Yin's expression sank. Wood Carving slashed out without hesitation. At his level, he dared to slash out at anyone, and the chances of his opponent instantly killing him were very low. The blade flashed through the void and pierced through the pillar of light to strike the Star Devourer's body. Star Devourer's enormous body was forced back by the blade, and it stared at Wood Carving. Human, you're unreasonable. I didn't say that I wanted to eat you, but I've changed my mind. I'm going to eat you. With that, the creature bent its 4 limbs and exerted all of its strength. The void collapsed as its enormous body charged towards the Second Legion with an unstoppable momentum. Luin barked, Hellworm, ram. Crash? The Hellworm was horrified, but it still obeyed Lu Yin's orders and charged forward. At the same time, Wood Carving and Mr. Daheng attacked while Luin punched out. All of the progenitors attacked as well. In front of the Hellworm, the second battle group attacked Star Devourer. Star Devourer's eyes turned, and all of the attacks were strangely diverted in a different direction. It slammed into the Hellworm's body, causing it to howl as it was sent flying. The Hellworm had not reached the level of a sequence law, so it should not have been able to withstand Star Devourer's attack. After all, Star Devourer had been summoned by the Eternals to steal the giant's hell. However, Luin had never underestimated the Hellworm. This idiot had withstood the Thunder Lord's attack and had even been praised by the Forgotten Ruins god for its high defense. Luin did not believe that it would be killed so easily. Behind the Hellworm were the cultivators of the second battle group. Star Devourer stopped in place and looked over in shock. What a tough scalp. In the distance, the Hellworm finally stopped and shook its head vigorously. It looked at Star Devourer again with fear in its eyes. It could not crash into this big brother. It decided to flee. Lu Yin's words were useless. Wood Carving had already leaped high into the air and slashed down with its blade. Star Devourer's eyes turned, and this time, Luin saw it clearly. Sequence particles appeared in front of Star Devourer's eyes, transforming into a powerful attractive force that attracted Lu Yin's blade. Star Devourer's sequence law was attraction. Star Devourer opened its mouth and bit down on Wood Carving. Wood Carving pressed down on the hilt and slashed horizontally. Star Devourer's eyes turned again, but this time, it was unable to divert the blade. Mr. Daheng was frantically using the law of lightness, but his law of lightness had been diverted by Star Devourer. It was equivalent to blocking Woodcarving's path. Although Star Devourer had used a lot of sequence particles, it was difficult for it to be effective without preparation. The blade landed squarely on Star Devourer's mouth. What had been expected to be a successful attack shocked everyone. There was nothing on Star Devourer's mouth besides a red mark. It had used its mouth to block Woodcarving's attack. This attack had broken through formless spacetime and heavily injured Qin Kong when it clashed with the corpse god. Star Devourer had easily blocked it. Lu Yin's expression changed. It grows by devouring planets, and the toughest part of its body is its mouth. Attack its abdomen. The Star Devourer stared at Lu Yin. Human, don't casually reveal my weakness. It's not good. As punishment, I'll devour you. After saying that, the second I opened. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. During the Sovereign Tournament, he had clearly understood that the Star Devourer's power had undergone a transformation when it opened its eyes. Every time it opened an eye, its power would double, and it would be equivalent to a Corpse King transformation from the Eternals. When all 6 of its eyes opened, they would contain a terrifying might that could destroy all forms of power. Be careful, it has terrifying power, far above mine. Star Devourer was even more dissatisfied. Human, you seem to understand me very well. Is there someone similar to me in your spacetime? That's not good. I want to go to your spacetime and devour all of my kind so that no one will know my weakness. With that said, the 2 eyeballs spun to the sides as 2 sequence particles formed on both sides. One attracted Woodcut's attack, while the other attracted Mr. Daheng's attack. As for its main body, it charged towards Lu Yin in a bid to devour him. Lu Yin waved a hand, and the summoning platform appeared. With my blood, I summon the general. He had just summoned the Cyclops King, but now, he was using it. The Cyclops King appeared. It was relying on Lu Yin's power, but it could not use any laws since Lu Yin himself had not comprehended any sequence laws. However, the Cyclops King's body was covered in a black halo of a void world, which was the same as the void around Lu Yin's heart. The source of its power was the void around Lu Yin's heart, but this power was rejected by the current spacetime, forming a void world. Although it did not have any sequence laws, it could still cancel them out. The Cyclops King's physical body was extremely powerful. Star Devourer charged towards Lu Yin, but the Cyclops King opened its arms and hugged it. The 2 colossal beings competed in outer space. The Cyclops King retreated step by step. Star Devourer's head was pressed against the Cyclops King's body, and its 4 limbs exerted force as it continued to press forward. Even the Cyclops King could not withstand Star Devourer's power unless he used a sequence law. Lu Yin took this opportunity to take out the Young Darkness card. This was the only way he could think of to deal with Star Devourer. The Young Darkness card isolated the sequence laws, and once Star Devourer entered, it would be a battle of strength. Lu Yin did not believe that the few of them could not kill Star Devourer. Although Star Devourer was strong, he was at most at the level of the 7 sky gods. Mu Xia, Wang Jian, and Xiaxia did not interfere, as they did not have the strength to deal with the sequence laws. If they were touched by the sequence laws, it would cause unpredictable losses. The Cyclops King could not compete with Star Devourer in terms of strength, and Star Devourer had only opened 2 eyes. However, the Cyclops King could capture Star Devourer for a certain amount of time, which was what Lu Yin wanted. Lu Yin took out the Young Darkness card, and he stuck it to Star Devourer's body without any obstruction. Star Devourer was immediately sucked in. This attractive force was not the same as the laws that existed in the universe. It was more like opening a door to another spacetime. Star Devourer did not resist at all and allowed himself to be sucked into the Young Darkness card. The Young Darkness card was pitch black, and Mu Xia and Mr. Daheng appeared at the same time to attack again. They were also unable to use the sequence laws, so they would fight Star Devourer here. Suddenly, Lu Yin saw an inconceivable scene. Star Devourer's eyes spun, and then, the attracted sequence particle appeared. How was this possible? Young Darkness should be able to block the sequence laws, so why was it not working on Star Devourer? Mu Xia and Mr. Daheng were both pulled towards an unknown abyss by the sequence laws. Human, you don't understand me that well. I know about the Lost Tribe card, and I was deliberately sucked in by you. Look, the victor will be revealed immediately. Star Devourer's low voice was filled with pride. Although it had 4 limbs and 6 eyes and looked very strange, it was actually very shrewd. Luin had not expected that Star Devourer would not be bound by young darkness. Its sequence particle did not come from outer space, but rather from within its transparent head. This creature was too strange. Luin waved his hand and unfurled the wordless heavenly book, directly isolating Xianxia and Mr. Daheng from the law of attraction. Star Devourer was confused. Human, how did you do it? Luin did not waste any more words and left young darkness. Once they left, Star Devourer naturally left as well. He returned to the giant's hell and put away young darkness. Across from him, Star Devourer slowly opened its third eye. Luin took a deep breath. Retreat. This decision allowed Mr. Daheng to relax. Xianxia did not refuse, even though he was not willing to accept the giant's offer. However, against a monster like Star Devourer, they could not do anything for the time being. Furthermore, there were still 2 pillars of light, which were clearly a threat. If the subjugation team lost to Star Devourer, then even if they won, 2 more powerhouses would appear. This meant that the subjugation team would have to fight against 3 of the 7 sky gods at their peak. Luin was not confident. If the Eternals could lure 3 powerhouses to the giant's hell, then they might be able to lure them to the Genesis space as well. The subjugation team's results were enough to shock the 6 Directions Society, and they had achieved their desired effect. Xianxia stepped forward and slowly raised his blade to face Star Devourer, slashing out. Star Devourer's eyes darted around. This saber strike was Wu Yu, who did not hold back. He had unleashed all the sequence laws he could currently wield. Even Star Devourer had to be cautious. His 2 eyeballs law of attraction faced this saber strike head-on. However, this attack was only enough to make the second team retreat. Xianxia tore through the void, and Heldrake impatiently rushed in to leave the giant's hell. As Xianxia's blade fell, the blade in front of Star Devourer was constantly distorted. Humans, you're quite capable. If you were any stronger, I would be in trouble. Luin looked over. Senior, let's go. Xianxia stepped forward and arrived at the side of the torn void. He looked at Star Devourer again, his eyes filled with killing intent. Star Devourer stared at Luin and the others. Humans, don't run. Before he could finish speaking, Luin and Xianxia had already entered the torn void and returned to the Eternal Kingdom. In the life hell, Big Sis's first team had also received the news, and they had no choice but to return to the Eternal Kingdom to end the subjugation campaign. The subjugation campaign had lasted 11 months, and the results had been fruitful. More than 10 progenitor corpse kings had been killed, and more than a third of the parallel universes in the endless battlefield had been given the green light. The Eternals had no choice but to seek help from the powerhouses from the outside. Among the 7 sky gods, the Undying God and the Corpse God had both been heavily injured, and Bai Wuxian had also been forced out. It could be said that this subjugation campaign had truly stirred up the deathly still lake. Although they had paid a price, compared to the Eternals' losses, the cost of the subjugation campaign was negligible. In the Eternal Kingdom, Big Sis was dissatisfied. Why are you in such a hurry to retreat? It's too useless. Give me a little more time and I'll be able to break through the life hell. Luin was helpless. If the powerhouses from the outside get involved, even if the Eternals and the life hell are dealt with, the powerhouses from the outside will take over. Big Sis snorted. Then take care of them all. There are so many experts in the subjugation campaign. How many powerhouses from the outside are we afraid of? It's not like the Six Paths sect doesn't have the help of the powerhouses from the outside. I don't believe that the Eternals can find many of them. Luin naturally knew this, but he couldn't take the risk with the subjugation campaign. He had to figure out the situation of the powerhouses from the outside first. This time, the Eternals had launched a sneak attack on the Above Heaven sect. On the surface, it was for the sequence particle equipment, but in reality, they had attacked Earth and drawn out the experts under the Lightning Lord. Jiangchan and Jiang Qingyue were also in the Above Heaven sect at the moment. Luin could understand the situation of the powerhouses from the outside through them. It took a lot of persuasion to suppress Big Sis's desire for battle. After a short period of recuperation, the subjugation campaign returned to the origin space with the advance announcement by Wang Wen and the others. What greeted the subjugation campaign was endless cheers. They had indeed won the battle, and fought beautifully. Although there were some accidents in the process, it was fine as long as the result was good. This battle had displayed the might of the Above Heaven sect, and Lu Yin's reputation in the Six Direction sect had reached an unprecedented height. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I've been updating for the 3rd day in a row. Thank you. Suifeng has worked very hard. The boundless battlefield was like a millstone of life and death for the Six Direction sect. Even if the 3 great saints of reincarnation, time and space, and the great Empyrean joined forces, they had never heard of anyone being able to break through the boundless battlefield. But today, Lu Yin did it. He did the most appropriate thing at the most appropriate time and received the most appropriate reward. The moment he returned, Lu Yin immediately announced to the Six Direction sect that there would be another crusade against the boundless battlefield. This announcement ignited the blood of countless people in the Six Direction sect. They also hoped to return with a great victory amidst the cheers of countless people. The casualties of this crusade weren't that high. It was also the dream of countless cultivators to follow so many experts to participate in the war. It was imaginable that the scale of the Second Crusade would definitely surpass the first. As long as there is another great victory, the faith of the Six Direction sect will all belong to Taoist Master alone, Wei Rong said respectfully. Lu Yin sat in the main hall of the Heavenly Sect. Those who are fighting outside are having a hard time. Those who stay behind aren't having it easy either. Wei Rong bowed deeply. We are far inferior to Taoist Master who risked his life to fight. What about Jiang Chen and the others? They are still on Earth. Lu Yin stood up and left the Heavenly Sect, heading towards Earth. Zhu Ji's attack was blocked by the dragon turtle. Although Earth was suppressed by the aura of the Ancestor Realm, fortunately, it didn't suffer any substantial damage. A huge statue was erected in the square. A group of people surrounded the statue to express their admiration for Lu Yin. Far away, in a stylish coffee shop, Jiang Chen and Jiang Qingyue were sitting opposite each other. The dragon turtle was lying on Jiang Qingyue's shoulder dispiritedly, looking as if it would die at any moment. The crusade is back. Lu Yin should be here soon. Sister, are you nervous? Jiang Chen teased. Jiang Qingyue was a cold person, but she was always the center of attention. Right after Jiang Chen finished speaking, a man walked over and magically presented a flower to Jiang Qingyue. With a handsome smile on his face, he said, "Beautiful lady, this is for you." Jiang Qingyue didn't even look at it. The dragon turtle opened its mouth and yawned. Jiang Chen stirred his coffee and watched with interest. The man wasn't embarrassed at all. Obviously, he was very experienced in this kind of thing. He took out another flower. The previous one was a red rose, but this one was not a common flower. Beautiful lady, I personally planted this in the courtyard of my home in Jinling. It comes from the bustling island of the cosmic sea. The flowers of the secular world are not worthy of your beautiful face. Only this flower can show your true heart. The man was very particular with his words. His words revealed his background. Jinling was currently the most expensive place in the world. It could be said that every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. The fact that he was able to own a house with a yard and grow flowers in Jinling was quite remarkable. Especially since this flower came from the cosmic sea, it represented the man's ability. Regardless of wealth or influence, the man was impeccable. With this sentence, he was confident that he would be able to date many girls. The man looked at Jiang Qingyue with confidence and modesty. No woman would reject him. However, Jiang Qingyue still did not respond. The dragon turtle stared at the flower. Then, it opened its mouth and swallowed it. Jiang Chen laughed. The man looked at the bare flower path and was a little stunned. In his many years of experience, he had never thought that such a thing would happen. Just as he was about to get angry, the dragon turtle's voice rang out. Tastes average. Tui. The man's anger was immediately extinguished. He stared at the dragon turtle cautiously. A cosmic beast that could speak. This was not a product of Earth. It must have come from the universe. This woman was not simple. No wonder she ignored him. Thinking of this, the man smiled again. I'm sorry to disturb the beautiful lady. This meal is on me. Please don't take offense. After that, he smiled at Xianxia and returned to his seat. His actions were very elegant from beginning to end. Xianxia praised, this kid is not bad. He's handsome, has good eyesight, and can endure. Sister, why don't you consider him? Don't worry about cultivation. You know that Dad doesn't need you to consider that. Xianxia frowned and looked at Xianxia. When did you start talking so much nonsense? Xianxia rolled his eyes. Can't help it. Only an interesting soul can get the lady's love. Just a handsome appearance is useless. Well said, young Master Chen. The dragon turtle praised. Xianxia became more and more proud. Why are you smiling so happily? Luyin arrived. He was dressed plainly and looked like an ordinary person. Xianxia's eyes lit up when he saw Luyin. He pointed at the seat opposite him. Sit here. Luyin looked over. Beside Xianxia? Xianxia's gaze turned cold as she stared at Xianxia. If you continue like this, we'll spar for half a month. Xianxia was stunned. He smiled awkwardly. Sister, I was just joking. I'll sit. After that, he moved aside and sat next to Xianxia. Luyin sat across from him. Luyin sat down and looked at Xianxia. It's been a long time. Xianxia looked at Luyin and sighed. It has indeed been a long time. The last time we met, you gave me a gardener. Luyin smiled. You appeared just in time. Otherwise, I would have been in danger. Xianxia said grumpily, nothing good happens every time I meet you. Even so, I'm a person who repaid evil with kindness and saved your above heaven sect. Tell me, how are you going to thank me? Luyin really should thank Xianxia and the others. If it wasn't for them, above heaven sect aside, Earth and this space-time would have been destroyed. He had a lot of feelings for Earth. This meal is on me, Luyin said. Xianxia's eyes widened. I risked my life to invite Uncle Kong to help you defeat the Eternals, and you're only going to treat me to a meal? Luyin shrugged. As the son of the Lightning Lord, I don't think there's anything you'd like on my side. There's no need to be so formal. Xianxia scoffed. I can, but you're too shameless. What, do you want to go further down the path of stinginess? I heard that Tao Lord Lu is a money grubber. You're right. Since you know that, you should know that I'm being very sincere by treating you to this meal, Luyin joked. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Sister, I realize that I won't be able to go far down the path of a womanizer's brother-in-law. The dragon turtle moved closer to Luyin. Young Master Chen doesn't lack anything, but I'm different. Tao Lord Lu, I played a part in protecting Earth. If it wasn't for me, Earth would have been reduced to a flat surface. He was just joking. Luyin faced the trio with a solemn expression. On behalf of Earth, I, Luyin, would like to thank the three of you for your help. I will always remember this kindness. Xianxia looked at Luyin. We come from the parallel universe of Earth. Whether it's the Earth of this universe or the Earth of our universe, we'll help when we're in danger. You don't have to thank us. But there's one thing that I'm curious about. Why did the captain of the Eternal Race's true God Guards attack Earth? Speaking of this, Xianxia's expression turned serious as he looked at Luyin. Luyin had thought about it a lot before he came here, and he had a guess. I'll answer that question later. But I have a question here. I have a question, and I hope you can answer it. He looked at Xianxia. The Lightning Lord is in your universe, right? Xianxia nodded. That's right. Earth went through a catastrophe and my father rose to prominence. Because of his ability to travel through parallel universes, some parallel universes had a different flow of time, allowing my father to attain his current strength. If it wasn't for that, we would only be in an ordinary parallel universe of Earth. There wouldn't be a Lightning Lord. Do the Eternals know? Luyin asked. Xianxia was puzzled. Know what? Of course, they know that my father is the Lightning Lord. Luyin said, I mean, do the Eternals know that the Lightning Lord is in a parallel universe of Earth? Jiang Chen and Jiang Qingyue looked at each other. They should know about this. My father has fought with the Eternals for many years. They know us very well. I don't know, the dragon turtle suddenly interrupted. They all looked at him. The dragon turtle looked pensive and murmured, when I accompanied the old master to explore the parallel universe, he always used the name of White Cloud City. He never mentioned Earth. The old master was already at the ancestor realm when he fought with the Eternals. The Eternals couldn't gain the upper hand against the old master, especially when the old master came into contact with the Six-Party Society. The Eternals didn't dare to provoke the old master. After so many years, it wasn't the Eternals who fought the old master, but the experts who allied with the Eternals. They weren't humans. They only knew the old master's name, White Cloud City. They never had the concept of Earth. Jiang Chen was surprised. I see. My father never mentioned Earth to the outside world? Jiang Qingyue said, there's no need to. White Cloud City was built by my father. Compared to it, Earth is just a planet, our home. It doesn't represent anything in the universe. She then looked at Lu Yin, is there a problem? Lu Yin's expression was grave. As expected. It's getting closer and closer to my guess. He stared at Jiang Chen. When we first met, you said that you had the ability to travel through parallel universes. You also said that you were chasing a rabbit. That rabbit came into contact with the Lightning Lord and also obtained the ability to travel through parallel universes, right? Jiang Chen nodded, then grew impatient. What's going on? Just tell me directly. Don't beat around the bush. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Did you rely on an external object to travel through parallel universes? A bead, Jiang Qingyue answered. Lu Yin was serious. Aside from the bead, the Lightning Lord should have two other extremely powerful external objects from the same era as the bead. Eh? How did you know? Jiang Chen was surprised. The dragon turtle was also surprised. Even the old master didn't mention this to anyone when he was roaming the universe. Lu Yin took a deep breath. There was a person called Undying Yushan. He was the emperor of the Great Yu Empire of the Fifth Mainland. His true identity. Lu Yin told him about how Undying Yushan was controlled by the evil scripture and how he was searching for the three divine tools. The key point was the strangeness of Earth. Undying Yushan had his eyes on Earth and told Lu Yin about it before he died. It was at that time that Lu Yin thought of Jiang Chen and had his suspicions. Now, the eternal race had suddenly attacked Earth. What could Earth have? The only possibility was that Undying Yushan was searching for the three divine tools under the evil scripture's control. The Fifth Mainland's Earth definitely didn't have them. However, White Cloud City, where the Lightning Lord lived, was a different story. Lu Yin believed that the Lightning Lord's rise had something to do with the three divine tools, just like how he had the ability to use dice. Otherwise, no matter how talented an ordinary person was, it would be impossible for him to rise so quickly. The Eternals must be looking for the three divine weapons. Before this, the Eternals wouldn't have been able to find the three divine weapons even if they reduced Earth to a flat surface. But now that you've appeared and brought with you an expert who can kill the captain of the True God Guard, things are different. I'm guessing that the Eternals already know that the three divine weapons are in White Cloud City, a parallel universe to Earth. If the Eternals don't give up looking for the three divine weapons, they'll definitely target White Cloud City. Lu Yin voiced out all his guesses. His guesses weren't baseless. Otherwise, why would the captain of the True God Guard attack Earth instead of the heavenly sect? Earth was a strange place. Every once in a while, it would go through a cycle of extinction. Lu Yin still didn't know the reason for this. To cover up this fact, the Hidden Earth Society would attack planets with primeval surnames every once in a while to hide Earth's uniqueness. In fact, this situation had nothing to do with the primeval surnames. Lu Yin was more inclined to believe that it had something to do with the three divine weapons. Even the Eternals wanted the three divine weapons, but they had landed on Earth. This was enough to prove something. The evil scripture was also looking for the three divine weapons. They were the forces of the heavenly sect era. Jiang Chen's expression was grave. Lu Yin's guess was very likely true. If so, the Eternals would definitely target White Cloud City. The reason why White Cloud City was so carefree and the Eternals didn't want to kill Xianxia in the Sixth Mainland was because they didn't want to face the Lightning Lord directly. However, if the Lightning Lord had something they wanted and needed, it would be a different story. White Cloud City already had enemies. Once the Eternals attacked, they would be caught off guard. Thank you for the reminder, sister. I'll go back first, Xianxia said solemnly. Xianxia nodded. She knew that he had to go back and warn his father. Xianxia was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. He looked at Luin. Do you want to come with me to White Cloud City? Luin paused. Me too? The dragon turtle was helpless. The old master isn't here. Xianxia remembered. That's right. Father isn't here. What a pity. Otherwise, the Lightning Lord of White Cloud City and Lord Lu of the Heavenly Sect would be a wonderful story, murmured the dragon turtle. Xianxia gritted her teeth. She grabbed the dragon turtle and threw it to Xianxia. Xianxia took the dragon turtle. Sis, you don't need its protection anymore? Take him away. Xianxia was displeased. The dragon turtle shouted, Little Master, I won't say any more. I definitely won't say any more. Young Master Chen, please help me beg for mercy. I can't leave Little Master, or else Little Master will be in danger. Xianxia helplessly placed the dragon turtle on the table. I have to go back and remind Dad. Just bear with it for a while, sis. He left after saying this. The dragon turtle looked at Xianxia pitifully. It would be great if that Helldrake was half as smart as the dragon tortoise. Right, Helldrake. Did the Lightning Lord strike the prison dragon before? Xianxia took a sip of coffee. That's your mount? Louis nodded. Xianxia shook his head. I don't know. Louis looked at the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle shook his head as well. Although I've traveled with my old master, I wasn't always by his side. There are some things that Kong Tianzhao knows more about. Kong Tianzhao? The one who killed the captain of the True God Guard with a single strike. He's my old master's eternal rival. His sword is number 1 in White Cloud City. Although he lost to my old master many times, my old master once said that he's not as good as Kong Tianzhao in terms of sword purity. One day, Kong Tianzhao will reach the pinnacle of the sword, the dragon turtle said. Luin praised, there are so many experts in White Cloud City. The dragon turtle was speechless. More than your above heaven sect? It's not easy to become an ancestor. There weren't many people in my old master's generation. Moreover. It paused and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's tone was calm. My master killed his other master. Luin was puzzled. What do you mean? The dragon turtle sighed. There are similar people in parallel universes. My old master built White Cloud City in both parallel universes. Kong Tianzhao also had a person called Kong Tianzhao. In order to become an ancestor, Kong Tianzhao battled with his parallel universes in an attempt to break through. He did break through in the end. One of him killed the other and completed the transformation. Louis nodded. Although he didn't see the scene, he could imagine how tragic it was. He couldn't imagine how it felt to kill one's own self. The Six Paths Association is also a parallel universe, but I've never seen two people who are the same, Luin said. Xianxia looked up. There are too many parallel universes, and each parallel universe develops differently. The probability of the same person appearing is very low. That's what my father said. Luin didn't dwell on this point. He invited Xianxia to the Above Heaven sect as a guest, and since she wanted to continue her tour of Earth, he left. After Luin left, the dragon turtle lamented, Little mistress, you really won't be able to find a man like this. Can't you talk about romance? Xianxia ignored it. At this time, the man came over again with a gentle smile. Beautiful lady, sorry to disturb you again. Can I invite you to tour Nanjing? The dragon turtle looked up. We want to tour the Above Heaven sect. The man's face paled. Tour the Above Heaven sect? Was this turtle crazy? Was that even a place to tour? Even his father, who could sit down with Lord Zhou Shan and enjoy tea, wouldn't dare say that he could enter the Above Heaven sect, let alone tour it. Not long after Luin returned to the Above Heaven sect, someone from Lu Tianjing came to tell him that Madman Lu wanted to see him. Luin headed to Lu Tianjing and met with Lu Tianyi first. He wanted to see you half a year ago, but I suppressed it and waited for the patriarch to come out of seclusion. There's no need for you to meet him, but he's been getting crazier these past few days. Luin grunted, I'll go see him and see what he has to say. Even Lu Tianyi didn't want to deal with Madman Lu, so he had to wait for the patriarch to come out of seclusion. Not long after, Luin met with Madman Lu. Madman Lu grinned when he saw Luin arrive, you finally dare to come see me. Luin was indifferent. Why wouldn't I dare? Madman Lu sneered, you're the one who doesn't dare to meet me, and you're also the one who has no choice but to meet me. You're also a spy. Luin shook his head. This is Lu Tianjing, and no one will believe you no matter what you say. I'm a spy? That's the Six Paths Association's biggest joke. This is the Eternal's greatest scheme, Madman Lu growled. Luin stared at Madman Lu. The two stared at each other, but the madness in Madman Lu's eyes didn't diminish in the slightest. His tyrannical aura was stifling, and the chains rattled softly. You have divine power. Luin was shocked. How did he know? Madman Lu said, during the battle in the treasury, you saw me use the Corpse King transformation, so you were certain I was a spy. I also saw you use divine power. Since you can use divine power, how can you say you're not a spy? Luin clasped his hands behind his back. Humans are divided into good and evil, but power is not. Ha 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 ha, naive, power is not divided into good and evil? You've obtained the celestial eye and seen the sequence laws, yet you still say such laughable things. Some people's power comes from their thoughts, and divine power comes from the one true God's thoughts. Once you use it, you'll be affected by the one true God. It will drive you mad, make you kill, and turn you into a different person. You've used divine power before, so how can you not know? Are you still yourself? Luin frowned. Enough, what are you trying to say? If you want to threaten me, then forget it. Even if Patriarch Lu Yuan and the others know I have divine power, they won't believe I'm a spy. Madman Lu stared at Luin. You can't escape the one true God. Even if you're not a spy now, one day, you'll be affected by his power and become the greatest spy in human history. The higher you climb, the greater the damage you'll cause to humanity and the Lu family. How interesting, the person who the Lu family placed high hopes on, the person who can lead the family to glory, will ultimately push the Lu family into the abyss. Ha ha ha. Luin turned to leave. He thought this madman had something else to say. If he really wanted to expose that he cultivated divine power, then so be it. At worst, he'd make it clear to everyone. Divine power had always been a thorn in his heart. Back when he saw the future in the Book of Destiny, he believed he could change it. He wasn't a spy, so there was nothing he couldn't say. Don't you want to know who was the one who pushed the general appointment stage away and saved your life? Madman Lu shouted. Luin stopped and slowly turned around to look at Madman Lu. Madman Lu sneered. Do you know who it was? Do you want to know who it was? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Back then on the back battlefield, Madman Lu wanted to kill him with the general platform. At that time, he couldn't move, couldn't use any of his strength, and no one could save him. But at that moment, a hand with the power of time flowing on it tore through the void and pushed the general platform away, saving his life. Since then, Luin had always wanted to know who had saved him. That palm was truly a life-saving grace. Do you know who it was? Madman Lu's crazed expression disappeared. I didn't know back then, but I thought about it for a long time. Who could have saved me at that moment? Finally, I thought of it. He stared at Luin. That person isn't from our era. I thought back to the past and the present, and I thought of who that person was and the price he paid for that palm. I don't know why that person saved you and paid such a huge price, but kid, that palm isn't just for your life. There's more that you can never repay. You owe that person too much. He has sacrificed too much for that palm. Who was it? Luin shouted. Madman Lu laughed maniacally. Do you think I'll tell you? Do you think I'll believe that you know? Luin retorted. Madman Lu disdainfully said, "It's your business whether you believe me or not." Lu Ying stared at Madman Lu. Was this madman telling the truth? Reason told him that it was very likely, but he really wanted to know who that person was. That person had saved his life, but he couldn't find a clue even after many years. Lu Ying didn't want to let go of even the slightest chance. He still remembered that moment when he saw the scars on Lu Yin's palm and heard the words, "Is it worth it?" He couldn't tell if it was those two words, but those two words made his heart heavy. "Ha ha ha ha, kid, even if I told you that I was lying, would you believe me?" "Ha ha ha ha." Madman Lu laughed maniacally. Lu Ying stared at him coldly. "What are your conditions?" Madman Lu's face turned cold and he leaned forward, the chains rattling violently. "I don't want to be punished by that old bastard Lu Yuan. Even if I die, I want to die honorably. Kid, let's fight to the death. No one is allowed to interfere. If you win, I'll tell you who that person is before I die. Otherwise, you'll never know." Lu Ying was so angry that he laughed. "You want to fight me one-on-one? Aren't I courting death?" Madman Lu grinned. "You can choose the time. It can be now or any time you think you can defeat me. Actually, breaking through to the progenitor realm is a good opportunity. Do you dare?" Lu Ying turned and left, leaving behind Madman Lu's maniacal laughter. When he met Lu Tianyi again, Lu Ying brought up Madman Lu's conditions. Lu Tianyi's face turned solemn. "Are you sure?" Lu Ying nodded. "Who is that person? I really want to know." "He has already been confirmed as a spy. Once you fight to the death, he might use his corpse king transformation and god force. The reason why I could defeat him so easily was because he didn't dare to use those powers in that situation. He was prepared to be taken away by me, but a fight to the death is different," Lu Tianyi reminded. Lu Ying said solemnly, "I'm sure. Don't worry, ancestor. I won't fight him without absolute confidence. I'll take all the circumstances into consideration." Lu Tianyi looked deeply at Lu Ying. "My Lu family's children are not afraid of death. Since you've decided, the family will fully support you. Before the fight to the death, the family won't punish him." This was Madman Lu's goal. Lu Ying knew what Madman Lu was thinking, but he had indeed grasped his weakness. Was it worth it? What did that person pay? At the Void God spacetime border, outside a new inn, a figure walked out. "This is the place? What a strange place." Soon, the door opened, and a figure walked in, throwing out 3 corpses. They were half-ancestor corpse kings. Everyone in the new inn looked at the newcomers. When the guests saw the corpses of the 3 half-martial ancestor corpse kings, they were all shocked. To them, a half-martial ancestor corpse king was an expert that was beyond their reach. The woman with heavy makeup walked over and carefully looked at the corpse on the ground. Her gaze fell on the person who had come. She revealed a charming smile, but her eyes were vigilant. "May I ask what is the meaning of this?" "My name is Shan, and I'm from the Above Heaven sect. This is the condition that our Lord Lu has agreed to, 3 half-ancestor corpse kings." It was Master Shan, as there was no need for Lu Ying to personally make a trip to the new inn. He already knew what he needed to know, and he had only asked Master Shan to settle the karma of the new inn. The woman looked upstairs. Chohua walked down the stairs and stood in front of Master Shan. "Master Lu has fulfilled his promise. Please send my regards to Master Lu on behalf of my new inn." Master Shan nodded and prepared to leave. "Oh right, old chump is dead. Please help us pass the message to Master Lu," Cho reported. Master Shan did not know who the old man was. He was just fulfilling his promise. Return. When he arrived at the Above Heaven sect, Master Shan passed Chohua's message to Lu Ying, who had not expected the old man to actually die. This should have nothing to do with the new inn, as Chohua was not someone who would go back on his word. Old Chump had already learned of the 100 Styles clan's enmity, and he knew that he would never be able to kill Chen Lu for revenge. He had already done everything he could, and there was no place for him in the new inn. Death might be the best release. "Thank you for your hard work, Master Shan. It's my honor to be able to share your burdens." For the next period of time, the Above Heaven sect was very quiet. Even the Six Direction Society and the Endless Battlefield were very quiet. The Eternals did not take any revenge, and the giant's Hell-Star Devourer seemed to be sleeping. Even when Luin sent people to keep an eye on it, there was no movement. Now that Ultra Space belonged to Luin, no one had any objections. Luin moved the back garden to Ultra Space and assigned some experts to protect it. At the same time, he had Wang Wen sort out the power that Ultra Space could use. Whether it was the carrier of the feed technique or the energy source, they were all necessary to ensure that Ultra Space could become one of the 6 direction societies. Luin wanted all of these cultivation techniques. The Dimensional Master was dead, Yufeng was dead, and Bai Qian was missing. Everything pointed to disaster. Now, Luin handed Ultra Space over to Yiran. It was ironic, as Luin had personally thrown Yiran into the abyss and made her his mascot for so long. Now, he was throwing her to manage Ultra Space. There was no other choice, as no one was more suitable than her. Yiran had never dreamed that she would one day be able to return to Ultra Space and sit on that staircase. At the bottom of the staircase, Uncle Mo was even more excited. He had never thought that he would be able to protect Yiran one day. The two were silent for a long time. In the past, everything they had had came from the Dimensional Master, but now, it all came from Luin. This person had clearly tricked them, but now, he was their master. Yiran's thoughts were complicated, and she thought about many things. There was resentment, anger, and panic. She hated Luin for taking her from the heavens to the abyss, and now, he had brought her back from the abyss. However, no matter how much she hated him, she did not dare to show it. All of this had been given to her by that man. He had toyed with her in the palm of his hand. Ultra Space's misfortune did not cause any waves in the Hexagon Society. The Dimensional Master had died, so logically speaking, there should be a parallel universe that would replace Ultra Space as one of the Hexagon Societies, but no one mentioned it. In the past, anyone who wanted to abolish or promote one of the Hexagon Societies would need the approval of a Grand Empyrean. Now, many people in the Hexagon Society were thinking about this problem. Should they look for the reincarnation spacetime or the Sky Sect? Soon, half a year passed. During this time, Luin was very calm, and the only thing he was looking forward to was the star essence that the four-way balance had calculated. Of course, it had not been delivered yet, but it was an enormous amount that would stun even Luin. It would definitely bring about some changes to him. On this day, Wuda arrived outside the Sky Sect to listen to a subordinate report on recent events. Right, what about that youth who wanted to be apprenticed? How is it? He still remembered that there had been a youth who had come from the reincarnation spacetime who had wanted to be apprenticed to Tao Lord Lu. However, that youth had never cultivated before, and Wuda had believed that it would be impossible for him to succeed. However, Tao Lord Lu had asked Wuda to keep an eye on that youth because he had received him. Wuda had kept an eye on the youth for 3 years and then left the last 2 years to his subordinates. He had never slacked off, and every time he came to the Sky Sect, he would ask about the youth. It had already been more than 5 years. The subordinate reported, "He's still here, and he hasn't given up." Wuda nodded and thought for a moment. "Let's go take a look." Not long after, Wuda arrived at a spacecraft. Because the youth had no cultivation, he could only stay inside the spacecraft and face the Sky Sect. He respectfully kowtowed and begged to be accepted as a disciple by Luin. He did not know if Luin knew of his existence, but this was all he could do. As long as there was a chance, he would not give up. So many people were kneeling outside the Sky Sect, begging to be apprenticed to Luin meant that there was a chance, even though not a single person had succeeded. "How much longer will you last?" Wuda walked over to the youth and squatted down to look at him. The youth was resolute. "As long as I don't succeed, I won't get up." Wuda sighed. "Actually, this is useless. Master Lu doesn't even know of your existence." The youth did not give up and continued to kneel. Wuda was curious, just what was it about this youth that had attracted Master Lu? He did not know that Master Lu had been watching him this entire time. As long as he could persevere, he would definitely soar. In reality, many people hoped to know the results before doing anything, but that was just wishful thinking. If someone knew that their efforts would definitely lead to success, then it would be completely different from working hard with a confused mentality. If someone knew that they would definitely make money by gambling, then they would risk their lives to gamble. If someone knew that they would definitely make a fortune by learning a certain skill, then they would still learn it no matter how much they disliked it. This was the benefit of knowing the results first, but it was just wishful thinking. Who could know the results first? Countless people walked this path, and only those with a strong will and luck could succeed. This was what separated people from each other. However, this youth already had a result. From Wu Da's perspective, being noticed by Master Lu was a result. As long as this youth persevered, he would definitely become Master Lu's disciple. To be honest, Wu Da was envious. If he had known that Master Lu would one day reach such heights in the Astral Combat Academy, then even if they were classmates, he would have knelt in front of Master Lu and begged him to be his master. No, he would have sworn brotherhood with Master Lu. Wu Da sighed. Then continue. I hope your perseverance is meaningful. If this youth gave up, Wu Da did not know if he would feel sorry for him. He definitely would. Just as Wu Da was about to leave, a woman walked in and looked at him calmly. This glance caused Wu Da's entire body to turn cold. He had never felt this way before. It was as if this woman was the master of his life and could decide whether he lived or died at any time. It was not that he had never experienced life and death in the universe, but he had never felt this way before. This woman carried an indescribable dignity as she slowly walked over. Wu Da stood in place and did not move. He just looked at her. She glanced at him. Leave. Wu Da did not dare to refute and quickly lowered his head to leave. At that moment, the void in front of him rippled, and a figure walked out. Wu Da stared blankly, then became overjoyed and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Pathmaster. The newcomer was Luin, and the woman was the reincarnation spacetime Xiaolan. Even though the woman had not attacked Wu Da had felt that his life was in danger and had been terrified. Now that Luin had arrived, he was completely relieved. Luin glanced at Wu Da and then at Yaolan. You've come to the Above Heaven sect. Is it appropriate for you not to greet me? Yaolan did not expect that Luin would still be able to sense her even though she had already concealed her aura. She took a deep breath and bowed slowly. Greetings, Master. Lu. Wu Da's courage grew as he looked up at the woman. What a beautiful woman. However, if Master Lu was able to say this, then this woman could not be a progenitor, right? Thanks to my brothers for their support, I'll continue to update. It's been 4 days since I've started to update. Not far away, the young man kneeling on the ground looked at Luin and said excitedly, Master Lu, you are Master Lu. Please accept me as your disciple. I beg you. Luin looked at the young man. At this time, Yao Lan's face changed. She hurriedly blocked Lu Yin's sight and said politely, Master Lu, Tuo Lin is rude. Please let me go. I will take him back to the reincarnation spacetime and discipline him strictly. He will not disturb Master Lu again. Luin looked at Yao Lan. No, I think he is very good. The young man named Tuo Lin was even more excited. He knelt and kowtowed, please accept me as your disciple. Yao Lan shouted, Tuo Lin, shut up. Luin frowned, Yao Lan, are you here to trouble me? Yao Lan's face was ugly, I dare not. I just don't want Master Lu to blame Tuo Lin. His ancestors have made great contributions to mankind. Please let him go this time. Luin laughed, he came to worship me as his master. What's there to blame? Yao Lan said, this child, Tuo Lin, has no cultivation at all. At such an old age, he has long since lost the possibility of cultivating. Even so, he still wants to become Master Lu's disciple. He simply wants to throw away Master Lu's face. Thus, after I found out about this, I specially came here to bring him back. Yao Lan's words made Tuo Lin's face gloomy. He did not cultivate and could not cultivate, but he wanted to. No one in the reincarnation spacetime could help him. He saw hope in Luin during the battle at the tea party. Master Lu was young, but he created a miracle and became the most prominent person in the six-party society. How could he do it? Since he could do it, maybe he could help him create a miracle. So he came. Master Lu, no one in the reincarnation spacetime can help me cultivate, so I came here to beg Master Lu to help me. I really want to cultivate. Tuo Lin begged and kept kowtowing. He was just an ordinary person, but he kowtowed so hard that his forehead was bleeding. Yao Lan frowned. Tuo Lin, let's go back first. Tuo Lin ignored her and kept kowtowing. His blood gradually dyed the ground red. Wu De sympathized with him, but he had no right to speak here. Luing put his hands behind his back. Tuo Lin, right? Tuo Lin looked up. He was dizzy and his face was pale. He staggered and almost fell. Yes, my name is Tuo Lin. How long have you been kneeling here? Tuo Lin's mind wasn't very clear due to the excessive blood loss, but he still insisted on not letting himself faint. 5.5 years. Not much. I will continue to kneel here as long as Master Lu accepts me as his disciple. Yao Lan said in a low voice. Tuo Lin, stop talking. Come with me. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Alright, I'll accept you as my disciple. Tuo Lin was stunned as he looked at Lu Yin. You said you would take me as your disciple? Yao Lan looked at Lu Yin anxiously. Master Lu, please reconsider. This child will never be able to cultivate, and he will only embarrass you if he becomes your disciple. Please allow me to bring him back to the reincarnation spacetime. The reincarnation spacetime will be eternally grateful. Lu Yin felt strange. It's just a child. Why are you so grateful on behalf of reincarnation spacetime? Yao Lan hurriedly said, this child's ancestor has made great contributions to the human race. The great Empyrean has instructed that the descendants of this lineage should spend the rest of their lives in the reincarnation spacetime and not participate in cultivation. Master Lu, for the sake of the great Empyrean, please let me take him away. Lu Yin was indifferent. The great Empyrean has no face in front of me. Yao Lan's heart sank. She knew that the Lu family's relationship with the great Empyrean. The relationship between the great Empyreans was bad, but she didn't expect it to be so bad. Lu Yin didn't give them any face at all. I said I would accept him as my disciple. Tuo Lin, come and pay respects to your master. Lu Yin said lightly. Tuo Lin stood up shakily. He had long lost his strength, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. He saw the world spinning, but even if he had to crawl to Lu Yin. Tuo Lin slowly walked past Yao Lan. If possible, Yao Lan wanted to grab him and leave, but it was impossible. This was the above heavens sect, and Lu Yin was standing in front of her. She couldn't do it. Even if she wanted to take this boy away, Lu Yin had to agree. Otherwise, she could only watch. It was less than 10 meters away. Tuo Lin walked for a minute, dripping blood along the way, but he still came to Lu Yin, knelt down, and kowtowed again. Tuo Lin greets master. Yao Lan gritted her teeth. Master Lu, please. Lu Yin did not allow her to speak. He lowered his head and looked at Tuo Lin. You can be considered my first official disciple. From now on, you are my disciple. Ku Wei had become Lu Yin's disciple as a lockbreaker, so he could be considered half a disciple. Tuo Lin, on the other hand, was his first disciple. Lu Yin might not have accepted this boy as his disciple, but Yao Lan's attitude was very strange. He wanted to see how the reincarnation spacetime would react, and he also found it strange that this boy seemed to have some secrets. Tuo Lin kowtowed fiercely, and it was considered a success. After kowtowing 3 times, he fainted. Wu De looked at Tuo Lin with envy. This boy would soar into the sky from now on, and there would be few people in the origin space who had a higher status than him. He did not know why this boy had attracted Master Lu's interest, but since he had attracted a progenitor from the reincarnation spacetime, he probably had some background. Yao Lan watched helplessly, unable to stop it. When she saw Tuo Lin faint on the ground, she looked at Lu Yin. Since things have come to this, I ask Master Lu to treat this child well. Regardless of the relationship between the origin space and the reincarnation spacetime, I hope Master Lu will not be biased against him. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Lu Yin was indifferent. Yao Lan was helpless and left. Lu Yin's indifference and overbearingness made her uncomfortable. As the above heaven sect grew stronger, this person also became more overbearing. When had the Six-Way Society ever been so aggrieved? After Yao Lan left, Lu Yin looked at Wu De. You've worked hard during this period. Wu De quickly bowed respectfully. It's my honor to be able to work for the Pathmaster. I will do my best. Lu Ying grunted and left with Tuolin. Looking at the empty spacecraft, Wu De felt as if he had been in a dream. In the dream, an progenitor from the reincarnation spacetime had been scolded like a dog by the Pathmaster and had run away. When he looked again, the boy was no longer there. This was not a dream. From now on, there would be a lord named Tuolin in the origin space. In the above heaven sect, Lu Ying brought Tuolin back and examined him. His expression was strange. It was not that this boy did not cultivate, but that he could not cultivate. The meridians in his body were fake. What was going on? It was like he was just a shell. A clone? No, it should not be a clone. Then what was it? Lu Ying invited various progenitors to examine him, so perhaps some of them knew. However, no one knew what was going on with Tuolin. In the end, Lu Ying thought of someone, Senior Xianxia. He asked him to use tracing back to time to find the source of this boy's problem. How do you know that tracing back can do this? Xianxia was surprised. He had only told Lu Ying to use tracing back to time to find a certain time, but Lu Ying had asked him to do something different. Tracing back to time was indeed possible. Lu Ying told Xianxia about how Mr. Mu had used tracing back to time to help him learn the plan's secret art. At the time, Lu Ying did not know how Mr. Mu had done it, but now he knew that it was tracing back to time. He had used the Su family's bloodline to find a time when he could see the chessboard, allowing an outsider like Lu Ying to enter that time to learn the plan's secret art. As Lu Yin's cultivation increased, he gradually understood many things that he had not understood before. However, the universe was too vast, and there were still many things that could not be explained even by progenitors. Otherwise, the primogenitors would not have disappeared. Even Lu Tianyi did not know what had happened to Bai Xianer. Senior Xia's tracing back to time was far inferior to Mr. Mu, but it was not impossible to find Tuolin's problem. Yi Bo has been dealt with. By you. I'm looking for the next target of tracing back to time. This boy is suitable, but I don't know how long it will take. As Xia spoke, he walked in front of Tuolin, and a dark relic appeared. This was the main dark relic that Senior Xia had placed in the trunk of the mother tree to use tracing back to time. After Yi Bo had been dealt with, this dark relic had naturally appeared. Senior Xia had not displayed much of his strength in the endless battlefield's subjugation battle. Ordinary progenitors were not needed for him to display his strength, and sequence law powerhouses did not need him to face them. As a result, even after this dark relic had returned, Lu Ying had not seen his true strength. Senior brother, if you reach the sequence law level, what will it be like? Lu Ying was looking forward to it. Xia laughed. Why don't you look forward to what junior brother Qingping will be like? It should be soon. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Senior brother Qingping is still in the endless battlefield? Xia nodded. I can confirm that he is in the endless battlefield. As for which spacetime he is in, I don't know. In the past, Master told us not to be anxious and to cultivate slowly. However, it is different now. Junior brother, your cultivation speed is so exaggerated that junior brother Qingping must be under pressure. Lu Ying smiled bitterly. I have no choice. Senior brother Qingping has just broken through to half progenitor. There is no need to be anxious. Xia shook his head. Although Master Sect was harmonious, it did not mean that there was no competition. This junior brother's talent had suppressed Qingping to the point that he had no choice but to enter the endless battlefield. Xia was the same. Even Senior Xia could not ignore this. Qingping had to break through. It could be considered as protecting his dignity as a senior brother. The dark relic slowly floated above Tuolin's head. The surrounding void distorted, causing time to change. Images constantly flashed past. Lu Ying was not unfamiliar with this scene. He had seen it many times in the past. Now that he could chase after time and reverse it, he naturally understood it even more clearly. However, the mighty power of time was vast and boundless. What they came into contact with was just a drop in the ocean. With time as the carrier, countless battle techniques and cultivation techniques appeared. Old ancestor Tianyi guessed that Bai Xianer's technique might also be related to time. Luin slowly walked out and looked into the distance. He was very envious of seeker tracing. This battle technique was very suitable for him. What a pity. He took a step forward and came to the side of the cauldron. He raised his hand and pressed it on the cauldron. A tree branch stretched out and touched Lu Yin's hand cutely. He ran left. Are you lonely? Lu Yin could feel the little sapling's emotions and asked with a smile. The little sapling rubbed the back of Lu Yin's hand, feeling wronged. Lu Yin smiled. Alright, I will find another person to play with you. The little sapling's green leaves directly stood up. It was happy. Soon, more than 10 days passed, and the relic floating above Tuo Lin's head suddenly rotated. The distorted void spread horizontally and countless images appeared, forming ripples that spread out. Musia's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at the relic. It sometimes condensed and sometimes disappeared as if it was being dragged by time. The distorted images flickered around, and suddenly, the same person appeared in all the images. It was an old man who opened his eyes and looked at Muxia. Master Lu, please come over. I'm Xixing. With a whoosh, the space returned to normal, and Lu Yin stepped in. Senior brother? At this time, Tuo Lin woke up and looked around blankly. He saw Muxia staring at him. Who are you? Lu Yin came to Muxia's side. Tuo Lin was excited and quickly got off the bed to kowtow. Disciple Tuo Lin greets master. Lu Yin casually threw Tuo Lin back. Rest well. I'll see you when you recover. Tuo Lin respectfully replied, yes, disciple will listen to master. Lu Yin and Muxia went out. Muxia's face was solemn. I just saw a person, one of the 9 saints of reincarnation spacetime, Xixing. Lu Yin was surprised. Xixing? This young man is related to Xixing and has his bloodline. He invited you to reincarnation spacetime for a chat, Muxia said. Lu Yin nodded. He did not expect Tuo Lin to be related to Xixing. Among the 3 saints, Empyrean Saint Battle was recognized as the strongest and could fight alone. Xixing was the most mysterious. No one had ever seen him fight, but no one dared to ignore him because he was the oldest. Not even Empyrean Saint Battle was older than him, and he was the only one who could drink tea with a Grand Empyrean at any time. Xixing was the most unique person in reincarnation spacetime. That fearless spirit was something that Lu Yin cared about even now. He had faced Xixing in reincarnation spacetime and had a deep impression of this old man. In that case, I should go and meet him, Lu Yin said. Muxia frowned. This Xixing gives me a very unusual feeling. Be careful and ask senior brother Muxia to accompany you. Lu Yin nodded. If necessary, I will. In reincarnation spacetime, Lu Yin came again, but this time it was very secretive. No one except Xixing knew. Xixing's location was one of the most secretive places in the reincarnation spacetime. Even the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages did not know about it, but an outsider like Lu Yin had actually come. Xixing's location was very ordinary and there was nothing special about it. He was like an old man with 1 foot in the grave, planting flowers and raising grass. He lived alone in a thatched cottage, giving others the feeling that he was waiting for death. Even so, Lu Yin had a feeling that this old man was far from dying. Or rather, it seemed like it would be very difficult for this old man to die. He clearly gave people the feeling that he could die at any time, but at the same time, there was a contradictory feeling that he couldn't die. Lu Yin couldn't help but open his heavenly eye and stare at the cottage. Xixing walked out of the cottage and looked at Lu Yin with a gentle smile. Master Lu, I'm just an old man, and I don't have any offensive abilities. There's no need to use Senior Wu Tian's celestial eye. Lu Yin landed 100 meters away from Xixing. Is Tuo Lin your descendant? Xixing said, let's talk inside. There's no need for that. Let's just do it here, Lu Yin said. Xixing nodded. There was no table, just a stone, and they sat on the ground with boiling tea in the middle. Xixing didn't pay much attention to pouring tea for Lu Yin, and Lu Yin didn't pay much attention to it either. Someone once taught me the way of tea, but I'm not even 1% of that person. Otherwise, I would be able to brew a cup of tea that Master Lu will never forget. Xixing sighed, picked up the teacup, and politely handed it to Lu Yin. Lu Yin took it. Do you like tea? I also have people who can brew tea that you will never forget. Xixing laughed. Master Lu, this isn't the first time we've met. You've seen me during the reincarnation tribulation. Luin took a sip of tea and asked casually, is Tuolin your descendant? Yes. Why did you want to see me? Please release Tuolin, Master Lu. Luin looked at Xixing. Do you think I want to borrow him to do something to your reincarnation spacetime? Xixing shook his head, of course not. Master Lu doesn't understand Tuolin. Not to mention Tuolin, even I can't satisfy Master Lu's resentment towards the Grand Empyrean. Luin looked up, I've already accepted him as a disciple, so I'll treat him as a disciple. It has nothing to do with the reincarnation spacetime. I can't harm a child who doesn't even have a cultivation base. Xixing sighed, although the Lu family is overbearing, they have a bottom line. I naturally know this, but Tuolin really can't cultivate. It's not that I'm afraid Master Lu will harm him, but if even Master Lu can't make him cultivate, then this child's heart will die. Luin was puzzled, why can't he cultivate? Some things will affect the source of the bloodline. My bloodline sacrificed itself, so all of my descendants have no bloodline to cultivate. Xixing sighed. Luin looked at Xixing, so, I'm asking why he can't cultivate. Xixing and Luin looked at each other, Master Lu, have you heard of Kua? Lu Yin's eyes flashed, the legendary realm above the primordial realm? Xixing calmly asked, did Ancestor Lu Yuan tell you? Luin was shocked, is there really a realm above the primordial realm? He had only guessed. Big Sis had said that the realm above the progenitor realm was called the primordial realm. This word reminded him of the 9 words in the Mirage domain. Ascending to the primordial realm, crossing Kua, obtaining eternal life. Although these 9 words didn't explicitly say that it was a realm, it should be similar. So it was true. He hadn't asked Ancestor Lu Tianyi about it. If they wanted to tell him, they would have done so long ago. They didn't want to affect his path. Xixing took a sip of tea. Kua represents a person's transformation. Ordinary cultivators think that reaching the progenitor realm is the peak, but in reality, reaching the progenitor realm is just the peak of the cultivation realm. They are still human, a person with flesh and blood and emotions. Only by crossing Kua can they transcend and become a different kind of life form, not limited to the human race. I am helping the Grand Empyrean cross Kua. I sacrificed myself and my descendants to help the Grand Empyrean cross Kua. Luin was puzzled, how? Xixing shook his head, if I knew, I wouldn't be in the progenitor realm. Kua represents a person's most selfish desire, and this desire is magnified countless times. This is something I've heard before. Thus, everyone who crosses Kua is a madman, including the Grand Empyrean. The Grand Empyrean's wish is to deal with the only true God, which becomes a natural moat for her to cross Kua. Because of this, she always thinks about herself. What Lu family? What spy? Nothing is within her scope of consideration. She is willing to sacrifice everything to satisfy her selfishness and greed. Once she crosses Kua's greed, she becomes another life form. I've never seen such a life form before. Perhaps she is still human, or perhaps she is not human. Luin frowned. Selfishness magnified countless times? This was Kua? Everyone who crosses Kua was a madman? However, in their own eyes, they are not wrong. Xixing looked at Luin, Master Lu, in the future, you will also cross Kua. Luin looked at Xixing, are you saying that I will also become a madman? Xixing's gaze was complicated, humans are creatures, and as long as they are creatures, they cannot escape their desires. No one is an exception. Even those who disregard life and death have their own desires. Kua is to overcome this desire. What is Master Lu's desire? Luin laughed, I also want to defeat the Eternals. Xixing nodded, very good. It doesn't matter if you are a saint or a madman, as long as you can help humanity defeat the Eternals. Luin picked up his teacup and swirled it, what you just said, are you trying to excuse the Grand Empyrean from banishing my Lu family? Xixing smiled, of course not. I'm just telling you the reason. The Grand Empyrean does not need me to excuse her. You can't do anything to her. She has reached the primordial realm and is someone who has crossed Kua. I don't know what level your Lu family's ancestor, Lu Yuan, is at, but he is definitely not someone who has crossed Kua. There has never been anyone who has crossed Kua in the universe, Or else the situation would have changed a long time ago. Even the only true God has not crossed Kuo? Luin asked. Xixing said, perhaps the Eternals are the only true gods Kuo. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Right, if the Grand Empyrean wanted to satisfy her desire to defeat the Eternals, then the only true God could use the Eternals' desire to defeat humanity. Perhaps that was also a way to cross Kuo. You know quite a lot. I wonder how strong you are. Luin looked at Xixing curiously. This person gave him a fearless feeling, and Luin did not know where to start. Xixing was helpless. I don't have the strength. I only have the appearance to help the Grand Empyrean cross Kuo. Once the Grand Empyrean succeeds, I will disappear, and that will be the time for my descendants to rise. That is why I asked Master Lu to release Tuo Lin from the beginning. This era does not belong to him. My descendants only need to live. Luin put down his teacup. You called me here just to say this? Xixing met Lu Yin's gaze. Master Lu, if you insist on not sending Tuo Lin back, then this old man who might die at any moment asks you to treat him well. Then, he stood up and bowed deeply to Luin. Lu Yin's expression was calm. He is my disciple, so I know what to do. You've told me all this today so that I can understand why the Grand Empyrean is a crazy woman. I will use my own method to get back at her. Xixing did not speak. You don't have any objections to unifying the Six Direction Society, right? Luin suddenly asked, his lips curling up as he smiled at Xixing. Xixing laughed, the matters of the outside world have nothing to do with me. What Master Lu does is not something an old man like me can decide. However, this old man has lived for too long, and I have some words of advice for Master Lu. He looked at Luin seriously. There are some things that you should not be too stubborn about. Stubbornness will turn into heart demons, and the more heart demons there are, the more Kuo will suffer. If you cannot cross Kuo, then you will be a madman. But if you cross Kuo, then you may not be human. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he looked deeply at Xixing before turning to leave. Looking at Lu Yin's departing figure, Xixing muttered to himself, the purer a person is, the easier it is for them to cross Kuo. But at this level of cultivation, who is still pure? I hope this child does not become a madman. The more stubborn a person was, the easier it was for them to become a madman. This was not only true for those who had undergone bitter adversity, but also for ordinary people. In the eyes of ordinary people, the actions of a madman were incomprehensible, but in the eyes of a madman, ordinary people were also madmen. The Grand Empyrean was high and mighty, and she had her own stubbornness and emotions, but she also had a crazy side to her. Unfortunately, the Lu family had encountered this side of hers. When Luin returned to the above-the-sky sect, the thing that he had been looking forward to the most had happened. All of the four-way scale's resources had been accounted for, and he had received a total of 100 trillion star essence. 100 trillion star essence was an amount that Luin did not even dare to think about. Luin had never received so many resources in one go before. This amount of resources was enough to stun him. He knew that the four cardinal scales were rich, and the minor ancestor planets had been given to the four cardinal scales junior ancestor to cultivate. Every minor ancestor planet had 1 trillion star essence, and Luin had realized just how ridiculous the four cardinal scales resources were. They had used all sorts of methods to collect the resources in the cosmic tree. Even so, he had not expected to receive so much in one go. It should be known that a considerable portion of the resources had been taken away by the Lu family before the four-way scales had been suppressed. Otherwise, there would have been even more. Lu Yin's breathing quickened as he stood in the above-the-sky sect's star essence storage area. He almost lost his composure. Behind him, an old woman at the level of a demigod from the Lu family respectfully said, "Young master, these are all of the four-way scales resources. We're still tracking down the criminals who escaped from the four-way scales, and they must have taken many resources with them. Once we find them, we'll immediately send them to you." Luin was astonished. "You're giving them all to me?" The old woman smiled. "You need them, young master, so I brought them all." Luin felt a little embarrassed, as the resources of the four-way scales should have belonged to the entire Lu family. More importantly, they should have belonged to the cosmic tree. He should have been given a large portion of it, but he had not expected to receive all of it. Giving all of these resources to him could be considered selfish, but it could also be considered a reward for all that he had done for humanity. It could also be considered spoils of war. The old woman looked at Lu Yin's back, and her eyes were filled with reverence. She had watched Lu Xiaoxian grow up, and she had never imagined that he would one day grow to his current state. Time passed, and they were both old people. Lu Yin now had 10.55 trillion star essence, and he still had another 7 trillion star essence that belonged to the reincarnation spacetime. However, that did not matter, as the Dai was not picky. Perhaps even Yixing was not as rich as him. Now that he had money, the first thing he thought of was the dice. When he thought of the dice, he immediately thought of enhance, enhance, and enhance. The Book of Destiny. He took a deep breath. It was time to repair the Book of Destiny. After announcing that he was going into seclusion, Lu Yin raised his hand and began shaking his die. Lu Yin's luck seemed to be off the charts, as he had directly obtained 3 fate points. He was filled with anticipation and apprehension as he placed the first Book of Destiny on the upper screen and then began to crazily toss star essence into it. Repairing a single Book of Destiny required at least 6 trillion star essence. In the past, he didn't have such confidence, but now he did. The only thing he was conflicted about was that if the Book of Destiny was completely restored, it would trigger destiny. But after thinking about it, even if he didn't restore it now, he would still need to restore it in the future. Besides, he wanted to see what his future held. He wanted to see if fate could really see the future. As the Book of Destiny continued to fall, the traces of being burned by the flames continued to disappear. With a thud, the Book of Destiny completely landed on the lower layer of the light screen. It had been completely restored, just as he had predicted. Yes, it was indeed 6 trillion star essence. He picked up the Book of Destiny and flipped through it, but he couldn't see any words. Let's continue. He placed the second Book of Destiny on the upper screen and then it completely fell. Another 6 trillion star essence had been spent. Again. As the third Book of Destiny continued to fall, Lu Yin's breathing became increasingly ragged, and his expression became incomparably solemn. Would destiny be triggered? Destiny was one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms. If destiny appeared at this time, what would it bring? Even though he had been mentally prepared, Lu Yin still felt apprehensive at this moment. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Yin gritted his teeth. He couldn't be afraid of the slightest thing when it came to improving. He needed the Book of Destiny to find Xianxia's whereabouts, to see his future, and to look into his past. The Book of Destiny was too useful. If destiny really was triggered, then Ancestor Lu Yuan would be there anyway. The current Heavens Above Earth sect was not necessarily afraid of destiny. Furthermore, the possibility of destiny appearing was extremely small. With a thud, the third Book of Destiny fell, completely restored. Lu Yin picked it up and took out the other 2 Books of Destiny. He hadn't cultivated the Book of Destiny, but someone else had. After leaving his seclusion, Lu Yin went to find Butian. When Butian saw the 3 intact Books of Destiny in Lu Yin's hands, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. "The headmaster, this is the Book of Destiny?" Butian was stunned. Lu Yin tossed the Book of Destiny to Butian. "Are you surprised?" Butian wanted to curse. Was this a question of being surprised? This was simply unbelievable. The Book of Destiny had clearly been burned by that flame, and only half of it remained. How could it be restored? And where did these 3 books come from? If he remembered correctly, Xianxia had the last book. When did the headmaster obtain the third from Xianxia? Butian looked at Lu Yin with a gaze full of wonder. This person could really create miracles. It had to be said that Butian's gaze gave Lu Yin a sense of accomplishment. Let the Books of Destiny converge. I want to see the future. Butian was put in a difficult position. Headmaster, I can make the Books of Destiny converge, but to see the future, I need someone who cultivates the positive and negative Xiantian mirror. Right, Little Sher has been cultivating the positive Xiantian mirror. Headmaster, you can call him over. Even without Butian's reminder, Lu Yin naturally called for Little Sher. Even without cultivating the positive Xiantian mirror, Little Sher could still see the words that appeared when the Books of Destiny converged. This was something that Butian could not do. Back then, Luine had asked Littleshire to investigate Archaic City and draw out that flame that had burned the Books of Destiny. Littleshire quickly arrived, and Bution began to converge the 3 Books of Destiny. Luine saw the Books of Destiny converge once again. Previously, there had been 2 books, but this time, there were 3. Luine opened his celestial eye, and this time, it was different. In the past, he had not been able to understand and had only been an outsider. Now, however, he could see the sequence particles. He wanted to see just what kind of power destiny was. The moment the 3 books converged, Bution shouted, "Littleshire, positive Xianxia mirror." Littleshire nodded and earnestly displayed the power of destiny. Bution also used the negative Xianxia mirror at the same time. At that moment, in the primordial space, Lady Fate sensed something and looked in the direction of the above heaven sect. Starsibyl did the same. Far away in the 6 Paths Society, Xianxia also felt that something was wrong. Someone else has activated the power of destiny. That idiot. In a certain area of the endless battlefield, Baixianer opened her eyes. Her gaze contained a coldness that no one had ever seen before. It was filled with a sense of distance. A person's eyes were the windows to their soul, but these eyes were completely devoid of emotion. Did it activate? How? That shouldn't be the case. In the above heaven sect, as Xiaoxia and Bution used the inverse Xiantian mirror, a strange and profound feeling descended upon them. Luine suddenly looked in a certain direction, and he felt as if a pair of eyes were looking at him. Was it just his imagination? Or was it the eyes of destiny? The positive and negative Xiantian mirrors were activated at the same time, and the converging Books of Destiny continuously flipped their pages. Lu Yin's celestial eye stared at the Books of Destiny, and he saw the sequence particles. That was the power of destiny. He saw a line that stretched into the endless void, and he saw the blurry river of time. That line crossed the river of time and extended in 2 different directions. Was that destiny? Lu Yin's eyes widened. Destiny was neither time nor space, and it wasn't some so-called divination. It was a shortcut that allowed one to walk on the river of time. A person's life, from birth to death, was about 100 years for an ordinary person. This line connected that person's life for 100 years. Through this line, one could look forward and see that person's future. One could also look backward and see what that person had experienced. Within the river of time, that person's entire life had been seen, but it was difficult for ordinary people to see through the river of time. Only that line could do so. It connected the past to the present, allowing one to see the past and the future. This was destiny. Since the river of time existed, there must be something that could cross it. At this moment, Zhao Ran walked over with a cup of tea. She had brewed some flower tea for the 3 of them. The moment she walked over, another line appeared in the Book of Destiny and moved towards Zhao Ran. Another line appeared on Zhao Ran's wrist and connected with the line of destiny. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Zhao Ran was indeed related to destiny. Zhao Ran was at a loss as she couldn't see the line. She could only see Luine looking at her in shock and fear. Just as Luine was about to use the Book of Destiny to investigate Zhao Ran, Bution and Xiaoxia both spat out blood and collapsed to the ground. The 3 Books of Destiny that had been connected suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only 2 books that fell to the ground. The strangest thing was that these 2 Books of Destiny were exactly the same as they had been when they had been burned in Archaic City. It was as if Luine hadn't used his dye to help them recover. Luine hurriedly picked up the Book of Destiny. How could this be? Why had it returned to its original state? Where was the other Book of Destiny? Where did it go? Bution and Xiaoxia both fainted. Zhao Ran was shocked. Your Highness, what happened to them? Luine looked at Zhao Ran, who was still as confused as before. She hadn't changed after coming into contact with the power of destiny. What was going on with her? And what was going on with the Book of Destiny? Seeing Zhao Ran frantically put down the teacup, Luine said, "You can leave for now." Zhao Ran wanted to help, but she didn't know how to, so she could only leave. Master Shan arrived and saw Xiaoxia and Bution fainted on the ground. Young master, what happened? Ask Senior Muxia to come over, Luine ordered. Master Shan didn't ask any more questions and hurried to the astral tree. Lu Yin himself went to the wood dimension and asked Senior Mu Carving to come over. Both Senior Mu Xia and Senior Mu Carving looked at the two books of destiny in Lu Yin's hands in disbelief. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu Desert Dust is finished. Want more? Brother's reward, I'll give it to you. Thanks for your support for the 5th consecutive day. If it's really as you say, then there's only one explanation. Mu Carving solemnly said, someone used a power similar to trace the past to deny the time when the Book of Destiny was given to you. Senior Mu Xia said, if the time is denied, then the Book of Destiny is naturally not in your hands. If there's a cause, then there's an effect. Without the 3rd Book of Destiny, the effects of the 2 books you upgraded will naturally not exist. Lu Yin frowned. But the other things haven't changed. If that person can deny a certain period of time during the tea party, then how can they not change other things? Yes. Mu Carving looked at Lu Yin. Trace the past can do that. Using a parallel spacetime to replace the current parallel spacetime that produces the effect, and this parallel spacetime doesn't involve anything else. This is a kind of power that Master said could allow one to transcend. It's also something that we can't do right now. Mu Xia sighed. We cultivate trace the past to reach this kind of power, but it's too difficult. Master said that we can transcend, but even we can't see any hope of doing so. Lu Yin was apprehensive. You mean that someone has already reached trace the past to transcend and denied the time when I obtained the 3rd Book of Destiny? Using a parallel spacetime to shift the negative effects, the current changes have occurred? He didn't believe it himself. Could someone do such a thing? Wouldn't that mean that history could be changed at will? Mu Xia sighed. There are too many strange powers in the universe. Even the laws are a type of power. Time exists in the universe, and since it exists, it can be changed. It's just a matter of whether or not it can be done. Junior brother, this person who changed karma is very terrifying. Mu Carving's voice was low. Very terrifying. If you have the chance to see Master, you must tell him about this. This kind of existence surpasses our understanding. Lu Yin would have said it even without their reminder. He felt a chill run down his spine, as if he was being watched by a monster. The first person he thought of was Bai Xian'er. The figure that had walked out of her body had been able to stop forefather Tianyi. The second figure had killed the 7 heroes and put his father on the brink of death. Who knew how many more figures were in her body? What kind of existence was she herself? At the same time, Lu Yin felt lucky. If not for this matter, he wouldn't have known that such a terrifying existence existed. Was this the powerhouse that Xixing had mentioned? The most unfortunate thing was that everything had happened too quickly. Otherwise, he would have used the Book of Destiny to look at Zhao Ran, look at himself, and look at the future of the Above Heaven sect. After chatting with Mu Carving and the others, Lu Yin went to see Patriarch Lu Tianyi and Big Sis. Their explanations were more or less the same. Perhaps it was because they hadn't cultivated origin, so they didn't know as much as Mu Carving and the others. However, they were very certain that this was a terrifying existence, and both of them guessed that it was fate. Big Sis immediately moved to the Above Heaven sect, and Lu Tianyi hoped that Lu Yin would return to Lu Tianjing for a period of time, but Lu Yin refused. If such an existence wanted to attack him, it would have done so long ago. Bai Xian'er, Fate, Curmudgeon Mo, Luo Shan, and so on. Lu Yin sighed. The universe was still too chaotic, and his cultivation was still too low. He should think of a way to increase his strength. For example, he needed to reverse the flow of his inner world for more than a second. The best way to improve one's cultivation was to find a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. Lu Yin contacted Madame Nailin to find Yixing. Yixing's men would arrive soon, and in the meantime, Lu Yin found Zhao Ran. Had there been any new teas recently? Lu Yin asked gently as he looked at Zhao Ran. Zhao Ran blinked. Are you thirsty, Your Highness? No. Then are you hungry? I'm not hungry either. Oh. The two looked at each other. Speechlessly. Lu Yin didn't know what to say. If he was facing an enemy, he could test them or intimidate them, but he didn't know where to start with Zhao Ran. As he thought about it, his gaze landed on Zhao Ran's wrist. Previously, there had been a string on her wrist that was connected to Fate's string. He had clearly used the celestial eye before, but Zhao Ran didn't have any power. Even Lu Yuan had said that Zhao Ran wasn't Fate and that he couldn't find any aura related to Fate. But what was with that string? Zhao Ran pursed her lips, but when she saw Lu Ying staring at her wrist, she subconsciously retracted her hand. "I've washed my hands, Your Highness." Lu Ying was helpless. "Go make me a cup of tea." Zhao Ran was overjoyed. "All right." She then ran off happily. As long as she could make tea, she would be happy. Lu Ying couldn't see through her as he watched her leave. What was going on with this girl? She was definitely related to Fate, but why couldn't Lu Yuan tell? She had lived for a long time, and she had once stayed by Ancestor Desolate's side as if she was waiting for someone. According to Lu Yin's usual style, he would test her or find a way to ensure that Zhao Ran couldn't do anything to him. Just like how the humanoid source box could allow the desolate god to be reborn, Lu Ying had allowed it to be sealed by Ancestor Hui and not touched it. However, Zhao Ran was different. The two had been together for far too long. Ever since Enlighters were considered unreachable experts to Lu Ying, the two had been together. It could be said that Zhao Ran had accompanied Lu Ying for a very long time, and whenever he was in a bad mood, it had become a habit for him to drink her tea. Zhao Ran's blank expression made his heart ache, and she did her best to be friendly to him. Lu Ying couldn't do anything to such a person. While he was lost in thought, Zhao Ran brought over a cup of tea and handed it to him. She looked at it expectantly. Lu Ying looked at the teacup, and his eyelids twitched. Was this even tea? It was clearly poison. He had gotten used to it, but now, he suddenly hesitated. Zhao Ran moved closer and looked at Lu Ying expectantly. "Your Highness?" Lu Ying stood up. "Right, I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. I'll drink your tea next time." He then tore through the void and left. Zhao Ran felt wronged, as she had spent a lot of time thinking about this tea. Lu Yin's meeting place was changed to the main hall in the sky. Bailan thought that something had happened, as this place was too formal. Lu Ying waved a hand. "I was just thinking about something, so let's meet here." Bailan nodded. Madame Nailin was naturally present as well, as she was the middleman between the I Ching and the primordial space. Although she had only joined the I Ching not long ago, her status was very special, and even Bai Ting was polite to her. "What instructions does Master Lu have for me?" Bailan asked respectfully. Lu Ying replied, "I want a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time." Bailan was put in a difficult position. "Master Lu, the I Ching only deals with currency exchanges and not other things." "But you definitely know who has them," Lu Ying said bluntly. Bailan hesitated. There were some things that were inconvenient to say even if one knew, as it was taboo. Lu Yin's tone turned cold. "I don't want to waste time. If I Ching doesn't want to tell me, then I'll ask someone else." Bailan's heart sank, and her tone became even more respectful. "Luo Shan has them." Lu Ying did not say anything. Bailan gritted her teeth and continued. "I Ching has dealings with many of the Six Paths Association's powerhouses, so I know some things. If Master Lu needs it, I can report back to Lord Bai Ting and tell you the details." Lu Ying was satisfied. "All right, I'll wait for you." Bailan stood up, bowed to Lu Ying, and then left. Madame Nailin did not leave. After Bailan left, she smiled. "I Ching is very arrogant in front of others, but he's very obedient in front of the Tao Lord. The Tao Lord is still the most intimidating." Lu Ying looked at her. "This matter is very important to me." Her smile did not change. "I understand. Rest assured, Tao Lord." The above heaven had grown too quickly, and it had not been long since Madame Nailin had joined I Ching. Initially, I Ching had only allowed her to join as a chess piece that might be useful in the future. At that time, he had not allowed her to do anything for fear that I Ching would notice. But now, it did not matter. No matter what Madame Nailin did, I Ching would not do anything to her. Besides, no one was stupid. How could someone recommended to I Ching by the above heaven be a simple merchant? I Ching understood this, and so did Madame Nailin. On the other side, Bailan returned to the rotting god dimension with a heavy heart to see Bai Ting. Bai Ting had been waiting for her, and when he saw her return, his expression turned solemn. "Why is Master Lu looking for you?" Bailan replied helplessly, "He wants to know who has a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time." Bai Ting frowned. "Yixing does not do business. We only trade for resources." I told him, but... Bailan grew even more helpless. Master Lu said that if we don't tell him, he'll find someone else. There was nothing wrong with that, but Bai Ting was no fool. He could guess that Lu Yin's expression had not been good at that time. If Yixing did not cooperate, who knew what Lu Yin would do? Bai Ting frowned. Although he had asked for help from the above heaven, in truth, if he had a choice, he would rather the above heaven had never appeared. The universe was originally a calm lake, and the Six-Path Society and the Eternals had different colors. They repelled each other, and sometimes they won and sometimes they lost. However, the appearance of the above heaven had added another color to the lake, one that was overbearing and unreasonable. This was especially true for the above heaven's master, Lu Yin, who treated the Six-Path Society's rules as if they did not exist. He dared to recklessly meddle in the affairs of other parallel spacetimes, but his background was extremely powerful and he had a good relationship with many of the Six-Path Society's big shots. He could even point at a Grand Empyrean and curse them. The appearance of such a person was simply disrupting the situation. Bai Ting had gone to the hyperspace and found that Dimensional Guardian had died. Everyone was certain that Dimensional Guardian had been killed by the witch spirit, and he also believed it. After all, the traces of the witch spirit at the scene were not fake. But did Dimensional Guardian's death really have nothing to do with Lu Yin? He had Yixing collect a lot of information about Lu Yin's deeds, and the more he learned about this person, the more he felt that it was impossible. This person was ruthless, shrewd, and extremely talented. He was also good at forming alliances. Such a person was too terrifying. Being friends with this person meant going through life and death with him, but being enemies with him meant stepping into the abyss. From the first time Yixing had asked for help from the above heaven, they were destined to have a connection with this person, and it would be difficult to separate from him. No, it should be said that from the moment Lu Fuxiwu joined Yixing, everything had changed. They had no choice but to ask for help, and they had to give gifts after completing the transaction. The more Bai Ting thought about it, the more sullen he felt. He slammed the table, causing it to shatter. He had been updating for 5 days straight, and it was indeed tiring, especially during this period when Bao Bao was suffering from bronchitis, coughing, and medicinal baths. He had almost no time to rest, and he still had to update at night. Fortunately, he had the support of his brothers. Bailan was startled. She looked at Beating's ugly expression with a complicated expression. She had never imagined that Lu Yin would be able to reach such heights. He was able to change Yixing's stance with just a few words. He was able to make Yixing smile and not dare to offend him. She would never have imagined that Lu Yin would be able to reach such heights. Even now, she did not dare to sit face to face with him. Yixing, don't participate in other transactions, so many people trust us. We also know some secrets, but we can't tell anyone about them. Otherwise, we will lose our reputation. Bidding stared at Bailan. As a merchant, losing his reputation is the same as losing his life. Bailan said bitterly, "Of course I understand. Master Bidding, what do you think we should do?" Bidding's expression became uglier. He wanted to reject Lu Yin's request. If he wanted to know who had a parallel universe with a different flow of time, he could find it himself. It had nothing to do with Yixing. But he didn't dare to say it out loud. Rejecting Lu Yin's request seemed simple, but the price he had to pay was huge. If Master Burong comes out of seclusion, no one in the Six Direction Society will dare to offend us. We are still a transcendent force. Bailan murmured. Her voice was low, but Bidding could hear it clearly. He sighed deeply. Yes, it would be great if Master Burong comes out of seclusion. Oh right, Master, we can ask White Cloud City for help. The Lightning Lord and Master Burong are sworn brothers. They can definitely help us. Bailan's eyes lit up. Bidding shook his head. Let's not talk about whether we can contact the Lightning Lord. Even if we can, it might not be useful. The Lightning Lord's daughter, Xianxia, has an ambiguous relationship with Lu Yin. Bailan was surprised, really? Bidding said bitterly, the Lightning Lord's son, Xianxia, is also sworn brothers with Luin. Many people in the Six Direction Society know about this. Bailan was speechless. How many people did Luin make friends with? Bidding felt powerless. What should he do about Yixing's request? Bailan, tell Master Lu about the 5th and 7th universes. Bidding pondered for a long time and said in a low voice. Bailan wasn't surprised. They had no other choice. They couldn't betray the Six Direction Society's experts. Otherwise, no one would believe Yixing. As for Luo Shan, he was just a stray dog. He didn't have a good relationship with Master Lu. Yixing didn't feel guilty about betraying him, but the others couldn't do the same. Bailan did not stay in Yixing for long before she went to Heaven Above Heaven sect. The 5th parallel universe? Luin was puzzled. Madame Naylan was there as well. She was also at a loss because she had never heard of it before. After all, the time she had spent at Yixing was too short. Bailan patiently explained, Yixing, don't do any business other than trading resources. It's not that I don't want to, but there are some businesses that I don't need to do. If we want something, we can get it ourselves. For example, a parallel universe with a different flow of time. Because of the space-rotting god, everyone in Yixing is an explorer. They are constantly searching for civilizations in the universe, so naturally, they will occasionally find some. The 5th parallel universe is the one we found where the time flow is 5 times faster than the outside world. If Master Lu needs it, you can go in and cultivate at any time. No one will disturb Yixing. Luin and Madame Naylan exchanged glances. Madame Naylan revealed a smile. Number 5? Does our Yixing have many of these parallel universes? Bailan glanced at Madame Naylan and knew that it was Luin who was asking the question. Number 5 isn't a sequence, but rather a 5-fold time flow. That's why it's called number 5. It's convenient and easy to remember. Luin was troubled. What price do I have to pay? Bailan politely replied, this is a gift for Master Lu to cultivate. There's no need for Master Lu to pay any price. Luin shook his head. That won't do. You're making it sound like I'm taking advantage of you. Since it's a parallel universe, you can rent it and charge for it in your own way. Bailan stood up and bowed deeply. Master Lu, you're treating us as outsiders. When Yixing was in trouble, you also led the powerhouses from the sect above to rescue him. Progenitors stand at the peak of humanity, so how can they be bribed with star essence? You mobilized so many progenitors from the sect above, and I feel indebted to you. These star essences are just compensation, and they can't be equated to a rescue. Master Bailan has always wanted to do something for Master Lu, and since Master Lu needs it, Yixing is more than happy to oblige. Master Lu, please don't stand on ceremony. Otherwise, we won't be able to rest easy. Luin smiled, as Bailan really knew how to talk. Bailan had called so many star essences a little, which was enough to make Yixing take it seriously. Not to mention, Yixing had even given Luin gifts, especially that compass. Although Luin did not know what it was for, it represented Yixing. From a certain perspective, Yixing was on Lu Yin's side. The universe was cruel, but humans were emotional. The better Yixing treated Luin, the less Luin could do anything to them. Back when he had attacked hyperspace, he had only wanted to snatch Zijing away, which had been part of his plan. From the very beginning. Later on, Wei Zhu had tried to kill him several times, and he had even tried to kill him. No matter what Yixing thought of Luin behind his back, Yixing's respect for him on the surface made it difficult for Luin to do anything. When Luin checked his cosmic ring, he saw that Bai Rong's corpse was inside. Yixing's people truly believed that Bai Rong was in seclusion. Bailan looked at Madame Naylan and gave her a meaningful glance. She stood up and respectfully said, since Yixing is so sincere, let's grant them their wish. Luin nodded. Alright, I'll head to 5th spacetime to take a look. Thank you for your understanding, Master Lu. Bailan felt bitter. She had clearly paid a price, but she still had to thank him. The void distorted, and 2 figures appeared in the boundless heavens. One of them was Bailan, and the other was naturally Luin. Master Lu, there are no humans in this spacetime. There are only creatures that we call rod nodes. These creatures are shaped like bamboo poles and have no eyes, ears, nose, or mouth. They don't look like intelligent creatures, but they have evolved to gain intelligence. It's incredible that they can even use tools, and they've even touched upon the shadow of civilization. These creatures occupy the spacetime, and there are at least 1 trillion of them. If not for the fact that this parallel spacetime isn't that large, there would be even more of them, Bylan explained. She then pointed at a planet in front of them. There are many of them on that planet. Luine saw that within the planet's forest, there were many bamboo-like creatures jumping about. They had no eyes, ears, nose, or limbs, but they fought in groups against strange beasts and insects. They communicated with each other through tapping. They were truly strange creatures. If there's no civilization or cultivation, then how can they be spread throughout the heavens? They shouldn't be able to leave that planet. Bylan explained, not all creatures live in a planet's environment. A planet can be a unit of environment. Aside from that planet, no other planets in the heavens have such creatures. This situation is the majority, but there are also creatures that live in the heavens. As long as they're in this spacetime, they can be born on any planet. Actually, humans might be in such a situation as well. Luine looked at Bylan in surprise. Humans? Bylan exchanged glances with Luine. The Genesis space, the Hexagon Society, and countless planets. Humans can be found all over these planets. Could it be that humans have been reproducing on so many planets since the beginning? This question stumped Luine, as he had never considered it this way before. Now that he thought about it, Bylan was right. There were countless people in the Genesis space, and there were so many that it was difficult to count them all. If the Hexagon Society and the Outlands were included, then there would be even more people. Either humans were reproducing and spreading throughout countless parallel spacetimes, or humans were living in a spacetime environment. As long as they lived in a certain spacetime environment, they could become humans. Compared to the first possibility, the second possibility was much more likely. Who could reproduce humans in so many parallel spacetimes? Who could reproduce humans in so many parallel spacetimes? It was not impossible, but it was beyond imagination. These were not things that Luine needed to think about. He watched as Bylan left and then stepped onto the planet. He was greeted by the sight of the rod nodes. They clearly did not have eyes, but they seemed to be able to see Luine. They all stopped and faced him. Gradually, they even surrounded him. Luine had a feeling that these rod joints were treating him as prey. What did they eat? Just as he was thinking about this, the surrounding rod joints all jumped over, and it looked like they wanted to crush him to death. Lu Yin's figure flashed, and he disappeared. All of the rod joints bumped into each other. What happened to that creature? The sounds continued to ring out as they communicated with each other, but they could no longer find Luine. Luine appeared in an empty space and slowly raised his hand. Ripples appeared in the air as he touched space. This spacetime had a flow of 5 times faster than the outside world. How was this possible? The power of time was truly mysterious. Gradually, Lu Yin's expression changed. What was going on? Even with the same amount of force, he found it difficult to distort space. The surrounding space was far tougher than the Genesis space and the Hexagon Society's parallel spacetimes. Luine did not believe it and continued to increase his strength. He stared at the void, and when he saw the spatial lines, his expression changed. The spatial lines here were denser and thicker than those in the Genesis space. The entire space was tougher than the Genesis space. Ever since Luine had embarked on the path of cultivation, he had experienced different levels of stability. For example, the fifth mainland and the Neoverse space were completely different from the Outerverse. One required an enlighter to tear through, while the other required an explorer. However, the difference in the stability of these different spaces was not that great. At least, to Luine, the difference was negligible. The Hexagon Society's parallel spacetimes all had different levels of stability, but at his level, he did not care. However, the space in this spacetime was different, and it was much more stable than the Genesis space. Luine muttered to himself for a moment, and his expression turned solemn. 5 times, almost 5 times the difference. This spacetime was 5 times more resilient than the Genesis space. It was 5 times the difference again, and the time flow was also 5 times faster. Was there a connection? There could not be such a coincidence, and there had to be a reason. Luyin had used space to transform his inner world into a ray of light, and he could use space to chase after time. Space and time were interconnected. Luyin slowly sat down. He needed to think carefully, and he felt as if he had touched upon something. In a parallel spacetime of the endless battlefield, Corpse Kings stretched out endlessly on the ground. The Corpse Kings stood silently, waiting for orders to fight. They had been waiting here for years. The sky suddenly darkened like a curtain, covering all the Corpse Kings. Someone behind the Corpse Kings looked up. "You're courting death." A surging attack shot towards the sky, trying to break through the darkness. Above the darkness, Qing Ping looked down. Xianxia? The one attacking was Xianxia, one of the 12 marquises of the astral tree battlefield. Some of the 12 marquises had fled the battlefield, and Xianxia was one of them. Xianxia had not expected to meet someone who knew him here. "You're the head inquisitor?" Xianxia was surprised. Qing Ping raised his hand, and the darkness pressed down. "Skyless." Xianxia was afraid. Although Qing Ping was only a half-ancestor, the Eternals had records of his strength, especially since he was Luyin's senior. By now, everyone knew about Luyin Sr. and Jr. Mu Xia was a progenitor, and Mu Carving was a sequence powerhouse. The rules of this sect had gradually spread. An emissary could fight a half-ancestor, and a half-ancestor could fight a progenitor. This was the unique characteristic of Luyin Sr. and Jr. Although Xianxia did not know who their master was, Qing Ping had clearly met this requirement. Although he was a half-ancestor, his strength was definitely not below that of an ordinary progenitor. One figure after another rushed out from the middle of the Corpse King, wanting to break through Wu Tian. However, Heavenless wasn't that easy to break through. The half-ancestor level Corpse Kings all disappeared into the darkness. Xianxia turned to leave. He did not want to fight Qing Ping. He was not confident, and even if he won, he would have to pay a heavy price. It would be troublesome if he lured Luyin over again. A battle had almost brushed past this parallel spacetime. If he had not been lucky, he would have died. Even the captain of the True God Guard had died, let alone him. Xianxia wanted to escape, but Qing Ping would not allow it. The area of Skyless continued to expand, swallowing up the endless Corpse Kings and heading towards Xianxia. Xianxia saw this and exclaimed, "You're that darkness monster?" A person called the Darkness Monster had come to the endless battlefield several years ago. He had been killing Corpse Kings with ruthless methods, and he should have been hunted down by the True God Guard. Wu Tian's speed was even faster than Xianxia's, and he was about to swallow him up in the blink of an eye. At the critical moment, Xianxia unleashed his inner world and used his innate talent, human face reading, to forcefully unleash Wu Tian. However, what awaited him was a blood-red bell that made a ringing sound, causing his mind to go blank. This was an ability similar to humanoid perception, but it was inexplicably more frightening than humanoid perception. In the past, the 12 marquises had terrorized the backside battlefield. They were powerful, and as long as Ancestor Realm experts didn't appear, they would be able to shake up the entire backside battlefield. But now, they were being suppressed by Qing Ping. Not long after, Xianxia fell. Qing Ping looked down at him from above. Xianxia was unwilling to accept this. Just one more step and I'll be able to reach the progenitor realm. I just had to be unlucky enough to meet you. Qing Ping's eyes flashed. He pressed down with his palm and ended Xianxia's life. He stood there in deep thought. Then, he sent a message to the above heaven sect. In the 5th spacetime, a few leaves had fallen from Luyin's body, and they had already turned yellow. He had been sitting there for half a month without opening his eyes. There must be a connection between space and time, and the only connection he could think of was space. It was a carrier of time. Since it was a carrier, if the flow of time was accelerated, the space naturally had to be able to withstand it. Otherwise, it would collapse. This was the only explanation he could think of. He released his inner world and activated flowing light. When flowing light appeared, it was clearly very slow. It was also an embodiment of space, but in this spacetime, it was as if it had fallen into a swamp. After all, it was 5 times tougher. But if flowing light was the same as the spacetime and was 5 times tougher, did that mean that it could withstand 5 times the flow of time? Did that mean that he could reverse time for 5 seconds? Lu Yin's breathing quickened, and this idea made him crazy. Reversing time for 1 second could change the outcome of a battle. If it was 5 seconds, then... He raised his hands and looked at his palm lines. This was really tempting. He had found a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time to cultivate flowing light. Someone could negate the flow of time that he had existed, which made him feel a deep sense of crisis. If that person negated his existence, then that would mean death. Lu Yin was not used to putting his life in someone else's hands. At that moment, the originally slow-moving flowing light trembled. Immediately after, the space above his head and in all directions trembled. A sense of crisis suddenly descended, coming from all directions and from this spacetime. Lu Yin subconsciously left. After returning to the Eternal Kingdom, Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief when he returned to the above heaven. What was going on? It was as if he had been targeted by the entire spacetime. Lu Yin directly went to the rotting god spacetime of the endless battlefield and arrived at Yixing's headquarters. Bai Ting had not expected Lu Yin to suddenly come and quickly welcomed him. Bai Lan and Madame Nalan followed closely behind. Yixing and a group of people came to greet him. Lu Yin did not stand on ceremony. It's as if I've been targeted by that spacetime, and I'm in great danger. What's going on? Bai Ting was confused. Targeted by what? Lu Yin looked at him. It's as if the entire spacetime wants to eat me. Bai Ting looked at Bai Lan, who was also confused. Master Lu, we don't understand. Lu Yin turned and left. They did not seem to be faking it, and he had not been ambushed either. Otherwise, he would not have been able to leave so easily. It should be a problem with that spacetime. Lu Yin found Big Sis and explained the problem to her. Big Sis was also confused. I've entered a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time to cultivate. In that era, this kind of spacetime was a hard currency that was equivalent to a progenitor's currency. Let alone 5 times, there were even 50 times, or even 500 times. I've never encountered a situation like yours. She looked at Lu Yin with a strange gaze. Why was everything this brat did different from others? You must have used flowing lights in her world, right? This kind of situation involves space and time, so it's best to ask a progenitor who understands. That kind of situation. Lu Yin thought about it and felt that she was right, so he went straight to Xianxia. Although this was only a clone, he had fused with the main body, so he had both his cultivation and memories. Xianxia listened to Lu Yin's question with a solemn expression. You can't try to enter a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. Otherwise, you will suffer a spacetime calamity. Lu Yin raised his brows. You know? Xianxia respectfully replied, the main body has encountered such a situation before. In the main body's memories, both the Lu family and the four-way Libra once had parallel spacetimes with different flow of time. However, as they were overused, they were slowly destroyed. These parallel spacetimes are unstable and can be easily destroyed, especially when they touch upon the taboo of space and time. Speak clearly, Lu Yin said seriously. Xianxia organized his thoughts and told Lu Yin everything he knew. According to Xianxia's words and his understanding of time, these parallel spacetimes with different flow of time were like tributaries to the river of time. The river of time's flow of time was constant, but the tributaries were different. They could be fast or slow, and Lu Yin did not know the exact reason. He only knew that once one entered a parallel spacetime and came into contact with the power of time, a terrifying danger would descend. In the most serious case, the entire spacetime would be destroyed. The river of time is a mighty force that formed the universe. The flow of time and the tributaries will change according to the flow of time. I don't know the principle behind this, but once you come into contact with time, it will bring disaster, Xianxia explained. Lu Yin asked, then what do you mean by overuse? Xianxia replied, back when the fifth mainland was still a single entity and had yet to split into the starry sky of trees, it was considered the fifth mainland's golden age. Shenwu Plain knew of at least 10 parallel spacetimes with different flow of time, and the organizations that controlled these spacetimes constantly sent people into them to cultivate. In the end, these spacetimes were destroyed one by one. Now, we all know that even if there are such spacetimes, we shouldn't enter them easily. We should only enter and use them when we need them. Luin understood. It was no wonder that Transdimensional had only allowed Zijing and the others to enter when they had made some progress in their research of sequence particles. Before that, they had not entered. He had also almost never heard anything about the parallel spacetimes with different flow of time. Xianxia did not understand the principle behind the formation of tributaries to the river of time, but Luin might have guessed a little. It was exactly what he had thought about in the fifth spacetime, which was related to space. Only space could contain time. The stronger the space, the faster the flow of time that flowed into the space. It was like a container that cut off the river of time. Luin did not know if his guess was correct, but he could only understand it this way. That was all that Xianxia knew, so Luin asked Lu Tianyi about it. Lu Tianyi actually knew about the same as Xianxia, but he said that there were no less than 20 parallel spacetimes with different flow of time in the fifth mainland. There are quite a few such spacetimes, but it's very dangerous for someone to specifically search for them. However, once they are found, they are also very valuable. Of course, there are taboos when using them. An ordinary person's normal lifespan is 100 years. If they go to a parallel spacetime where time flows 100 times faster than normal, they'll be old by the time they return. The amount of time a human body can endure has nothing to do with spacetime, but rather with the individual. That's why these spacetimes are not as useful as one might imagine. Progenitors mostly use them to train their juniors for a period of time and to increase their advantage. They cannot use them forever. Just as Xianxia said, overuse can cause the spacetime to be destroyed. In these parallel spacetimes, any laws are unstable, especially time and space. Once they come into contact with each other, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lu Yin's head hurt. He wanted to cultivate the power of time and space, but once he tried, he would be rejected. How was he supposed to play around? Lu Tianyi had taught Luin a method, which was to be recognized by spacetime. Luin had become the fifth mainland's Daolord and possessed the wordless heavenly book, which allowed him to write about those who had been expelled. Luin had typed the wrong word in his speech this morning. He had wanted to say that he would have to work overtime at night, but he had written an extra chapter. Since he had made a mistake, he had to admit that he had written an extra chapter. Thank you for your support. I'll have to stay up late to write again. Tiring. Spacetime isn't alive, but it isn't dead either. It can give birth to countless laws, and perhaps it itself is a kind of law. Anyone who is recognized by this law is its master, Lu Tianyi reminded him. Luin understood. So, if I'm recognized by a parallel spacetime, I won't be rejected? Lu Tianyi nodded. Logically speaking, there's no harm in trying. Even if you fail, you won't lose anything. Luin thought of the rod nodes in the fifth spacetime. They couldn't be human, and no matter how he looked at it, they didn't seem to recognize him. Those rod nodes were all over the fifth spacetime, and only by gaining their recognition could he be recognized by that spacetime. How could he be recognized? This matter was related to Lu Yin's cultivation, and Lu Tianyi attached great importance to it. In order to prevent any accidents, he passed this matter to Lu Yuan, who was in seclusion. He thought that he would have to wait for a while, but unexpectedly, Lu Yuan replied the next day with only 8 words, "Gather all living beings, cross the sea by deception." Luin entered the fifth spacetime again, and this time, he felt an additional sense of crisis and fragility. It was as if this spacetime could collapse at any time. This spacetime was about 5 times more stable than the origin space, and under normal circumstances, it wouldn't affect Luin at all. Even if it was 50 times stronger, he could still easily tear through the void. What was truly affected was his control of space. He couldn't adapt to 5 times the toughness, and once he came into contact with space and time, it would lead to a crisis. This was the most troublesome aspect. Luin came this time to try Lu Yuan's suggestion, gather all living beings, cross the sea by deception. The meaning of these 8 words was easy to understand, and it was similar to the result of Lu Tianyi's discussion. Obtaining the recognition of this spacetime was the same as obtaining the recognition of the fifth mainland. However, the fifth mainland had recognized him because he had done many things and was worshipped and respected by everyone. It had taken him too long, and he obviously couldn't spend that much time in this spacetime. Moreover, how could the rod nodes of this spacetime recognize him? Luin was a little confused, and he could only try to get close to the rod nodes. Soon, Luin found the rod nodes and approached them. At the same time, he didn't let them see him and began to observe them. These rod nodes' habits were completely different from that of humans. They were more like a combination of beasts and bamboo. They moved by jumping, and they ate both plants and beasts. The way they ate was very strange, and Lu Yin's scalp tingled. Their communication was mainly through tapping. Lu Yin had stayed here for an entire month before he finally understood the meaning behind these knocks, and that was only because he was a cultivator. If he were a normal person, he would never be able to understand them in his entire life. The weather is getting colder. We need to replenish our food quickly. We don't have enough water in our bodies, and the river will freeze. We need to dig out a location where we can extract water in advance. I've received news that the 3-section tribe was torn apart by the mist wolves and has been exterminated. Is there a mist wolf nearby? Yes. Then we have to move. The mist wolves are not something we can deal with. They can tear our bodies apart with a single claw. It didn't take long for the rod joints to move, and hundreds of thousands of them jumped up and down on the ground as they headed in a different direction. Along the way, they encountered a creature called the mist wolf. The mist wolf was a wild beast that was 10 times larger than a pole joint. It could tear apart a large number of pole joints with a casual swipe of its claws, and its speed was far from what these pole joints could compare to. The pole joints couldn't resist at all, and the only thing they could do was run and compete with the mist wolf in terms of stamina. They fought until the mist wolf ran out of energy before they could pull away, but once it recovered its strength, they would be slaughtered again. Lu Yin didn't help them. No wild beast attacked without a reason, either for food or revenge. These pole joints were clearly not food for the mist wolf, so they were here for revenge. This sort of bloody revenge was all too common among humans. The appearance of the mist wolf terrified the pole joints, and they kept jumping in the same direction in an attempt to escape. However, the mist wolf had locked onto them and wouldn't give up until it tore them apart. It's all the 9-section tribe's fault. If they hadn't eaten the mist wolf wouldn't have gone crazy and slaughtered us. We never provoked such a terrifying creature. Who can save us? If only we had that creature we saw before, it would have some sort of invisibility or evasion ability. If we did, our survivability would increase by a lot. Lu Yin was surprised to find that they were definitely talking about him. Aside from him, there were no other cultivators in this spacetime. Bai Lan had said that Yixing's people didn't come to this spacetime, so they had stayed behind just in case. Yixing clearly knew that if too many people came, the destruction of this spacetime would accelerate. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he watched the pole joints move. Seeing their fear of the mist wolf, he decided to give it a try. Beneath the sky, the mist wolf's eyes were ferocious as it raised its claws and tore apart the pole joints in front of it. The pole joints fled. They had been chased for several days and had tens of thousands of their poles torn apart. The fear of the mist wolf was deeply imprinted in their hearts, and the only thing they could do was run. However, they weren't as fast as the mist wolf. Just as the mist wolf leapt up and continued to slaughter the pole joints, Lu Yin walked out and grabbed the mist wolf, fixing it in midair. All the pole joints froze in place. Although they didn't have eyes, ears, mouths, or noses, Lu Yin knew that they were looking at him in their own way. Lu Yin reached out with his other hand and knocked on them. Do you need help? All the pole joints were stunned. This was the first creature outside of their tribe that could communicate with them. Many of them immediately knocked on Lu Yin's head, asking him what kind of creature he was, how he could communicate with them, and how he could subdue the mist wolf. Lu Yin casually flung the mist wolf away. He hadn't killed it, and it wasn't wrong for it to take revenge. The mist wolf crashed to the ground and looked at Lu Yin in fear before turning to flee. Lu Yin gave it a feeling that it couldn't resist. A beast's intuition was very accurate. Seeing that the mist wolf had fled, the pole joints relaxed and stared at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin used their language to communicate with them, and they gradually became familiar with each other. His goal was to teach them cultivation and become a god in their hearts. It would be easier for them to accept his teachings as a god. Half a year later, Luin left this planet and went to another to teach the other pole joints. The pole joints on this planet had already learned to show their gratitude to Luin by lying on the ground. They would pass on the cultivation methods that Luin had taught them to other tribes, and at the same time, pass on Luyin's image. To all of them, Luin was like a god. What Luin had given them wasn't a cultivation method for astral sources, but rather something that had been created based on their racial characteristics. It wasn't necessarily good, but it was enough to make them rebel. It was enough to resist the mist wolf. As time passed, these pole joints might be able to improve their cultivation methods. Luin sprinkled a cultivation seed into the spacetime. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed in this spacetime, and 2 years had passed in the Genesis space. Luin had stayed in this spacetime for 10 years, and he had personally taught no less than 30 tribes. There were a few extremely large pole joint tribes that occupied entire planets, but that was only because of their numbers. When faced with the mist wolf, they could only flee. The mist wolf was just one of many disasters. There were many more that these pole joints couldn't deal with. However, things were different after they cultivated, and they had limitless possibilities. During these 10 years, countless pole joints had worshipped Luin and treated him as a god. This worship that was close to faith gave Luin the confidence to try touching the void. He didn't know if it was just an illusion or if he had stayed in this spacetime for too long, but he felt that it was much more intimate. Standing on the empty ground, Luin looked ahead. 10 years. He had endured for 10 years to teach the pole joints and not try to touch the void. Today, he would give it a try. His gaze trembled as the scene before him changed. Spatial lines appeared, and Luin raised his hand to touch them. His body instantly disappeared and reappeared in another location. This feeling was very smooth and bright. Luin couldn't wait to use flowing light from his inner world. It was like a beam of light that constantly rotated around him. Sure enough, Luin almost laughed out loud. Flowing light was smooth, and he no longer felt like he was stuck in a swamp. Luin hurriedly returned to the Eternal Kingdom and waved his hand. Flowing light shuttled back and forth, and the scene around him retreated. He saw the moment he had appeared in the Eternal Kingdom, and before he had appeared, there had been no one here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It really was 5 seconds. Luin laughed as he saw the scene from 5 seconds ago. 5 seconds, it really was 5 seconds. That's right, time reversal. Luin tried it, but it didn't go well this time. He could only reverse time by 1 second and not 5 seconds. There had to be a problem somewhere, so why couldn't he reverse time by 5 seconds? He stood in place and pondered. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. Shaking his head, he decided not to think about it. Being able to see the scene from 5 seconds ago meant that there was a chance to reverse time by 5 seconds. That was enough. Cultivation had to be done one step at a time. Flowing light was space, and using space to chase after time could reverse spacetime. If the space of flowing light was strong enough and 5 times tougher, then he could see the scene from 5 seconds ago. Luin wanted more, but 5 seconds wasn't enough. He wanted a minute, 2 hours, or even a day. Or even a year, or a period of time. The Dao Source sect's main hall had allowed them to see the era of the Above Sky sect because of the progenitor's sword, which meant that the progenitor's sword had unimaginable spatial toughness. If the progenitor's sword could do it, then so could Luin. The 5th spacetime had already ended, and he had managed to see through 5 seconds of time. The next step was to explore other spacetimes. He needed a spacetime with an even more exaggerated time flow. 5 times faster time flow was obviously not that important, as Yixing definitely had a spacetime that surpassed that. Luin returned to the Above Sky sect and asked for Yixing's people. Actually, he didn't know how to ask for a parallel spacetime from Yixing. Yixing didn't lack money, and using money to buy a parallel spacetime obviously wouldn't work. However, Luin had to obtain it. Some of Huizu's words were right. There were some things that ordinary people could care about, but those in power couldn't. Pathmaster, Tuo Lin requests an audience. The second Night King's voice rang out. Luin said, "Bring him in." Soon, Tuo Lin followed the second Night King and walked over nervously. When he saw Luin, he quickly knelt down. Disciple greets master. Luin nodded and smiled. You don't have to kneel when you see me in the future. Tuolin was nervous. Yes. Come and sit. Tuolin slowly walked over to Luin and sat down. Is there something you need from me? Luin looked at him. Tuolin quickly stood up and bowed. Disciple wants to cultivate. Master, please guide me. Luin stared at him. Tuolin was nervous. In fact, he had tried to cultivate countless times in the reincarnation spacetime, and many powerhouses were willing to teach him because he was qualified to participate in the tea party. Those powerhouses might not be qualified. In their opinion, if they could teach Tuolin, they would be able to appear in front of the Grand Empyreans. However, many people had failed because he was born unable to cultivate. This was also why he had worked so hard to become Lu Yin's disciple. Luin had reached such strength at such a young age, and the half-ancestor origin tribulation had made him excited. In his opinion, Luin was someone who could create miracles if he could survive such a deadly tribulation. Only someone who could create miracles could lead him on the path of cultivation. However, during his time in the Above Heaven sect, he had not waited for Luin to teach him. This made him more nervous and more panicked. He was afraid that Luin could not teach him. He was waiting for an answer now, an answer that would make him hover on the edge of hope and despair. Luin looked at Tuolin. I checked your constitution. Tuolin's face was pale, and his waist bent even deeper. He was even more panicked. It's a very good constitution. Tuolin suddenly looked up and looked at Luin in surprise. He thought he had heard wrong. What did he mean? Very good? Was that so? Master, what do you think? Very good? Luin said matter-of-factly. Has no one told you that your constitution has returned to its original state and is very suitable for the human Tao? Is that so? Tuolin was sluggish. Returning to one's natural state, the great path of human beings, these words sound very high and mighty, but why didn't anyone say this in the reincarnation universe? Luin looked at Tuolin with admiration. Your constitution is a constitution that has disappeared since the era of the Above Heavens sect in the primordial space. It can be said that it is 1 in a billion and has the possibility of cultivating to the peak. To exaggerate a bit, you are what countless people call a savior's constitution. Tuolin blinked his eyes with excitement, bewilderment, and disbelief. Naturally, he was a bit suspicious. Was there such a constitution? Savior's physique? What is this? Luin stood up and looked at Tuolin ruefully. I've always dreamed of obtaining a physique like yours. Unfortunately, I don't have one, but you do. This kind of physique can't be cultivated normally. The meridians in the body are scattered, and it's almost illusory. It's difficult to store any energy that you cultivate. Tuolin was excited. Yes, that was it. With such a physique, everyone says that it's impossible to cultivate. Tuolin's eyes turned red. Yes, that's it. Master, do you know this kind of physique? Luin solemnly said, I've said it before. This is a constitution that is 1 in a billion. This kind of physique bears the heavy responsibility of saving humanity. How can ordinary cultivation methods succeed? Not to mention those cultivators, even a spacetime that didn't give birth to such a physique can't cultivate at all. If I guessed wrong, no one in the reincarnation universe can teach you. They don't even know what this physique is or how it came about. Tuolin quickly knelt down. Master is wise. This disciple is like this. Please teach me and let this disciple embark on the path of cultivation. Luin pursed his lips. He was lying to Tuolin because he couldn't bear to see him in despair. Xixing was right. This child really couldn't cultivate. How could a person whose meridians were illusory cultivate? But if he told the truth, it would be a huge blow to him. Of course I will teach you. In fact, at the tea party, I saw your physique and wanted to bring you to the Above Heaven sect. But the war that day came too suddenly, and you were actually qualified to participate in the tea party. I thought that you were valued by the great Empyrean, so I left it at that. It wasn't until you came to the Above Heaven sect that I thought of you again. Making you kneel outside the Above Heaven sect is a test for you. You won't blame me, right? Luin said slowly. Tuolin raised his head. How can that be? Master, everything you do is for the good of this disciple. This disciple understands. Luin was satisfied. If it weren't for the reincarnation universe taking you away, you would have continued to kneel outside the above heaven sect for at least 10 years. This is not a test for you, but a test for a future savior. Your physique is destined to save the world. Such a person has to shoulder the great responsibility of prospering the human race. The test is naturally stricter. Tuolin's face flushed with excitement. At first, he had doubts, but now he didn't. Why would his master lie to him? There was no need, he was the master of the origin space. Seeing Lu Yin's sincere gaze, Tuolin gritted his teeth and resolutely said, "This disciple is willing to accept any test from master. No matter what the test is, this disciple can pass it. I only ask that master take this disciple on the path of cultivation so that I can protect the above heaven sect and humanity in the future." Luin grunted. You're worth teaching. He secretly sighed in relief. He had finally managed to trick this disciple. With your physique, once you cultivate, it will be difficult to control. Your cultivation speed will be very fast, and it will also bring about flaws in your temperament. When you break through the progenitor realm's origin tribulation in the future, there will be a trial called the Heart Inquisition. If you cultivate casually, you won't be able to pass this trial because you have an obsession in your heart. Tuolin respectfully said, Master, this disciple will definitely pass the Heart Inquisition trial. Luin was helpless, as he himself wasn't confident that he could pass it. All right. I originally wanted you to kneel outside the above heaven sect for 10 years to hone your temperament, but it was destroyed by the reincarnation spacetime cycle. Since that's the case, let's change the method. I will have people collect the history of humanity in the origin space. You need to familiarize yourself with this history and understand its meaning and logic. Only then will you be able to prove your Tao. When your temperament matches your physique one day, Master will officially take you on the path of cultivation. From then on, you will leave everyone in the dust, and no one will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. I also hope that you will be able to shoulder the heavy burden of protecting humanity at that time. Tuolin clenched his fists. This disciple understands. I will definitely not disappoint Master. Luin grunted. You can go back. Tuolin suppressed his excitement and left. He had to study history diligently and spy on the traces of humanity to prove his Tao. His master had such high expectations of him, and he definitely couldn't disappoint him. After Tuolin left, Luin found the second Night King. Go, send him all the history books you can collect. The second Night King was stunned. All of them? Luin was very serious. All of them. A single planet had a lot of history, so how much history did the entire origin space have? Luin couldn't even calculate it, and the second Night King left with a blank expression. If he wanted to finish reading all of it, that amount would be enough to exhaust a progenitor to death. What was the Tao Lord doing? Next, Yixing's people arrived. It was Bailan. Bailan was now somewhat afraid of facing Luin. Master Lu. Bailan bowed. Luin nodded. I can't go to the fifth spacetime continuum. I've already told you the reason. Bailan hesitated. Master Lu, what do you mean? At this time, Zhao Ran arrived and brewed tea. Bailan drank it naturally, but Luin felt a little uneasy. However, when he saw Zhao Ran's expression, he thought about it and drank it. Yixing and I have a deep cooperation. Luin put down his teacup. Bailan also put down her teacup. Of course, Yixing and Master Lu are friends. Luin said, since we're friends, I won't beat around the bush. If Yixing needs anything in the future, just let me know. Right now, I want to use Yixing to obtain more parallel spacetimes with different time flows. Of course, it would be even better if you have them. Bailan was helpless. Although there aren't many of these parallel spacetimes, it's still possible to find them. Master Lu, why don't you have the above heaven sect search for them? I've already asked them to search for them, but I've recently encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and urgently need time. If we rely on ourselves, who knows how long it'll take? I see. After a moment of silence, Bailan gritted her teeth. I, Yixing, have a 12th parallel spacetime continuum. If Master Lu wants to go, I can take you there. In fact, Yixing had already guessed Lu Yin's goal when he'd received the above heaven sex notice. Bai Ting had made up his mind to take out the 12th parallel spacetime continuum. He had no choice, otherwise, he would not be able to maintain his relationship with Lu Yin. This was the disadvantage of an unequal cooperation. If Yixing had the strength of the above heaven sect, he wouldn't have to care about what Lu Yin thought. Unfortunately, they didn't. It seemed like a cooperation, but Lu Yin's coercion forced them to take a step back. Lu Yin knew that he had gone overboard, so he took out something and gave it to Bailan. Yixing is already very generous to lend me the 5th parallel spacetime continuum. I can't ask for it selfishly. Treat this black energy source as rent. Bailan quickly refused. However, she couldn't refuse this time. Lu Yin insisted on giving it to her. A black energy source was important to anyone, including Yixing. Lu Yin had paid a price for it. He had no choice, forcing Yixing to take out the 12th parallel spacetime continuum was already going overboard. If he wasn't even willing to pay a price, how could they cooperate in the future? No one was willing to cooperate with a scoundrel. The price that should be paid must be paid. Bailan held the black energy source, it was extremely valuable. Yixing had wanted to purchase it from the hyperspace continuum, but Dimensional had rejected him. Having it was equivalent to having another extreme powerhouse. Although it was only the weakest extreme powerhouse, it was still not bad. Normally, a black energy source was more valuable than a parallel spacetime continuum with a different flow of time. This was because a black energy source was definitely a progenitor, but that kind of spacetime continuum might not be able to bring someone to the progenitor realm. At most, it could be considered a reduction in time. Bai Ting frowned as he looked at the black energy source. He still wants a parallel spacetime continuum from us. Bailan wanted to say something, but stopped. Bai Ting looked at her. Just say what you want to say. Bailan said that parallel spacetime continuum is not for Master Lu, but for him to cultivate. We won't lose anything. Since Master Lu has paid the price, we won't lose anything. Why not deepen our relationship? Bai Ting shook his head. It doesn't matter to normal cultivators, but for someone like Master Lu, he can reverse time. At this point, he paused for a moment and said with some apprehension, for such a person, that kind of parallel universe is a consumable. Bai Lan didn't understand, but seeing Bai Ting's expression, she didn't ask. If it doesn't work, I'll just tell him about that place, Bai Ting muttered to himself, but Bai Lan couldn't hear him clearly. Along with the storm, the dark red sea surged with monstrous waves. In the distance, there were thunderbolts that connected the heavens and the earth and green fog that almost covered the entire sky. From time to time, huge creatures would leap out from the sea and swallow the seawater. Their bodies were covered in thunderbolts as they flew into the distance. This was Yixing's 12th spacetime. 12th represented that the flow of time here was 12 times faster than in the Genesis space. Lu Yin stood on a deserted island that was as large as a continent on Earth. However, it was the smallest island in the ocean, which was much larger than Earth's. This was just an ocean, and Lu Yin looked into the distance where the ocean connected to form a unique parallel spacetime. This was a parallel spacetime formed by the ocean, and the ocean was either silent on a planet or floating in space. They were constantly connected, and there was no end in sight. Lu Yin took a step forward and passed through the lightning, waving his hand to disperse the green fog in the sky to reveal a deep but slightly green starry sky. This space was poisonous, or at least not suitable for humans to live in. This was also a parallel spacetime with no humans, but this one was larger than the 5th one. Lu Yin's eyes trembled when he saw the lines in space. Sure enough, they were larger than the 5th one, and the flow of time here was 12 times faster than in the Genesis space. If flowing light could adapt, then he would be able to see what had happened 12 seconds ago. If he entered a parallel spacetime that was 50 times faster than the Genesis space, then he would be able to bypass the 12th one. Lu Yin had thought of this before, but he rejected the idea. The faster the flow of time in a parallel spacetime, the harder it would be to adapt. Flowing light would be stuck in a quagmire if it was 5 times faster, and it might be rejected as soon as it appeared if it was 50 times faster. It would also be difficult to gain recognition in such a parallel spacetime. Of course, this was all just Lu Yin's conjecture. Whether or not one could be accepted by a parallel spacetime had nothing to do with the flow of time. Perhaps there were times when the flow of time was tens of millions of times faster than the primordial space, but they were still easily accepted. These were all possibilities, and Lu Yin could only rely on guesses for now. Even if Yixing had it, he wouldn't give it to him. He should not place his hopes on Yixing. He had to find out if others had such a parallel universe through Yixing. With a cracking sound, the lightning swept across horizontally. Not far away, there was a huge tornado. Lu Yin took a step forward and began to understand this parallel spacetime. Only by understanding it would he be recognized. A month later, in the sky above the ocean, Lu Yin's astral source was frantically sweeping through the entire ocean, causing it to expand in all directions. Within the ocean, numerous behemoths stared at Lu Yin in fear. Some were fish, some were turtles, and there were even many other strange creatures. These creatures were constantly wagging their tails or praying to Lu Yin in their own ways. He discovered that although the creatures here were all beasts of the sea, they were quite intelligent and knew how to beg and submit. The entire parallel spacetime was an ocean that was divided up by these colossal creatures. They had territorial awareness, and some of them would even form alliances to deal with the stronger oceans first. The beasts would then fight their own battles. This was clearly a unique oceanic civilization. As long as they had a civilization, things would be easier. The only way Lu Yin could think of was to beat them all into submission. He could not possibly reason with these beasts and teach them. These beasts were not without a civilization, and their survival of the fittest was engraved in their bones. Thus, this was the only way to suppress them. Wherever Lu Yin went, his astral source's pressure would suffice. The stronger a creature was, the more they would feel fear, especially when faced with an irresistible force. No one would resist, and they would all choose to submit. 2 months, 3 months, and then 5 months passed. Lu Yin swept through the entire spacetime and made all the strongest creatures in this spacetime submit. Less than half a month had passed in the primordial space. 12 times the normal flow of time gave Lu Yin 12 times more time. He felt that this spacetime no longer rejected him. This feeling had not been noticeable in the past, but it had become increasingly obvious after going to the 5th spacetime. Now, Lu Yin was certain that he had been accepted by the spacetime. Compared to using force to suppress, educating the rod node was obviously more troublesome and would take 10 years. If Yixing had taken out this parallel spacetime from the beginning, Lu Yin knew that he would not have needed to waste so much time. Although it was a pity, he could not blame Yixing. From the beginning to the end, Yixing had been forced. It was time. Lu Yin used his inner world, flowing light. Flowing light appeared, and the feeling was the same as when it had appeared in the 5th spacetime. It felt like he had fallen into a swamp. If he had not adapted to the 5th spacetime beforehand, this feeling would have been even stronger. In the 5th spacetime, Lu Yin had been able to use flowing light smoothly after being accepted by the spacetime. However, he still felt like he had fallen into a swamp in this spacetime. Could it be that he had not been accepted yet? Lu Yin looked at the starry sky and waited. After a long time, he finally relaxed. There was no danger of being rejected, which proved that this spacetime had indeed accepted him. These sea creatures were the overlords of this spacetime, just like how Lu Yin was the master of the 5th mainland. Gaining their approval and even making them submit naturally meant that he was accepted by this spacetime. Since it had accepted him, why did he still feel like he had fallen into a swamp? Lu Yin began to use flowing light to adapt to this spacetime. No matter what, he had to give it a try. Above the sky sect, Tua Lin stared blankly at the books piled up in front of him. The second Night King was behind the books and could not enter at all. These are the books that the Tao Lord ordered for you. Please take a look, Junior Headmaster. The second Night King respectfully said with a hint of envy. This youth had been accepted as the Tao Lord's disciple. In the primordial space, even a progenitor would not have a higher status than the second Night King. Tua Lin was stunned. So many? The second Night King replied, this is only a small portion of a small portion. More are being shipped over. Tua Lin's face paled. More? How could he possibly finish reading all of them? Looking at the pile of books, which was really piled up like a mountain, he started to have doubts in an instant. Junior Headmaster, these books are from the various sects and clans. They are all about human history. Once you've finished reading them, please inform me so that I can return them, the second Night King said respectfully. Tuo Lin frowned. Are these books very precious? Very, the second Night King replied. This was what Luin had instructed him to say. Tuo Lin he took a deep breath. His master would not lie to him. If he wanted to, he could have just found some ordinary books. Why did he have to find these precious books? Only these books recorded the history that ordinary people could not see. Yes, his master's expectations of him were too high, so much so that his test was very heavy. He recalled every word that Luin had said to him, as well as the look of praise in his eyes. For a moment, Tuo Lin felt a stifling sensation in his chest, but he spat it out fiercely. His gaze was unprecedentedly resolute. No matter how difficult the road ahead was, no matter how long his master's test lasted, he would complete it. He had to shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting humanity. He was the savior of the world. Come. Tuo Lin picked up the book in front of him and began to read. The second Night King did not know why Tuo Lin was suddenly so excited, but he decided to let him be and just read. These books were enough for him to read for several years. In the Sky Sect's back mountain, Luin waved his hand, and a stream of light shot out. He silently counted, 1, 2, 3, 13. Eh? There's more? 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. The stream of light returned to his body, and Luin was shocked. How could it be 18 seconds? He had thought that after the stream of light adapted to a parallel spacetime that flowed 12 times faster, he would be able to see the scene from 12 seconds ago, just like how he could see the scene from 5 seconds ago after adapting to a time flow 5 times faster. But why was it 18 seconds now? 18 seconds could be understood as 1 second plus 5 seconds plus 12 seconds, which added up to 18 seconds. In other words, it was the origin space plus the 5th spacetime plus the 12th spacetime. Why was it like this? Luin could not figure it out for a long time, but it seemed to be a good thing. He had originally thought that it would be 12 seconds, but now it was 18 seconds. If he went to a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time, it could still be stacked, which meant that he could see even further back. 1 minute? 2 hours? 1 day? Or a month? Or even a year? Luin used the stream of light again, but he could still only reverse time by 1 second. However, he could see what had happened 18 seconds ago. This was truly incomprehensible. He was now more and more eager to obtain a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. Not long after, Luin returned from the back garden with an ugly expression. He had asked Zijing about the spacetime that the hyperspace dimension had given them to study the sequence particles. The flow of time was 100 times faster than the origin space. It was a pity that the hyperspace dimension had been destroyed by Huizu. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he contacted Madame Nailin and asked her to come to the Above Heaven sect. Pathmaster, you've frightened Yixing's people by calling me here. They thought that you wanted a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. Madame Nailin looked at Luin lazily, and her bright eyes seemed to steal his soul. Luin laughed. They guessed right. I really do want a parallel spacetime. With a different flow of time. Madame Nailin was shocked. But it hasn't been that long. Luin did not know how to explain this to her, nor did he need to. Does Yixing have such a spacetime? Madame Nailin was certain. Definitely, but they all tacitly agreed not to tell me. I asked Bai Ting about it, but he didn't tell me at all. As the Above Heaven sect grew stronger, Lu Yin and the other members of the Above Heaven sect became more direct in their actions. This phenomenon was a good thing, as it meant that the people of the origin space were very confident. However, it was also a bad thing, as this sense of superiority would destroy some people. The reason why the Above Heaven era had not dealt with the Eternals was partly because they were too arrogant and looked down on the Eternals. Why did the reincarnation spacetime hate the Above Heaven era so much? Because of this, if the Above Heaven era had dealt with the Eternals, none of this would have happened. The above heaven era had paid a huge price for their mistake, and Luin did not want this mistake to continue. This was history, and not respecting it was the same as betraying the past and the future. Luin listened to Zijing quietly. Now was not the time to correct this. There was no rush, and he could take it slow. Correcting it too early would be counterproductive. Are you saying that Yixing and everyone are deliberately hiding it from you? Luin asked. Madame Naylan was distressed. They don't dare to offend me, but they won't get close to me either. Even Beilon is intentionally distancing herself from me. Luin tapped his finger on the void. It seemed that this was indeed troublesome. Yixing did not dare to get close to him. Had he been too harsh on him? If that was the case, then he would put Yixing aside for now. He remembered that Beilon had said that Luoshan also had a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. He would start with that. After Madame Naylan left, Luin secretly asked Traceless to come to the above heaven. When Traceless received Lu Yin's notification, he was excited. Master Lu had finally remembered him, and he could not wait to head over to the above heaven. Traceless greets Master Lu. Luin smiled. Thank you for making this trip. Traceless was terrified. It's my honor to serve Master Lu. If you have any orders, just say the word. I will serve Master Lu to the death. Luin smiled. It's not that exaggerated. What has Mr. Daheng been doing recently? Traceless replied, Mr. Daheng has been staying in Freedom Palace. He hasn't gone anywhere. He didn't ask you to do anything? Yes, he asked me to hide in the three sovereign spacetime of the endless battlefield and report any movements to him. Luin frowned. The landscape painting stone was in his hands, but Mr. Daheng was still keeping an eye on Luoshan. Clearly, it was not just because of the painting stone. He doesn't know that you're here, right? Luin asked. Traceless bowed. He definitely doesn't know. He can't monitor my whereabouts. Luin was satisfied. In that case, please send a message to Mr. Daheng. Tell him that Chenlu has gone to the three sovereign spacetime. Traceless was surprised. Chenlu? Luin looked at him. Can you do it? Wu Hen's gaze was resolute. Yes. Rest assured, Master Lu. Soon after, Traceless left without asking any further questions. Luin was even more satisfied with her attitude. Although Mr. Daheng had used underhanded methods to control Traceless, his methods had caused Traceless to lose her self-esteem as a progenitor, which made it easier for Luin to work for him. Chenlu was the same. After Wu Hen left, Luin immediately ordered Chenlu to go to the Three Monarchs universe to investigate the passage between the Three Monarchs universe and the Fifth Mainland. He allowed Chenlu to conceal his cultivation to prevent Luoshan from detecting him. Chenlu received the order and was a little confused. Go to the Three Monarchs universe? To him, that was not a place he should go. Luoshan was there. However, he had no choice but to obey Lu Yin's orders. Left with no other choice, he could only hide his cultivation and head over there. As long as Luoshan did not discover him, everything would be fine. It was impossible for Luoshan to keep an eye on the entire Three Monarchs universe all the time. Elsewhere. In Mu Shirkom's Freedom Palace, Traceless returned and relayed Lu Yin's message to Mr. Daheng. Mr. Daheng stared at Traceless. Did you see it clearly? It was Chenlu? Traceless was certain. It must be him. Although he concealed his cultivation, I recognized his back. This person thought that no one would notice him, but he was unlucky and just happened to pass over my head. Mr. Daheng's eyes flashed. Why did Chenlu go to the Three Monarchs universe? He had two guesses before. One was that the sect above heaven had subdued Chenlu and helped him remove the seal he had placed on him, allowing Chenlu to break through to the extreme powerhouse level. The second was that Chenlu was forced to join the Freedom Palace by himself. In fact, Luoshan had always been the mastermind behind it. The first possible loophole was that Chenlu should not have given the stone to Luoshan. With Lu Yin's character, if he knew the importance of the stone, he would not have given it to Luoshan. This was because he knew that Mr. Daheng would not suspect him. When Mr. Daheng really suspected the sect above heaven would have already been able to protect themselves. Mr. Daheng was more willing to believe the second possibility because he understood Luo Shan too well. This person was not simple, especially after what had happened between them. This made him even more certain that Luo Shan was controlling Chen Lu and plotting against him. As for when Chen Lu had given the stone to Luo Shan, he had not hidden it from Mr. Daheng. This was because he knew that Mr. Daheng had the stone and that he would not be able to enter the Mirage domain without one. He had not planned to hide it and had wanted to use the stone to negotiate with Mr. Daheng. However, too many things had happened along the way. The three sovereign spacetime had been plotted against, and Chen Lu himself had been severely injured. Now, Chen Lu had hidden his identity and secretly gone to the three sovereign spacetime, which further verified Mr. Daheng's guess. Mr. Daheng sat in the pavilion for an entire day and made various plans, but none of them came to fruition. There were too many uncertainties in the current Six Direction Association, and he was not sure if he could deal with Luo Shan. He had wanted to ambush Luo Shan in the endless battlefield because Luo Shan had participated in the battle between the hyperspace dimensional master and the witch spirit and had been injured. Now, Luo Shan might have recovered a lot. If he was not confident, he could not do it, but he had to do it. Mr. Daheng thought about it for a long time before finally going to the sect above heaven. In the sect above heaven, Lu Yin received Mr. Daheng in the main hall. Both of them had experience fighting against the Eternals in the endless battlefield. Even though Mr. Daheng had been forced, he had indeed participated in the crusade. The grudges between the two had been erased. "Mr. Daheng, why have you come to the sect above heaven?" Lu Yin asked with a smile. He did not seem to have any conflicts with Mr. Daheng. Mr. Daheng bowed slowly. "Sorry to disturb Master Lu." Lu Yin waved his hand. "You don't have to be so courteous. I plan to invite Mr. Daheng to participate in the next crusade. I hope that Mr. Daheng will not reject." "Haha." Mr. Daheng smiled. "I will definitely not reject Master Lu's invitation." Lu Yin nodded. After drinking some tea, Lu Yin was not in a hurry to speak. Mr. Daheng took the initiative to speak and chatted with Lu Yin about some off-topic topics. The atmosphere was rather relaxed. Not long after, Mr. Daheng drank some tea and muttered to himself. "Master Lu, what do you think of Chen Lu?" Lu Yin was puzzled. "Chen Lu?" Mr. Daheng nodded. Lu Yin thought for a while. "He is fierce in killing and good at archery. He is an expert on the battlefield." Mr. Daheng said, "Master Lu, have you ever suspected Chen Lu?" Lu Yin did not understand. Suspect him of what? Chen Lu, maybe Luo Shan deliberately placed him in the sect above heaven. Mr. Daheng said seriously. Lu Yin was stunned when he heard it. He then laughed. "Mr. Daheng, you are thinking too much. It is impossible." Mr. Daheng looked solemn. "Why do you say so?" Lu Yin said, "Mr. Daheng, do you know that during the battle at the tea party, the Eternals attacked the sect above heaven? Luo Shan also came. His target was Chen Lu. If Lord Taibai Jinxing did not stop him, Chen Lu would have died. He risked being accused of being a traitor to kill Chen Lu because Chen Lu betrayed the Three Monarchs universe. How could he deliberately place him in the sect above heaven? This is where Luo Shan is brilliant." Mr. Daheng said in a low voice. "Master Lu does not understand Luo Shan, but I do. He will do anything to achieve his goal." One attack made Master Lu trust Chen Lu without reservation. This price is worth it. Lu Yin did not believe it. If it is discovered that he attacked Chen Lu when the eternal race attacked the sect above heaven, it will not be a simple matter. He will be regarded as a traitor to humanity. This price is not small. Mr. Daheng shook his head. But at that time, no one in the sect above heaven could stop Luo Shan. These words startled Lu Yin. He frowned and pondered. Mr. Daheng saw Lu Yin's expression change and hurriedly said, "For Luo Shan, as long as his attack is not discovered, there is no problem. With his strength, no one in the sect above heaven can leave any evidence. As for the eternal race, it is even more impossible. They can't wait for human infighting. How could they say anything about this? Master Lu, have you thought about it? You trust Chen Lu so much. Once Chen-Lu turns the tables and helps Luo Shan deal with the sect above heaven, it is very likely that the glory of the sect above heaven will end. Lu Yin disdainfully said, just because of Luo Shan? Mr. Daheng reminded, Luo Shan is an expert of sequence laws. Although the sect above heaven has many experts, and even has the Lu family, the enemy is the entire eternal race. Luo Shan is very likely to be the last straw. Lu Yin stood up and walked to the entrance of the main hall with his hands behind his back. He looked into the distance and did not speak. Mr. Daheng naturally stood up and faced Lu Yin, remaining silent. On what basis are you saying that Chen-Lu was deliberately placed in the sect above heaven by Luo Shan? Mr. Daheng heaved a sigh of relief. Since Lu Yin could ask this question, it meant that he could believe it. Where is Chen-Lu now? Lu Yin replied decisively, at the ultra-spacetime border battlefield. He is not there. Mr. Daheng was certain. Lu Yin looked at him with a cold gaze. You are monitoring my sect above heaven's people? Mr. Daheng bowed. Master Lu, don't misunderstand. I am only monitoring the Three Monarchs spacetime. Chen-Lu is in the Three Monarchs spacetime? Lu Yin's tone turned cold. Mr. Daheng bowed deeply. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. He contacted someone through the wireless goo and sent someone to find Chen-Lu. After an hour, someone replied that Chen-Lu was in closed-door cultivation. Lu Yin put down the wireless goo. Mr. Daheng's lips curled up. Closed-door cultivation? What a joke, he was clearly in the Three Monarchs spacetime. He did not urge Lu Yin and stood at the back, waiting for Lu Yin's decision. There is no evidence. Chen-Lu is an ancestor realm expert and has a high status in my sect above heaven. Lu Yin's tone was cold. Mr. Daheng was secretly happy. I am willing to share Master Lu's burden. Reason, don't talk nonsense. You and I are not friends. Although our past grudges have been written off, you still have some resentment towards me in your heart. Mr. Daheng said, I want to get rid of Luo Shan. Lu Yin did not understand. You have enmity with Luo Shan? Something like that. Lu Yin waved his hand. I am not interested in your enmity, but are you confident in getting rid of him? Mr. Daheng shook his head. I am not confident. Lu Yin stared at Mr. Daheng. So you found me. Mr. Daheng bowed again and did not speak. Lu Yin took out the landscape painting stone from his cosmic ring. This is what you really want, right? Mr. Daheng looked up and stared at the stone with a burning gaze. If Master Lu is willing, this is indeed what I want. Longevity in the Mirage domain is really attractive, Lu Yin muttered to himself. Help me capture Chen-Lu. As for Luo Shan, he dared to scheme against me, so he deserved to die. I will send someone to help you, but this matter must not be known to anyone. If it spreads to the Six Paths Society, it will be detrimental to the reputation of the Ether Court. Do you understand? Mr. Daheng was excited. Understood. Rest assured, Master Lu. I will. Definitely deal with that traitor Chen-Lu and that poisonous snake Luo Shan. Once this is done, I will give you the stone, but I will also go to the Mirage domain, Lu Yin said. Mr. Daheng promised, once I gather all the stones, I will definitely inform Master Lu and go to the Mirage domain together. In the endless battlefield, in the Three Sovereign spacetime, Chen-Lu stood on a planet far away from the passage to the Fifth Mainland. This place was not far from the Rainbow Wall ruins, and there were traces of the Eternals everywhere. However, after the Crusade army swept through the endless battlefield, the Eternals in this spacetime had been purged. Many parallel spacetimes had appeared again, but the Three Sovereign spacetime was still quiet. Perhaps it was because of that passage that the Eternals were afraid of offending Lu Yin. Was he watching the passage? He did not know how long it would take. Chen-Lu looked into the distance warily, in the direction of the Imperial region. He was afraid that Luo Shan would discover him. He had hidden his cultivation like an ant, so Luo Shan should not be able to discover him. Even if he did, he could not do anything to him. Was he not afraid that the Ether Court would find trouble with him? He was the Ether Court's assembly that Master Lu had personally recognized as a progenitor powerhouse. The more he thought about it, the more Chen-Lu felt superior. Although following Master Lu had made him nervous at first, he now had the capital to dominate the Six Paths Society. He could not help but feel proud of his decision. Suddenly, a sharp pain swept through his nerves. A deep ravine extended from afar and penetrated his body, pressing him against the mountain wall. Everything happened too suddenly. Qianlu was severely injured before he could react. Who? He was shocked. Luo Shan? Mr. Daheng walked out of the void with a gloomy expression. Long time no see, Qianlu. Qianli's pupil shrank. Mr. Daheng? To think that you still remember me. Mr. Daheng clasped his hands behind his back. Qianlu was aghast. Mr. Daheng, you actually dare to attack me. I am an ancestor realm expert that the above heaven sect's Lord Lu has personally acknowledged. Do you want to become enemies with the above heaven sect? Mr. Daheng sneered and ignored Qianlu. His gaze swept towards the distance where Luo Shan had appeared. Mr. Daheng did not hide his attack on Qianlu, so it was natural for Luo Shan to sense it. Luo Shan saw both Mr. Daheng and Qianlu. How could this traitor be in the Three Monarchs universe? Luo Shan, long time no see. Mr. Daheng immediately took action. The power of wood gushed out and spread towards Luo Shan. Under the surging power of wood, there was a fishing rod that transformed the power of wood into a sea and extended towards Luo Shan. Luo Shan was surprised. Daheng, the stone has already been handed over to Luin. Why are you still bothering me? Ha 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 ha, Luo Shan, oh Luo Shan, how many years have we known each other? Do you think you can fool me with such a small trick? Qianlu is a chess piece that you placed in the above heaven sect. He is also a chess piece that you placed in my Hall of Freedom. You knew that I was collecting that kind of stone through him, so you must be collecting it too. During the crusade, you saw that I had my eyes on you, so you gave the stone to Luin. Actually, you still have the stone. Mr. Daheng was certain. As soon as he finished speaking, the fishing line appeared directly above Luo Shan and fell vertically. Luo Shan was furious. Fool, if I let Qianlu enter the Hall of Freedom, when Qianlu gave me the stone, why would I let you know? The tricolor monarch's chi shot towards the sky, causing the fishing line to distort, but the fishing line still flew towards Luo Shan. Mr. Daheng sneered, that's because you knew that I had the stone. You couldn't get it from me, so you used the stone as a bait to negotiate with me in the future. At that time, you didn't think of hiding it completely, but you didn't expect the above heaven sect to intervene midway, turning the Three Monarchs spacetime into one of the endless battlefields. You were also injured because you participated in the battle between Master Wei and the Witch Spirit God. You were afraid that I would intervene, so you had no choice but to give the stone to Luin. Luo Shan, oh Luo Shan, you schemed against the Hall of Freedom and the above heaven sect at the same time. Do you really think that you are a master? Shut up, we agreed not to mention it. Luo Shan shouted and looked up. As the fishing line fell, his body suddenly disappeared and reappeared in the distance. Mr. Daheng stared at Luo Shan and kept using the wood spacetime's battle techniques, but it was useless against Luo Shan. Mr. Daheng frowned. Why didn't the above heaven sect make a move? Daheng, I'll give you a chance. Get lost, or don't blame me for being impolite. Luo Shan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Following his words, the tricolor monarch aura replaced the starry dome. Whether you guessed correctly or not, even if I planted Qianlu in the Hall of Repose, the stone has already been given to Luin. It won't do you any good to fight with me. Mr. Daheng's eyes narrowed. Hand over the remaining stones. Luo Shan was furious. I don't have any stones. Mr. Daheng didn't believe him. If you didn't have more than 2 stones, you wouldn't have let me know that Qianlu gave the stone to you. You wouldn't have given the stone to Luin. You must have more. Give it to me, and from now on, our grudge will be written off. Luo Shan was angry. Idiot, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Qianlu and Wu Hen were watching from afar. Only now did he clearly see how strong Luo Shan was. Mr. Daheng, who he thought was invincible, was not Luo Shan's match at all. The tricolored monarch aura suppressed the power of wood. Even if Mr. Daheng attacked with his sequence laws, he could not touch Luo Shan. On the contrary, Luo Shan's monarch world was constantly suppressing Mr. Daheng's range. I told you when you were young that you had unrealistic dreams and wanted to be free. How can there be freedom in this world? The more you pursue it, the more foolish you become. Daheng, you will die by your own hands. Luo Shan raised his hand, New World. He took a step forward, and his body disappeared. In front of him was a world of nothingness that was gradually dispersing. Mr. Da Heng's eyes narrowed. The second style, you actually mastered the second style. Pfft. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and Luo Shan walked out from behind him and retracted his palm. Mr. Da Heng's back was struck, and the tricolor monarch aura entered his body, causing his power of wood to dissipate. His fishing line was broken, and that was his ancestral world. Luo Shan looked at Chenlu in the distance and frowned. Why is Chenlu here? Mr. Da Heng knew that Chenlu was here and confirmed that he was one of my people, but Chenlu wasn't. This was a trap, a very familiar one. Mr. Da Heng's gaze turned cold. Lu Yin, it's him again. Hyperspace, it was this person who used Mu Jun to lure Mr. Da Heng out to fight against Wei Zhu, and then he went to snatch Zijing. Now, he used Chenlu to lure Mr. Da Heng out. This person was too vicious to lure Mr. Da Heng into a fight. Mr. Da Heng's heart turned cold. Being targeted by this person, he wouldn't have a good life unless he betrayed the humans. However, he was a human, and he couldn't imagine what it would be like to join the everlasting tribe. The path left for him was very narrow. He looked at Mr. Da Heng again. It wouldn't work even if he explained the situation clearly. If Mr. Da Heng didn't believe him, he would still fight with Mr. Da Heng. If he believed him, would Lu Yin let them go? Since Mr. Da Heng had come to fight with Mr. Da Heng, their fight must have been seen by Lu Yin. If Mr. Da Heng didn't have absolute confidence, he wouldn't have allowed Mr. Da Heng to speak. Sometimes, the truth wasn't important. The choice was the most important. Luo Shan decided not to explain the situation to Da Heng, leaving himself a way out. Mr. Da Heng panted heavily. Why weren't the people from the sect above heaven here yet? He wasn't Luo Shan's opponent, and he had never won against Luo Shan. If this continued, he might really die at Luo Shan's hands. Luo Shan, hand over the stone. Luo Shan sneered. What an idiot. Even now, he still couldn't see the truth. Mr. Da Heng couldn't be blamed. How could he have known that Traceless had betrayed him? Unless something unexpected happened, he wouldn't have known that Lu Yin was scheming against him. Similarly, if Mr. Da Heng had taken the initiative to scheme against Lu Yin wouldn't have been able to detect it either. This was the result of scheming against an unsuspecting person. Luo Shan had been wrongly accused, so he could see the truth. But so what? He could clearly tell Mr. Da Heng the truth, but for his own sake, he forcefully restrained himself. Those who couldn't see the truth would be schemed against, while those who could see the truth would want to protect themselves. This was human nature. However, what Luo Shan couldn't figure out was that Mr. Da Heng was clearly not his opponent, so where did Mr. Da Heng get the confidence to ask him to hand over the stone? He didn't believe that the sect above heaven would openly attack him. Mr. Da Heng might believe that, but in his opinion, if Lu Yin really used the sect above heaven to attack him, then he would be too foolish and lose the Sixth Direction Society's support. The sect above heaven had completed a nearly perfect crusade, and his reputation in the Sixth Direction Society had reached its peak. He couldn't ruin his own image at this time. He should be very clear about the battle through spacetime. Without a powerhouse from the sequence laws, it would be impossible to keep him here. Da Heng, where do you get the confidence to force me? Luo Shan disdainfully asked. Mr. Da Heng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The people from the sect above heaven had yet to make a move, and when he saw the pressure from the tricolored monarch's aura increasing, his gaze turned sinister. When did you learn the second style? Luo Shan met Mr. Da Heng's gaze. I've already said that you're too foolish. You can't even learn the first style, but I can learn the second style. Let me use the second style to send you to heaven. With that, the realm of nothingness appeared in front of him once more. Luo Shan took a step forward and was about to enter. Suddenly, he stared fixedly at Mr. Da Heng, only to see Mr. Da Heng take out a copper coin. The copper coin was the size of a human head. It looked ordinary, but Luo Shan's expression changed drastically. He stared at Mr. Da Heng. You actually... Mr. Da Heng tossed the copper coin out. Luo Shan, die. Luo Shan's expression turned ugly as he stepped into the realm of nothingness and disappeared. The copper coin spun around in the void before returning to Mr. Daheng's hand. Mr. Daheng stared at the copper coin in a daze. Did Luo Shan run away? Bastard, what is that Luin doing? If the sect above heaven had made a move, Luo Shan wouldn't have been able to escape. Now that he had escaped, it would be difficult to find him again. Mr. Daheng had even been forced to use his trump card. Mr. Daheng kept the copper coins and quickly arrived in front of Chen Lu. He grabbed him and left. It didn't matter. If he was exposed, then so be it. He didn't plan to hide it for long anyway. Furthermore, it was also good that Luo Shan had escaped. Luin was too shrewd, and having Luo Shan to pin him down was not a bad idea. The most troublesome issue was still Stone. Did Luo Shan even have him? Limitless, the light screen regained its tranquility. Wendy Yushan watched quietly. Behind her, Bodhi Sage and the rest were also watching. The screen was showing the scene of Mr. Daheng attacking Luo Shan and Chen Lu. Wuli had seen this scene from beginning to end. Bodhi Saint's face was gloomy. Inform Mu Shiqiang that Mr. Daheng attacked the three monarchs without permission. Ask Mu Shiqiang to send someone to take him down and ask him the reason. Although there were internal conflicts within the Six Directions Guild, they never involved the boundless battlefield. The endless battlefield was already a battlefield. It was the front line of the war against the everlasting race. If the Six-Way Society's internal conflicts spread to the endless battlefield, it would have an unbearable impact on the endless battlefield. This was a responsibility that no one could bear. Of course, this was under the premise that the Six Paths Guild knew about it. Generally speaking, even if someone made a move on the endless battlefield, it wouldn't be detected by the six parties. With so many people having fought in the endless battlefield, who didn't have conflicts? It was fine as long as they didn't get discovered. Everything was hidden in the darkness. However, Mr. Daheng's attack on Luo Shan this time was too high-profile. Distanceless had been watching from the beginning to the end. This wasn't a simple matter. If the Six Directions Guild didn't make a decision, how could they maintain the endless battlefield in the future? Once something happened in the endless battlefield, it would directly affect the entire Six Directions Guild. One had to know that not everyone in the endless battlefield was human. There were also other life forms. They could choose to side with the Six Directions Society, and they could also choose to betray the Six Directions Society. Mr. Daheng would never have dreamed that Limitless would be able to detect him. The three sovereign spacetimes did not have a place to gather information, and he believed that he would not be detected by the Six Directions Association. However, everything was going according to Lu Yin's plan. Lu Yin wanted to scheme against both Luo Shan and Mr. Daheng. The enmity between them couldn't be easily resolved, so he would take the initiative to resolve it. If he gave Luo Shan and Mr. Daheng a chance, they would definitely not let him off. Lu Yin was very clear about this. His goal was to unify the Six Directions Society, and there should not be anyone in the Six Directions Society who could scheme against him. The Grand Empyrean had been selfish and exiled the Lu family to complete her own plans for the everlasting race. Lu Yin wanted to unify the Six Directions Society and no longer had any misgivings. He wanted to make the Grand Empyrean pay the price. The Six Direction Association that the Grand Empyrean had created had to belong to the Lu family. With Spacetime, Freedom Palace, Mr. Daheng returned. He did not know that Wuli had contacted with Spacetime. Chen Lu was thrown onto the ground. His face was deathly pale, looking very miserable. Traceless looked on coldly. Mr. Daheng looked down at Chen Lu. Chen Lu, you've finally come to the repose hall. Chen Lu was terrified. He still did not understand what had happened. Why would Mr. Daheng know that he was in the Three Monarchs universe and attack him? Mr. Daheng looked at Chen Li's fearful eyes. This gaze is very good. Back then, it was because of this gaze that I chose you. Unfortunately, you were a chess piece that Luo Shan wanted to use against me. Chen Lu was stunned. Luo Shan's pawn? When? Luo Shan is ruthless enough. On one hand, he wanted to use you to plot against me, and on the other, he placed you in the Above Heavens sect to plot against Lu Yin. However, he overestimated himself. Did he really think that he could plot against everyone? Originally, I wasn't sure that you were Luo Shan's people. It wasn't until you secretly entered the Three Monarchs universe that I was sure. He stared at Chen Lu. Luo Shan, do you still have stones? This was why Mr. Daheng had always wanted to find Chen Lu. At first, Chen Lu was afraid of being retaliated by Mr. Daheng, so he gave the stones to Luo Shan. Luin was also worried about this. In their opinion, this was because they were afraid of being targeted by Mr. Daheng. In Mr. Daheng's opinion, there was only one reason for giving the stones to Luo Shan so decisively. That was, they still had stones. Now that it was confirmed that Chen Lu was Luo Shan's people, the one who still had stones was naturally Luo Shan. He guessed right. No one was stupid. Luin did have stones, but he guessed the wrong person. Chen Lu understood. It turned out that Mr. Daheng had always thought this way. He had never thought of this. He was sure that he was Luo Shan's people because he secretly entered the Three Monarchs universe? Suddenly, Chen Lu understood. Lu Yin suddenly asked him to go to the Three Monarchs universe. This was suspicious. Now that Mr. Daheng confirmed it because of this, did it mean that everything was Lu Yin's plan? Why? What did he want to do? Could it be that he was planning to attack Luo Shan and Mr. Daheng? Mr. Daheng stared at Chen Lu. I know you are afraid of death. Then tell me, Luo Shan, do you still have stones? Chen Lu and Mr. Daheng looked at each other. The fear in their eyes was undisguised. He was afraid of death. Yes, but Luo Shan did not have stones. When he gave it to him, he did not know what it was. How could he say this? Lu Yin used his own plan to let Mr. Daheng attack Luo Shan in the Three Monarchs universe. He could not see his purpose clearly. Perhaps it was to scheme against Mr. Daheng. Then, what was his role in it? He should know that he could figure it out. Then, what role did he want him to play? Chen Lu panicked. He was afraid that he would be destroyed by Mr. Daheng. He was afraid that Lu Yin would give up on him. He was also afraid that he would destroy Lu Yin's plan. He did not know how Lu Yin would deal with this matter. It was reasonable to say that he, a heavenly ancestor powerhouse, should not be abandoned. But if Lu Yin deliberately let him be killed by Mr. Daheng in order to deal with Mr. Daheng, then he had enough reason to deal with Mr. Daheng. Would it be like this? Chen Lu became more and more panicked. He could not see through Lu Yin. Mr. Daheng frowned. Chen Lu, tell me the truth. I can plead with the heavenly ancestor and ask Master Lu to spare your life. After all, you are also an extremely strong powerhouse. He may not be willing to let you die. Chen Li's body shook, and he looked at Mr. Daheng in amazement. Master Lu, you know? Mr. Daheng was indifferent. You are already a traitor of the heavenly ancestor. But this matter, only Master Lu and I know. I can let you live, but I can also let you die. How do you know that I went to the Three Monarchs universe? Chen Lu asked. Wu Hen said, I have been watching the Three Monarchs universe. Chen Lu looked at Wu Hen deeply. This person was watching the Three Monarchs universe. He should know that he had never seen Luo Shan. If so, why didn't he say it? Either this person was stupid and thought that as long as he appeared in the Three Monarchs universe, he would be Luo Shan's man. However, such a stupid person would not be able to cultivate to the level of an extremely strong powerhouse. Or this person was Lu Yin's man. Lu Yin wanted him to say so. This was a trap for Mr. Daheng and Luo Shan. Lu Yin definitely knew that Mr. Daheng would tell him. He was not afraid of him knowing, which meant that he did not intend to give up on him. This Wu Hen had been watching him, so he should be Lu Yin's man. If he said it, Wu Hen would definitely tell Lu Yin. He didn't dare to think about the result. Yes, he didn't say anything. He would hold on until the end and see what Master Lu's plan was. Tell me, when did Luo Shan let you join the Repose Palace? Was it before or after I controlled you? Mr. Daheng asked in a low voice. If it was before, then Luo Shan had already planned to scheme against him. If it was after, then it was a scheme against him, and it was not premeditated. It seemed to be an unimportant question, but it involved his past with Luo Shan. He wanted to know if Luo Shan had let go of that matter. Chen Lu didn't speak. Mr. Daheng frowned. It is not easy for you to cultivate to this level. There are countless human beings. How many people can cultivate to this level? Chen Lu, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Chen Lu still didn't speak. He glanced at Wu Hen. Wu Hen was expressionless. He knew very well that Chen Lu was definitely not from Luoshan. However, since Master Lu wanted Mr. Daheng to confirm that Chen Lu was from Luoshan, then Chen Lu must be from Luoshan. Master Lu's words were everything. Mr. Daheng's face turned ugly. Chen Lu, do you really want to die? Luoshan has already escaped. He can't save you. There is no need for you to die with Luoshan. To tell you the truth, the Above Heaven sect will definitely not let Luoshan go. Chen Lu clenched his teeth. He wanted to say it, but he didn't dare. Compared to Mr. Daheng, the Above Heaven sect was much more terrifying. Mr. Daheng attacked Chen Lu, trying to force him to speak. Wu Hen looked on coldly. Chen Lu clenched his teeth and persisted. He kept hypnotizing himself. The longer he persisted, the more Master Lu owed him. He was persevering for Master Lu's plan. Mr. Daheng didn't expect Chen Lu to be so persistent. The more Chen Lu didn't speak, the more he felt that there was a problem. Was Luoshan worth Chen Lu sacrificing himself? The more it was like this, the more he wanted to know. Chen Lu, I will count to 3. If you don't speak, I will cripple your cultivation. Chen Li's pupils shrank, and he clenched his teeth. 1. Chen Li's face turned pale. 2. Chen Lu trembled. 3. Mr. Daheng raised his hand. Chen Lu couldn't hold on any longer. He suddenly looked up and stared at Wu Hen. Was Master Lu going to care about him? He couldn't really sacrifice himself for Master Lu. At this moment, a figure walked out of the void and landed in Freedom Palace. Mr. Daheng looked up. Woodcut? Chen Lu was excited. Woodcut, this was Master Lu's senior brother. He had finally arrived. Wu Hen was equally excited. The Above Heaven sect had attacked. He stared at Mr. Daheng, his eyes full of resentment. Woodcut looked at Mr. Daheng coldly. Why did you attack Luoshan? Mr. Daheng was stunned. How did he know? Why did you attack Chen Lu? 2 consecutive questions. Mr. Daheng's heart sank. No, there was a problem. The battle between the 3 sovereigns should not have been known by outsiders. This woodcut wasn't surprised to see Chen Lu here. Did he already know? He thought about how the experts from the Above Heaven sect that Luin had promised never appeared. A thought flashed through his mind, and he thought of a certain possibility. His face paled. Wu Li, I have confirmed that you attacked Luoshan and stirred up the endless battlefield. Follow me to the 6 Direction Society. Woodcut shouted. Mr. Daheng clenched his fist. Chen Lu is a traitor of the Above Heaven sect. Master Lu asked me to help him deal with the traitor. As for Luoshan, he is suspected of betraying humanity. I can explain it clearly. We can talk about this when we report to the 6 Direction Society. Let's go to Above Heaven. Right now, the Grand Empyrean and the others were in seclusion. Luin was the only person who could make decisions for the Above Heaven sect. In the Samsara spacetime, Celestial Victor was in the endless battlefield. A level 9 Lotus Venerate could not make decisions for Luin. Currently, Luin was the only person who could make decisions for the 6 Direction Society. How could Mr. Daheng have gone to the Above Heaven sect? He thought of a possibility. Perhaps he and Luoshan had been tricked by Luin. They had been so focused on Luoshan that they had forgotten about Lu Yin's methods. If his guess was correct, he would be in a passive position if he went to the Above Heaven sect at this time. Mu Feng, you are also a member of my Wood Dimension. Our 6 Direction gang is of equal status. Even if I am in the wrong, why should I go to Above Heaven? Mr. Daheng retorted. Mu Feng stared at Mr. Daheng coldly. He didn't know anything in advance. It was Wu Li who asked him to take action. In the Wood spacetime, other than Mu Feng, no one could suppress Mr. Daheng. Mr. Daheng's words were reasonable, but who would listen to him? The Wood deity was in seclusion. Mr. Daheng's words could not be accepted by the 6 Paths Guild. The cloudy stone vibrated, and the wooden carving connected. May I ask if Senior Wood Carving has reached the Hall of Freedom? We're here. Senior Wood Carving, please bring Mr. Daheng to Above Heaven to explain to the 6 Paths Guild. Wu Li has already informed the entire Six Paths Guild of the situation. When Mr. Daheng heard this, his expression changed. The entire Six Direction gang knew about this? The woodcutter looked at Mr. Daheng. Did you hear that? The Six-Party Society will allow you to go to the Celestial Sect to defend yourself. Why did you attack Luo Shan and cause chaos in the endless battlefield? Not only do you have to give the Six-Party Society an explanation, you also have to give the endless battlefield an explanation. The consequences are very serious. Wu Hen's lips curled up. He had waited for this day for too long. It was impossible for him to take down Mr. Daheng by himself. Fortunately, he had followed the right person. Master Lu was enough to consign Mr. Daheng to eternal damnation. Mr. Daheng stood at the same spot and his eyes flickered. The wooden carving slowly fell to the ground, and a saber had appeared in his hand at some point. The pressure brought about by the sharp edge made Mr. Daheng sober up. Now, he was only attacking Luo Shan. No matter what, he wouldn't do anything. At most, he would serve in the endless battlefield. If he resisted, then it would be different. As he thought of this, his heart gradually calmed down. He looked at the wooden carving and was just about to say that he would follow him when Lu Yin suddenly appeared not too far away. Senior brother. He looked at the wood carving. When Mr. Daheng saw Lu Yin's arrival, a sinister look flashed across his eyes. Why are you here? Mu Feng was puzzled. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Daheng and the others. I heard that Chen Lu from my above Heaven sect was captured and brought here. Is that true? Mr. Daheng looked at Lu Yin, not knowing what to say. Mu Feng said indifferently, he said he would help you deal with the traitor of the above Heaven sect. Lu Yin smiled. I see. Whether or not he's a traitor, I'll make my own decision. Senior, are you going to bring him to the above Heaven sect? Distanceless sent a message to Six Direction Society. I was just about to bring him to above heaven. Since that's the case, then let's make the decision here. In any case, I'll be the one to make the decision when we go to the above heaven sect. Woodcut wasn't an inflexible person, and since Lu Yin had said so, he would do it here. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Daheng. Why did you attack Luo Shan? Mr. Daheng said in a deep voice, I have a personal grudge with him. Do you know that the current Luo Shan is one of the parallel spacetime masters of the endless battlefield? I know. Since you know, why are you still lying to me? His attack is suspected of disrupting the endless battlefield. This isn't a small matter. Mr. Daheng took a deep breath. Luo Shan and I have a deep grudge. He just happened to be injured, and I wanted to take this opportunity to take revenge. I didn't think too much about it. Lu Yin nodded. It's normal for cultivators to take revenge. Fortunately, Luo Shan is fine, and you didn't make a big mistake. After thinking about it, he said, I'll punish you to guard the endless battlefield for 1,000 years. Do you have any objections? Mr. Daheng's face twitched. No. Lu Yin grunted. That's good. He had used Mr. Daheng to deal with Luo Shan, but he couldn't really kill him. This was because during the battle with the witch spirit, Luo Shan had told Lu Yin not to betray humanity before he left. These words had saved Luo Shan's life. Lu Yin had a grudge with him, and he didn't doubt that Luo Shan would kill him if he had the chance. But no matter what, Luo Shan was one of the 3 sovereigns of the endless battlefield, and if he really attacked, he might become the subject of ridicule. It was best to let this person guard the endless battlefield and fight against the Eternals. Mr. Daheng was the same. This person's grudge against Lu Yin was not much less than Luo Shan's, but it wasn't to the extent that Lu Yin had to kill him. Guarding the endless battlefield was the best choice. Lu Yin wanted to unify the Six Direction Society, and he didn't just want the Six Direction Society's cultivators to acknowledge him. He also wanted to purge the Six Direction Society and throw his enemies into the endless battlefield. Only then would the others listen to his arrangements. This was his tyranny. The wooden carving left. Since Mr. Daheng had accepted the punishment, there was nothing left for him to do. After the wooden carving left, Lu Yin came to a spot not far from Mr. Daheng. He looked past Mr. Daheng and looked at Chen Lu. It's not easy to cultivate to the progenitor realm. Do you want to die? At this moment, Mr. Daheng might have guessed that while Luyin was using him to deal with Luo Shan, he was also scheming against himself. However, he might not have guessed that Qianlu wasn't sent by Luo Shan to be planted in the Heaven sect. Qianlu might or might not have been sent by Luo Shan to the Heaven sect. Whether or not he was sent by Luo Shan, it wouldn't affect the current outcome. As long as Mr. Daheng didn't die, this situation could be maintained for as long as possible. After all, it was just a matter of a sentence. Qianlu didn't say anything from the beginning to the end. It was obvious that he understood Lu Yin's intention. This subordinate doesn't want to die. Qianlu replied weakly. Lu Yin looked up. Return to the Heaven sect. I will make a decision for you. Qianlu stood up shakily and bowed deeply to Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Daheng. Let this Mr. Wu Hen send Qianlu back to the Heaven sect. Does Mr. Daheng have any objections? Mr. Daheng looked at Lu Yin. As you wish, Master Lu. Wu Hen nodded and left with Qianlu. Everyone left, leaving only Mr. Daheng and Lu Yin in the repose hall. Lu Yin sat down. Judging from Mr. Daheng's expression, the matter didn't go smoothly. Luo Shan escaped. Mr. Daheng said. Lu Yin didn't care. So what if he escaped? He's just a stray dog. It's already good enough that you helped me find the traitor Qianlu. Mr. Daheng sneered inwardly. He didn't know if Qianlu was a traitor of the Heaven sect. The Heaven sect didn't send anyone to help him deal with Luo Shan. However, the battle between him and Luo Shan had spread throughout the Six Direction sect. He didn't believe that this person had nothing to do with it. Previously, he had placed his attention on Luo Shan and ignored this person due to his prejudice. Although this person was young, he was more shrewd than anyone else. Master Lu, why didn't the Heaven sect help me when I fought Luo Shan in the Three Sovereigns universe? Mr. Daheng asked, his tone was calm but deep. Lu Yin said indifferently, my people noticed that Wu Li was watching the Three Sovereigns universe. Naturally, they couldn't help. Mr. Daheng frowned. Was that so? Why would Wu Li be watching the Three Sovereigns universe? Lu Yin looked at him. Is Mr. Daheng questioning me? Or are you suspecting me? Mr. Daheng quickly said, I don't dare, I'm just curious. No one in the Six Direction sect dared to offend Lu Yin, including him. If it was as he guessed, everything was within Lu Yin's calculations. Not to mention himself, Luo Shan was quite miserable. He didn't want to repeat Luo Shan's mistakes. Lu Yin laughed. This is the repose hall. Mr. Daheng wants to be free and unfettered. Since you have guessed it, why did you suppress it? Mr. Daheng said, I didn't suppress it, I just didn't want to make unreasonable speculations. What is Mr. Daheng's unreasonable speculations? Lu Yin asked curiously. Mr. Daheng didn't answer but asked instead, how will the Heaven sect deal with Luo Shan? Lu Yin retracted his gaze. This is my business. Oh, right. He took out the landscape painting stone from his cosmic ring and threw it to Mr. Daheng. Mr. Daheng caught it and was confused. Master Lu, this is? Your reward. My Heaven sect couldn't help you this time. Take this as an apology. Lu Yin replied. Mr. Daheng stared at the stone in a daze. What was going on? Could it be that his speculations were wrong? The Heaven sect didn't make a move because they realized that Distanceless was watching the Three Monarchs spacetimes? It wasn't unreasonable for Distanceless to watch the Three Monarchs spacetimes. After all, Distanceless had to watch the entire endless battlefield. He was at a loss. If Lu Yin had schemed against him and Luo Shan at the same time, this stone fragment shouldn't have been given to him. But now, it was given to him. Qianlu had also clearly stated that he was a traitor of the Heaven sect. Could it be that he was overthinking? Lu Yin's expression was calm. He still had the landscape painting stone, and he couldn't go to the Mirage domain without one. Since that was the case, it didn't matter if he gave it to Mr. Daheng. After all, Mr. Daheng was a sequence law powerhouse who had already thrown him into the endless battlefield. Mr. Daheng, you must be careful in the endless battlefield. Luo Shan probably won't let you off. Lu Yin reminded him. Mr. Daheng solemnly put away the stone and bowed deeply to Lu Yin. Thank you for your reminder, Master Lu. I will be careful of Luo Shan. Lu Yin nodded. I will inform the people from the Heavens sect in the endless battlefield and try to cooperate with you. It's only 1,000 years, and it will pass quickly. Mr. Daheng was a little grateful. 1,000 years wasn't a long time, and it could be said that Lu Yin was lenient. He looked at Lu Yin. What was this person thinking? Was his conjecture correct? By the way, Mr. Daheng has been in the Six Directions Association for many years. Do you know of anyone who has a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time? Lu Yin suddenly asked as he looked at Mr. Daheng. Mr. Daheng was astonished. A parallel spacetime with a different flow of time? Master Lu needs it? Lu Yin sighed. I'm still too young. If I want to catch up with my cultivation, I still need such a parallel spacetime. Mr. Daheng's eyes flashed. Since Master Lu needs it, I have one here. As long as Master Lu doesn't mind the slow flow of time, you can use it temporarily. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. You have it? That's great. This was an unexpected gain. Lu Yin had wanted to ask Mr. Daheng about who had it, but he hadn't expected this person to have it and even give it to him. Mr. Daheng looked at Lu Yin's surprised expression and regretted his words. It turned out that Lu Yin did not know that he had it. Lu Yin was not testing him but was actually asking. If he had known, he would not have said it. However, since he had already said it, he could not change it. I do have one. The time flow is about 30 times faster than the wood spacetime dimension. If Master Lu needs it, I can bring you there now. Mr. Daheng sounded helpless. Lu Yin laughed and walked over to Mr. Daheng. He raised his hand and patted Mr. Daheng's shoulder. Thank you. Mr. Daheng forced a smile. He wanted to think about what had happened recently in the endless battlefield. He felt that many things were not right. It felt like Luo Shan was controlling them, but it also felt like this person was controlling them. He had not felt this way for many years. Ever since this person came, the entire Six Direction gang had changed. Soon, Mr. Daheng brought Lu Yin into a parallel universe where time flowed 30 times faster. This parallel universe was connected to the wood spacetime dimension and did not require any coordinates to enter. The place where they entered was not far from the Repose Palace. Above the sky sect, Lu Yin returned. Chen Lu was sitting in the main hall. When he saw Lu Yin return, he quickly stood up and bowed. Lu Yin raised his hand and gestured. You've worked hard. Chen Lu respectfully said, It's my honor to be able to work for Master. Lu Yin praised, You are very good. Wu Han told me that no matter how Mr. Daheng tortured you, you did not say anything. I underestimated you in the past. Chen Lu was excited. Don't worry, Master. Even if I die, I will not say a word. Lu Yin laughed. All right, you may leave. I have seen your loyalty. Chen Lu was excited. Yes, Master. At this time, the second Night King reported, Master, Luo Shan requests an audience. Chen Lu was stunned. Luo Shan? Lu Yin did not expect Luo Shan to come to the Sky Sect. He glanced at Chen Lu. Let him come. Chen Lu, sit down too. Chen Lu sat down. Soon, Luo Shan was brought in. He saw Chen Lu as soon as he entered the main hall. He looked straight ahead and walked to Lu Yin. Master Lu, we have already settled our grudges in the hyperspace. Why are you still scheming against me? How dare you speak to Master Lu like this? Chen Lu reprimanded him. Luo Shan stared at him coldly. Chen Lu was not afraid in the slightest. He had just expressed his loyalty, and his mood was currently in high spirits. Furthermore, this was the Above Heaven sect. No matter how powerful Luo Shan was, he could not overturn the heavens here. Lu Yin smiled, asked Chen Lu to sit down, and looked at Luo Shan. Since the grudge is settled, why did you give me the stone in the Three Monarchs universe? If I'm not wrong, when Chen Lu gave me the stone, it was Master Lu who instructed him to do so, right? Luo Shan asked. Lu Yin nodded. That's not the reason why you gave me the stone to divert Mr. Daheng's hatred. Luo Shan narrowed his eyes. Master Lu, you don't have to accept it. Who do you think I am? Lu Yan's gaze turned cold as he stared at Luo Shan. You and De Heng, these two rascals, want to scheme against me? Not picking up? Are you worthy of making me back down? Luo Shan clenched his fists and glared at Lu Yin. Don't tell me that you weren't the one who attacked hyperspace and tried to capture Chen Lu. Luo Shan took a deep breath. I just want to know the specific reason. Chen Lu is a member of the Above Heaven sect. If you dare to attack him, you are looking down on me. The so-called settling of grudges only refers to what happened before the battle between the hyperspace dimensional master and the witch spirit god. After what happened, the grudge can be erased. Don't forget that I led the subjugation team to help you find De Heng in the Three Monarchs universe. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know that he was ambushed, Lu Yin shouted. Luo Shan's eyes flickered. You bewitched De Heng, that idiot, to attack me in the Three Monarchs universe because of this? What other reason do you want? Lu Yin was indifferent. Luo Shan stared at Lu Yin with a deep gaze and pondered for a moment. Okay, let's drop this matter. De Heng is punished to enter the endless battlefield. From now on, I will also stay in the endless battlefield. Please don't trouble me again, Master Lu. Lu Yin laughed, got up, and walked towards Luo Shan step by step. The two were getting closer and closer, so close that they could attack at any time. Luo Shan was clearly stronger as he was a sequence law realm powerhouse. However, at this moment, he took a step back. Lu Yin posed a great threat to him, and it had nothing to do with cultivation. It was more like pressure from some kind of spirit. The Eternals can't control the endless battlefield in front of me. Do you think you can control me? Luo Shan, you think too highly of yourself. Luo Shan glared at Lu Yin. I can pay the price. De Heng, that idiot, had the courage to ambush me not only because I was injured, but also because of his external object. Master Lu should have seen that he took out the copper coin in the end. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Copper coin? Luo Shan looked at Chen Lu. Get out. Chen Lu was furious. Lu Yin waved his hand. You can leave first. Chen Lu bowed respectfully. Yes, Pathmaster. Only Lu Yin and Luo Shan were left in the main hall. Luo Shan stared at Lu Yin. You have just joined the Six Paths Society and there are many things you don't know, especially about the extraterrestrial powerhouses. That copper coin represents an extraterrestrial powerhouse called the Star Toad. Lu Yin listened quietly. The Star Toad is a very powerful creature that even Grand Empyreans have to respect. It is the type of creature that cannot be provoked among the extraterrestrial powerhouses. It is neither an ally of the Six Paths Society nor an ally of the Eternals. It is the type of creature that both sides can work together but can also be enemies. De Heng's copper coin is the symbol of the Star Toad. I ran away not because I was afraid of De Heng, but because I was afraid of that copper coin. Lu Yin was shocked. Fear. It was not easy to hear these words coming out of Luo Shan's mouth. Luo Shan was a true villain, but he could also be considered a fake hero. He could endure humiliation and feign civility with a showing divinity. He could also have the ambition to replace Dimensional Lord and occupy the hyperspace. He could run away in the face of battle without hesitation. He could also swear to never betray humanity. He could investigate the Six Paths Society for Mu Jun. He could also let go of his feelings for Mu Jun. No matter how much he hated Lu Yin, he could still settle the grudge between them. It was not difficult to make such a person flee the battlefield, but it was not easy to make him say that he was afraid before he even made a move. What's more, it was just a copper coin. De Heng is one of the Star Toad's people. The Star Toad will not casually give a copper coin to an outsider. Can this news settle the grudge between us? Luo Shan asked solemnly. Lu Yin pondered, since the Star Toad is neutral, why did it help De Heng? The Star Toad has no emotions, only benefits. De Heng clearly gave it enough benefits. You schemed against De Heng, causing him to mistakenly believe that I sent Chen Lu to heavens above heaven and Repose Temple. Now that something has happened to him, the Star Toad will not let this matter rest. You will have to face a powerful creature that can rival a Grand Empyrean. Luo Shan's tone was filled with schadenfreude. He told Lu Yin this because he wanted to settle the grudge between them. He did not want to be schemed against by Lu Yin all the time. He also wanted to make Luin uneasy. This brat had harmed the three monarchs spacetime and harmed Mujun. He really wanted to kill this brat. Unfortunately, he could not do so, so he could only collect some interest. Luin clasped his hands behind his back. What happened between you and Deheng? Luo Shan's gaze turned cold. We have known each other for a long time. It can be said that we stepped onto the path of cultivation at almost the same time. There are too many grudges between us, too many to count. Master Lu, are you really that curious about us? Luin was not very curious about Luo Shan and Deheng's past. His true goal was to find a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. Give me a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time, and we will be even. As long as you do not provoke heavens above heaven, I will not do anything to you, Luin said. Luo Shan's hope that Luin would not betray humanity had not only saved his life, but also made Luin let go of his killing intent. Of course, the premise was that this person was not a threat to him. Luo Shan was shocked. How do you know I have such a spacetime? His eyes flashed coldly. Yixing told you. Luin met his gaze. Do you need it? Luo Shan could not see through Luin. No matter who told Luin, he would have to pay the price. Master Lu, from now on, you and I are even. Luo Shan agreed to give Luin a parallel spacetime. Luin was satisfied. If you have a similar parallel spacetime, you can look for me. Pay a price and I can help you with something. Luo Shan laughed, but it was a strange laugh. Luin frowned. What are you laughing at? Luo Shan sighed. I'm laughing at the fact that you will eventually walk on the opposite path from the star toad. Because of Deheng? No, because of a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. Luo Shan looked at Luin seriously. The star toad's favorite trade item is this kind of parallel spacetime. Lu Yin's gaze changed. Master Lu, take care. Luo Shan left. Luin did not know if what he said was true, but he guessed that it should be. He was not the only one from Six Direction Society who knew about the star toad, so there was no need to lie to him. Did the star toad also need a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time? That would be troublesome. Luin was lost in thought. I wonder how many it has? The dark red land stretched far and wide. This was a planet that was located in a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time given by Deheng. This spacetime was very small and was about the size of the Milky Way. Luin had visited all the planets, but none of them had any life. This was something he had never encountered before. It was as if this spacetime had just been born. He was a little confused. If there was no life, how could he make this spacetime acknowledge his existence? After thinking for a long time, Luin finally decided that since there was no life here, he would create life for this spacetime. Of course, he would not create it, but bring it in. There had to be life that could adapt to this spacetime. Luin continued to wander between the Genesis space and this spacetime, constantly bringing in all kinds of life. Most of them died as soon as they entered, unable to survive. Since there was no life in this spacetime, it meant that either life had not sprouted or it could not survive. After the first life had survived in this spacetime for half a year, Luin was certain that it was not that this spacetime was uninhabitable, but that life had not sprouted yet. There would eventually be life that could only exist in this spacetime. What he needed to do now was to try his luck. He brought in as many lives as he could from the Genesis space, hoping to be acknowledged by this spacetime and accelerate its development. 1 year. 2 years. 5 years. Luin had been in this spacetime for 5 years, but only 2 months had passed in the outside world. This was a parallel spacetime where time flowed 30 times faster. Of course, he had indeed spent 5 years in the real world. Actually, Luin had been cultivating for a long time. The dye had given him a lot of time in the early stages, and this parallel spacetime had sped up his cultivation process as well. In the blink of an eye, 8 months had passed in the outside world, but 20 years had passed in this spacetime. Some of the life forms that Luin had brought in had survived, and they had begun to spread, bringing vitality to this spacetime. These life forms had all come from the Genesis space, so they should have recognized Luin. Luin tried using flowing light, but he felt a sense of danger from the spacetime. He immediately left, but it wasn't enough. Another 20 years quickly passed, and Luin had spent a full 40 years in the spacetime continuum. He really wanted to try the flowing light, but when he thought back to what Xianxia had told him, he knew that repeated attempts could easily cause the spacetime continuum to collapse. Luin suppressed his impatience and continued waiting. Another 20 years passed, and Luin had been in this spacetime for 60 years. 60 years was quite a long time for him, as he had only been cultivating in the Genesis space for a little over 60 years. 60 years in this spacetime was equivalent to 2 years in the Genesis space. Luin tried flowing light, and this time, there were no more dangers. After 60 years of development, Luin had finally been recognized. This was a shortcut. If not for the fact that the Genesis space could exist in this spacetime, Luin would have had to wait for life to develop. In this spacetime, he would have had to wait for intelligent lifeforms to acknowledge him before he could be recognized. This process would have taken hundreds of millions of years. Being recognized by the spacetime was one thing, but having flowing light adapt to the spacetime was another. After some time, Luin returned to the Almighty Sect to try flowing light. He saw the scene from 48 seconds ago, which had been extended by 30 seconds. Luin was excited and continued. Next was Luo Shan's parallel spacetime. This parallel spacetime was Lu Yin's first attempt. He had first adapted to a spacetime that flowed 30 times faster, and then to a spacetime that flowed 20 times faster. Logically speaking, a spacetime that flowed 20 times faster should not be as tough as a spacetime that flowed 30 times faster. If Luin could adapt to it, then it would have been 20 seconds faster when he returned. This was in line with his conjecture. If this was not the case, then it meant that his conjecture was completely wrong. The difference in the flow of time was indeed related to space, but it wasn't the kind of relationship that Luin had imagined. The parallel universe provided by Luo Shan was much more convenient than the one provided by Mr. Daheng. There were intelligent creatures there, but they were not humans either. There were too many parallel universes in the universe, and humans were in the minority. Luin had spent 20 years in that spacetime to be recognized, which was equivalent to 1 year in the Genesis space. And this acknowledgement meant that his previous guess was indeed wrong. This spacetime space was clearly not as tough as the space with 30 times the flow of time, but the flowing light was still unable to adapt. He had to think in a different direction. He returned to the heavenly sect and began to try. 68 seconds, a total of 68 seconds, more than a minute. He could see through 68 seconds of time with flowing light, and the more time passed, the more addicted he became. He desperately wanted to obtain more parallel spacetimes so that he could reverse time. One day, he would be able to reverse time for more than 1 second, and that would be the beginning of his transformation. Lu the Six Paths Guild was at its most peaceful when it was adapting to a parallel universe. The battles in the boundless battlefield gradually slowed down, and there were almost no battles at the borders of the Six Direction Association. Both the Six Paths Guild and the Eternals were waiting for their top powerhouses to recover. In this peaceful environment, the White Dragon tribe welcomed a mysterious guest in the Astral Tree realm. This guest had been with the White Dragon tribe for more than a year. Ever since the four-way scale had been destroyed, the White Dragon tribe had moved to the mortal realm to work with the ancestral Mang. It was both to atone for their sins and to escape. The living conditions in the mortal realm were not good, and there were all kinds of giant beasts. However, they posed no threat to the White Dragon tribe. Elder Anai Huang had the ancestral dragon's eye and could display the strength of a progenitor. Luin had agreed to let the White Dragon tribe go to the mortal realm because he wanted to guard the mortal realm, just like how the frigid immortal sect guarded the waterways. No one could accomplish this except for the White Dragon tribe. The White Dragon tribe's aura was similar to the ancestral Mang's, and they were more willing to be close to it. In the mortal realm's 3rd district, Elder Anai Huang had been meditating for a year. She had come here not long after the guest arrived. This place was directly below the ancestral Mang's head, and she could see the ancestral Mang's lower jaw. Here, her heart would only be at peace. The White Dragon tribe has been banished to the mortal realm to work with the beasts. If he didn't use you to guard the mortal realm, your tribe would have been gone. Do you really think that using the ancestral Mang to turn the tables and banish the Lu family wouldn't cost you anything? A sharp voice sounded in Elder Anai Huang's ears. Elder Anai Huang opened her eyes. You can already get close to this place? You underestimate me. We are of the same tribe, so why can't I get close? The black-robed figure approached and stopped not far away from Elder and I Huang. Elder and I. Huang raised her head and looked at the ancestral Meng with a complicated expression. We betrayed the Liu family once, but the Liu family didn't exterminate us. This is their kindness. However, from now on, the White Dragon tribe can only stay in the mortal realm. How is that different from the extinction of your tribe? What will the starry sky tree think of you? Since you have betrayed the Liu family, your current life is equivalent to betraying the four cardinal scales. In the history of mankind, people like you don't have a good ending. Only by returning to your tribe can you start anew. Our tribe can help you walk the path of surpassing the four cardinal scales. And I Huang, you are not stupid. You should know what to do. Elder and I Huang sighed deeply. After meditating for a year, I still can't get rid of my greed. That's right. The White Dragon tribe wants to return to the top world and replace the Liu family. Then return to your tribe. The White Dragon tribe doesn't want to stay in the mortal realm. Return to your tribe. Elder and I Huang turned around and stared at the black-robed figure. Even so, what makes you think that you can help the White Dragon tribe return to the top? Do you know how terrifying that person is? He clearly lost his memory and cultivation base, but in just a few decades, he came back to us and pulled us down from our pedestal. He made a trip to the Six Direction Society and changed the situation there. Even you were defeated by him. If he appeared in front of you, would you still dare to stay here? In the face of such a person, what makes you think you can help us? The black-robed figure shouted sternly, "Shut up. You're overestimating him. You're underestimating him. I admit that when you came to me a year ago, I was very tempted. However, my rationality told me that this was a path of no return. It would push the White Dragon tribe down from the edge of the abyss. Therefore, I came here to meditate and suppress the greed in my heart. The White Dragon tribe now only needs to survive. However, I still can't suppress this greed. Give me a reason to trust you completely. Otherwise, the White Dragon tribe won't take the risk." The black-robed figure remained silent for a while and did not do anything. Suddenly, Great Elder Anai Huang's expression changed. Her face turned pale and she vomited blood without any warning. Her body had uncontrollably activated the White Dragon transformation. However, it was different from the White Dragon transformation from before. The White Dragon transformation that she had activated now was as if she wanted to turn herself into a monster. Elder Anai Huang groaned in pain. The black-robed figure approached step by step. "I have a natural bloodline suppression against you. Your lives are mine. I can take them away at any time. However, I still waited for you for a year. This year is the sincerity my tribe is showing you. Would you give a chance to an ant that you can kill at any time? It's because you and I are of the same tribe that I'm giving you a chance. This is not a threat but a sincerity." Elder Anai Huang looked at the black-robed figure in fear. A year ago, this figure came to the White Dragon tribe and displayed the same bloodline power. However, it suppressed them. She was very sure that this figure came from a tribe that was closer to the origin of the White Dragon tribe's bloodline, which was the ancestral Meng. However, this figure gave her a choice to deal with the above heaven sect and let the White Dragon tribe return to the top world. Now, it was time to make a choice. The bloodline suppression was getting stronger and stronger. Elder Anai Huang's body was transforming. She knew that this figure could really take her life at any time. So what if it was the dragon ancestor's special pupil? Even if the dragon ancestor was still alive, he wouldn't be able to resist this figure. It was both the difference in cultivation and the suppression of bloodlines. They knew the consequences of bloodline suppression too well. Previously, the White Dragon tribe used the blood pool to set up a trap. All those who bathed in the blood pool would be suppressed by the bloodline of the White Dragon tribe. Now, she also experienced this feeling. Not only can I suppress your bloodline, but I can also make the ancestral Meng rise again. Elder Anai Huang was shocked. You can make the ancestral Meng rise again? How refreshing. If you can do it, why can't I? The black-robed figure let out a sharp laugh. I want the Liu family to experience the pain of the ancestral Meng rising again. This time, I want to completely annihilate the Lu family. Elder Ni Huang was fanatical. I believe you. What do you need the White Dragon tribe to do? The black-robed figure was satisfied. I have medicine here that can make the giant starry sky beasts go berserk. I need the White Dragon tribe to spread it all over the lower world at a specific time and cause chaos. That's it? Before that, I need the White Dragon tribe to find the exact location of the 100,000 water paths. This mother tree should be rotting by now. Elder Ni Huang agreed. She immediately ordered all the elites of the White Dragon tribe to gather in the 3rd district. The black-robed figure then hid. The lower world was huge and was divided into 5 districts. The ancestral Mang's huge body was wrapped around the mother tree's trunk, becoming the sky of the lower world. The top of the 3rd district was facing the ancestral Mang's head. The top of the 5th district was the ancestral Mang's tail. The rest were the torso. The ancestral Mang's huge body could directly push the upper world out. If the ancestral Mang's entire body pressed down on the lower world, it could also crush the lower world. The black-robed figure raised his head and looked at the ancestral Mang. Before coming here, he did not expect such a terrifying expert to appear in his tribe. With such a huge body, it could crush the entire lower world. One by one, the White Dragon tribe cultivators gathered in the 3rd district. Old Monster Long, Long Kuei, Long Tian, Long Shi, and the others, including Long Kuei's mount, Ho, were all gathered in the 3rd district. Ever since the White Dragon tribe came to the mortal world, Grand Elder Ni Huang had never gathered everyone. Something big must have happened. It was not easy for others to travel in the mortal world as there were powerful creatures here. However, the entire White Dragon tribe moved to the mortal world and took out all the dragon saliva they had stored. This allowed the White Dragon tribe to ignore the giant beasts here. Half a month later, the elites of the White Dragon tribe gathered below the ancestral Mang's head. Although there were many of them, it was not noisy. This was a sacred place for them. Long Shi looked up at the ancestral Mang. It's here again. Back then, he came to worship the ancestors with brother Xiaoxian. No, it should be Luyin. He could not forget the scenes back then. How nice would it be if he could go back to that time with his memories now? Grand Elder Ni Huang sat in front and said in a low voice, "Everyone is here?" Old Monster Long stepped forward and said respectfully, reporting to Grand Elder, "All the elites of the tribe are here. May I know what orders you have?" Great Elder Ni Huang turned to face all the elite members of the White Dragon tribe. As far as the eye could see, there were no less than 10,000 of them. These people represented the future of the White Dragon tribe. Now, he had to make a decision. A decision that could change the fate of the White Dragon tribe being forced to guard the mortal realm. The White Dragon tribe should not stay here forever. How long has it been since you came to the mortal world? Grand Elder Ni Huang asked. 10 years, Grand Elder, Old Monster Long replied. Long Shi had a complicated expression. 10 years in the blink of an eye? Time passed so quickly. Grand Elder Ni Huang looked at all the people. 10 years? Are you still used to the mortal world? The people looked at each other. They did not understand what the Grand Elder meant. Long Shi frowned. The Grand Elder's tone was not right. Why did she suddenly ask this? First Elder Ni Huang's gaze swept across Old Monster Long, Long Tian, Long Shi, Long Zhang, and the other branch princes. Among you, there was once someone who used the name of the four-way balance White Dragon tribe to become famous in the Tree Galaxy. Among you, there was the 4th young master that the starry sky of the Tree tribe looked up to. All of you were envied and respected by countless cultivators. Do you still remember that period of time? Long Shi's gaze turned cold. He stepped forward. Grand Elder, what do you mean? Great Elder Ni Huang stared at Long Shi coldly. Has the White Dragon tribe ever done anything wrong? In the face of the Lu clan's pressure, we admitted that we were wrong, but were we really wrong? We just want to have a better cultivation environment. Everyone is selfish, let alone an entire race. Great Elder, what are you trying to do? Long Shi shouted. Long Tian narrowed his eyes. Old Monster Long's face paled and he hurriedly tried to dissuade Luyin. Grand Elder, above heaven is in power. Even the Six Paths Association has to listen to Luyin. Please think twice before you speak. Great Elder, please reconsider. Great Elder. Anai Huang shook her head. Everyone wants to reach the pinnacle. Who among you has never thought of reaching the progenitor realm? Was that even possible in the mortal realm? We have to leave the mortal world and return to the starry sky of trees. Otherwise, our white dragon clan will have no future. Longxi rebuked, Grand Elder, the Lu family is already showing mercy by not pursuing our crimes. Dao Lord Lu even returned the dragon ancestor's eye to us. Otherwise, we would have been wiped out by the Eternals a long time ago. Why do you want to bite the hand that feeds you? This isn't selfish, it's shameless. Long Tian furrowed his brows. First Elder, although I detest Lu Xiaoxian, this isn't the case. I'll do it. Old Monster Long was anxious. Great Elder, what exactly do you want? Anai Huang's eyes were burning. No matter what you think, I want to lead the White Dragon clan back. I want my people to have the right to become progenitors. I want my people to be able to hold their heads high in front of others. No one can stop me. Whoever stops me will be the sinner of the entire clan. Crazy. Everyone in the White Dragon clan felt that Anai Huang had gone crazy. Longxi was furious. Great Elder, return the dragon ancestor's eye to me. Anai Huang sneered. She took a step forward and appeared in front of Longxi. The strong pressure made it difficult for Longxi to breathe. Long Tian's expression changed. He hurriedly stood in front of Longxi. Although they were not close, everyone wanted to stop Anai Huang. She had really gone crazy. Longxi's status in the White Dragon clan was very high. In the entire origin space, her status was even higher. Because of her relationship with Lu Yin, no one dared to find trouble with the White Dragon clan. If Anai Huang did anything to Longxi, the White Dragon clan would have no hope. At this moment, even the old monster Long had made his move, all for the sake of stopping the first elder Anai Huang. The great elder Anai Huang was brimming with murderous intent as she grabbed Longxi's head. Under the furious gazes of the White Dragon tribe members, she caught Longxi. Longxi's pupils dilated. She experienced the despair of being on the brink of death. She was wrong. She should not have given the patriarch's other pupil to the great elder Anai Huang. She had thought that the White Dragon tribe had seen the light and would repent. The White Dragon clan was doomed. Great Elder, stop. Stop. The Great Elder Anai Huang grabbed Longxi in front of her and used Longxi's body to block a certain direction. Her gaze suddenly became extremely gentle, filled with anticipation and reluctance. The future of the White Dragon race is in your hands. Survive. Longxi looked at Anai Huang in confusion. Anai Huang smiled at her. Then, she waved her left hand and tore through the void. She pushed Longxi, Long Tian, and the surrounding White Dragon clan members out. Live on. In the distance, the black-robed figure's expression changed. Not good, this idiot. The black-robed figure immediately attacked, wanting to disrupt Anai Huang's attack. Anai Huang's eye of difference appeared on her forehead. She stared at the black-robed figure and destroyed the void. In an instant, the collision of the progenitor realms shattered many White Dragon clan members. Longxi, Long Tian, and the others were forcefully pushed into the void by the Anai Huang Great Elder. They watched as many of their tribesmen died. Before they disappeared, they saw the Anai Huang Great Elder coughing up blood. They understood that it was all a ruse. The void returned to normal. The black-robed figure's voice was sharp and furious. Idiots, you bastards are not worthy of being my clan. I will destroy you all. The lower realm shook. Countless White Dragon clan members vomited blood and died. None of the White Dragon clan members in the lower realm were spared. This was bloodline suppression. Anai Huang's body turned into a huge rainbow dragon. She crashed into Zhu Meng, hoping that Zhu Meng would wake up and expel the enemy. Top realm, Lu Tianjing. Lu Tianyi suddenly looked down. His expression changed. What was going on? The black-robed figure's arms stretched out from his black robe. They were not human arms but fish fins. This black-robed figure was one of the captains of the Eternal Race's true god guards, Yu Hua. The fish fins looked soft, but they tore Anai Long's huge body apart. Ni Long used the dragon ancestor's Eye of Difference to scan Yu Hua, but it was useless against him. Even if the dragon ancestor was alive, he would not be a match for the captains of the true god guards, let alone Ni Huang, who barely reached the progenitor realm with the help of the Eye of Difference. Ni Long's body shattered. Old Monster Long held a long saber and slashed at Yu Hua. He was shattered by Yu Hua's fish fins. Long Kuei rode on Ho and crashed into Yu Hua. I will die with Grand Elder. With a boom, Ho turned into flesh and blood. Long Kuei's corpse was nowhere to be found. This scene provoked the White Dragon clan members. They rushed over with all their might. At this moment, their bloodlust was aroused. Yu Hua glared at Ni Huang and prepared to leave. After all, this was the origin space. If he was delayed, he might attract the Lu clan's experts. However, he was still too late. Lu Tianyi descended and looked down at the mortal realm. He pointed a finger. You're courting death. Yu Hua's scalp went numb. Lu Tianyi's strength was far beyond his. Let's see who's courting death. Lu clan, endure another ancestral Meng overturn. After that, he took out something and smashed it at the ancestral Meng's head. The ancestral Meng suddenly opened its eyes. As if it had gone mad, its huge body let go of the mother tree and crashed into the middle realm. Lu Tianyi's expression changed. Ancestral Meng, stop. The middle realm shook. Countless mountains and rivers cracked open. The middle realm's ocean swept over with tsunamis, drowning countless coastal cities. Lu Tianyi did not expect that other than the White Dragon clan, there was someone else who could trigger the ancestral Meng overturn. The ancestral Meng was not awake at all. It was just an unconscious ancestral Meng overturn. Yu Hua wanted to take this opportunity to escape. Ni Long's broken body bit at Yu Hua. Almost all the White Dragon clan members in the mortal realm were dead. He was desperate. Yu Hua sneered. Trash, this is what you get for betraying my clan. Let's see who can save you. The figure shuttled through the void. Starting from Ni Long's forehead, it tore the huge Ni Long into two. Its flesh and blood dyed the third district of the mortal realm red. Everything happened too fast. The White Dragon clan had no ability to resist the captain of the true god guards. Yu Hua tore through the void and was about to leave. Suddenly, he turned around and saw a finger descending. Impossible. Lu Tianyi had clearly resisted the ancestral Meng overturn. How could he still have the strength to attack him? No matter how unbelievable it was, Yu Hua had to face Lu Tianyi's attack. His black robe was shattered. In an instant, two changes appeared in his fish form. The first change was that he shed his scales and turned into a python. The second change was that he turned into a seven-colored giant python. Its appearance was very similar to the ancestral Meng. Lu Tianyi's finger hit the giant python. The giant python was pierced and its huge body was thrown out. No one knew where it landed. Under the central realm, Lu Tianyi retracted his gaze. In front of him, the ancestral Meng's force was extremely terrifying. This was the pet of the ancestor. It had lived since the era of the Above Heaven sect. Even if he attacked with all his strength, he couldn't kill the ancestral Meng. Seeing the ancestral Meng increasing its force to crash into the central realm, Lu Tianyi raised his head at the critical moment. Shening, the eagle's cry resounded through the 9 heavens. As it fell from the sky, a huge shadow lifted a gust of wind, causing the void outside the starry sky tree to distort. From the side, the Xingying's huge body clawed at the ancestral Meng. The two behemoths collided, causing the central realm to be split in two. Lu Tianyi hurriedly stabilized the central realm. The ancestral Meng was slammed into the mortal realm by the Xingying. It took a while for it to stabilize. Although the whole process wasn't long, it was hair-raising. The slightest carelessness would have destroyed the starry sky tree. Lu Tianyi was afraid. The biggest unstable factor in the starry sky tree was the ancestral Meng. Although the ancestral Meng could fight against the 7 sky gods at a critical moment and bring pressure to the Eternals, if it was used by others, it would also bring pressure to humans. Other than the ancestor, only the Xingying could temporarily restrain it. The giant eagle soared through the sky of the mortal realm. The ancestral Meng was still asleep, but after being hit by the eagle, he did not continue to charge into the middle realm. His body wrapped around the mother tree's trunk and returned to its original state. Lu Tianyi exhaled and watched quietly. When Luyin arrived, the eagle had already returned to the sovereign realm. Ancestor, what happened? Luyin was shocked. Lu Tianyi waved his hand, and the void split open. Long Shi, Long Tian, and the rest walked out. They had been pushed to the top realm by Elder and I Huang, and they were not in a parallel space. The White Dragon tribe had been in the top realm for so many years, and they naturally had some backup plans. Long Shi's eyes reddened when he saw Luyin. Luyin stepped forward. Are you all right? Long Shi shook his head. The White Dragon tribe is gone. Luyin listened to Long Shi quietly, and Long Tian's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Not long after, the group landed in the mortal realm and saw the place where the White Dragon tribe and Yuhua had fought. The ground was stained red, and the smell of blood was pungent. Long Shi and the rest walked step by step on the bloody ground, bringing with them a sorrowful aura. Luyin did not expect the White Dragon tribe to do this. They would rather fight to the death than help the enemy. Lu Tianyi sighed. The White Dragon tribe has atoned for their sins. Lu Yin's gaze was complicated. The White Dragon tribe had used the lives of their entire tribe to end their grudge with the Lu family. From now on, the White Dragon tribe did not need to stay in the mortal realm. This was what Elder and I Huang meant. She did not want to use Yuhua to gain freedom, but to use this method to make the Lu family and Luyin forgive the White Dragon tribe. Long Shi and the rest were the seeds left behind by the White Dragon tribe. As long as they did not die, the White Dragon tribe would rise again one day. Everything that had happened in the past vanished into thin air amidst the blood of the battlefield. The White Dragon tribe did not owe the Lu family anything. Why didn't the ancestral Mang help the White Dragon tribe? Luyin was puzzled. With the White Dragon tribe's strength, even the eternal progenitors would not be able to deal with them easily in the mortal realm. The eternal progenitors should be wary of the ancestral Mang and should not be able to get close to the ancestral Mang easily. Long Tian and the others did not know the reason. Other than Anai Huang, no one else knew about Yuhua's existence. Great Elder Anai Huang did not have the time to tell Long Shi and the others that he was being watched by Yuhua from the beginning. That was why he had gathered the elites of the White Dragon tribe to gain Yuhua's trust. Otherwise, he might not have been able to send Long Shi and the others away as he wished. The White Dragon tribe was useless now, but Long Shi was different. Her relationship with Luyin was enough to ensure the future of the White Dragon tribe. Long Tian was also the most talented member of the White Dragon tribe. The one who slaughtered the White Dragons should be an eternal progenitor, but it wasn't a corpse king. It was very strange. It was a fish, said Lu Tianyi. Luyin was surprised. Fish fire? You know him? Lu Tianyi was surprised. Long Tian walked over to Luyin and stared at him. Who's that guy? Luyin revealed Yuhua's identity. The captains of the true God Guards are almost all stronger than ordinary progenitors. They are considered the most difficult to deal with under the sequence laws. If you want to take revenge on him, it's best that you cultivate to the sequence laws level. But can he survive a single finger from you, ancestor? Lu Tianyi was very certain. He's still alive. That finger couldn't have taken his life. Luyin frowned. The Eternals had always had the upper hand against the humans. He had used a crusade to establish his advantage over the Eternals and establish his reputation. The Eternals had immediately retaliated. They had directly attacked the astral tree. If the White Dragons hadn't fought to the death, who knew what Yuhua would have done? Luyin had warned them many times to be wary of the Eternals, but the Eternals were truly everywhere. Luyin looked up at the ancestral Mang. Yuhua can help the ancestral Mang reverse its situation. Is it related to the White Dragons? Lu Tianyi was also curious. That's right. That fish can transform into a rainbow python. The White Dragons relied on the ancestral Mang's blood to cultivate. If Yuhua can reverse its situation, could it be the same race as the ancestral Mang? Luyin guessed. The rainbow python and the ancestral Mang. It was hard not to make the connection. It's possible. That's why it can travel in the mortal world and get close to the White Dragons, said Lu Tianyi. Long Tian clenched his fists. No matter what it is, we must avenge our clan's extermination. Lu Ying glanced at Long Tian. He didn't want to discourage this person, but it was too difficult for him to cultivate to the point where he could take revenge. Long Tian's talent was extremely high, and it was very likely that he would become a progenitor in the future. However, the gap between progenitors was huge. The captains of the true God Guards were the strongest under the sequence laws. Even a sequence law powerhouse would have a hard time killing them, as they all had divine power. You should move to the central realm, Lu Ying said. This was considered lifting the restrictions on the white dragons. Long Shi looked at Lu Ying. Help me find a master. A very powerful one. Lu Ying was moved. All right. Lu Ying couldn't refuse Long Shi's request. Their relationship wasn't ordinary. As for a master, Lu Ying had to think about it. In the central realm, cultivators streaked across the sky, searching for something. They were all under the Lu family's orders to find the severely injured Yu Hua. When Lu Tianyi had faced the ancestral Meng, he could only find time to point at Yu Hua. He was sure that Yu Hua wasn't dead, but he didn't know where he was. All the cultivators above the emissary level in the tree-starry sky were mobilized to search, catching any strange fish they found. No one said that Yu Hua was in the central realm, but because the clue was a fish, many cultivators spontaneously went there. At that moment, a strange scene appeared at the bottom of the central realm. A giant sea beast was crashing around like a madman. It was huge and had power close to the emissary level. It was considered an overlord in the central realm, but at that moment, its eyes were filled with grievance. It was a fish that was causing it to feel wronged. A fish was attached to the sea beast's abdomen, slapping its fins from time to time. The sea beast was in so much pain that it kept crashing into the bottom of the sea. It took a long time for it to recover. This fish was Yu Hua. It had been severely injured by Lu Tianyi's finger and had reverted to its original form. If not for the protection of the divine power in its body, that finger could have crushed it. Even so, it didn't have much power to protect itself at the moment. It didn't even have the power of an emissary. This little bit of power was not enough to restore it to its second or third form. It couldn't even maintain its human form. It was also troublesome because Lu Tianyi's finger had sent its cosmic ring flying. It didn't know where it had landed. The cosmic ring contained the stargate back to the Eternals, so it could only return to the Eternals. If it returned, it would be swallowed whole. It was more dangerous than being in the origin space. It had no choice but to stay in the central realm. It was just a fish anyway, so no one would care about it. It could also control sea beasts. After a while, it would be able to meet up with a spy and send a message back to the Eternals, asking them to send a stargate to take it back. Did you find it? Of course I did. There are too many fish. There are all kinds of strange ones. I used the opportunity to get close to the Lu family. Take it easy. This is not just an order from the Lu family. I heard that it involves the extermination of the white dragon race. Even Master Lu is paying attention. Be careful not to let him find out what you're thinking. I'm not trying to do anything. Besides, Master Lu might be looking for one of these fish. I hope so. I heard that Master Lu is very angry. Whoever can find that fish will definitely soar. That's why the entire starry sky trees is moving. Even the fifth mainland has sent cultivators to look for the fish. The central realm is going to be overturned. Under the central realm, Yu will listen to the cultivators' conversation and sneered. You want to find me? Dream on. However, this sea beast was too ostentatious. Thinking about it, it left the sea beast and changed its form slightly. It became very similar to a common fish in the central realm. There were too many of these fish in the central realm, so no one would catch them. Otherwise, there would be more people in the central realm than in the starry sky trees. Disguised as this fish, Yu could roam the central realm with peace of mind. Once its cultivation recovered, it would return to the Eternals. It would take at most 10 years. A few days later, the sword chi pierced the surface of the sea and brushed past Yu's body. It was found? It stared at the surface of the sea. The above heaven sex reward has been doubled. Whoever can find that fish can directly become a half-ancestor's disciple. The Elysium sect master can choose whoever he wants. Let's force that fish out. Yes, force it out. As long as it's in the central realm, it will definitely come out. Attacks fell one after another. Yuhua cursed secretly. He carefully concealed his aura and moved toward the center of the central realm. He didn't want to be hit by these attacks. He wasn't even an emissary now. If these guys attacked him, he would be in trouble. Soon, half a month passed. More and more cultivators joined the search for Yuhua. There were cultivators at every certain distance in the central realm. It was like dividing the territory. There were even cases of fighting for territory. Yuhua felt that his situation was getting more and more difficult. These lunatics were greedy for the reward. However, he didn't believe that they could last long. The central realm was about to be overturned. There's no one there? Yuhua's eyes lit up. He looked into the distance. There were no cultivators above the sea. There was only an island. When he reached the bottom of the sea, Yuhua was relieved. Finally, he didn't have to run anymore. He looked back. These trash. When the Eternals dealt with the above heaven sect, he would definitely make them despair. Just as he was thinking this, he felt a sharp pain in his tail. He looked back and saw that a hook had pierced through his tail. Was this a fish hook? Yuhua was shocked and struggled to break free. A wild laugh came from the surface of the sea. You want to escape after being hooked by me? Ha ha ha, I'll have you tonight. A great force came from the hook, and Yuhua's body was forcefully dragged away. Yuhua was shocked. This was a progenitor. He turned around and bit the hook, breaking it with his teeth. Just as he was about to escape, the line seemed to consciously wrap around him. Oh, you're pretty smart. The smarter you are, the more I want to eat you. Come on. Yuhua watched as the surface of the sea receded, and his body was dragged away by a great force. He wanted to expose his strength and escape, but that was even worse in front of a progenitor. Even ordinary cultivators couldn't escape, let alone a progenitor. No wonder those fellows didn't come to this region. I'm doomed. I'm going to be eaten. A large hand grabbed Yuhua and brought him closer. Yuhua stared blankly at the large face in front of him. Was this Lu Qi? Lu Yin's father? Lu Qi moved closer and stared at Yuhua. Yuhua wanted to smash his head open, but he could only feign ignorance. Your eyes aren't very bright, but they're very agile. The meat should be good. Alright, let's eat grilled fish tonight. He then threw Yuhua to the ground, which delighted Yuhua. This guy still wanted to fish, so he could escape. But then, Lu Qi raised his hand and slapped Yuhua's tail. Yuhua opened his mouth and felt a sharp pain that almost made him resist. His tail had been smashed to pieces by Lu Qi, and it had almost merged with the ground. He then slapped Yuhua's head, causing it to sway and fall to the ground. Hee, you won't be able to escape like this. Lu Qi raised his head and walked away with his fishing rod. Yuhua pretended to faint, but he was actually glaring at Lu Qi's back. This bastard. He wanted to kill this bastard with his own hands one day. Yuhua felt dizzy, but he gritted his teeth and cut off his tail with a sweep of his fins. He wanted to escape. Suddenly, he stared blankly at a figure walking out of a crack in the void and laid down on the ground, pretending to be dead. Lu Yin walked out of the void and turned around to look into the distance. Many cultivators were attacking each other above the Zhongpinghai, and the entire area was in chaos. He didn't stop them, as it would be worth it if he could find Yuhua. Hey, little seven, why are you here? Lu Qi walked out with his fishing rod, which had a new hook. Lu Yin replied, just to relax. Why are you still here, father? Hasn't the matter of the 100 waterways been resolved? Lu Qi replied, the environment here is good, and forefather Channy was worried that the Eternals would attack this place. You know that the battle with the Eternals is no longer limited to the backside battlefield. In the past, the Eternals only sent 1 or 2 of the 7 sky gods, but now, the 7 sky gods, true god guards, and Qingkong are all here. They might attack the 100 waterways. Lu Yin nodded, as Yuhua had attacked the White Dragon tribe. He had been searching for Yuhua all this time, causing a huge commotion. Lu Qi sat by the sea and gripped his fishing rod. The White Dragon tribe was destroyed? Lu Ying sat beside him. Yes, only a few survived. Lu Qi looked into the distance. Poor Long Shi. Lu Ying didn't say anything. He was thinking about who to find for Long Shi. Among the four sides of the scale, the one I hate the least is the White Dragon clan, even though it was the White Dragon clan who used the ancestral Meng to push us out, Lu Qi muttered. Lu Ying was surprised. Why not? He had let the White Dragon clan go and let them guard the mortal realm. He had thought that some of the Lu clan would be displeased, but in the end, no one was displeased. At that time, he had thought that perhaps it was because of his identity that the Lu clan wholeheartedly catered to him. Lu Qi sighed. Do you know how the White Dragon race came to be? Not far away, Yu Hua's eyes flashed. He also wanted to know. The White Dragon clan had a close bloodline with him and could be considered to be of the same clan, but the White Dragon clan was human. When it learned about the existence of the White Dragon race, it was still very surprised. Lu Ying was puzzled. How did you get here? Lu Qi said, humans have been constantly experimenting on the road to becoming stronger, using all kinds of methods, especially in the face of the pressure from the Eternals. Most cultivators cultivate normally. The more extreme ones, like the Xia family, force the main family and the branch families to fight each other to select those with the most potential. Children with the most powerful forces. But there are even more extreme ones, who want to use the strength of other creatures to strengthen themselves. This is how the White Dragon clan came to be. A powerful progenitor appeared in the Daosaur sect, and he hid it from the Lu family and chose a group of people to fuse with the ancestral python's bloodline. In the end, only one person succeeded, and that person was the first White Dragon clan member. Ancestor Long? Lu Ying was surprised. Lu Qi shook his head. The first White Dragon clan member died soon after, but that progenitor left behind a descendant. Ancestor Long was the most outstanding descendant. Outsiders cannot understand the pain of fusing with the ancestral python's bloodline in a human body, but the White Dragon clan members had to endure such pain. This is a dereliction of duty on the part of the Daosaur sect, and it can also be considered a dereliction of duty on the part of the Lu family. Ancestor Chen took the initiative to fuse with the giant's bloodline, which was not tolerated by anyone in that era. After the matter of the White Dragon clan was exposed, that progenitor knew that he would die, so he rushed to the front lines to fight against the Eternals. In the end, he died at the hands of the Eternals. His death did not put an end to this matter, and for a long time, the White Dragon clan was looked down upon by others. They had a longer lifespan than humans, and they could use the White Dragon transformation. Many people secretly targeted the White Dragon clan, and this was much more serious than when they had targeted Ancestor Chen. Although the Lu family had helped the White Dragon clan several times, we could not solve the root of the problem. It was only when Ancestor Long was guided by the Fog Ancestor and broke through to the progenitor realm that the situation changed. No one dared to offend a progenitor, and even behemoths like the Cold Immortal sect and Shenwu Plain were unwilling to do so. The White Dragon clan held a grudge against humans, which originated from the oppression they had suffered over the years. Their appearance was due to the negligence of the Lu family. Lu Ying understood. It was precisely because they had been targeted by humans that the White Dragon clan tried their best to climb to the top. The higher they climbed, the better. That was why they were used by the Cold Immortal sect. Lu Qi sighed. Only those who had lived through that era would understand what the White Dragon clan had suffered. Ancestor Chen's hatred for the Xia family's main bloodline caused him to snatch away the mountains and seas that originally belonged to the Xia family. He even snatched an additional mountain, causing the Xia family to completely lose the 9 mountains and 8 seas. At the same time, he groomed Xiaozhen to disgust the Xia family. If Ancestor Chen was like this, then the White Dragon clan's situation would only be worse. The ancestral Meng did not only turn this situation around for the Lu family, but also for the former White Dragon clan. They bid farewell to the former White Dragon clan and became the scales of the 4 directions. However, that was not a farewell. It was just a way for them to vent their anger and be used. The White Dragon clan's true turnaround happened just now. Lu Ying continued, the White Dragon clan used the extermination of their clan to wash away all their sins. They also showed us their determination not to betray humans. From now on, the White Dragon Clan is the White Dragon Clan. They are true humans. This is what Grand Elder and I Huang wanted to see. In the distance, Yuhua was furious. Fools, they were all fools. Since they had been oppressed by humans, why didn't they resist? If he couldn't succeed the first time, he could succeed the second time. If he couldn't succeed the third time, what was there to be afraid of? A clan was just a form given to them by the universe. All living creatures originated from the universe, and there was no such thing as betrayal. They were all a bunch of fools. It was good that they were exterminated. These trash did not deserve to be of the same clan as them. However, a few of them had been left behind, and that was fine. There would be opportunities to deal with them in the future. Wait, Yuhua sadly realized that it could not escape. What future was there? Its eyes darted around, and it panicked. Was it a fish on the chopping block? Little Seven, how are you going to deal with that girl Longxi? Lu Qi suddenly asked, staring at Lu Yin with bright eyes. Lu Yin's emotions were complicated. He did not know either. There's also the Lightning Lord's daughter. Do you want Patriarch Tianyi to help you propose marriage? It's about time I had a grandson. Right, there's also that girl called He Ran. She's so pretty. She went to the hyperspace, right? I think she's not bad. There's also that Madame Nailin, and... Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. Dad, I have a wife. Lu Qi pursed his lips. It's not like you can only have one. Don't you only have one mother? That's true love. Lu Yin looked at Lu Qi. If not for the fact that he was afraid of being struck by lightning, he really wanted to punch him. Ha, I caught another one. Let's have a roasted fish feast tonight. Little Seven, what flavor do you want? Lu Qi was pleased with himself. Lu Yin smiled and looked out at the sea. This feeling was great, and it would be even better if his mother was still alive. A family reunion. He could chat with his parents, drink with the 7 heroes, and have Yen by his side. He had no regrets in life. The simpler a wish was, the harder it was to realize it. I'm leaving, Lu Yin said. Lu Qi was disappointed. Not staying for a roasted fish feast? Next time. Lu Yin left. Lu Qi shook his head and mumbled something, but he continued fishing. Yuhua grew more and more anxious. It wanted to escape, but it could not. It felt like that bastard Lu Qi had caught enough. Once he was done, he would start roasting fish. Oh no, am I really going to be eaten? Lu Qi put away his fishing rod. That's great. Those people were looking for fish in the Zhongping Sea and stirred up a lot of fish. Haha, just nice. Yuhua was sad. This was how it had come to be. Lu Qi grabbed at Yuhua. Come on, let's start roasting fish. Yuhua's eyes were ferocious. I'll just go back to my tribe. With my divine power, I might not die, but it's better than being roasted here. Just as it was thinking this, a figure suddenly walked out of the void with a sword in hand. The sword pierced through the void and stabbed at Lu Qi. Lu Qi sneered. Where did you come from? How dare you sneak attack me? With a crack, the sword shattered. Lu Qi grabbed at the attacker. Let me see who you are. Suddenly, the figure looked up and revealed a pale face. I'm Yi Bo. I'm back. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly exploded. Lu Qi waved his hand and slapped the flesh away. Yi Bo? He's not dead yet? No one noticed that Yuhua had jumped into the sea the moment the figure attacked Lu Qi and swam away quickly, leaving only a smashed fishtail behind. At the bottom of the Zhongping Sea, Yuhua was excited. He had escaped. How lucky! Someone had attacked that bastard Lu Qi. Was it Yi Bo? It knew this person. The moment Yi Bo attacked and self-destructed, Yuhua had jumped into the sea just in time to hear the name. Yi Bo was no stranger to the Eternals. He had caused great damage to the starry sky trees and was almost as famous as Qin Kong. The Eternals had tried to recruit him several times, but he had refused. Qin Kong had even come personally, but he had also failed. He didn't even know who Yi Bo was. The Eternals were very concerned about Jibo, but there had been no sign of him for so many years. The Eternals had thought that he was dead, but he had appeared again. Was he back? It seemed that his cultivation had improved. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to attack Lu Qi directly. If the Eternals could recruit Yibo, it would be a great contribution. Since Qin Kong was dead, Yibo could fill the gap. Yuhua kept thinking as it swam into the distance. Suddenly, it felt like it was being watched. It quickly sped up, but the feeling became clearer and clearer. What are you? A hoarse voice sounded in Yuhua's ears. Yuhua turned around and looked behind him. There was a blurry figure there that he could not see clearly. A fish, an intelligent fish. Could you be the one the Lu family is looking for? The hoarse voice sounded. Yuhua stared at the figure and shrieked, "Are you Yibo?" As the figure approached, Yuhua retreated warily. What are you? The hoarse voice continued. It was Luin. When he'd landed on Lu Qi's island, he'd had an uncomfortable feeling. It was as if there was something there that disgusted him. Or rather, it was a rejection from the origin space. He'd been talking to Lu Qi while searching, and then he'd found the fish. He seemed to be chatting with Lu Qi about the White Dragon tribe, but he was actually staring at the fish. He noticed that when the White Dragon tribe was mentioned, the fish's eyes were filled with obvious mockery and anger. Luin found this strange, but he also had a guess. Although it was absurd, he suspected that Lu Qi had accidentally hooked Yuhua up. Yuhua had been severely injured by forefather Tiany's finger, so he could only maintain his fish form. There were few peaceful places in the central calm ocean, and if there were any, it would definitely be around Lu Qi's island. No one dared to disturb Lu Qi, so it wasn't strange that Yuhua would come here. If that was really the case, then Luin wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he thought of something, which led to this scene. He wanted to use Yibo's identity to learn about the everlasting race from Yuhua. Yuhua stared at the blurry figure warily. Are you Yibo? Not answering? Then I'll kill you. Lu Yin's hoarse voice was filled with killing intent. Yuhua was shocked. Wait, we're not enemies. You're not human, and neither am I. How can we be enemies? I'm from the everlasting race. The killing intent faded, and Lu Yin's lips curled up. His voice grew hoarse. The everlasting race? Yuhua relaxed. When Yibo stopped attacking. You should know that I'm from the everlasting race. I'm the fish that the Lu family is looking for. A fish saying that you're from the everlasting race? Luin clearly didn't believe him. Yuhua grew anxious. I'm Yuhua, one of the captains of the everlasting race's true god guard. You know Qin Kong? He's from the everlasting race. Qin Kong? I think we've met before. Are you really an Eternals? I'm from the Eternals. We're not enemies. No, we're not enemies. So that's how it is. Boring, I'm leaving. Luin pretended to leave. Wait. Yuhua was anxious. Luin stopped. What are you trying to do? It has nothing to do with you. You want to deal with the people of this spacetime? I said, it has nothing to do with you. I can help you. Luin pretended to be confused. I'm not joining the Eternals. Yuhua found it strange. Why? The Eternals can help you deal with the people in this space and time. You can't even deal with the Lu family on your own. Luin pretended to hesitate. After so many years, you should know very well how powerful the Lu family is. There's also the Above Heaven sect in this spacetime. With so many progenitor realm experts, it's impossible for you to deal with them, Yuhua advised. Didn't you guys fail as well? Although I didn't do anything during this period of time, I clearly saw that all of you were knocked out of this spacetime. You, the so-called captain of the True God Guard, must have a high status, but you were almost roasted. Cooperate with you? Ridiculous. Yuhua clenched his teeth. You don't understand the Eternals at all. This spacetime is just one of the many that the Eternals have to deal with. We have the 7 sky gods, the True God Guard, and all kinds of progenitors. Once we descend, this spacetime won't be able to last long. I don't believe you, Luin said. Yuhua cursed Qin Kong inwardly. He didn't know what he said, but it didn't attract Yibo's attention at all. How about this? You and I find a place to stay first, and I'll tell you about the Eternals situation. Since your sneak attack failed, you won't be able to do anything for a while. There's nothing to lose by knowing more about the Eternals. Even if you don't join us, you can be considered half an ally like before. Luine pretended to think about it. Okay. Not long after, Luine brought Yuhua to a secret place. No one will find us here. Yuhua was relieved. He had been played by the White Dragon clan and had been unlucky until now. I won't join the Eternals, Luine said again. Yuhua said, sure, but you must first understand the Eternals situation so that it'll be easier for us to deal with the people in this spacetime. Speak. Yuhua pondered for a moment and then began to introduce the Eternals. Luine knew most of what he said. It was nothing more than an exaggeration of the number of true god guards, the strength of the 7 sky gods, how many parallel spacetimes the Eternals occupied, how many corpse kings they had, and how much of an advantage they had over the 6-party alliance. Luine wasn't moved at all. Of course, he had to pretend that this was the first time he knew about it. He was a little surprised, but he didn't really care. For several days, Yuhua tried to entice Yibo to join the Eternals, but Yibo didn't say anything. Not only that, he couldn't even see his appearance. Are you done? I'll take my leave then. We can work together. Luine pretended to leave. Just then, a progenitor's aura descended from the sky and swept across the area. Yuhua was shocked. Didn't you say that no one has found this place? Luine was puzzled. Logically speaking, no one should have found this place, but it's hard to say. Someone might have just happened to come here. There are so many progenitors in the Above Heaven sect right now, and some of them are just idlers. Yuhua panicked. Don't go. I won't be safe if you go. I don't have the obligation to protect you. Wait, how about waiting a moment? I'll leave after the person who's going to pick me up arrives. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. A spy from the Eternals? Yuhua said, yes, just wait a little longer. Luine refused. Even if your spy is a progenitor, it'll be difficult for him to come here. It's only a matter of time before he comes. The Above Heaven sect can't keep an eye on this place. Yibo, since you're interested in working with the Eternals, help me this time. I promise that I'll lead my true god guards to help you when I return. 10 progenitor corpse kings plus me will be enough to help you. Luine seemed to be tempted, but he didn't say anything. Yuhua rolled his eyes. I'll tell you a secret, but don't spread it. This secret is enough to tempt you to join the Eternals. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Tell me. Yuhua was about to say it, but he hesitated. Luine even saw fear in his eyes. If a true god guard captain didn't dare to say it, this secret was absolutely shocking. And this was perhaps Lu Yin's greatest gain from pretending to be Yibo. Of course, the spy who would pick him up was also a gain. After a moment of silence, Yuhua gritted his teeth. Promise me one thing. You've been in contact with Chun Kong. If someone else learns of this secret from you, then Chun Kong will be the one to tell you. It doesn't matter. Luine replied, staring at Yuhua. It seemed that this secret was quite exaggerated, and they needed a true god guard captain to take the blame. Yuhua exhaled. The Eternals have a terrifying weapon called the Bone Boat. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. The Bone Boat? During the crusade against the Endless Battlefield, Sovereign Xiaoyin, Mutant, and other powerhouses had attacked the Third Legion. Mutant had betrayed them and wanted to join the humans again, but he had been burned by the divine fire. The one true god's punishment had made him suffer a fate worse than death, and the way he had sped up his death was by lifting the Bone Boat. After the crusade, his father and the others had told him about this, leaving him with a deep impression of the Bone Boat. The divine fire had deliberately burned Mutant slowly, letting him experience the pain of betrayal. Mutant had indeed suffered a fate worse than death. He had been so afraid of death, but in the end, he had begged for an early death. The fact that the Bone Boat had sped up his death meant that this was a great secret of the Eternals. Luine had always wanted to investigate the Bone Boat, but he hadn't found any clues. He hadn't expected Yuhua to give him a pleasant surprise. What Bone Boat? Luin suppressed the excitement in his heart and pretended to be calm. Yuhua stared at the blurry shadow in front of him. The humans have a flag. On the battlefield, as long as the flag doesn't fall, the will to fight will not fall. The Eternals also have a flag, which is this bone boat. Unlike the humans, once this flag appears, it means the end. This is not a flag of war, but a flag of destruction. Now, the race has come to a consensus that when the true God brings the 7 sky gods out of seclusion, they will descend upon the bone boat and completely destroy the 6 directions society, including this Genesis space. So, what is this bone boat? A weapon? Luin asked in a low voice, his voice growing hoarse. Yuhua shook his head. This is a taboo topic. I can only tell you about the existence of the bone boat and the eternal strength to destroy the 6 directions society. However, I cannot say anything about the bone boat, or I will die. Luin was dissatisfied. You didn't tell me anything. What bone boat? What flag? Nothing but what it means. How can I trust you? Yuhua said, I swear that the bone boat can definitely destroy the entire 6 directions society. If you want to truly understand the bone boat, join the Eternals. I can give you an exception. If you can confirm that the bone boat still can't destroy the 6 directions society after you understand it, I will let you leave. Our relationship will be the same as it is now, cooperation. Can I come back after joining the Eternals? You won't want to come back. The bone boat's existence is enough to make you very certain that it can destroy the 6 directions society. Yuhua was full of confidence. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The bone boat? The other man had said it before his death, and now Yuhua had said it as well. Since it was a taboo topic among the Eternals, its significance must be extraordinary. How could he find out? How about it? Come back with me to the Eternals. You won't regret it. Yuhua tempted. Luin said in a hoarse voice, Yibo is not alone. You should know that. I know, Yuhua replied. This wasn't a secret. The astral tree and the Eternals knew about it, but they still didn't know what kind of existence Yibo was. A team? Or a doppelganger? I will go with you to the Eternals, but if I find out that the so-called bone boat can't destroy the 6 directions society, I can give up this body at any time. Yuhua was shocked. Was it really a doppelganger? No problem. His goal was to return safely to the Eternals. As for the secret of the bone boat, it was uncertain whether he would tell Yibo about it. Even as the captain of the True God Guards, he didn't dare to reveal it casually. He could only ask the Eternals for instructions. Luin stayed with Yuhua for the time being, trying to figure out the secrets of the bone galleys. The next day, more and more cultivators showed up, so Luin could only take Yuhua to other places. Yuhua was terrified and acted like he was afraid of death. Luin didn't know how this guy had become a captain of the True God Guard. For more than half a month, they traveled from place to place. One day, Yuhua suddenly pointed out a direction for Luin, telling him to go to a place where someone would meet them. Luin pretended to agree and took Yuhua in that direction. 3 days later, they met someone in a hidden corner, an unfamiliar cultivator with 6 origin tribulations. There were too many cultivators in the astral tree, and many of them had reached that level. Luin couldn't have met all of them. This cultivator was a kind-looking old man. If he hadn't met Yuhua, no one would have thought that he was a spy. The old man was surprised by Lu Yin's presence. Yuhua and the old man met and were completely relieved. He's Yibo? That Yibo? The old man was surprised. Yuhua was impatient. Okay, let's go. Which parallel universe can you go to? The old man respectfully replied, the White Bamboo Universe. Yuhua nodded. The White Bamboo Universe? Not bad. Let's go there. He then looked at Luin. Yibo, the White Bamboo Universe is a parallel universe occupied by the Eternals. We've left a unique spy there that can go directly to other universes. He's one of them. It's very safe there. Let's go together. You'll know what you want to know. Luin thought for a moment. Okay. Yuhua smiled. It was a great achievement to rope in such an expert. Yibo was definitely strong enough to become a captain of the True God Guard, and it just so happened that several captains had died. Then let's go. The old man tore through the void, and suddenly, a golden light filled the sky. Yuhua's expression changed. Sure enough, this spy can find you. Don't even think about escaping. Hey, this fish looks familiar. Lu Qi's voice came from afar. The old man was shocked. The Divine Seal Catalog? Yuhua was furious. You've been targeted by the Lu family? The old man didn't know when he had been exposed. Impossible, he shouldn't have been exposed. Spies who could travel to the Eternal's parallel universe were the most secretive. This was his first mission since becoming a spy, so how could he be exposed? Of course, the old man had not been exposed. Lu Yin had only contacted Lu Qi and used the old man as an excuse to act. Lu Yin wanted to learn more about the bone vessel, but he had no intention of going to the Eternals. What if his identity was exposed? Lu Qi attacked and destroyed the island. They had no time to leave. Yuhua begged, Yibo, take me away. Lu Yin grabbed Yuhua and leapt into the sea to escape. Behind him, the world trembled as the might of a progenitor caused the entire Zhongping Sea to boil. A blinding golden light flashed as Lu Yin's sword swept out, piercing through the seabed as it chased after Yuhua. Yuhua was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would not have contacted his spy. Since Lu Qi had targeted him, Lu Tianyi and the other progenitors would probably come as well. At this moment, it was flung away by a huge force. It was shocked. Yibo, take me away. I'll stall Lu Qi. A hoarse voice was heard. Before Yuhua could react, he saw Lu Yin's blurry figure emerge from the bottom of the sea. Then, an earth-shattering battle broke out on the surface, accompanied by Lu Qi's roar. Yibo, your cultivation has increased so quickly. I can't let you live. Everyone from the Lu family deserves to die. Yuhua's body was flung into the distance by a huge force, and he only regained control after the inertia of the force disappeared. He subconsciously swam into the distance, but suddenly, a blurry figure appeared from another direction. Let's go. Yuhua was stunned. You're Yibo? Weren't you fighting Lu Qi? That's another me. Yuhua was stunned. It really was a clone. This method was too mystical. Rumor had it that the Xia family in the primordial space had 9 clones, and the one who had cultivated it to greater mastery was someone called Progenitor Chen. Could Yibo's clone technique have come from the Xia family? Yuhua did not have time to think too much about it. The battle in the progenitor realm was still ongoing, and Yuhua could sense it no matter how far away they were. He was shocked by Yibo's methods. This guy's clone could fight to the death with Lu Qi, and he was definitely qualified to be a captain of the True God Guard. Do you have any more spies to contact? Lu Yin asked. Yuhua replied, I can't. They might be targeted by the Lu family as well. That Lu Yin is good at capturing spies. I don't know where he got his methods from, but spies like him shouldn't have been exposed. Lu Yin was dissatisfied. Our whereabouts have been exposed, and someone might be able to catch up to us. You'd better think of a way to leave as soon as possible, or I might not be able to protect you. Yuhua begged, you must save me. Don't worry, when the true God comes out and the bone boat descends, this spacetime will definitely be destroyed. Then you can do whatever you want. I promise you that you'll get everything you want. There's nothing I want. Lu Yin pretended to be indifferent. Yuhua did not know how to tempt Yibo. He did not know this person at all, and the information he knew about Yibo's team was also wrong. This person clearly knew how to clone. Lu Yin took Yuhua to escape while having the astral tree cooperate with the chase. Lu Qi appeared several times, and even Lu Tianyi appeared once, allowing them to escape by a hair's breadth. Yuhua was so scared that he almost ran back to his own spacetime. Lu Yin believed that if he scared him a few more times, he would definitely run back. I don't want to go back unless it's absolutely necessary. My race can increase our strength by eating others, but if I go back like this, I'll easily become food for others. I have to return to the everlasting race. Yuhua was resolute. Lu Yin was helpless. I can't guarantee that Lu Qi and the others won't find me. Even if they do, I might not be able to escape with you. I can only go by myself. Yuhua suddenly thought of something. Go to the mortal realm. There's a spy? No, my cosmic ring was sent flying by Lu Tianyi. He was fighting the ancestral Meng at the time, so he might not have noticed. As long as you can find my cosmic ring, you can go back. There's a stargate there. Why can't you go directly to the everlasting race? Only the 7 sky gods can return directly to the everlasting race. The others have no coordinates. You destroyed the White Dragon clan in the mortal realm, and there might be a progenitor there. It's too risky. I can't go. This is the only way for me to return to the everlasting race. I have no obligation to help you. At that moment, the evil Saraira descended from above. Muxia had arrived. Yuhua was shocked, another progenitor. Luyin threw Yuhua out and continued acting. He wanted to push Yuhua closer and closer to despair, to the point where he was willing to reveal the secrets of the Bone Galleon. After Muxia was Lung Qing, and then Elder Chan. The entire astral tree was shrouded in progenitor pressure. Yuhua grew more and more desperate. How could he escape with so many progenitors? Did he really have to return to his clan and become food? Luyin grabbed him. I'm sorry, but I can't protect you. Just be the bait and let me go. Yuhua cried out, Yibo, trust me. This space-time will definitely be destroyed. You're already a great enemy of the human race. You can't make an enemy out of the everlasting race. Why should I trust you? The Bone Galleon. The descent of the Bone Galleon is the end of the human race. Nonsense. With that, Luyin was about to throw Yuhua out. At this point, it was impossible for him to return to his clan even if he wanted to. Luyin, who was disguised as Yibo, was already his enemy. The Bone Galleon is. The seabed was silent as Luyin stared blankly at Yuhua. His figure was blurry, so Yuhua couldn't see his face. Only he knew how shocked he was. Are you telling the truth? Yuhua heaved a sigh of relief. I told you that once you know the secret of the Bone Galleon, you'll definitely believe that it can destroy the human race. I didn't lie to you. This is the Bone Galleon. Luyin swallowed, feeling weak all over. This is the Bone Galleon? A bone-chilling coldness rose up, freezing Luyin's entire body. This is the Bone Galleon? Run, Yuhua reminded. Luyin's eyes widened. I'll take you to the everlasting race. Yuhua was delighted. Really? Can we escape? I'll do it, but you have to promise me that you'll get me a high position in the everlasting race. I can give you the position of captain of the True God Guard. Okay. Luyin threw Yuhua out again. I don't have many clones left. For you, I'll do it. Yuhua's body was caught by Luyin, who was disguised as Yibo again. On the surface of the sea, the show began. Muxia and the others didn't understand. This show should be over soon. Why was their junior brother so desperate? It seemed like he was really going to escape with that fish. In the distance, Luyin's voice reached Lu Tianyi's ears, telling him about the Bone Galleon. Lu Tianyi was shocked. Really? Ancestor, I want to go to the everlasting race. No, you can't. Lu Tianyi hurriedly stopped him. The everlasting race is too dangerous. No one knows how many powerhouses are there. Aside from the everlasting race, there are also powerhouses from the outer realms. You might be exposed. Luyin was certain. I won't be exposed. I'm using Qin Kong's body as a disguise. Even you can't see through it. Lu Tianyi sternly said, the universe is vast, and there are too many strange life forms. One doesn't have to have a high cultivation to see through certain things. Didn't a life form like Qin Kong die in the end? You can't take the risk. If the Bone Galleon descends, who can stop it? Lu Tianyi paused, his expression ugly. If Yuhua hadn't come to the Genesis space, we wouldn't have known about this secret. Once the Bone Galleon descends, it'll be too late. So what if Ancestor Lu Yuan comes out of seclusion? So what if the Grand Empyreans and the others attack us? Can they really stop it? The everlasting race still has the 7 sky gods and the sole true God. The 6 direction association will be destroyed in an instant. Ancestor, let me go. Lu Tiany's fingers trembled. This is not your responsibility. Xiaoqi, give me Dreamland Bubble. I'll disguise myself as Yibo. With my cultivation it'll be harder to see through. I'll go. Ancestor, you should stay behind to protect the Genesis space. Lu Yin transmitted. Lu Tiany shouted, Xiaoqi, as the ancestor, I'm calling you back. Above heaven needs you, the Lu family needs you. Your future shouldn't be in danger. You're the master of the Genesis space. Come back. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Are the everlasting race stupid? Ancestor. Lu Tiany was stunned. They aren't stupid. That's why they destroyed the Above Heaven sect and the 4 continents. They are too smart. Their disguise can deceive the 4-side scale and the 6-sides guild, but it can't deceive the everlasting race. Even you, old ancestor, are the same. Then why do you still want to go? Lu Tiany clenched his fists. Lu Yin sighed. There's something I forgot to tell you. I have divine power. Lu Tiany's expression changed in disbelief. What did you say? Lu Yin repeated himself. I have divine power. I've had it for a long time. I can use it and absorb it. Forefather, the Eternals won't suspect me. Lu Tiany was stunned. He had never dreamed that Lu Yin could cultivate divine power. It was the power of a true god. Not many Eternals could cultivate it, let alone humans. Anyone who touched divine power would be mistaken for an Eternals. That was because divine power could change that person. There was no distinction between good and bad, only the person using it. This saying did not apply to divine power. Not even a progenitor could resist divine power. A Yibo who cultivates divine power and hates humans is what the Eternals need. Forefather, we've always been curious about what the Eternals are like. This time, I'm going to take a look. Lu Yin's tone was relaxed, as if he was going on a vacation. Lu Tiany's expression was complicated. If Yibo could cultivate divine power, then even if his identity was exposed, he might not be in danger. The Eternals trusted divine power as much as humans feared it. This was also why Xiaoqi was so confident in going to the Eternals. Lu Tiany fell silent. Lu Yin knew that the revelation of his divine power had shocked Lu Tiany. He didn't know what Lu Tiany would think of him, but Lu Yin didn't regret it. His divine power would be exposed one day, and he had a responsibility to bear. Only he could do this. Lu Yin continued to take Yuhua to the mortal realm. There were powerhouses constantly chasing after them. He deliberately destroyed several of his clones to make it seem particularly tragic. This trip to the Eternals was not only to uncover the secrets of the Bone Galleon, but also to understand his own body's situation. The bit of divine power in his heart was like a thorn that was always stuck in there. He couldn't take it out. Why could he absorb divine power without cultivating, but why couldn't others touch it? If divine power didn't affect him, then would this power cause the stars in his heart to transform again? These were all questions Lu Yin wanted to know. The Eternals also had things that Lu Yin wanted, such as resources, parallel dimensions with different time flows, information, and so on. He had to go to the Eternals to understand these things. The humans and the Eternals had been at each other's throats for far too many years. Did they really understand the Eternals? They didn't understand. Perhaps only the Grand Empyreans knew a little. As the master of the origin space, he knew far too little about the Eternals. This was also why the humans had always been at a disadvantage. Some things had to be borne by someone. He was the most suitable candidate. And it seemed that this wasn't the first time he had done something like this. In the past, it was Long Qi, Yu Hao, and Xianxia. Now, he was Yibo Xiaoqi. Remember, the rules of the universe are limited. Nothing is absolute. Even in the face of certain death, there will always be a ray of hope. This is the Tao of one-word incarnation. I will now teach you one-word incarnation. I hope you can return safely from there. Lu Yin looked into the distance. In the end, the forefathers still trusted him and had abandoned the prejudice that had existed since ancient times against divine power. The responsibility that Lu Yin had to bear was no less than Lu Yin's. Thank you, Forefather Tiany. Forefather Tiany had been the Tao master of the first mainland from the Above Heaven sect. He was the oldest person under the progenitor and the true boss of the 3 realms and 6 paths. What forefather Tianyi specialized in was the Tao of one-word incarnation. This was a loophole in the universe's rules that could allow one to survive in desperate situations. Lu Tianyi had never taken the initiative to teach Lu Yin this ultimate technique. Now that Lu Yin was about to go to the Eternals, Lu Tianyi had taught him this ultimate technique in order to increase his chances of survival. Even if Lu Tianyi believed that divine power could change a person's thoughts, so what? Compared to divine power, he trusted Lu Yin more. He trusted this ordinary person who had climbed up the ladder step by step. Lu Yin had brought back a child from the Lu family. This was a child that they all owed and wanted to make up for. This child could create miracles and change everything. He was willing to give everything to this child without holding back. After many hardships, Lu Yin finally brought Yuhua to the mortal realm. Yuhua was excited. He pointed out a direction and led Lu Yin in search of a cosmic ring. He had to find it. They kept hiding and fighting, and another clone was destroyed. Yuhua was moved. Yi Bo had already sacrificed 5 clones for him, so how many more could he possibly have? You still haven't found it? Lu Yin was anxious. Yuhua grew even more anxious. I'll definitely find it. I can already feel its aura, and it's unique to me. Soon. That night, Yuhua was ecstatic. I found it. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. Lu Tianyi descended from the distance. Let's see where you can hide. Yuhua stared blankly at Lu Tianyi's appearance. How could this be? He had clearly found the cosmic ring, but Lu Tianyi had still appeared. He was too late, and it was impossible for him to escape under Lu Tianyi's watch. Lu Yin was furious. It's all because of you. I'm going to die too. I can't stop this monster. Yuhua stared at Lu Tianyi. Was he really going to die here? Lu Qi arrived, followed by Mu Xia, Elder Chan, and Ling Qing. They surrounded the area. I remember now. Aren't you the fish that I caught? So it's you. Haha, you're still going to be roasted by me. Lu Qi laughed. Ling Qing gripped her blade tightly, revealing her sharpness. The pressure from so many progenitors made Yuhua despair. It was really over. You must be Yi Bo. I've been looking for you for many years, and you finally appeared. Mu Xiao looked down at Lu Yin from above. Lu Yin's blurry figure gradually became clearer, and what appeared before everyone was a pale, bloodless face. His features were ordinary, but his gaze was cold. He looked just like Nightshore. If it wasn't for this fish, you wouldn't have caught me. Mu Xiao laughed. We would have caught you. The above heaven sect is rising, and you can't be so impudent. Lu Yin sneered, are you sure you can kill me? Mu Xiao was stunned. I know you're not part of a team, but a clone. It seems like this isn't your last clone, but it doesn't matter. We'll find the rest eventually. Lu Yin lowered his gaze and spoke to Yuhua. What kind of power did you use to block Lu Tianyi? Yuhua was already in despair. Divine power, the power of a true god. Give it to me. Yuhua was surprised. You can use it? I don't know. I'm not a clone, but my main body. If I die, Yi Bo will really disappear. Why don't we take the risk? Yuhua was helpless. You can't use it. Even if we absorb it and store it in our bodies, it'll take a long time to cultivate. You can't use it at all. My body is special. Give it to me. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. At this time, Lu Tianyi attacked with a finger, bringing terrifying pressure. The divine power in you was body-boiled and wrapped around Lu Yin's body as if it had a mind of its own. Yi Bo was right. Lu Yin took a deep breath and swallowed it under Yuhua's stunned gaze. Swallowed it? Yuhua was stunned and couldn't wrap his head around it. Could divine power be used like this? Did this guy just eat it? The divine power entered his body and rushed to the starry sky in his heart, merging with the red spot. Lu Yin suddenly looked up. Open the starry gate. Let's go. Then, he raised his hand and unleashed divine power. It surged out, tearing the void apart with his own strength and smashing upwards. Lu Tianyi was shocked. Divine power? Lu Qi, Mu Xia and the others were shocked. They didn't know that Luyin had divine power at all. Seeing Luyin attack like this, they all thought that he was controlled by Yu Hua's divine power and hurried to save him. Luyin looked at them deeply. Behind him, Yu Hua opened the starry gate. It's done. Let's go. Yu Hua was excited. He didn't expect Yu Bo to really use divine power. Luck was on his side. They could go back alive. Stop. Stop. Lu Qi and the others were shocked and attacked crazily. Lu Tianyi closed his eyes and slowly clenched his fists. Xiaoqi, you must come back safely. Yu Hua jumped into the starry gate and disappeared completely. Luyin slowly stepped back and disappeared into the starry gate. The last thing he saw was Lu Qi's furious eyes. Son. Dad, goodbye. I'll be back. Lu Qi rushed towards the starry gate, but was stopped by Lu Tianyi at the critical moment. This is his decision. We'll wait for him. Red rivers flowed on the boundless black land. Strangely shaped mountains rose into the sky, bringing with them a gloomy and cold aura that spread into the boundless distance. Far away, a huge tree connected the sky and the earth. It was impossible to see how tall or big it was, but it seemed to be supporting the entire world. The tree was black, but the red river flowing down from the crown was like the largest waterfall in the world. Stars rotated in the sky, and there were even smaller dark lights outside of them. Those were starry gates. This was the Eternals, the zone of disaster. Yu Hua looked at the black land and jumped up in joy. I'm back. I'm finally back. Luyin looked into the distance in shock. That tree wasn't smaller than the mother tree. It was completely black. Was it also the mother tree? The red waterfall flowing on the tree couldn't be divine power, could it? Thank you, Yi Bo. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to come back. Yu Hua was excited, having escaped the shadow of death. Luyin pointed at the tree in the distance. Is that the mother tree? Yu Hua smiled. Yes, the mother tree of the Eternals. Then what's the red one? You should be able to guess, Yu Hua said. Luyin was shocked. Divine power? Yu Hua raised his fin and pointed ahead. Rivers and oceans. The land of the Eternals is always red, and that's divine power. There are oceans and rivers of divine power here. The astral sources in the origin space are all over space and time. They can't be seen or touched, but the divine power has formed visible rivers and oceans. Here, everyone can cultivate divine power as long as they can bear it. Luyin retracted his gaze and looked at the branches of the flowing river not far away. It was only a few meters wide, but the divine power here was already beyond ordinary people's reach. Is the divine power in your body from here? Luyin asked. Yu Hua nodded. There are many progenitor creatures in the Eternals, but only we can become captains of the true God Guards. It's not only because we're strong, but also because we can cultivate divine power and control the true God Guards with it. This is the path you'll take next. Okay, follow me back to my territory. Once we're there, I can focus on recovering my cultivation. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu. Brother, I'll give you a reward. I'm going on a business trip to Nanjing again. To be honest, I'm really tired. I feel dizzy. Soon, Luyin followed Yu Hua's instructions and headed in a certain direction. Along the way, he saw many corpse kings walking on the black land. Sometimes there were more, sometimes there were fewer, sometimes there were only 2 or 3, but when there were more, there was no end to them. It wasn't just on the ground. Looking up, the stars rotated. From time to time, countless corpse kings would walk out of the stars and head towards the nearest star gate. There were also corpse kings that walked out of the star gate and headed towards the nearest star gate. Luyin also saw at least tens of millions of human cultivators walking numbly on the ground. These people were all being transformed into corpse kings. If each astral door represented a parallel universe, then Luyin finally understood why the Eternals had so many corpse kings. He also understood why some people said that the Eternals had more parallel universes than the Hexagon Association. This was not just more than that, there was simply no comparison. This land was very monotonous and truly boundless. Even with Lu Yin's current cultivation, he could not see the end of it. To be able to support such a huge mother tree, this land could not be smaller than the astral tree. Are there only corpse kings here? Lu Yin was curious. Yu Hua replied, of course not. There are many eternal kingdoms in the zone of E, but you're already in the inner part of the zone. Because I'm the captain of the true God Guard, the astral door I have corresponds to the inner part. There are many eternal kingdoms in the outer part, and many strange races live there. Of course, most of them are humans. Humans will be transformed into corpse kings here, right? Not all. Many humans don't even know that they live in the zone of E. They're just like you. Lu Yin wanted to ask more, but Yu Hua raised his fin and pointed at a tower in front of him. Look, only progenitors are qualified to have a tower. It represents status. The progenitors I'm talking about do not include the corpse kings of the true God Guard who only have the physical strength of a progenitor. I'm talking about true progenitors. Lu Yin looked at the tower in the distance. It was not very tall, but it seemed very out of place in this land. Just as Yu Hua said, it represented status. Every tower represents an ancestor-level expert. When an expert dies, the tower will be destroyed. Until a new ancestor-level expert arrives, the clan will build another tower for them. So, the number of towers you see on this land represents the number of ancestor-level experts in the clan, Yu Hua explained simply. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he looked into the distance. 1 tower, 2 towers, 3 towers, 8 towers, 9 towers. Some of them were far away, while others were very close to each other. Impossible. At a glance, there were no less than 10 towers, and this was only in this direction. It should be the same in other directions. How could the Eternals have so many progenitors? If there really was one, how did Lu Feng manage to hold on until now? At the very front, which is the direction closest to the mother tree that we can reach, is the tallest tower. That tower represents the 7 heavenly gods. The 7 heavenly gods are formed by 7 towers that surround the mother tree. They are the closest to the mother tree and the closest to the true gods. Our true God Guard Captain's tower is some distance away from the 7 heavenly gods. However, it's not too far away. Let's go. We'll be there soon. Lu Yin remained silent, as it wasn't the right time to ask. He would be here for a long time, and there would be plenty of time for him to understand the situation. The 6 Paths Guild knew too little about the everlasting race. It was no wonder that Jiang Qingyue had said that no one knew the true strength of the everlasting race. No matter what kind of power the humans used, the everlasting race would be able to withstand it. No one would want to face a colossus whose true strength was unknown. The vast red lake of divine power was only dimly lit, but it illuminated in the starry sky. Lu Yin arrived with Yu Hua. Beyond this lake is my tower. How is it? The scenery is not bad, right? In this land, the scenery here is already considered good. Yu Hua wanted to slap his tail, only to find that his tail was gone. He was infuriated. I'll kill Lu Qi one day. Lu Yin suddenly stopped when he saw someone standing beside the lake. It was a tall woman wearing a long white dress, which was especially eye-catching on this black land. This was the 3rd color that Lu Yin had seen on this land. The white-clothed woman stood quietly beside the divine power lake. No one knew what she was doing. Who is she? Yu Hua looked over in surprise. Ancestor? Ancestor? Lu Yin almost thought that it was Shiwei. Hurry over. She's the ancestor of the past and can be considered the great manager of this calamity region. Lu Yin brought Yu Hua closer to the divine power lake. The woman turned around, revealing a face that was not particularly stunning. It looked ordinary, but it was very comforting. Yu Hua, you're back. Yu Hua was still in his fish form, and he was obviously afraid of the woman. Yu Hua has failed. Please punish me, ancestor. The woman smiled faintly. I'm not a true god, so I don't have the right to punish you. It's good that you're back. Then, she looked at Lu Yin. This is? Yu Hua introduced, he's called Yibo. Have you heard of him? The woman was surprised. Yibo? The one who's as famous as Chun Kong? Lu Yin looked at her. I'm Yibo ancestor, it's because of Yibo that I was able to come back alive. Not only that, he was able to absorb divine power the first time he came into contact with it. He even had the ability to temporarily block Lu Tianyi. Yu Hua said. He had promised to make Lu Yin one of the captains of the true God Guards, so he was praising him. The woman sighed. I see. Then, thank you, Yibo. Lu Yin nodded coldly, not saying anything. It's a pity that Qin Kong is dead. He was a good talent, the woman said regretfully. Yu Hua also felt sorry. Yes, if Qin Kong had cooperated with me, things might not have ended up like this. I originally planned to have the White Dragon tribe help me find the 100,000 water paths and destroy the mortal realm. I didn't expect the White Dragon tribe to be so stupid as to refuse. They don't deserve our bloodline, so it's better to destroy them. The woman was obviously not interested in this matter, and her gaze landed on Lu Yin. Qin Kong is dead, but Mr. Yibo can replace him. Yu Hua hurriedly said, Ancestor, Yibo wants to be a captain of the True God Guards. The ancestor smiled. A captain of the True God Guards? Not bad. It's time for the captains to gather. The pressure on the endless battlefield is great, and our tribe's strategy needs to be adjusted. Yu Hua was excited. That's great. I've been annoyed with those humans from the Six Direction Society for a long time. They really think they can suppress our tribe. What a joke, they're not even facing our true strength. Not long after, Lu Yin left the lake with Yu Hua. The ancestor was still standing by the lake alone, deep in thought. Lu Yin arrived at Yu Hua's tower, which was obviously taller than the previous tower. It represented Yu Hua's status as a captain of the True God Guards. 8 progenitor realm corpse kings stood outside the tower, and Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Yibo, it's been hard on you. I need to go into seclusion to recover my cultivation. Otherwise, it will be difficult for the captains to gather. You can walk around as long as you don't go near the mother tree and don't go near the 7 God Sky Tower, Yu Hua instructed before sealing the tower and going into seclusion. Lu Yin sized up the 8 progenitor realm corpse kings around the tower. He wanted to know how the Eternals had formed the True God Guards. Even if they only had progenitor realm bodies, their strength was still unimaginable. Any one of these progenitor realm corpse kings could easily suppress the 5th mainland before the war with the 6th mainland. At that time, the 5th mainland did not even have a single progenitor realm powerhouse. For the rest of the time, Lu Yin wandered around the tower. He did not go near the 7 God Sky Tower, but neither did he go far. He did not show any curiosity. He did not know if he was being watched or not. Perhaps this would make the Eternals feel more at ease. They trusted divine power the most. In that case, he could try to cultivate divine power. As he thought about it, Lu Yin came to the side of the divine power river. This branch of the river was not very large, only a meter wide. Rather than calling it a river, it was more like a small canal. Lu Yin sat down cross-legged and stared at the divine power canal in front of him. He slowly reached out. The moment his finger touched the divine power river, he felt a vast and endless power. Even if it was just a little bit, it still gave him the illusion that he was facing the only true God. He could not resist or defeat him, and he could only submit. This was the feeling that divine power gave Lu Yin. He tried to absorb the divine power, and it went very smoothly. The divine power turned into a red light that entered his body and flowed towards the starry sky where his heart was, converging towards the red dot. Lu Yin absorbed the divine power for several hours, and he watched as the red dot grew larger and larger. Although it was still countless times smaller than the surrounding stars, it was much more divine power than before. Lu Yin did not want to show off too much, so he retracted his hand and exhaled. He raised his head and looked at the black mother tree in the distance. He could absorb even more divine power until it was as big as the star that the withered tree had transformed into, or even bigger. However, he did not know if he would be affected by it at that time. No matter how he tried to convince himself, Lu Yin could not forget what he had seen in the Book of Destiny. In the future, he would kill everyone close to him. Would he be affected by the divine power? Would what he was experiencing now be a part of his future? Humans had always been wary of divine power since ancient times. Divine power was one of the rare powers that could be judged based on good or bad. Would he be an exception? Luin was not confident. He looked at the divine power river in a daze. You are cultivating well. Why don't you continue? A gentle voice came from behind. It was Ancestor Shi. Luin did not turn back and continued to look at the divine power. I can't take it anymore. Ancestor Shi stood not far behind Luin, and her long skirt fluttered in the wind. Do me a favor. Luin stood up and looked at Ancestor Shi in confusion. Me? Ancestor Shi smiled. Yes. Recently, the Sixth Direction Guild has been in the endless battlefield, causing many experts to die. There are some situations that we can't handle. What is it? Luin asked and did not reject. If he did, his days here would not be easy. This woman could make you was so wary and even mention punishment. This meant that her status in the E region was extremely high. The head housekeeper? Ancestor She moved her finger, and the divine power river flowed. It then turned into a rainbow that shot towards the starry sky and entered a stargate. Enter that spacetime and help us destroy that spacetime. Luin narrowed his eyes. Destroy them? The ancestor smiled. Simple, isn't it? Humans? You want them to be humans? I hate humans. The ancestor shook his head. I'm sorry, they are not humans, just a kind of astral beast. They reproduce too quickly, and there are more and more experts in their race. If this continues, it will be troublesome for our race, so I'll have to trouble you to destroy them. As he spoke, figures came from afar and stood behind the ancestor. They were 5 progenitor realm corpse kings. Given your strength, you have the qualifications to become the captain of the True Divinity Guards. The 5 of them will be under your command. The method is to use divine energy. You can use your own understanding of divine energy to control them. They are now your personal guards. Ancestor She laughed. Luin was surprised, so this was what Yuhua meant by using his God Force to control them. God Force was the same as astral sources, both were a kind of energy. Cultivating an astral source could allow one to reach the level of an astral emissary, a half-step ancestor, and even an ancestor. Everyone's strength was different, and they could evolve countless battle techniques. God Force could do the same. Everyone's cultivation of God Force should have different effects. Was this the method to control the true God Guards? Luin quickly took control of the 5 progenitor realm corpse kings and left his God Force in their bodies. The ancestor praised. Yuhua said that you could cultivate God Force the first time you came in contact with it. Mr. Yibo, you have a high chance of becoming the next 7 sky gods. Luin pretended to be puzzled. The next 7 sky gods? The ancestor smiled. Which spirit god is dead, and there needs to be an expert to replace him. The captain of the true God Guards, the rest of the progenitors, and even the outer realm experts are fighting for it. With your talent and God Force, I think highly of you. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. I will fight for it. I'll wait and see. The ancestor said. Luin looked up at the rainbow and jumped up, heading towards the astral gate. This mission was a test from the Eternals. If he passed it, he would become the captain of the true God Guards. If he failed, he would just be an ordinary progenitor. Luin needed a position, at least the captain of the true God Guards, who was qualified to know the secrets of the bone boat. As for the position of the 7 heavenly gods, he was well aware that even if he went all out, he would not be able to snatch it. He was far from reaching the level of the 7 heavenly gods. The heavily injured witch spirit god was already so difficult to kill, and he even borrowed the power of Ancestor Hui. The alien experts from the giant hell and the star-devouring beast were equally terrifying. He couldn't compete with such experts. He leaped through the star door, and the 5 ancestor realm corpse kings followed closely behind him. Behind the stargate was an enormous battlefield in the stars. Separated only by a single stargate, one side was the peaceful land of the Eternals, while the other side was a battlefield of life and death. Countless Eternals corpse kings were locked in a fierce battle with a vicious beast. The beasts outnumbered the corpse kings, and they filled almost the entire cosmos. There were strong and weak beasts, and Luin saw a progenitor realm beast fighting against a progenitor realm corpse king. There was more than one progenitor realm corpse king here, and Luin saw 3 of them. There was also a progenitor realm powerhouse whose entire body was wrapped in black cloth and looked like a bamboo pole. This was the captain of the True God Guard, Big Black. He had once ambushed the 3rd Battle Squadron, and his opponent was his father, Lu Qi. Luin commanded the 5 progenitor realm corpse kings to begin fighting. The beasts were ferocious, and their numbers were endless. The corpse kings weren't much better. With the addition of the 5 progenitor realm corpse kings, the situation was instantly reversed, and countless beasts were slaughtered. Luin actually heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they weren't attacking the human spacetime, or he wouldn't have known how to deal with them. The universe was like this, where the strong lived and the weak died. Luin wasn't a saint, and he had no intention of saving the universe, much less these beasts. The only thing he could do was give his selfishness to the humans, as long as they could survive. After all, he was a human. Perhaps one day, a powerful creature would exterminate the human race for its own selfishness, but that was also a choice. The only thing the humans could do was to protect themselves, and they couldn't blame anyone else. Only by becoming strong could they gain a foothold. The beasts were ferocious, and they bit down with their bloody mouths. Luin casually dealt with them and began his first battle after joining the Eternals as Nightshore. A total of 6 progenitors changed the balance of the battle. Beasts fell one after another, and the cosmos collapsed. Countless void cracks spread out, bringing about the end of the world. The bloody scene became the curtain of spacetime. As more and more beasts died, one of the progenitor beasts roared as half of its body was chopped into pieces. Then, one beast after another roared as if it was some sort of signal. All of the beasts roared at the sky. Even in the face of death, these beasts were still roaring. Luin frowned and looked into the depths of the cosmos, feeling a faint sense of danger. With a terrifying roar, the void rippled and spread out from the depths of the cosmos, sweeping through the entire spacetime. Lu Yin's expression changed. There was a powerhouse here. The roar was rhythmic, and it was obvious that someone was saying something. In the depths of the cosmos, a huge shadow shrouded the area and rapidly approached. It was a terrifying creature that was much larger than any of the other beasts, and its body was even larger than the hellworms. With a furious roar, a sharp claw appeared from the void and pressed down, enveloping Luin, Big Black, and the countless corpse kings. Luin retreated without hesitation, as he had no intention of saving the corpse kings, including his own progenitor realm corpse kings. Big Black did the same, retreating even faster than Luin. The claw descended, shattering the void and creating a world of nothingness that devoured many corpse kings. Even the countless beasts were devoured, and there was no distinction between friend and foe. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched, and he opened his heaven's eye. He saw a sequence particle. This was actually a powerhouse with sequence laws. The stargate that led to this spacetime was clearly not very eye-catching, but the enemy behind it actually possessed sequence laws. The Eternals definitely had more than one enemy from the 6 directional guilds. Why did they want to destroy the spacetime? With a single claw, 2 progenitor realm corpse kings had died. Luin felt both comfortable and worried at the same time. The ancestor had asked him to destroy the spacetime. Even if there were powerhouses with sequence laws, if he failed, would he not be able to become the captain of the True God Guard? The terrifying beast appeared, and its ferocious eyes stared at the entire battlefield. It once again let out a rhythmic roar, clearly speaking. To a progenitor, language could be learned in an instant. Who? Who is slaughtering my people? Who? Who dares to slaughter my people? All of you must die. As soon as it finished speaking, it raised its claw and slammed down again. Luin looked at Blackie, who raised his hand, and the black claw flew towards the beast, wrapping around its claws. This was a shroud, and once entangled, even a progenitor would find it difficult to break free. The beast constantly waved its claws, trying to tear the shroud apart, but to no avail. Blackie tore through the void and appeared above the beast's head. Blackie raised his hand, and the huge shadow continued to twist, forming a black beam of light that smashed down. The beast raised its head and roared. A terrifying force overturned the void, preventing the black beam of light from falling. Behind Blackie, the beast's tail swept over. Luin attacked. He could not display any strength related to Lu Yin's identity, so he could only use ordinary battle techniques to attack from the side. The tail was deflected, and it brushed past Blackie. Blackie kept retreating, waving its arms. Pieces of shroud continuously flew towards the beast, wanting to completely wrap it up. The beast's eyes turned red, and it waved its claws again. This time it used sequence laws, and the shroud became invisible. Its claws carried the shroud towards Blackie. Blackie retreated again. From all directions, several progenitor realm giant beasts attacked him from all directions. Luin let the progenitor realm corpse king attack and looked at Blackie. What sequence laws? Blackie raised his head. There's only one key to a lock. Luin was confused. What did it mean? From the side, a sharp claw swept over, scratching out 5 cracks. It was incomparably sharp. This attack was aimed at Luin. Luin looked at the sharp claws sweeping over, and inexplicably felt that in the face of this move, there was only one way to resist, and that was to use his head to hit it. Hit it with his head? What a joke, he would be crazy to hit the claws with his head. Luin simply avoided it. At the same time, he also understood the sequence laws mentioned by Blackie. There was only one key to a lock, and this rule was its attack when placed on the behemoth. There was only one way to resist it, and this was the rule. No matter how strong one was, unless one could suppress the behemoth in terms of the sequence rule, even if a powerhouse of the same level faced the behemoth's attack, the only way he could think of to resist it was indeed the only way to resist it. In other words, even if Luin was a sequence law powerhouse, if he could not suppress the beast in terms of sequence laws, he could only use his head to hit it. This was the only way to block the beast's claw. Other than that, using hands, legs, battle techniques, or any other method would be defeated. There was also such a strange sequence law. Luin was surprised, but the sequence laws of the universe were endless. Qianlu had even obtained a sequence law that made the enemy too lazy to make a move. Any sequence law could appear, so it was not surprising. The trouble was how to deal with this beast. It was not that they could not deal with it with divine power, but the difficulty was how to deal with this sequence law. The beast's sharp claws constantly tore through the void as its huge eyes stared at Luin and Blackie. Even the progenitor realm corpse kings were meaningless in its eyes. Luin was targeted by it and wanted to attack several times, but he stopped every time. The beast's sequence law was simply too strange. The second time, when Luin faced the beast's attack, he inexplicably knew that he had to use his mouth to block it. This was even more stupid than using his head, so he naturally avoided it. The third time, he had to use his back to block it. The fourth and fifth times were limited by the sequence laws, so Luin could not fight the beast normally. It was the same for Blackie. Throughout the universe, the two of them were chased by the beast. The battle between the Eternals and countless beasts did not stop. Regardless of whether it stopped or not, they were still within the attack range of the most powerful beast. This beast did not distinguish between friend and foe, and it even wanted to destroy the spacetime. Is there any way? Luin asked in a hoarse voice. Blackie did not answer and continued to dodge. Luin frowned. It seemed that there was no other way, unless he used his divine power. However, divine power was usually used last. Even for a true God Guard captain, it was a life-saving measure. He glanced at Blackie. Since it was still here despite having no other choice, it meant that it hadn't given up. Had it done it before? Luin stared at the beast. Although it had sequence laws that made it impossible to resist, its speed and power were not too exaggerated. Although its destructive power was strong, it was about the same as Xianxia's. If he could make the sequence laws disappear, then it was not impossible to deal with it. If he had been Luin, he would have had all sorts of methods to prevent the beast's sequence laws from affecting him, but he was now Yibo. Yibo did not have Lu Yin's strength, so he could only rely on other methods. A sharp claw swept out from the side, but Luin dodged it and controlled a progenitor corpse king to approach. When the beast's claws fell again, Luin knew that this attack could only be resolved with a kick. He did not hesitate to use the corpse king's leg to strike the beast's claws. There was a thump, and half of the corpse king's body was torn apart by the beast. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The beast had lost a portion of its sequence particles. That's right. Adapting to the laws and attacking within the laws could grind away the opponent's sequence particles. This was also a type of law. No matter who it was, grasping sequence laws was one thing, but how much one could grasp and use sequence laws required cultivation. This was also the dividing line between strong and weak sequence laws cultivators. The sequence particles that represented sequence laws were equivalent to a type of power. As long as one attacked according to the opponent's sequence laws, they could grind away the opponent's sequence particles. Old Mo was a darkness sequence particle, and if he wanted to maintain the darkness, his sequence particles would be constantly consumed. As long as enough time passed, he would eventually run out of sequence particles, and so would everyone else. Luin did not know how this beast had cultivated to the level of sequence laws. Logically speaking, a beast that only relied on its instincts to kill should not have reached this level, but there was no one who could answer his questions. Taking advantage of the fact that the sequence particles on the beast's claws had decreased, Luin attacked and displayed the destructive power of a progenitor. Although his battle technique was crude, it could be used as long as it had enough destructive power. At the same time, Blackie attacked as well. 2 attacks landed on the beast's body and tore it apart. Unexpectedly, the beast's defenses were not as strong as they seemed. The beast roared and raised its claws again. It was still the same old method. Luin sacrificed a progenitor realm corpse king to adapt to the astral beast's laws and grinded away the opponent's sequence particles before taking the opportunity to attack. This repeated itself several times, and the astral beast was continuously injured. Blackie's power was especially corrosive, and Luin could clearly see with his heaven's eye that the astral beast had less than half of what it had at the beginning. Of course, the price he paid was not small either, directly killing 3 ancestor realm corpse kings. Big Black also lost an ancestral realm corpse king. Of course, Luin did not care about the loss of the progenitor realm corpse kings. He had not expected Blackie to be completely unaffected as well, as the progenitor realm corpse kings were treated like tools. Fresh blood splattered through outer space as the astral beast panted heavily. If it did not attack, then neither Luin nor Blackie would be able to take the initiative to attack. They could only wait for the opponent's sequence laws to attack. Otherwise, if they took the initiative to attack, then they would be in trouble when faced with the astral beast's sequence laws. Around him was a boundless battlefield, and the melody of slaughter seemed to never fade. The giant beast stared at Luin, and the first person it thought of was to sacrifice the progenitor realm corpse king for a counterattack. "Why did you slaughter my race?" the giant beast roared. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he looked at Blackie. He was curious as well. Blackie did not answer and only stared at the giant beast. "My race has never fought with you. In my race's impression, I've never seen a creature of your appearance. Why did you slaughter my race?" No one answered it. The giant beast roared, "What's the reason? Since it's a massacre, there must be a reason." Luin looked at Blackie again. They had never come into contact with it? Then why did the Eternals slaughter them? There must be a reason. It seemed that Blackie was not prepared to say anything. Blackie waved its hand, and the shroud swept towards a distant progenitor realm beast. The massacre continued. In front of them, the giant beast roared and raised its claws to attack Blackie. At the same time, its body shrank until it was about the same size as Luin and the others. Luin was surprised. Its body shrank. Was it sacrificing its strength in exchange for speed? The giant beast swept its claws at Blackie, and the same scene happened again. Blackie used an ancestor realm corpse king to grind away the opponent's sequence laws. Taking advantage of the moment when the sequence particles were ground away, a black beam of light smashed down. Luin attacked at the same time. However, this time, the giant beast dodged, and its speed increased several times. "You still want to slaughter my race? My race will eat you alive." Blackie raised its eyes, and divine power surged out from its body. Behind it, the shroud rose into the sky and was wrapped by divine power, forming a dark red shroud that swept towards the giant beast. Luin exhaled. It was over. The giant beast was so large that Blackie's shroud could wrap around it. Its divine power was not enough, but it was courting death by shrinking its body. That was enough. The giant beast did not know that divine power could resist sequence particles. They had not used divine power in the previous few attacks. They had been waiting for this moment. Divine power was the power that determined victory. The dark red shroud directly knocked away the giant beast's claws and wrapped around it. The giant beast was shocked. Impossible, this shroud actually ignored its rules? It could have been destroyed before. No matter how it attacked, it could not destroy the shroud that was augmented by divine power. The shroud continued to shrink, and the giant beast's howls could be heard from within. Its bones shattered, and blood spurted out, making the already dark red shroud even bloodier. In the surroundings, many giant beasts roared and charged forward, but Luin easily stopped them. He looked at the shroud and saw that it was shrinking, and the giant beast's howls gradually disappeared. Finally, not even its bones were left. Only the shroud was left, and it gently flew back to Blackie and wrapped around its body. The divine power on the shroud faded, but it was still as black as ever. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was truly a powerful weapon that could even crush a sequence law powerhouse to death. Even eccentric MO and the other sequence law powerhouses would not have survived if they had been wrapped up by this shroud. He had to find an opportunity to kill this fellow. The strongest giant beast in this spacetime had died, and the rest of the beasts had no ability to resist. We're willing to submit to you and become your mounts. Some of the giant beasts were afraid of death and begged for mercy. This was their nature. Luin had thought that Blackie would agree. After all, they were progenitors and could be of help to the Eternals. However, he had not expected Blackie to start a massacre without hesitation. Regardless of whether they were progenitor beasts or other giant beasts, they were all killed. At that moment, Luin wondered if Blackie was one of them. Blackie had sacrificed a progenitor corpse king like him, and now, it was slaughtering the progenitor beasts that were willing to submit to the Eternals without hesitation. Luin did not believe that Blackie was not one of them. As he watched the giant beasts being slaughtered, Luin had long since stopped attacking. This spacetime was about to be destroyed. Luin stepped through the astral door, and two progenitor corpse kings followed behind him. They stepped into the zone of calamity with numb expressions. Luin looked up and saw Blackie walking out of the astral door as well. Behind him, a dense group of corpse kings walked out and stepped onto the star closest to the astral door. When the last corpse king walked out, the astral door swayed and fell, crashing into the ground of the zone of calamity. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. No way. Could it be that the astral doors in the zone of calamity had their space-time destroyed? How many were there? How was that possible? Well done, Mr. Yibo, the ancestor's voice rang out. Luin looked over. His pale face was expressionless, and his gaze did not change. Is that also the captain of the true God Guards? The ancestor smiled faintly. That's right. His name is Blackie. His strength is not bad, right? Luin nodded and did not say anything. Do you have something to ask? The ancestor asked gently. Luin moved aside. Behind him were two progenitor corpse kings. 3 were sacrificed. It doesn't matter. Sacrificing a few corpse kings is nothing if we can deal with a sequence law creature. The ancestor smiled. Luin was curious. Why did you destroy them? The ancestor smiled. When the rules become normal, they are no longer rules. Luin did not quite understand. The ancestor raised his hand and pointed in a direction. A tower has been prepared for Mr. Yibo. The location is not far from Yuhua. It can be considered an early congratulations to Mr. Yibo for becoming the captain of the True God Guards. I can only give you these 2 progenitor corpse kings for the time being. I will make up for the rest as soon as possible. Sir, welcome to the Eternals. Luin nodded. Thank you. After bidding farewell to the ancestor, Luin went to the place that she had pointed out. There was a tall tower that was similar to Yuhua's tower, and a beautiful woman stood outside it. Greetings, Master. The woman bowed respectfully. Luin knew that every tower had a maid that could satisfy the needs of the tower's master. Human progenitors were human maids, and Yuhua's maid was not human. She was also a fish and was of the same race as Yuhua. Where are you from? The maid respectfully replied, Master, this lowly one comes from the common spacetime. Have you heard of the 6 Direction sect? No, Master. Luin entered the tower. This woman's spacetime should not be related to the Six Direction sect, as there were many parallel spacetimes for humans. This was also the source of the Eternal's endless supply of corpse kings. May I ask what resources Master requires? This lowly one would like to request them from the ancestor. Luin almost impulsively mentioned star essence. At his level, he should not need such a resource, and if he mentioned it, it would inevitably raise suspicions. I want to eat fruit fish. The maid was puzzled. Fruit fish? It's a type of fish that grows in the primal space's astral river. It's very tasty, Luin said. He wanted to see if the Eternals could get their hands on it. The maid did not hesitate and bowed respectfully before leaving. Half a day later, the maid returned. Master, the ancestor has already sent people to search for it. Luin grunted and did not give any further instructions. He stood at the edge of the tower and looked at the Eternal's mother tree in the distance. Divine power flowed from the mother tree like a waterfall. What was on the mother tree? Which of the 7 sky gods belonged to the closest tower to the mother tree? Luin was quite curious. He was most curious about Bai Wuxian, as he had never seen the man's true appearance. Forefather Tianyi had fought with Bai Wuxian before. A few days later, the maid requested an audience with the fruit fish that Luin wanted. Luin accepted the fruit fish, which lived in the Outerverse astral river. The Fisherman's Club loved to fish for them, and even the Day-Night clan found it difficult to obtain them. He had eaten them once on Night King Planet, and they had left a deep impression on him. The Eternals should not have much power in the Genesis space, but they were still able to obtain fruit fish. How did you get them? Luin could not help but ask. The maid could not answer, as she did not know either. Luin did not ask any more questions. There were 5 fruit fish, and he casually handed one to the maid. You can eat it. The maid was shocked, and she hurriedly knelt down. Master, please forgive me. I dare not, I dare not. It's just a fish. What's wrong with that? Luin was puzzled. The maid continued to kowtow, and Luin saw that her head was about to bleed. All right, get up. I'll eat it myself. The maid relaxed and slowly stood up, her eyes filled with intense fear. What are you afraid of? Luin asked. The maid bowed respectfully. It's my fortune to be able to serve you, master. I dare not dream of receiving your favor. Luin looked at her. What about your family? The maid trembled, and she knelt down again. Please forgive me, master. Please forgive me, master. All right, I won't ask any more. Luin grew impatient. The maid was terrified, and she slowly got up and left the tower. Her family had either been transformed into corpse kings or had died. She was not a corpse king herself, which was considered very lucky. Thus, it was understandable that she was so fearful. Luin looked at the 5 fruit fish and thought about it. He really did want to eat them, but he casually tossed them out. He was Night Mo, not Luin. These fruit fish were just a test, and he would not actually eat them. The Eternals did not have as many secrets as Luin had imagined. Although this place was mysterious, it was as if he had seen through everything about the Eternals. The astral gates in the sky, the rivers of divine power on the ground, the mother tree in the darkness, and the many towers that stood tall. If Luin wanted to, he could walk through the entire zone of disaster and count the towers. However, this was meaningless. Although the progenitor corpse kings of the true god guards were just tools, they still had the destructive power of a progenitor. They did not have towers, but there were many of them. In the blink of an eye, a month had already passed since Luin arrived in the Calamity Zone. In this month, other than participating in the space-time destruction war, there was nothing else to do. The ancestor of the past did not appear again. Luin didn't have anything to instruct the maid. He followed the river of god power and walked for a while. Along the way, he didn't meet a single person or a corpse king. This calamity region was terrifyingly silent. Yuhua had said that this place was close to the innermost region, and there were many eternal kingdoms in the periphery. Just as he was about to leave, Luin suddenly stopped and turned around to see a man walking over from afar. When he saw Luin look over, the man smiled. Although it was an ugly smile, he was doing his best to appear friendly. Luin stood still and stared at the man. This person's appearance was ugly, but he was a progenitor. The closer he got, the clearer Luin could sense that this person did not give him a sense of danger. Among the progenitors, this person was at most comparable to the 6th mainland's martial ancestor. My name is Seven Friends. May I ask for brother's name? The ugly man approached and asked politely. He secretly glanced at Li He. Lu looked at Luin with respect. He had seen Luin walk out from the depths of the zone of disaster, and Lu Yin's status was higher than his own. However, Lu Yin's appearance was too young, so he didn't know how to address him. Luin said coldly, Yebwa. Seven Friends smiled. So it's brother Yebwa. Sorry for disturbing you. Luin looked at him. You approached me on purpose. Seven Friends was stunned and smiled. Since brother Yebwa is a straightforward person, then I'll be frank. May I ask if brother Yebwa is looking for a true god's ultimate technique? Luin stared at Seven Friends. A true god's ultimate technique? Seven Friends also stared at Luin, but he could not see through him. Lu Yin's gaze had not changed from start to finish. If brother Yebwa doesn't want to say it, then so be it. However, brother, you can't keep searching like this. The zone of disaster is vast and far surpasses the average space-time. It's impossible to search by following the river of divine power. Brother, have you ever thought of working together? Luin retracted his gaze and looked at the river of divine power. He seemed to be thinking. Seven Friends said seriously, rumor has it that under the flowing divine power of the zone of disaster, there are 3 ultimate techniques cultivated by the only true God. Obtaining any one of these ultimate techniques will allow one to directly become the 8th sky god and even have a chance of being taken in as a disciple by the true God. Countless years have passed, and many people have searched for it, but no one has found it. It's impossible for brother Yebwa to search for it alone. Since no one has found it, how can we be sure that there really is an ultimate technique? Luin asked coldly. Seven Friends laughed. Because there is a rumor that one of the 7 sky gods has obtained an ultimate technique, and this rumor has been confirmed by the ancestors. It's because of this rumor that so many powerhouses have searched for it. However, this river of divine power makes it impossible to cultivate, let alone search for it. We have all failed in our attempts to cultivate divine power. Those who succeed are either the captains of the true god guards or powerhouses like Qingkong. At this point, he stared at Luin. If I'm not wrong, brother Yebwa is the captain of the true god guards. Luin looked at Seven Friends. Why do you say that? Seven Friends said, this branch of the divine power river does not pass by any towers. The next tower that can be passed by is located in the region of the true god guards. Since brother Yebwa has followed this branch of the river, it is very likely that he is the captain of the true god guards. Moreover, if he is not a captain of the true god guards who can cultivate divine power, how would he dare to search for an ultimate technique alone? You haven't seen the captains of the true god guards? I have, and I've seen all of them. However, the recent battles have been intense, and the captains of the true god guards have died one after another. It is not impossible for brother Yebwa to replace them. What kind of battle can kill the captains of the true god guards? Luin pretended to be curious. Seven Friends looked around and whispered, naturally, it's the 6 Direction Society. Of all the wars that the eternal race has started, only the 6 Direction Society can cause such a huge commotion. I heard that even the 7 sky gods were forced into seclusion to recuperate. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Is the 6 Direction Society the greatest enemy of the eternal race? Seven Friends' expression changed. Brother Yebwa, it's better not to discuss this matter. After all, it involves the 7 sky gods. Luin did not say anything else. Brother Yebwa should be the captain of the true god guards, right? Seven Friends asked. Luin said indifferently, you guessed wrong. No. Seven Friends was puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. This branch of the river. I'm roaming around. Roaming around the Calamity Realm? Brother Yebwa, you sure are leisurely and elegant. Seven Friends rolled his eyes. Only an idiot would believe that. The Calamity Realm was not a place with a good environment, so who would roam around here? If they were careless and encountered an unreasonable old monster, they would be annihilated. So what if they died? It was normal to encounter corpse kings here, but if they encountered humans, they were all traitors, and none of them had good natures. This was especially true for the deeper regions, which were even more terrifying. In the distant sky, a corpse king walked out of a starry door. Then, countless people walked out in an orderly manner. They were all human cultivators. Luin watched in a daze. Were these cultivators that had been defeated? He was very clear about what would happen to these cultivators. 7 friends also looked into the distance and sighed. Another parallel spacetime has been defeated. I estimate that at least several billion cultivators will be transformed into corpse kings. Where will they be transformed? Luin asked. 7 friends subconsciously answered, the stars next to the stargates. Every stargate has a star next to it so that it's convenient to store corpse kings. You don't know? I just joined, Luin said. 7 friends' face twitched. Then you don't know about the ultimate technique either? Luin looked at 7 friends. I don't know. 7 friends was speechless. This guy had really just been strolling around and not looking for the ultimate technique. What a waste of breath. 7 friends wanted to beat this person up. If not for the fact that he felt like he could not defeat this person, he would not even know where this person had come from. Was he inside or outside? 7 friends did not dare to take the risk. High in the sky, an old woman walked out of a stargate covered in blood. She looked around in confusion, especially when she saw the black tree and the flowing waterfall of divine power. Her face was filled with shock. 7 friends cackled. Another one who betrayed the humans and joined the Eternals. This should be her first time in the Calamity region. Look at her shocked expression. How interesting. Luin could see that the old woman was still in shock and was covered in blood. She had clearly just gone through a battle and joined the Eternals before her death. Otherwise, she would not be in such a state. If she was a spy, she would be pleased with herself. Brother Yebwa, did you betray the humans and come here as well? 7 friends suddenly asked. Luin looked at 7 friends with an unfriendly gaze. 7 friends hurriedly explained, Brother, don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything else. We're all the same. I betrayed the humans and came here as well. Fortunately, the Eternals accept human betrayal. If it were a creature like a beast, it would be difficult to accept. When Luin did not answer, 7 friends' eyes flashed coldly. Actually, betraying the humans isn't something shameful. Everyone has the right to live. My survival is equivalent to representing the continuation of the humans in our timeline. Isn't that the same? It's not like I'm going to become a corpse king. Luin did not look at 7 friends. Instead, he quietly looked up at the sky. The cultivators were lining up to head towards the star, and that old woman had survived in their place. What a good reason. Actually, the Eternals aren't as scary as we think. The Eternal Kingdoms in the outer regions are not bad, just like the human cities. Brother Yebwa, have you taken a look? 7 friends asked. Luin looked at him. I didn't betray the humans. 7 friends was stunned and looked at him in confusion. I just hate, Luin said coldly as he walked forward. 7 friends took a while to react. Hate? Was that different? Was there a difference? What was there to be proud of? He looked at Luin's back. Did Luin really think that he could sit back and relax after joining the Eternals? The Eternals faced many battles, and some of them were unassisted. Let's see how long Luin could survive. Just wait and see. 7 friends spat and turned to leave. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Someone had appeared behind him at some point in time. 7 friends had not sensed this person's arrival at all. Luin was walking far away when he sensed the presence. He stopped and turned around. It was Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. Reverend Xiaoyin looked down at the 7 friends. You, come with me. The 7th friend's expression changed greatly. This was bad. He had encountered an expert who wanted to use him, so he would definitely be sent to an intense battlefield. When he thought of this, he wanted to refuse. Senior, this junior just experienced a battlefield and was injured. This? Reverend Xiaoyin's gaze turned cold. His aura suppressed the 7 friends and forced them to the ground. I didn't ask if you were willing to come with me. The 7 friends were terrified. This aura was definitely that of a sequence law powerhouse. Throughout the Eternals, there were only a handful of people who possessed this level of strength. This person surpassed even the true God Guard captains. He did not dare to refuse. Yes, this junior will follow senior's orders. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin retracted his aura. The 7 friends gasped for breath and stood up. May I ask if senior is still lacking people? Divine Venerable Xiaoyin frowned. No. The 7 friends' expressions changed, and they glanced at the distant Luin, suppressing any thoughts of dragging him down with them. But there's no harm in having a few more. I don't have to put in the effort, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin added. The 7 friends were delighted and pointed at Luin. That person over there is called Jibo, and he just joined the clan. If senior is lacking people, you can bring him along. It'll be considered a merit to the clan. Divinity Xiaoyin looked over. Luin raised his head and looked at Divinity Xiaoyin, his eyes cold and emotionless. The two of them looked at each other. Come here. Divinity Xiaoyin didn't stand on ceremony. Among the Eternals, there were only a handful who had reached the level of sequence precepts. Even the captain of the True God Guard could not compare to him in terms of strength. He was second only to the 7 sky gods. Especially after the death of the sorcerer spirit god, the Xiaoyin divinity really wanted to replace him. That was why he went out of his way to complete the mission. Otherwise, he would have recovered his strength. Luin walked over obediently. You have been conscripted. Leave. Divinity Xiaoyin said coldly. The 7 friends glanced at Luin. If they were going to be unlucky, then they would be together. If they hadn't seen this guy, then they wouldn't have come out in the first place, and this senior might not have recruited them. It was all this guy's fault. Where are we going? Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin frowned. Just follow him. What if I don't go? Luin asked. The Xiaoyin divinity's gaze was cold, and a chilling aura enveloped Luin. Luin knew that he had been touched by the Xiaoyin divinity's array laws, and as long as the Xiaoyin divinity willed it, he could directly corrode Luin. Seeing that Luin didn't move, Divinity Xiaoyin raised his head. The Eternals have a clear status. If you refuse to be recruited by me, I can just kill you. The 7 friends took joy in his misfortune. Luin stared at the Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign. Divinity Xiaoyin didn't care about him at all. Why should he care about someone who hadn't even reached the level of a sequence law? At this moment, the ancestor of the past appeared. Deity Xiaoyin, you cannot use him. Xiaoyin God Venerable was surprised by Ancestor Shi's appearance. The 7 friends hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Ancestor. Luin also bowed slowly, Ancestor. Why? Reverend Xiaoyin was puzzled. The ancestor of the past had a very high status in the eternal race, but his status wasn't low either. There was no need for him to bow. He believed that he was the next 7 sky gods. The 7 heavenly gods were second only to the one true God, so there was really no need to care too much about this housekeeper. The ancestor of the past did not care about Reverend God Xiaoyin's attitude. He is the new captain of the True God Guards. The True God Guards only listen to the True God. The 7 friends were shocked, and they all looked at Luin. Was this guy really the captain of the True God Guard? Then why didn't he admit it just now? What was he trying to do? The Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign looked at Luin in surprise. Captain of the True God Guard? Indeed, I can't use him. Alright, we have enough people anyway. Farewell, Ancestor of the Past. The Ancestor of the Past nodded. Wait. Luin suddenly spoke up, and under everyone's astonished gazes, he asked, Ancestor of the Past, may I ask how long it will take for the captains to gather? The Ancestor of the Past thought for a moment. Even if Yuhua's strength recovers, it will take at least a few years for the other captains to complete their missions. Luin respectfully said, since that's the case, I will accompany this senior to complete his mission. The Ancestor of the Past was astonished. You want to go? The Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign also hadn't expected Luin to do this. The 7 friends were even more confused. What was this guy thinking? Luin said, since I've joined the eternal race, I should work for the eternal race. He naturally had to follow the Xiaoying divine sovereign. Firstly, this guy was a sequence law powerhouse and had a very high status in the eternal race. The missions that he came in contact with would definitely be very important to the eternal race. Secondly, if he stayed in the calamity zone, there was a high chance that he would be assigned another mission, and the next one might be related to the humans. Luin didn't know what to do, so it was best to follow the Xiaoying divine sovereign. The ancestor of the past praised, "It's rare for you to be so considerate. Alright, accompany the Xiaoying divine sovereign to complete his mission." The Xiaoying divine sovereign also praised, "The other captains of the true God Guard are all lazy, but you are an exception. Don't worry, I will take good care of you and not let anything happen to you. Ancestor of the past, we will be leaving." The ancestor of the past nodded and watched as the Xiaoying divine sovereign left with the 7 friends and Luin. There were many astral gates in the calamity zone, and the Xiaoying divine sovereign brought Luin and the 7 friends to an inconspicuous one. The enemies in this mission aren't simple. Conceal your aura and don't let them discover you for now. Luin and the 7 friends hurriedly concealed their auras. The Xiaoying divine sovereign glanced at them before passing through the gate. Just as Luin was about to pass through, the 7 friends' voices reached his ears. "Brother, no, senior, I was wrong before. Please forgive me." The Xiaoying divine sovereign is a sequence law powerhouse, and the enemies he comes in contact with aren't people that we can deal with. I hope that senior will be magnanimous and forgive us. Let's work together for now and try our best to protect ourselves. Luin looked at the 7 friends. Alright. The 7 friends were delighted. Thank you, senior. After passing through the astral gate, they were greeted by a bone-chilling cold that led to an expanse of icy space. The starry sky should be boundless and filled with countless changes, but it was rare for it to be sealed in ice. Luin had never seen one before, but now, he had. As far as the eye could see, the entire starry sky was a vast expanse of white. Ice and snow replaced everything, and all of the stars were covered. The 7 friends passed through the astral gate and saw this scene. Their pupils shrank as they thought of something, and their faces paled. The Xiaoying divine sovereign brought them to a nearby planet, which was completely frozen. They could not see any soil, and everything they touched was ice. At this moment, there was already a person on the planet. It was the old woman who had betrayed humanity and caused countless people to be captured and brought to the calamity zone. The old woman's expression was ugly, and it was obvious that she had not recovered from her injuries. She had only changed her clothes. When she saw the Xiaoying divine sovereign descend, she hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, senior." The Xiaoying divine sovereign grunted in acknowledgement. Luin and the 7 friends arrived. The old woman nodded at them, trying her best to appear friendly. The 2 of them had cold expressions, and they only glanced at her once before no longer paying her any attention. "Senior, this junior's injuries are too severe. Can we?" The old woman spoke to the Xiaoying divine sovereign, but she was interrupted before she could finish. "Don't worry. This mission is very simple, and you don't need to fight with the enemy." The Xiaoying divine sovereign's gaze swept past the 3. "This is the Ice Spirit clan. Have you heard of it before?" The 7 friends paled even further, but they did not answer. Like Luin and the others, they pretended to be confused. Luin really did not know. The old woman did not know either. The Xiaoying divine sovereign said, "The Ice Spirit clan has a supreme treasure called the Ice Heart. Our mission this time is to steal the Ice Heart while revealing our identities as humans. Of course, we will only do so after we've stolen the Ice Heart. The Ice Heart is guarded by the Ice Spirit clan's leader, the Ice Master, but he will not always guard it. After a certain period of time, he will leave, and that will be our chance. The Ice Master will leave in a few years or a few centuries. I will tell you then." "A few centuries?" The old woman was shocked. The 7 friends bowed. "Senior, isn't a few centuries too long? Can we return to the Zone of E first?" The Xiaoying divine sovereign coldly replied, "The flow of time between the Ice Spirit clan and the Zone of E is different. A few centuries is only a few years in the Zone of E, so what's so long about it?" Luin was shocked. A few centuries was equivalent to a few years? Did this mean that time would flow 100 times faster? He was excited, as this was what he needed the most. He had made the right choice in coming here. The old woman was astonished. Almost 100 times faster? How rare. Being able to come here to carry out a mission is also beneficial to you. You will have 100 times more time to cultivate than others, and if you are lucky, you might even break through. Treasure it well. The Xiaoying Divine Sovereign suddenly looked at Luyin. Yi Bo, since you are the captain of the True God Guard, have you cultivated any divine power? Luyin replied, not yet. The Xiaoying Divine Sovereign did not say anything else and began to assign them positions. The 7 friends sneered inwardly. 100 times more time to cultivate was not bad, but their bodies also had 100 times more time than others. This was something that could not be changed. Furthermore, they were already progenitors, so how could time make up for the difference? How laughable. Although he thought this, he did not dare to express it. Soon, the Xiaoying Divine Sovereign had assigned them their positions. The 4 of them were quite far from each other, and they communicated with each other using the cloud connection stone. For the time being, they could not reveal their human identities. With their cultivations, as long as they did not encounter any progenitors, they would be able to do so. Once the Xiaoying Divine Sovereign confirmed that the Ice Matriarch had left, it would be time for them to act. The Ice Spirit Realm's spacetime was centered around the Ice Spirit Realm, and the Ice Matriarch was there. The Xiaoying Divine Sovereign had clearly told them that they could not snatch it by force. Aside from the Ice Matriarch, the Ice Spirit Realm also had 2 other progenitors. The 7 friends and the old woman's mission was to lure these 2 progenitors away, while Lu Yin's mission was to steal the Ice Heart while the Xiaoying Divine Sovereign lured the Ice Matriarch away. The most important part of the mission was to steal the Ice Heart, which had been given to Lu Yin. This made Lu Yin uneasy, as the Ice Heart was a supreme treasure, and the Xiaoying Divine Sovereign had said that there were enough people to take it. However, he could not question the Xiaoying Divine Sovereign at this moment. Lu Yin sat at the peak of a snowy mountain and looked at the distant Ice Spirit Realm. Although it was cold here, he actually felt a trace of liveliness. The Ice Spirit Realm was not made up of humans, but rather round snowmen. They had white eyes, white noses, and white arms, but no legs. These snowmen glided through the ice and snow, and there were many of them. The Ice Spirit Realm had all sorts of cities built from ice and snow, and the Ice Spirit Realm had their own festivals and trading methods. At first glance, it seemed strange, but after seeing more of it, one would naturally understand. They were also intelligent life forms with a unique civilization. The cloud connection stone shook from the 7 friends. Senior Yebwa, have you heard of the Ice Spirit Clan? The 7 friends asked. Lu Yin replied, no. Do you know of them? Of course. Although I'm not very strong, I've been part of the Eternals for a while and have some understanding of their powerful enemies. The Ice Spirit Clan is one of them. To be precise, it's not the Ice Spirit Clan, but the 5 Spirit Clans and the Thunder Lord. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. The Thunder Lord? You've heard of him, right? The Thunder Lord is a great enemy of the Eternals, but he's also one that the Eternals don't want to fight openly. It's rumored that the Thunder Lord's current cultivation level is due to the 5 Spirit Clans, the Ice Spirit Clan, the Fire Spirit Clan, the Wood Spirit Clan, the Earth Spirit Clan, and the Thunder Spirit Clan. The 5 Spirit Clans have a very good relationship with the Thunder Lord, and they're also very strong. Senior, you must be careful. If the Ice Spirit Clan is friends with the Thunder Lord, then they might not be any weaker than the Xiaoying divinity. Lu Yin was puzzled. Is the clan attacking the Ice Spirit Clan to start a war with the Thunder Lord? I don't know. That's all I've heard. The Xiaoying divinity told us to reveal our identities as humans, but reminded us not to reveal our identities as Eternals. Perhaps he wants to use this opportunity to sow discord between the humans and the 5 Spirit Clans. I'm guessing that stealing the Ice Heart is just a pretense. Your mission is to steal the Ice Heart, so it should be simple. Is that so? Lu Yin was lost in thought as he looked at the Ice Spirit Realm. He had guessed that a mission that required the Xiaoying divinity would not be simple, but he hadn't expected it to involve the Thunder Lord. The Thunder Lord. I really want to meet him. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Luin had stayed on this snowy mountain for 10 years. During this time, he hadn't moved at all and had just looked at the ice spirit realm. Occasionally, the ice spirit clan would come, but they couldn't see Luin at all. They couldn't even see Luin when they passed by him. During these 10 years, Luin had been memorizing the primogenitor's scripture. This scripture was extensive and profound, and Luin had relied on it to become a true primordial space Lord. However, he felt that he was still a long way from understanding it. Mr. Mu had given him the tracing of the ancients, allowing senior brother Mu carving and the others to transcend. The 9 Suns cauldron that Yi Futian had obtained was also a path to transcendence. However, there was more than one path to transcendence. The power of the primogenitor could also allow one to transcend. At the same time, he was also trying to cultivate the one-word incarnation that old ancestor Tianyi had passed down to him. The Tao of Tianyi was a manifestation of one word, and it was known as Chu. He had obtained it from Chu Yi, and it was the cultivation technique of the Tao Lord of the First Mainland, Chu Yi. The Tianyi ancestor's true intention in passing it down to Luin was to save him from a hopeless situation. There were no absolutes in the universe, so there was no such thing as absolute death. His incarnation allowed him to see the only chance of survival at a critical moment. Forefather Tianyi hoped that Luin would not need to use it, and Luin himself also hoped that he would not need to use it. However, sometimes, the heavens did not comply with one's wishes. Just in case, he naturally had to cultivate it. Soon, another 20 years had passed. There was no movement from Divine Sovereign Xiaoying's side. Occasionally, the 7 friends would contact Luin to exchange information. The old woman also joined in, allowing Luin to gain a general understanding of the current situation in the ice spirit realm. In reality, it did not matter whether he understood the situation or not, as the ice spirit realm was just like that. Luin saw the growth of a generation in the ice spirit realm. The cultivation techniques here only required one to face the wind and snow, and it was not as tiring as the humans. However, it was only suitable for the ice spirit race. When the 50th year arrived, only half a year had passed in the domain of E and the Genesis space. During this year, the world of ice and snow had changed. Luin opened his celestial. Ian clearly saw that the orderly particles were moving in a certain direction. It could only be the ice matriarch. The ice matriarch had left the ice spirit realm and was heading towards a distant star. The cloud connection stone trembled, and Divine Sovereign Xiaoying's voice rang out. Move out. Remember, only reveal yourselves if I tell you to. Do not reveal yourselves if I don't tell you to. Yi Bo, go and steal the ice heart. It's on the bluish-white star to the southeast of the ice spirit realm. I'll tell you the exact location once we get there. Luin raised a brow. A bluish-white star? That was clearly where the ice matriarch had gone. Divine Sovereign Xiaoying had not planned on luring the ice matriarch away. His goal had been to make Luin face the ice matriarch. If he went to steal the ice heart, he would naturally be the one to contribute. However, Divine Sovereign Xiaoying had not considered that once they were exposed, it would be easy for the ice matriarch to reveal that they were from the eternal race. Right, Divine Sovereign Xiaoying was not worried at all. The 3 of them were humans and not corpse kings. They did not have any characteristics of the eternal race, and the ice spirit might not believe him no matter what they said. This was also why Divine Sovereign Xiaoying had specifically confirmed that they did not cultivate divine power. If they did, then this might not be the mission that Divine Sovereign Xiaoying had given Luin. Furthermore, the eternal race had definitely prepared for this mission for a long time. Since they had disguised themselves as humans and attacked the ice spirit, they would definitely need someone to take the blame. The eternal race must have already found someone and had a way to make the ice spirit believe that humans had attacked them. As for the 3 of them, it did not matter whether they lived or died. Their deaths would even increase the importance of this mission. Luin instantly understood Divine Sovereign Xiaoying's goal. If not for his celestial eye's ability to see the sequence particles, then he would have been tricked to death. Move out. Outside the ice spirit realm, the 7 friends and the old woman melted ice stones and disguised themselves as ice spirits. They immediately found the 2 progenitors of the ice spirit realm. Soon, the ice spirit realm descended into chaos. A blue, frigid radiance enveloped the ice spirit realm and flickered continuously. The 7 friends and the old woman escaped from the ice spirit realm, followed by the 2 ice spirit realm powerhouses who could tear through the void. They were both progenitors, and they froze the void along the way. The old woman was almost frozen. Yibo, it's your turn. Divine Sovereign Xiaoying's voice rang out. Luyin did not move and only watched silently. Yibo, move out. Divine Sovereign Xiaoying's voice rang out from the cloud passage stone once more. Luyin still did not move. No matter how much Divine Sovereign Xiaoying shouted, Luyin continued to watch the ice spirit realm quietly. His participation in this mission did not make much of a difference, and he wanted to see what Divine Sovereign Xiaoying would do without his cooperation. Yibo, you dare to disobey the mission? Even if you are the captain of the True God Guard, you will still die. Move out quickly, or it will be too late. Yibo, you're courting death. Divine Sovereign Xiaoying kept growling, but Luyin remained unmoved and put away the cloud passage stone. This mission was definitely very important to Divine Sovereign Xiaoying, so he would just let him watch the show. Outside the ice spirit realm, Divine Sovereign Xiaoying was enraged and crushed the cloud passage stone. That bastard. Once he returned to the zone of disaster, he would definitely kill that bastard. Since Luyin did not act, Divine Sovereign Xiaoying had no choice but to act himself and take the ice heart away before the ice matriarch returned. The Eternals had prepared for this mission for a long time, even before the Thunder Lord had become famous. If not for the Thunder Lord's sudden appearance, they would have attacked the 5 spirit tribes long ago. Divine Sovereign Xiaoying charged into the ice spirit realm and waved his hand, shattering the city of ice at the center of the realm. The ice heart was right below it. Suddenly, Divine Sovereign Xiaoying felt his scalp go numb. He looked up into the sky and saw a shocking scene. The sky was frozen. A giant ice spirit was gliding through the ice from far away, its wide eyes staring at Divine Sovereign Xiaoying. Stop. Divine Sovereign Xiaoying gritted his teeth and raised a hand. A young soul all formed from the power of the sun appeared in front of his palm and viciously stabbed at the ice matriarch. The young soul all contained Divine Sovereign Xiaoying's power of the sun. Even though the sun and moon had yet to merge, the power of the sun that contained the power of the sequence was still not to be underestimated. The young soul all melted the ice along the way, causing a cold rain to fall in the ice spirit realm. Divine Sovereign Xiaoying held up the young soul all with one hand to resist the ice matriarch while using the other to suppress the city of ice. He wanted to snatch the ice heart away. Ice matriarch, it's time for you to pay for the pain you brought to our alliance, Divine Sovereign Xiaoying growled as a maniacal smile appeared on his face. The ice matriarch's snow-white eyes turned. It's you. You've already made a promise. Why are you going back on your word? Let your ice spirits melt first. Divine Sovereign Xiaoying crushed the city of ice and killed countless ice spirits. Underground, a white light flickered. It was the ice heart. Divine Sovereign Xiaoying's eyes blazed as he clenched his hand to retrieve the ice heart. In the distance, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What was this? In the sky, the ice matriarch raised her round, snow-white arm. With Lu Yin's celestial eye, he could see a large amount of sequence particles descending. Just looking at these sequence particles made him feel as if they were frozen. The entire spacetime seemed to have been frozen. Divine Sovereign Xiaoying was apprehensive, as he had underestimated the ice matriarch. The 5 spirit tribes were a huge threat to the Eternals, and it was rumored that if not for the Thunder Lord's appearance, the Eternals would have sent bone boats to the 5 spirit tribes and completely exterminated them. Divine Sovereign Xiaoying had originally thought that the rumors were exaggerated, but now, it seemed that the ice matriarch was so powerful. The 5 tribe leaders of the 5 spirit tribes were probably on the same level. They were all extremely powerful experts with sequence laws. It was no wonder that the Eternals treated them like this. The threat that the 5 spirit tribes posed to the Eternals was second only to the 6 Direction Society. The ice matriarch had frozen the void. Some of the sequence particles had come from him, while others had come from the ice heart. After connecting with the ice heart's sequence particles, the frozen void became even colder, reaching a level that even Divine Sovereign Xiaoying did not want to face. Divine Sovereign Xiaoying's hand was frozen, but he did not hesitate to flee. His plan had succeeded, and even if he had not managed to steal the ice heart, he had paid a high enough price. The ice heart had been stolen, and the Ice Spirit tribe would have been even more furious, but since he had not managed to steal it, his plan had not failed. It was all that bastard Yibo's fault. Divine Sovereign Xiaoying fled in Lu Yin's direction. He could directly tear through the void and leave, but before he did so, Yibo would not have an easy time. It would be best if he died here. Lu Yin understood Divine Sovereign Xiaoying too well. From the moment that Divine Sovereign Xiaoying had made his move, Lu Yin had shifted his position. How could Lu Yin fall into Divine Sovereign Xiaoying's trap? Divine Sovereign Xiaoying shattered a mountain peak, but he did not discover Lu Yin. He angrily tore through the void and left. He was also a powerhouse who had comprehended the laws of the sequence, so the Ice Matriarch could not stop him. Meanwhile, the 7 friends and the old woman were still being pursued by a progenitor. One of them was not strong to begin with, and the other was heavily injured. The 2 of them did not even have the time to tear through the void and escape. Lu Yin was already on the other side of the Ice Spirit realm, and he was prepared to leave. Divine Sovereign Xiaoying would definitely cause trouble for him when he returned to the zone of calamity, but that did not matter. At worst, he would just argue. Divine Sovereign Xiaoying had wanted Lu Yin to lure the Ice Matriarch away, which was tantamount to suicide. Lu Yin's identity as Yibo was of great use to the Eternals, and he was a chess piece that could be used against the primordial space. How could he allow Divine Sovereign Xiaoying to casually deal with him? Lu Yin had schemed against Divine Sovereign Xiaoying and seen through this mission, but he had not taken into account the Ice Matriarch. This was the Ice Spirit realm, and the world of ice and snow were laws. If the Ice Matriarch could discover Divine Sovereign Xiaoying, then she could naturally discover Lu Yin as well. The moment the Xiaoying Divine Sovereign fled, the Ice Master's sequence particles spread out wildly, sweeping through the entire Ice Spirit realm and instantly finding Lu Yin. Lu Yin was just about to tear through the void and leave when the ground beneath his feet froze and spread upwards. His expression changed. Not good, he'd been discovered. Lu Yin did not hesitate to release the space in his heart, but the feeling of being repelled appeared. The world of nothingness surrounded him, shattering and freezing him. The Ice Master was flabbergasted. What was this? Freezing sequence law descended from above Lu Yin's head and was cancelled out by the world of nothingness. However, only a portion of it was cancelled out, while the rest penetrated the world of nothingness and entered the void. Lu Yin frowned, as it was unlikely that he could escape under the Ice Master's watch. In that case, there was only one way. This was a parallel spacetime where the flow of time was different. As long as he released flowing light and forcefully merged with space, he would attract danger from this spacetime. This danger would not only target him, but it would also cause the spacetime here to change greatly. Just as Lu Yin was about to do so, a familiar voice rang out. "Senior Ice Master, please stop." In the sky, the Ice Master looked in a certain direction. Lu Yin's body trembled, and he looked over as well. Xianxia? In the distance, Xianxia was dressed in white that was the same color as the snow. She stood elegantly on a snowy peak with an anxious expression. "Qingyue, do you know this human?" the Ice Master asked. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin and relaxed. "Stop, Brother Lu." Lu Yin was shocked. "How did you recognize me?" He had been wearing the Night Pole mask, and even Forefather Tianyi could not recognize him. How could Xianxia recognize him? "Brother Lu, your power is unique." Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Right, he had forgotten that he had released Astral Sky. This power that was repelled by the void was indeed unique. "And your eyes can't lie. The force that I cultivate is also very special," Xianxia added. He then looked up at the Ice Master. "Senior, the one who attacked the Ice Spirit realm was not him, and he did not harm the Ice Spirits. Could you please listen to his explanation?" The Ice Master's snow-white eyes stared at Lu Yin. This human did not attack. "Alright, I'll listen to his explanation." Lu Yin relaxed. If possible, he did not want to fight to the death with the Ice Master. Even if he relied on the flowing light medallion, how was he going to explain this to the Thunder Lord? It would be best if he could explain himself. There are 2 more humans. The Ice Matriarch looked into the distance as a blue light soared into the sky. The 7 friends and the old woman were immediately frozen and dragged over to Lu Yin. The 2 were still alive, and they were even conscious. They looked at Luin with pleading eyes. These two humans attacked the ice spirit realm. This cannot be forgiven. The ice matriarch stared at Luin. Luin looked at the ice master. They're all traitors to humanity. Their deaths are not to be regretted. The seven friends and the old woman stared at Luin with wide eyes, unable to comprehend how he was able to converse with the ice master. What did he mean by that? What do you mean? The ice master was puzzled as she descended. On the other side, the two progenitor realm ice spirits also appeared and surrounded Luin. Xianxia arrived and looked at him curiously. Brother Lu, what's your current identity? Luin smiled and took off his mask. Above heaven sex, Luin greets the ice master. The old woman didn't understand, but the seven friends were completely dumbfounded when Luin announced his identity. Above the heavens? Is this person the legendary Taoist master of the above heaven sect? How could this be? The Tao master of the above heaven sect actually snuck into the Calamity region? What a joke! How could he not be recognized? Luin felt like his world had been shattered. The ice master was shocked. Above heaven sect's Tao master? You're the legendary Tao master who brought the above heaven sect back to prominence? You're also the one who swept through the Six Directions Society's endless battlefield? Ice master, you've heard of me? Luin was astonished. He didn't know about the five spirit tribes, but they seemed to know about him. Xianxia explained, Brother Lu's fame isn't just limited to the Six Directions Society and the Everlasting Race. Almost all the powerhouses in the Outer Realm have heard of your name. You were able to turn defeat into victory in just a few decades, suppress the Four Directions Society, welcome the Lu family, and lead the Genesis space to join the Six Directions Society. You swept through the endless battlefield and defeated the Everlasting Race until they couldn't raise their heads. Brother Lu is the only one who has such courage. Who doesn't know of you? Luin felt a little smug after hearing Xianxia's words. She wasn't flattering him, but her words were much better than flattery. He really should let Ku Wei and the others learn from her. The seven friends widened their eyes. Was this person really that legendary Tao master? The ice master was puzzled. If you're that above heaven sex Tao master, why did you appear in my ice spirit tribe? He's even related to the March Alliance? Xianxia looked at the ice master. Senior, the situation is complicated. Let's find a place to talk. The ice master agreed and led Xianxia and Luin to the ice spirit realm. With his strength, he didn't need to worry about Luin at all. Moreover, he had to give Xianxia face. It was fine as long as this human could explain himself clearly. Not long after, the sky above the ice spirit realm froze over. Countless ice spirits who had just been comforted were now anxious again. At the center of the ice spirit realm, the place where divine sovereign Shaoyin had almost stolen the ice heart had already been restored to its original state. The ice master slid back and forth angrily, looking rather comical. Luin had a strange look in his eyes. The current atmosphere wasn't suitable for laughter, but the ice master's behavior really made him want to laugh. He subconsciously glanced at Xianxia, and she happened to be looking at him as well. The two looked at each other and lowered their heads in tacit understanding, trying not to laugh. The ice master's white and chubby body slid left and right like an angry snowball. The Eternals. It's actually them. They actually attacked the ice spirit realm and even pretended to be from the March Alliance. How despicable. Luin coughed. This is a plan that the Eternals came up with a long time ago. I don't know the details of the plan, and I didn't even know about the March Alliance before I came here. However, the Eternals are very meticulous. Since they've started this plan, they must have a complete plan. If not for me, this plan might have caused great losses to the ice spirit realm. The ice master's wide eyes looked at Luin. Not just losses. It's practically a disaster. Luin hadn't expected the ice master to be so straightforward. He didn't mind saying it out loud at all. Back then, the five spirit races had a grudge with the humans of the March Alliance, and we fought for many years. Fortunately, the Lightning Lord appeared out of nowhere and used his absolute power to mediate. Only then did the two sides stop fighting. However, the March Alliance was unwilling to give up, as they'd suffered too many losses. The 5 spirit races had more powerhouses than the March Alliance in terms of laws, and almost all of the moon god's disciples had died. They once said that they wanted to take Bingxin away, so the Eternals made a move this time. If not for Master Lu's explanation, the 5 spirit races might have started another war with the March Alliance. Xianxia looked up. That's not all. The Eternals' goal isn't just instigation. They definitely have a follow-up plan. The March Alliance knows that if there's a conflict between the two sides, Father will definitely intervene. The Eternals won't let this happen a second time. Luin sighed. The 5 spirit races, the March Alliance, and the Lightning Lord. So many powerhouses couldn't destroy the Eternals? The Ice Master said in a low voice, the Eternals aren't our enemies. Luin was stunned, and then he laughed. That was right. The Eternals were the humans' enemies, but they might not be the 5 spirit races' enemies. They weren't humans, and the 5 spirit races might even side with the Eternals because of the March Alliance. From the Ice Master's tone, the Eternals didn't seem to have attacked the 5 spirit races. Even if the Lightning Lord and the Eternals fought, the 5 spirit races wouldn't interfere. If the 5 spirit races aren't enemies with the Eternals, why would the Eternals attack the Ice Spirit race? Luin was curious. The Ice Master found it strange as well. This is why we can't think of the Eternals. Logically speaking, the Eternals shouldn't make enemies. Even if they have helpers, they shouldn't go against the 5 spirit races for no reason. It won't do them any good. Luin looked at Xianxia. The only explanation was the Lightning Lord. Xianxia didn't understand either. The 5 spirit races have never participated in the war between White Cloud City and the Eternals. It's strange that they attacked the Ice Spirit race this time. Luin looked away. It's strange. That's why they can take them by surprise. Brother Lu, how did you infiltrate the Eternals? Xianxia was curious. Luin had said that he had infiltrated the Eternals and explained his mission, but he hadn't said how or why he had done so. Luin thought of something and looked at the Ice Master. Senior, have you heard of the Bone Boat? The Ice Master was confused. Bone Boat? Never heard of it. Luin looked at Xianxia. Xianxia shook her head as well. Never heard of it. Luin explained why he had joined the Eternals. The Ice Master's expression didn't reveal anything, but her tone suddenly became serious. If you really have such decisive power, you should have infiltrated the Eternals to find out more. Brother Lu, the Eternals can't see through you for now, but that doesn't mean they can't see through you forever. Take this opportunity to leave and let Jibo's identity die, Xianxia advised. Luin said, don't worry, they can't see through me for now. The 7 sky gods have yet to recover from their injuries, and the only true god is in seclusion. I want to take this opportunity to learn more. The Ice Master praised, as expected of a legendary Dowlord. I heard that the legendary Dowlord in the primordial space has an ever-changing identity. Today, I see that it's true. Even the Eternals can infiltrate the Eternals. Impressive. Luin smiled wryly. Ever-changing? Who spread that? Xianxia smiled faintly. That's what everyone says. Brother Lu, you tricked the 4 Directions Libra in the primordial space multiple times, tricked the 6 Directions Society, and now you're tricking the Eternals. If that's not ever-changing, then what is it? Luin was speechless. You make it sound like I'm a liar. Haha, countless people want to have Dowlord Lu's ability. Being able to deceive so many people is a testament to your ability. The Ice Master laughed. After explaining everything, the Ice Master's attitude towards Luin was very good. If not for Luin, they really might have fought the Trillionaris Alliance again. Even though the 5 spirit tribes were stronger than the Trillionaris Alliance, there would always be losses in a battle, and the Eternals would benefit. The more Luin understood the Eternals, the more certain he was that the Eternals' plan was not as simple as it seemed. It wasn't a matter of exhausting each other's strength, but rather, as the Ice Master had said from the start, it was a disaster. To a certain extent, Luin was indebted to the Ice Spirit Tribe and the 5 Spirit Tribes. The few of them chatted for several hours, and Luin was very curious about the Outerverse. The 6 Direction Society only knew about the Outerverse powerhouses, and they were all in seclusion. Thus, no one had told Luin anything in detail. Luin had asked Jiang Chen and the others before, but they didn't know much either. Now that he had met the Ice Master, he naturally had to ask. Through the Ice Master, Luin learned a lot about the Outer Realms. The Outer Realms didn't refer to regions, but rather to existences that didn't belong to any power. For example, to the Six Direction Society, the 5 spirit races and White Cloud City were Outer Realms, but to the 5 spirit races, the Six Direction Society was the Outer Realms. There weren't many Outer Realms, but there weren't many either. The main reason was that there were too many parallel universes, and terrifying creatures could appear at any time. The Ice Master was most familiar with the 5 spirit races, the Eternals, and the Trimoon Alliance. She didn't have much contact with the rest of the Outer Realms. Luin understood that almost all of the Outer Realms on the 5 spirit races side were connected to the Lightning Master. They were either friends or enemies. Only now did he understand why the Eternals had treated Xianxia so specially on the 6th mainland. Even if they could kill her, they wouldn't have killed her. The Outer Realms she was involved with were very powerful, and even the Grand Empyreans treated her well. Otherwise, the Lightning Master alone wouldn't have been able to make the Eternals so wary. The Ice Master was also very curious about the Six Direction Society. Jiang Qingyue hadn't told her much, and the Lightning Master didn't have time to chat with her. Luin told the Ice Master many things about the Six Direction Society and the primordial space. They were exchanging information about civilizations. There were too many parallel universes in the universe, and there were too many civilizations. The Eternals were humanity's greatest enemy, but they weren't the enemy of the other races. No one was willing to make enemies for no reason, especially if they were strong enemies. Many people fantasized about uniting the various civilizations in the universe to eliminate the Eternals, but to those civilizations, the Eternals were just another race that didn't harm them. However, the Eternals had attacked the Ice Spirit race, and the 5 spirit races wouldn't let the matter rest. The Eternals didn't know any of this. The Shaoing divinity had escaped, and the 7 friends and the old woman had been captured to be dealt with. Unless a traitor from the Ice Spirit race told the Eternals were still caught in the Ice Spirit race's scheme. Let's kill these 2 humans to vent our hatred. The Ice Master looked at the frozen 7 friends and the old woman and said casually. The 7 friends and the old woman were terrified. Their eyes darted about. Senior Ice Master, can you give these 2 to me? Luin asked. The 7 friends looked at Luin with apprehension. The Ice Matriarch faced Luin. I respect you, Master Lu, but please don't make things difficult for me. The Ice Spirit realm has been destroyed, and the culprits must pay the price. I understand that you humans don't want to waste your powerhouses, but... Luin smiled and said, Senior, you must be joking. What I mean is, let me deal with these 2. I'll kill them in front of you and give the Ice Spirit clan an explanation. The Ice Master was puzzled. They're both going to die. What's the difference? Jiang Qingyue's eyes flashed. Brother Lu, are you going to challenge them? Luin nodded. The Ice Master didn't understand, and so did the 7 friends and the old woman. They might have heard of the primordial space, but they couldn't really understand it. The Lu family's enlightened general and God sealing were innate powers, so no one would purposely go to the Eternals to spread them. Before coming into contact with the origin space, even the captain of the true God Guards might not have known about this. Luin told the Ice Master about the appointment, and she was very interested. There's such a thing? Alright, Taoist Master Lu, please do as you wish. After saying that, the Ice Master removed the ice seal on the 7 friends and the old woman. Both of them were invaded by the cold even after being unfrozen. Erosion couldn't move for a while. Senior Yebwa, are we all right? The 7 friends asked hopefully. He didn't know how Luin had done it, and he didn't understand either. Senior, don't worry. We're already dead, and we won't return to the Eternals. We won't know anything. Luin laughed. You've seen my true face. The 7 friends' pupils shrank. This junior is willing to pledge loyalty to Senior. If Senior wants us to die, we won't hesitate. Please, Senior, let us go. The old woman also begged, please, Senior, let us go. Seeing the two begging so humbly, Lu Yin suddenly lost interest in talking. He had wanted to hear more about the Calamity Realm from the seven friends, but now. He raised his hand and struck out with a palm. In the eyes of the other two progenitors, Lu Yin hadn't moved at all. Only the Ice Master had seen it clearly. Lu Yin had struck the seven friends with a palm, but it had been so fast that even the Ice Master was shocked. He looked at Lu Yin deeply. They had only fought briefly, and this person wasn't even an extreme powerhouse, but he had been able to resist the Ice Master's sequence laws. If Xianxia hadn't stopped him, this person might have had other methods up his sleeve. Just as the rumors said, this person was a monster among humans, and his cultivation couldn't be measured. The seven friends slowly collapsed. Even in death, they hadn't expected to be killed so easily. They didn't even know Lu Yin's identity. By the time they were brought over, Lu Yin's conversation with the others had already ended. The old woman stared blankly at the seven friends' corpses as they collapsed. A chill ran down her spine, and the fear of death assaulted her, causing her vision to darken. The general appointment platform appeared, and Lu Yin's expression was solemn. "In my name, General Appointment." The Ice Master and Xianxia looked at this scene in amazement. They had never seen such a miraculous scene before. The dead could still be used. There were so many brands on the platform. Could this person use the power of so many humans? If they were all extreme powerhouses, then wouldn't this person be too strong? Lu Yin's expression was solemn. The seven friends weren't that strong, and they could only be considered ordinary progenitors. It shouldn't be too difficult for him to appoint them. After all, he had even appointed the Cyclops King. The Cyclops King could kill several of the seven friends with a single slap. Soon, the brands of the seven friends appeared on the platform, causing the Ice Master's wide eyes to widen. This was the first time that Xianxia had seen this, and she was shocked. The Lu family was truly blessed by the heavens. A living person could become a god, and a dead person could appoint a general. There was nothing that they couldn't use. If the Lu family was given enough powerhouses and resources, then a single member of the Lu family could rival a powerful alien race. The old woman stared blankly at this scene. This wasn't just the fear of death, but also the fear of the unknown. Was she going to end up like this? What kind of power was this? Monster! Monster! You're a monster! You're a monster, the old woman screamed. Lu Yin's general appointment platform slowly turned, and he looked at the old woman. To those you betrayed, you're a monster as well. The old woman shrieked. She had already gone mad. Monster! I don't want to die. You're a monster. She endured the cold and tried to escape, but before she could take more than a few steps, her vision darkened, and she collapsed to the ground, dead. Lu Yin didn't pity her. This old woman had betrayed her own spacetime, and she had betrayed everyone. She had caused those people to face the fate of death and transformation. How much despair had those people felt? Lu Yin knew that he wasn't a saint, and he didn't have the right to make decisions for others. He only did what he wanted, and that was enough. He didn't have any high-sounding reasons, he just wanted to. He didn't want to. The current Lu Yin had the right to do so. The old woman was quickly appointed as a general. Lu Yin felt a little dizzy. Appointing two progenitors at the same time was very tiring, but the dizziness was far less exaggerated than when he had appointed the Cyclops King. The Ice Master sighed. Dao Master Lu, you've shown me the endless possibilities of the human race. It's no wonder that humans are the only race in the universe that can fight against the Eternals. Even the Eternals only accept humans to transform their corpse kings. He then looked at Xianxia. Humans have too many possibilities. When the Lightning Lord first came to the five spirit races, he was still very weak, but he eventually rose up. This is the human race. Xianxia slowly bowed. I still have to thank the five spirit races for giving Father this opportunity. Father often says that. Without the five spirit races, there wouldn't be the current Lightning Lord. The Ice Master smiled. This is your father's own efforts. The five spirit races have also prospered because of the Lightning Lord's help. The platform disappeared, and Lu Yin exhaled as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Xianxia stepped forward. Even if you're talented, it's not easy to appoint two progenitors at once. Luin forced a smile. It's all right. I can hold on. Jiang Qingyue nodded. The Ice Master looked at Luin and then at Jiang Qingyue. What's your relationship? The two were astonished, not understanding what the Ice Master meant. The Ice Master smiled. The Ice Spirit race doesn't discriminate between men and women, but you humans do. I think your relationship isn't ordinary. Luin realized that everyone was putting him and Jiang Qingyue together. Speaking of which, where was the dragon turtle? Where's the dragon turtle? Jiang Qingyue replied, it's too talkative, so I left it at home. Luin nodded and didn't ask any more questions. What are you going to do next? How are you going to explain this to the everlasting race? Jiang Qingyue asked. Luin suddenly looked at the Ice Master. Senior, have you heard of extreme ice stones? The Ice Master replied, of course. My race has many extreme ice stones, and they're differentiated by age. The oldest one is also a supreme treasure that can freeze life force that's certain death. Is this extreme ice stone related to the Ice Heart? The Ice Master spoke frankly. The Ice Heart is actually an extreme ice stone that evolved over countless years. However, it's been so long that it's hard to imagine. Why do you ask? Senior, can you let me take a look at the Ice Heart? Luin asked solemnly. He had an idea. The Ice Master did not refuse. Of course. The Ice Master's straightforward agreement raised Lu Yin's opinion of the Ice Spirit race. The Ice Heart was not an ordinary supreme treasure, it was the source of the Ice Spirit race's power. Luin had personally seen a sequence particle appear in the Ice Heart during the battle between the Ice Master and the Xiaoying deity. The Ice Master had been able to use it to force the Xiaoying deity to flee. Otherwise, the Xiaoying deity would not have been in danger so quickly. Luin followed the Ice Master's lead as they descended underground. The deeper they went, the colder the temperature became. Even with his cultivation, he felt like he was about to be frozen. Jiang Qingyue was protected by the Ice Master's power, which was why she could follow along. Otherwise, she would have been frozen long ago. Soon, Luin saw the Ice Heart. How beautiful, Luin couldn't help but say. The Ice Heart was a blooming misty lotus in front of him. The snowy white mist spread out, forming petals in the void. It was extremely beautiful. Jiang Qingyue praised, Father said that the Ice Heart is the most beautiful flower he's ever seen. The Ice Master was pleased with herself. Everyone who saw the Ice Heart said the same thing. The Ice Heart had nurtured the Ice Spirit race, which was why the March Alliance had once said that they wanted to steal the Ice Heart and completely dissolve the Ice Spirit race. Losing the Ice Heart meant that the Ice Spirit race would perish. Senior, how many people have seen the Ice Heart? Luin asked. The Ice Master thought for a moment. Other than the 5 spirit race, only a few people from the Thunder Master's side have seen it. Like my master, Jiang Qingyue said. The Ice Master grunted. Your master Kong Tianzhao has seen it. His final battle with himself took place in the Ice Spirit race. Luin raised a brow. What did she mean? What did she mean by his final battle with himself? Jiang Qingyue's expression darkened. Other than them, no one else has seen it. Right, Burong has seen it as well. Luin asked, has anyone or any creature related to the Eternals seen it? The Ice Master was certain. No. Only those recognized by our race can see the Ice Heart. Otherwise, not even the 5 spirit race can see it. Luin muttered to himself. The most important reason he had come to see the Ice Heart was to imitate it and bring it back to the Eternals for an explanation. Of course, he had to make sure that the Eternals did not know what the Ice Heart looked like. Imitating the Ice Heart was not easy, but he could do it as long as he had an extreme ice stone. Why do you ask? The Ice Master was curious. Luin did not hide anything. I want to imitate the Ice Heart and bring it back to the Eternals for an explanation. The Ice Master shook her head. Impossible. The Eternals are not stupid. The Ice Heart is unique, and there isn't a second one in the parallel universe. It cannot be imitated. Even our race's oldest extreme ice stone is far from the Ice Heart. Senior, can you give me an extreme ice stone? I don't need it to be that old. Anyone will do, Luin said. Anyone? The Ice Master was confused. Was this person really planning to use an extreme ice stone to imitate the ice heart to trick the Eternals? That was suicide. Xianxia was worried. Brother Lu, your plan will not succeed. The ice heart cannot be imitated. Luin said, don't worry, I'll think of another way. The Ice Master gave Luin an extreme ice stone and did not try to persuade him any further. This Tao Master Lu was not a fool. Luin stared at the extreme frost stone in a daze. It was cold to the touch, and it was much colder than the one he had obtained in the past. Evidently, the Ice Master had not given it to him casually, and it had to be quite old. The age of this extreme ice stone is not bad. The oldest extreme ice stone is the true life-saving treasure. Luin put away the stone, I know. I've even used it before. The Ice Master was surprised. You used it before? Luin nodded. The Ice Master looked at Luin. That's not possible. Extreme ice stones that can freeze life force and save lives are too rare. Even my family only has one such stone. We did have a few in the past, but they've all been used up. Luin did not retort, and he immediately took out Ming Yan. The moment Ming Yan appeared, the Ice Master's expression changed drastically. No. Luin jumped in fright, unable to react in time. The frozen Ming Yan suddenly moved towards Bing Xian. Luin was shocked, and he hurriedly tried to stop her. However, the moment his hand touched Ming Yan, his entire arm froze. It was a frozen sequence particle. Let go. The Ice Master grabbed him. Yan Luin said anxiously. She's fine. The Ice Master stopped Luin, who stared blankly as Ming Yan entered Bing Xian. He was completely stunned, and his mind went blank. Brother Lu. Xianxia shouted. Luin stared at her. Senior, what's going on? If not for the Ice Master stopping him, he would have been able to snatch Yan back. The Ice Master opened her mouth, looking at both Bing Xian and Luin in a daze. She wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Senior, what's going on? Xianxia did not understand. She looked at Bing Xian, but Ming Yan was nowhere to be seen. She knew of Ming Yan's existence, she was Lu Yin's most important wife. If this matter was not handled properly, it would be troublesome. Everything had happened too quickly. The Ice Master bitterly replied, don't worry, this is that person's fortune. Luin did not understand. The Ice Master turned to face Bing Xian. That person should be about to die, which is why she was frozen by the extreme frost stone. Being frozen by the extreme frost stone is indeed useful, and one day, an extreme powerhouse might be able to save her. Now that she has entered Bing Xian, it's no longer just a matter of being frozen, but also her fortune. Not only has her vitality been frozen, but even her time has been frozen. One day, someone might be able to revive her. She might possess the power of frost, which is equivalent to the human ice spirit clan, and an extremely powerful one at that. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Was there such a thing? Xianxia was astonished. She's both frozen and cultivated at the same time? The Ice Master bitterly replied, something like that. To them, it's a fortune, but to the Ice Spirit clan, it's a huge loss. It took a long time for Bing Xian to form, and freezing one person already caused us to lose a lot of laws. Now that a second person has appeared, we don't even know if Bing Xian will be used up. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you take out the extreme frost stone. Bing Xian is very greedy, and her favorite food is ancient extreme frost stones. The clan originally had a few extreme frost stones that could freeze vitality, but most of them were consumed by Bing Xian. That human was frozen by Bing Xian, and the moment the extreme frost stone appeared, Bing Xian swallowed it whole. The person inside is basically frozen in Bing Xian's heart. I was too careless. Luin relaxed. Does that mean Yan is fine? The Ice Master was helpless. Not only is she fine, but she's also fine. Luin opened his celestial eye and stared at Bing Xian. He had not looked at her like this before, as he was afraid that the Ice Spirit clan would be displeased, but now he could not care less. With his celestial eye, he saw frozen sequence particles circling around Bing Xian. There were even more sequence particles inside, and he could vaguely see a figure lying inside. Yan. Eh? Why are there two of them? There are two people inside? Lu Yin was shocked. Jiang Qingyue was startled, but not by Lu Yin's words. Rather, it was because Lu Yin's expression looked as if he had seen a ghost. Was it really that scary? The Ice Master replied, there was already one person frozen inside. Lu Yin relaxed, his heart thumping wildly. So that's how it is. That's good, that's good. He had thought that Yan had a split personality, and that she had two personalities to begin with. Such a guess had horrified him. Who's the other one? Is it a human as well? Jiang Qingyue was curious. The Ice Master stared at Lu Yin. You can see through Bing Xian? It's vague. Lu Yin did not hide anything. The Ice Master sighed. You're not even an extreme realm powerhouse, but you can see through Bing Xian. As expected of Dao Master Lu. He sighed and then looked at Jiang Qingyue. There's another person inside. You know her, Qingyue. Jiang Qingyue was puzzled. I know her? Right, your father forbade me from saying anything. Forget it, just pretend you didn't hear anything. Jiang Qingyue's eyes flickered and widened. It's her? Don't say anything even if you remember. Your father keeps this person's existence a secret, the Ice Master stopped her. Jiang Qingyue nodded. She smiled. She's not dead. That's great. Senior Ice Master, how did Yan come out? As long as a powerhouse who can save her arrives, they can bring her out. I can't do that. Lu Yin looked at Bing Xian with a complicated expression. Staying here was a blessing, but he would have to leave her for a while. For a moment, his heart felt empty. The Ice Master was in a bad mood as well. The Lightning Master had paid a huge price to freeze the person inside Bing Xian, but now, another one had appeared out of nowhere without paying a single price. No matter how she looked at it, the Ice Spirit clan was at a disadvantage. Brother Lu, how's the injury on your arm? Jiang Qingyue asked. Lu Yin looked at his arm. It's fine. I'll be fine after a while. His arm had been frozen by Bing Xian, and if not for the Ice Master's quick reaction, his entire body would have been frozen. Speaking of which, he should thank the Ice Master for saving Yan and Yan. To the Ice Spirit clan, the most valuable thing was still the Extreme Ice Stone. It would be perfect if they could also create an Bing Xian, and that was something that Lu Yin might be able to accomplish. He left the Ice Spirit realm and did not immediately return to the Eternals. Instead, he wanted to upgrade the Extreme Ice Stone and see if he could create an Bing Xian. Jiang Qingyue did not leave either, as she had come to the Ice Spirit realm to cultivate. Atop the snowy mountain, a snow-white tornado swept through the area. This planet was not suitable for living, but it was suitable for Lu Yin to enter seclusion. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. He tapped it and began to roll it. He rolled one, and a powdery item fell out. Lu Yin looked at it and saw that it was a seasoning packet. He threw it away and continued. 5, and he could borrow an innate gift. There was no one else here that he could borrow an innate gift from. Lu Yin exhaled and took out an Extreme Ice Stone. This one was much larger than the one that had frozen Yan. Lu Yin split it into two, and that was enough. He tossed one on and began to upgrade it rapidly. This Extreme Ice Stone was equivalent to the previous one that had been upgraded about 10 times, and this upgrade had cost him 7 billion star essence. As he watched the Extreme Ice Stones continuously drop, this amount of money was nothing to Lu Yin. He had close to 100 trillion star essence. As the Extreme Ice Stone continued to upgrade, the frigid aura that it contained underwent a qualitative change. When one upgrade required 1 trillion star essence, even Lu Yin was a little apprehensive of the Extreme Ice Stone's frigid aura. That was not enough, so he continued. Again, and again. Eventually, Lu Yin managed to upgrade it 10 times, which was equivalent to upgrading the Extreme Ice Stone 20 times. This upgrade required 5 trillion star essence. This was not a simple amount, as repairing a single book of destiny had only cost 6 trillion star essence. As the extreme ice stone slowly descended, its surface suddenly cracked and turned into mist that surrounded the stone's surface. The entire area instantly froze, and the mist spread into outer space. A purplish-black substance appeared in Lu Yin's left hand, and he grabbed the extreme ice stone. If not for his Master Realm battle force, he felt that he would not have been able to withstand it. This stone should be able to disguise itself as an ice heart. This frigid aura was something that even Sequence Law's powerhouses would be wary of. Even Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin had not truly touched the ice heart, which meant that he was more likely to believe that it was real. Furthermore, the extreme ice stone had not been upgraded to the peak, and there was still room for improvement. The only question was how many times it could be upgraded. If it could be upgraded to the level of an ice heart, would that mean that anyone who cultivated within it would gain the ability to freeze? Would that also mean that it would be possible to freeze Sequence Laws? Lu Yin's eyes burned as he looked at the extreme ice stone in his hand. This was also a path to becoming stronger. Lu Yin put away the extreme ice stone and then upgraded the other one to the same level, spending a total of 10 trillion star essence. He had thought it through. He would give one to the Ice Master to make up for the losses that Yennefer had caused when she entered the Ice Heart, and he would use the other to trick the Eternals. As for his origins, he would tell the truth. He had already passed the time where he needed to hide his identity, and the Eternals had probably already identified several of his abilities. Upgrading external objects should be the first to be confirmed. Lu Yin took the 2 extreme ice stones back to the Ice Spirit Realm, and when he laid them out in front of the Ice Master, he was stunned. He stared blankly. Path Master Lu, this is? Lu Yin handed one of the stones to the Ice Master. I wonder if this can be disguised as the Ice Heart. The Ice Master picked up the extreme ice stone. Not only did the extreme ice stone's chill not affect him, but it even helped him cultivate. Their cultivation came from the chill, just like how one of his subordinates had been able to increase his strength by consuming poison. This was a method that outsiders could not learn. The Ice Master stared at the extreme ice stone for a long time before solemnly returning it to Lu Yin. Path Master Lu, is this the stone that I gave you split into 2? Lu Yin smiled. That's right. Although the Ice Master had thought of this and had asked about it, and he had even received an affirmative answer, he still felt like it was a fantasy. An extreme ice stone had been upgraded to such an old one in such a short period of time. This was not a dream, right? Lu Yin looked at the Ice Master's dazed expression, which was comical no matter how he looked at it. He explained, I have the ability to shorten the time it takes to grow. The Ice Master was speechless. This was shortening? This was basically shortening the time. He really did not know what to say. Lu Yin handed the extreme ice stone back to the Ice Master. This extreme ice stone is compensation for the damage that Yennefer caused to the Ice Heart. If it's not enough, I can help the Ice Spirit clan shorten the time it takes to grow. What do you think of this compensation? The Ice Master took a deep look at the extreme ice stone and accepted it. Path Master Lu, this ability to shorten the time it takes to grow must come at a great price. Lu Yin exhaled. It's worth it. He did not say what the price would be, but the more he did not say, the more the Ice Master felt that the price would be great. This price was close to the Ice Heart's price. It's a coincidence that your people were sealed in the Ice Heart. There's no need to make up for it. Sect Master Lu, please take it back. The Ice Master declined. Lu Yin insisted on giving it to her. Extreme ice stones don't mean much to me. Besides, I still have another one. Senior said that Bingxin likes to eat extreme ice stones, so I'll give it to her. The Ice Master tried to refuse again and again, but in the end, she could only accept. His impression of Lu Yin had changed again and again, and it was no longer a matter of admiration. He thought about how Lu Yin's ability would be of great help to the 5 spirit tribes. In the future, they might all need to rely on this person's abilities. The Ice Master's attitude towards Lu Yin was constantly changing, and Lu Yin could sense it. He had also witnessed the strength of the 5 spirit tribes, and the Above Heaven sect needed such assistance. The 6 Direction Society had the help of experts from the alien realms. That was a part of the 6 Direction Society. Above the Heavens was above the heavens. Since he had propped up the Heavens Above Heaven sect, He wanted to walk down the path that the Heavens Above Heaven sect had once been at its most glorious. Back then, the Heavens Above Heaven sect might not have needed the help of the outsiders, as they had been the strongest in their own right. They had been strong enough to suppress the Eternals, and they had even left the reincarnation spacetime and the wood spacetime completely speechless. However, things were different now. It was the same heavenly sect. Luin wanted to continue the Heavens Above Heaven sect's former glory, and he also wanted to surpass it. With the Ice Master's confirmation, the extreme ice stone that Luin had upgraded could be passed off as the real thing, and he could give it to the Eternals as the Ice Heart. This was because the extreme ice stone itself was already close to the Ice Heart, and it had already undergone a qualitative change. If there was a problem, he could just say that it had split into two. In any case, the traces of it being split into two were very obvious. Luin was about to leave, but before he left, the Ice Master asked him to leave his coordinates in the Ice Spirit tribe so that he could come over at any time. This was also the effect that Luin wanted after revealing his own secret. Yennefer was here, so he needed to have the ability to come over at any time. In the Calamity Zone, the Xiaoying divinity found the ancestor after returning and told him about what had happened in the Ice Spirit tribe. This mission had been to make the Ice Spirit tribe confirm that the person who had stolen the Ice Heart was from the Trillionaris Alliance. This would cause the Ice Spirit tribe to fall out with the Trillionaris Alliance. According to the Xiaoying divinity's original plan, the seven friends and the old woman would lure away the progenitor from the Ice Spirit tribe while he had Luin lure away the Ice Master. He should have been able to successfully steal the Ice Heart, but the result was that Luin had died, the seven friends and the old woman had escaped, and the Xiaoying divinity had successfully stolen the Ice Heart. However, Luin had changed his mind at the last moment, and he had been forced to take action himself. The Xiaoying divinity did not know what had happened. Perhaps the seven friends had all died, and the Ice Master had believed his words and fallen out with the Trillionaris Alliance. Perhaps one of the seven friends had not died and had revealed the truth, causing the mission to fail. Regardless of whether the mission had succeeded or not, the Xiaoying divinity could not be sure, so he pushed all the blame onto Luin. Yebwa fled at the last moment? The ancestor was astonished. The Xiaoying divinity spoke in a low voice and recounted the original plan. After 50 years of waiting, we could have succeeded, but that Yebwa fled at the last moment and did not dare to act. I had to delay the Ice Master while trying to steal the Ice Heart, but I did not have enough time. I did not manage to steal the Ice Heart, and I don't know how the mission will turn out. I cannot stay behind, or else the Ice Master will definitely realize that I am from the eternal race. The ancestor was calm. Yebwa, is he dead? The Xiaoying divinity replied, I do not know. Then the mission should have failed, the ancestor said. The Xiaoying divinity did not understand. Not necessarily. I have already revealed that I am from the Trillionaris Alliance, and the ones who attacked were all humans. Are you worried that they will be captured and reveal that they are from the eternal race? The ancestor looked at the Xiaoying divinity. Yebwa will definitely use his godly power when facing death. Once he uses it, we will naturally know that he is from the eternal race. The Xiaoying divinity was shocked. Yebwa has godly power? You do not know? The ancestor asked. The Xiaoying divinity was furious. This bastard had clearly told him that he did not have godly power. If he had known earlier, he would not have allowed Yebwa to attract the Ice Master's attention. How preposterous. This brat pretended to be smart and ended up harming himself. It was fine if he died, but he had also caused the mission to fail. The ancestor suddenly looked into the distance, and his eyes lit up. Yebwa is back. The Xiaoying divinity was shocked. What? He looked back and saw Luin quickly approaching. His face was pale, and his body was emitting a cold aura. It was obvious that he was severely frozen, especially his right arm. Luin arrived in front of the two and glared at the Xiaoying divinity. Senior, you actually fled at the last moment. The Xiaoying divinity was stunned and did not react. The ancestor looked at Lu Yin's arm. This injury. Yebwa, who injured you? Luin gritted his teeth. It was caused by Bing Xian. The ancestor was shocked. Bing Xian? The Xiaoying divinity roared, Yebwa, you fled at the last moment and caused the mission to fail. Now, you dare to return? Lu Ying berated, you fled at the last moment and did not even dare to last 3 breaths of time against the Ice Master. I almost succeeded because of you. Nonsense. The other 2 attacked, but you did not move and still dare to quibble. The Xiaoying divinity was furious. Lu Ying sneered. Quibble? Look at what this is. He took out the upgraded extreme ice stone from his cosmic ring. In an instant, white fog spread out and froze the void, spreading in all directions. The ancestor's gaze turned cold, and he raised his hand to take the extreme ice stone. This is? The Xiaoying divinity was stunned. Although he did not see Bing Xian, he had made a move and almost snatched her away. He had interacted with Bing Xian's coldness before, and this coldness was similar to what he had interacted with. Could this be Bing Xian? How could this be? This is not Bing Xian. The ancestor looked at Lu Ying. Lu Yin's expression did not change. This is Bing Xian, a Bing Xian that was split into 2. The ancestor was shocked. Split into 2? Lu Ying lowered his voice and stared at the Xiaoying divinity. In the Ice Spirit clan, this senior gave me the mission to steal the Bing Xian, but in reality, he told me to attract the Ice Master's attention while he stole the Bing Xian himself. I did not know beforehand and followed his instructions, but the Ice Master ignored me and focused on returning to the Ice Spirit region. With the Ice Master's strength, she could have frozen me in place in an instant. Not only did this senior not save me, but he also did not steal the Bing Xian. When he saw the Ice Master return, he fled without saying a word, causing the deaths of the 7 friends and another old woman. If I had not sacrificed one of my clones, I would have died as well. Nonsense. The Xiaoying divinity roared and could not help but want to attack Lu Ying. The ancestor looked at him. Xiaoying divinity, tell me what you experienced. The Xiaoying divinity gritted his teeth and recounted how he had ordered Lu Ying to attack, but Lu Ying had not responded. You're wrongly accusing me. How can you say something like that? To think that you're a sequence law powerhouse. Lu Ying was furious. The Xiaoying divinity was furious. I told you to attack, but you didn't even reply. Lu Ying replied, I wanted to steal the Bing Xian, and the Cloud Connect stone was obviously in my cosmic ring. How could I hear you? Of course, I couldn't reply. Also, the location you gave me was quite far from the Ice Spirit region, and I had to hide my aura to get there. Tell me, how could someone who was stealing something reply to you? The Xiaoying divinity's eyes widened. You didn't attack at all. Just as I was about to attack, you attacked. The Ice Master appeared and froze me the moment she discovered me. She didn't bother with me at all, Lu Ying retorted. The Xiaoying divinity was speechless and stared at Lu Ying blankly. Was that the case? It seemed like there was nothing wrong with this guy's words. The Xiaoying divinity had not been able to contact Lu Ying, and Lu Ying had been hiding his aura in preparation to steal the Bing Xian. He did not know that the Bing Xian was not there, so it was normal for him to hide his aura. It was also normal for him to be frozen by the Ice Master the moment he appeared. Lu Yin's strength was far from being a match for the Ice Master. The Xiaoying divinity had lured the Ice Master to Lu Yin's location, but she had not discovered him. Could it be that he had guessed wrong from the start? The Xiaoying divinity froze in place as he recalled Lu Yin's words. Lu Yin's words were impeccable. Had he really misunderstood him? Lu Ying glared at the Xiaoying divine sovereign. Senior, as long as you were able to delay the Ice Master, I would have been able to steal the complete Ice Heart. This Ice Heart was stolen by one of my clones, but it was discovered at a critical moment. The Ice Heart shattered, and there was no way for me to bring it back in one piece. As long as you were able to delay the Ice Master for a while longer, it would have been fine. But you chose to flee at the last moment, abandoning the 7 friends, that old woman, and even me. Sovereign Xiaoying stared at Lu Ying. Wait, if this person had gone to the Ice Matriarch's place, then how had he managed to steal the Ice Heart? Bing Xian was clearly in the realm of Ice Spirit. However, it was not impossible. With his strength, as long as he was unfrozen, he would be able to reach the Ice Spirit domain very quickly. However, the time from when he attacked to when he escaped was also very short. Could he make it in time? However, it was true that his arm had been frozen, and he had indeed brought back the Ice Heart. What was going on? What was the problem? Reverend God Xiaoyin wanted to go through the experiences of both parties in detail. At this moment, Ancestor Shi's voice sounded, Reverend God Xiaoyin, why is Yibo the one who attracted the Ice Master? Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's expression changed. Luyin growled, that's right. I was supposed to steal the Ice Heart, so why did I end up attracting the Ice Master's attention? Speak. The Xiaoyin divinity took a deep breath and looked away from Luyin. Instead, he faced the ancestor of the past. Bingxin has the laws of the sequence. Aside from me, no one can touch her. He then looked at Luyin. You touched the Ice Heart, so your arm was frozen. You saw the result. Then why didn't you tell me from the start? That way, I could have been prepared. Even if I died, I could have helped you stall the Ice Master for a while longer. That way, I wouldn't have been instantly frozen. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's face twitched. How was he supposed to answer this? Yibo was a true God Guard captain, after all. Doing so would mean sacrificing a true God Guard captain. It would be difficult to explain to the Eternals. Ancestor Shi's gaze turned cold. Reverend God Xiaoyin, do you know that the captain of the true God Guards doesn't need to cooperate with you to complete the mission? Yet, you are still sending him to his death. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Even so, he still completed the mission and returned. Did Yebo reveal his divine might? The ancestor of the ancient era asked. Luyin quickly replied, no. Reverend God Xiaoyin frowned, if you don't reveal your god power, how can you steal the Ice Heart right under the Ice Master's nose? How did you do it? Yibo was cold and arrogant. Why don't you find out where I, Yibo, come from? Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin was confused. The ancestor of the past said, Yibo came from the primordial space and killed the ancestor in front of the Lu family and the four-way balance. No one could catch him and he is as famous as Qin Kong. He must have his own methods to steal the Ice Heart. Divine Venerable Xiaoyin's expression changed. Primordial space? He stared deeply at Luyin. It was no wonder that a person who could move unhindered through the primordial space and was as famous as Qin Kong could steal the Ice Heart. If he had known earlier, he would have definitely changed his plan. If he had really allowed this person to steal the Ice Heart, the mission would not have been so complicated. Thinking of this, Reverend Xiaoyin felt extremely regretful. The ancestor looked at Luyin, what about the other two? Luyin sighed. They died. I watched as they were frozen and their bodies shattered. Before they died, they were filled with unwillingness and resentment towards Senior Xiaoyin. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's face twitched. The ancestor of the ancient era didn't seem to mind. That's good. Does this mean that the Ice Spirit clan doesn't know that the eternal race is behind this attack? Divinity Xiaoyin looked at Luyin, as he was unable to answer this question. Luyin replied, absolutely not, unless there's a traitor among the Eternals. The ancestor of the ancient era smiled faintly. The Eternals definitely don't have one. There's a possibility of a traitor. It seems like the mission is completed. Although the complete Ice Heart wasn't stolen, a shattered Ice Heart can easily anger the Ice Spirit clan. Well done, Yibo. Luyin bowed. It was luck. The ancestor of the ancient era looked at Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. The completion of this mission has nothing to do with you. At the same time, you will also be punished. Do you have any objections? Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin was unwilling. He was currently trying to become one of the 7 sky gods, so how could he not have any objections? However, he was indeed in the wrong for this mission. As he thought about this, he glared at Luyin and turned to leave. Luyin coldly looked at Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's back. He has a very high status in the clan, and I can't give him any substantial punishment. I can only take away his contribution for this mission. I hope you don't mind. The ancestor of the ancient era looked at Luyin and spoke gently. Luyin replied, I don't mind, but I can't cooperate with this kind of person in the future. Otherwise, I won't even know how I died. The ancestor of the ancient era smiled. I never intended for you to cooperate. The captain of the True God Guard doesn't need to accept his conscription. Luyin felt bitter. Yes, I wanted to follow him. Ancestor of the ancient era, what is going on with this mission? The ancestor of the ancient era looked at Luin. Since you completed this mission well, I can tell you the details of the mission. The ancestor of the ancient era told Luin about the 5 spirit races, the Lightning Lord, and the 3 Moons Alliance. Luin had already heard about it once, and when he heard it again, he purposely acted surprised. It seems like the Lightning Lord has nothing to do with you, but when Yu Hua and the others attacked the Above Heaven sect, the Lightning Lord's men came and saved the Above Heaven sect. Otherwise, the Above Heaven sect would have suffered heavy losses. Lu Yin's eyes widened. The Lightning Lord helped the Above Heaven sect? The ancestor of the ancient era nodded. Lu Yin's tone was cold. Then, I did the right thing this time. I made the 5 spirit races fight to the death with the 3 Moons Alliance and caused the Lightning Lord's loss. This indirectly caused the Above Heaven sect to lose their external aid. That's what I meant. Once the true God comes out of seclusion, he will have to completely deal with the Genesis Space and 6 Direction Society. It will be difficult for the Lightning Lord and the other experts from the outer realm to interfere. Thus, our current mission is to eliminate the experts from the 6 Direction Society. The 5 spirit races and the 3 Moons Alliance will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Is that so? Not only that, Luin thought back to when Juji attacked Earth. The Everlasting Race had suddenly attacked the 5 spirit races and indirectly attacked the Lightning Lord. They were eyeing the 3 divine weapons in the Lightning Lord's hands. After understanding the mission, Luin tried to get more similar missions from the ancestor. The ancestor told him to recover his body first as the injuries from the ice would take some time to recover. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. During this time, Luin did not receive any missions. He wanted to receive missions related to the Genesis Space, but since the ancestor did not look for him, he could not take the initiative to look for the ancestor. During this half a year, he frequently absorbed divine power, and the red dot in his heart grew larger and larger. Of course, it was still far from the other stars, but it was getting closer. He did not know how long he would stay in the zone of E, but as long as he confirmed that the true God was coming out of seclusion or that the 7 gods had returned, he would leave. Otherwise, he could not guarantee that he would not be discovered. Looking at the divine Power Lake, Luin recalled the 7 friends' words. Was there really a true God's 3 ultimate techniques hidden under the divine power? It would be good if he could obtain them. During this time, he did not stray far from his surroundings and stayed in his own tower. The tower was very monotonous, and it was just a symbol of status. There was no special meaning to it. As for the maids assigned to him, he did not use them much either. This was because he had not spoken for half a year. On this day, Luin was still standing beside the divine power lake when a figure flashed past his head. It was the Xiaoying divinity. The Xiaoying divinity looked down at Luin. Yebwa, I have a mission here. Do you want to join me? Luin looked at him coldly. The Xiaoying divinity sneered. You don't have the guts to go out after what happened to the Ice Spirit clan? Are you that free? Luin asked coldly. The Xiaoying divinity narrowed his eyes. I didn't notice you during the last mission. If there's another one, I'll take good care of you. With that, he left. Luin looked away. If not for the fact that the Grand Empyrean had left a backup plan on him, this fellow would have died long ago. You offended the Xiaoying divinity? A familiar voice came from behind him. Luin turned around. It was someone from the Thousand Faces Bureau. Who are you? The person from the Thousand Faces Bureau approached. You must be the new captain of the True God Guard. I'm from the Thousand Faces Bureau, and I'm also a captain of the True God Guard. Luin naturally recognized him, but he could not recognize Yebwa's identity. Yebwa had come into contact with the Eternal Clan, but only as a spy in Xianxia. He had not come into contact with other masters. We've heard of Yebwa's name long ago. The Genesis Space is not simple. You're very powerful to be able to cause harm to humans in the Genesis Space. No wonder you're as famous as Xianxia, the person from the Thousand Faces Bureau praised. Luin was calm. You're the 3rd captain of the True God Guard that I've seen. The person from the Thousand Faces Bureau seemed easygoing. You'll see all of them soon, but 2 of them are dead and 1 has been captured. We don't know if he's dead or alive, so you can fill in the gaps. Luin did not speak. He did not know what to say to this person from the Thousand Faces Bureau. This fellow could control consciousness, so he had to be careful. You offended the Shaoing divinity? The person from the Thousand Faces Bureau asked. Lu Yin's tone was calm. Sort of. That's troublesome. Although that fellow is sinister, his strength is not bad. He hid in the reincarnation spacetime and managed to become one of the three divinities. He's a ruthless character. It's not good to offend him, the person from the Thousand Faces Bureau reminded him. Lu Yin's tone became colder. I just want to take revenge on the Starry Sky Tree. The person from the Thousand Faces Bureau smiled. I understand. Who doesn't? You're not a corpse king, yet you joined the Eternal Clan. Everyone has their own reasons. What are your reasons? Lu Yin asked. He seemed curious, but his expression was calm. He did not seem to care. The person from the Thousand Faces Bureau thought for a moment. Live. A very simple reason, Lu Yin replied calmly. Living as a traitor? Simple? The person from the Thousand Faces Bureau looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was indifferent. It's just my nature. The Shaoing divinity just returned after completing a big mission. He's now trying to break through to the position of the seven heavenly gods. Once he succeeds, even you and I will be under his command. If possible, let's resolve our grudges, the person from the Thousand Faces Bureau said and left. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. A big mission? A mission that could break through to the position of the seven heavenly gods? Could it be from the five spirit clans? In any case, it would definitely involve a powerhouse at the level of the Thunder Lord. The five spirit clans should be on guard. Could it be another powerhouse from another region? He had to think of a way to find out. Soon, another half a year passed. It had been more than a year since they arrived at the Eternal Clan. Yuhua walked out of the tower, wearing a black robe. His strength had recovered a lot. The ancestor of the past had informed the captains of the true god guards to gather. In the land of Calamity, there was a tall shrine under the Black Mother Tree with a waterfall of divine power. It was majestic and solemn, surrounded by red stars. The divine power waterfall washed the shrine from top to bottom, and the shrine was located within the waterfall. This was Lu Yin's first time under the Black Mother Tree. He had passed through the Seven God Sky Tower and walked into the deepest part of the land of Calamity. The shrine was no smaller than the Above Heavens sect, and behind it was a statue embedded in the Mother Tree. It was the one true God. Lu Yin looked at the shrine in front of him and the divine power washing over it. The closer he got, the more he felt an illusion of heavenly might. Even with his strength and identity as the master of the origin space, he still felt this way. This was not only the deterrence of the true God, but also the land of Calamity, the Black Mother Tree, and the everlasting race. He looked at the statue, and everything around him turned dark. Only he and the statue were standing in the dark space. The enormous pressure forced Lu Yin to bend down. He wanted to bow to the statue, and he had to bow to the statue. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and his head felt like it was about to explode. But so what? He had felt this way when he fought the Cyclops King, and this was not the first time he had experienced it. He did not want to bow to the one true God. He could endure it. Lu Yin's divine power boiled within his body and suddenly surged out. He suddenly looked up and stared at the true God statue. At that moment, a hand landed on his shoulder and instantly suppressed his divine power, bringing with it a cool sensation. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he slowly turned around. The ancestor of the past looked at him with a smile. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he said in a hoarse voice, I can't control my divine power. The ancestor of the past praised, you have been summoned by the true God. He likes you very much. Lu Yin blinked. Was that so? Not far away, Yuhua was shocked. Yibo, how long have you been in the land of Calamity? I knelt the first time I came to the shrine. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Kneel? He would rather run away. The ancestor of the past retracted his hand. Any creature that faces a true God for the first time will have to kneel if they do not have divine power protecting them. Only when one's divine power reaches a certain level can they face a true God. This is a privilege given by the true God. Captains like you can do it, and so can you, Bo. That is why he can be a captain. Yuhua exclaimed. The first time he used his divine power, it went very smoothly. I knew that Yibo is very used to it, but I did not expect him to adapt so much. Yi, maybe you can also try to become one of the 7 sky gods. Luyin raised his brows. Don't listen to his nonsense. The strength of the 7 gods is far from what we can estimate. Just relying on divine power is not enough. The people from the 1,000 Faces game came. Yuhua let out a strange laugh. That's because you don't understand how well Yibo has adapted to divine power. Just wait and see. As long as the position of the 7 sky gods remains vacant within 1,000 years, he will definitely have the ability to make a breakthrough. The people from the game of 1,000 Faces did not care and entered the temple. Luyin raised his head again and looked deeply at the true god statue. Now that he looked at it again, the statue no longer had that pressure. Was it because of the divine power in his body? Stepping into the shrine, the sound of the waterfall of divine power flowing was very loud, but it disappeared once they entered the shrine. The shrine was dark, and the ground was dark red. As they entered, candlelight was lit and extended into the distance. Luyin looked around and saw that Yuhua was the closest to him, followed by the ancestor of the past. Even further away, under the illumination of the candlelight, the middle plate stood quietly. Opposite the middle plate was a stone with a black face on it. It was very strange, as Yuhua had introduced it on the way here. It was called the Stone Ghost. Further in, Blackie was leaning against a corner. A girl with long pink hair was illuminated by the candlelight, and she raised her hand to block it. Is everyone here? I still want to play hide and seek with my brother. Luyin looked at the girl. She was very pretty, but there was a childish feeling to her. When Luyin looked at her, she looked back at him with mischievous and crafty eyes. A hand landed on her shoulder. Don't be naughty, there's something important. The candlelight flickered, revealing a handsome face. It was a man with short blue hair, formal attire, and a long sword at his waist. He looked like he had walked out of a painting. Facing Lu Yin's gaze, the man smiled. You must be Yibo. Nice to meet you. I'm Dual Blade. Dual Blade was not a single person, but rather a pair. It was this man and woman. They were a team and also one of the captains of the True God Guard. This team was very strange. They weren't humans, but blades that had transformed into humans. Hey, Big Brother is greeting you, but you don't even respond. How rude. The pink-haired girl was unhappy and glared at Luyin. The blue-haired man rubbed her hair. Don't shout, it's too quiet here. Who else is not here? The ancestor of the past asked, walking to the front and looking at everyone. The ancestor of the past answered, the boss isn't here. Lu Yin's eyes moved. The captains of the True God Guard were all equal, but according to Yuhua, there was a publicly recognized boss who was the strongest. Yuhua did not elaborate, only saying that even if the other 9 captains worked together, they wouldn't be able to defeat Tiango. Luyin was very concerned about this evaluation, as even a sequence law powerhouse would not be able to withstand the attacks of 9 captains. They all had godly strength and could ignore the rules. Once the rules were restricted, the captains of the True God Guard were not weak, and they were all very strange. Since Tiango was able to convince them, Luyin believed that it was not much weaker than the 7 gods. It's that thing again. It's always so slow. It clearly has 2 more legs than us, the pink-haired girl complained. Yuhua let out a sharp voice, it's probably looking for food. Luyin raised his brows. Looking for food? Was this Tiango the same as Tao Tai? It's here. The ancestor of the past looked into the distance. Luyin stared outside the shrine. The captain of the True God Guard, Tiango, was definitely a great enemy. He wanted to see what kind of existence it was. After waiting for a while, a figure slowly appeared, its shadow elongated under the candlelight as it slowly entered the shrine. Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn as he stared at the entrance. When he saw the figure clearly, his expression changed as he stared blankly. This was Tiango? At the entrance of the shrine, a half-meter-long Xiao puppy walked in with its tongue out. It was panting as it walked, and its tongue was lolled so long that it almost licked the ground. It looked wobbly, and its stomach was bloated. Luyin was stunned. Whose pet dog was this in the disaster region? Wow, Boss, you're so cute. The pink-haired girl leaped out and hugged the Xiaobai puppy. The Xiaobai puppy was startled and quickly ran away. The pink-haired girl chased after it. Boss, let me hug you. Just for a while. Woof. Lu Yin's face twitched. This bark had shattered his worldview. When Tiango arrived, the entire shrine's atmosphere changed. The pink-haired girl chased after it while barking incessantly. Yu Hua and the rest were already used to it, and their expressions were calm. Even the ancestor of the past looked on with a smile. The blue-haired boy chased after it as well. Come back quickly. Don't mess around. Boss might get angry. Boss never got angry. Boss is so cute. I want to hug Boss. Ha ha ha. Woof. The farce continued for a while before it stopped. The pink-haired girl still couldn't hug Tiango as it hid behind the ancestor of the past. She didn't dare to be impudent and could only stare at it as though she was about to catch it at any moment. Tiango's ears drooped, and its tongue lolled out even longer. It was very tired. All right, all captains have gathered. I will explain to everyone. The ancestor of the past spoke, and everyone's expression changed as they looked at her solemnly. The ancestor of the past swept her gaze around. True God Guard captains Tachibana and Lu Shan are confirmed dead. Heavy Ghost's fate is unknown after the battle at Heaven's Gate. We are currently missing 3 captains, and this is Yi Bo. All the captains of the True God Guard looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes were still on Tiango. When the ancestor of the past introduced him, Tiango's gaze swept over him. Its eyes were round and sparkling, and no matter how one looked at it, it had a simple and honest look. Coupled with its dangling tongue and belly, Lu Yin really couldn't associate it with the captain of the True God Guard. This pet dog was something that the other captains of the True God Guard couldn't defeat even if they worked together. The man and dog looked at each other, and after a moment of silence, Tiango slowly walked towards Lu Yin. The ancestor of the past and the others looked at this scene. Tiango was the captain of the True God Guard, and if it didn't agree with Lu Yin becoming a captain, no one could say anything, including the ancestor of the past. Tiango's status was rather special. Under everyone's gaze, Tiango walked in front of Lu Yin and looked up at him. Lu Yin looked down at Tiango and wondered if he should squat down and pat its head. Woof. Tiango barked and walked around Lu Yin. When it reached the left side of Lu Yin, it raised its hind legs and peed. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he almost kicked it out. Congratulations, Tiango has acknowledged you and left its scent on your body. The ancestor of the past smiled. Lu Yin swallowed his saliva and looked at Tiango walking towards the ancestor of the past before looking at his own leg. A dog had peed on him. A grudge was formed. Woof. Tiango barked again, attracting everyone's attention. The ancestor of the past looked at everyone. We are currently lacking 2 captains, and I hope that everyone can recommend good candidates. Today's gathering is for this matter. Yebwa, from this moment onwards, you are officially a captain of the True God Guard. Within 3 years, 10 corpse kings will be given to you. I hope that you can eliminate strong enemies for our race and unify the endless spacetime. Lu Yin's expression changed. Yebwa, understood. Woof. Lu Yin's face twitched. This barking really made him feel out of character. The stars collapsed, and cracks spread out into the distance. Lu Yin stood in the starry sky with 5 progenitor realm corpse kings behind him. In front of him was an endless amount of strange bugs. This was a parallel spacetime, and Lu Yin had received a mission to destroy the spacetime. This spacetime was filled with these bugs, and there were no other intelligent life forms aside from them. The strongest bugs were at the progenitor realm, but they were rare progenitors without intelligence, and there were many of these progenitor realm bugs. Fortunately, they didn't have intelligence, and Lu Yin could destroy them with the progenitor realm corpse kings. It had been 3 years since he officially became the captain of the True God Guard, and this was the 5th parallel universe that he had destroyed. He still had not encountered a parallel universe with humans. It was either the astral beasts or these insects. He had also encountered a parallel universe where life had just been born. He did not know why the Eternals wanted to destroy it. Other than him, the other captains of the True God Guards were also doing the same thing. As for the Six Direction Society, the Eternals didn't care about them at all. Lu Ying continued to hear rumors about the Six Direction Society, and all of them were about the Eternals retreating in defeat. Whether it was on the endless battlefield or the border, the six forces would gradually beat down the Eternals until they could no longer raise their heads. This news was not enough to excite Lu Ying, as the Eternals had an unimaginable amount of resources. The only reason they had not fought to the death with the Six Direction Society was because they were waiting for the sole true God and the seven sky gods. Once the sole true God left seclusion, he would descend upon the apocalyptic bone boat, and that would be the time for them to act against the Six Direction Society. Over the past 3 years, Lu Ying had been gathering information from all sorts of sources, and he had been able to confirm that the bone boat was more or less the same as what Yuhua had said. This made him anxious, as the moment the bone boat arrived at the Six Direction Society, it would truly be a disaster for the Six Direction Society. He had to find a way to get close to the bone boat. It would be best if he could destroy it. However, this was undoubtedly much more difficult than killing one of the seven sky gods. The 5 spirit tribes had started a war with the March Alliance, which was beyond Lu Yin's expectations. The 5 spirit tribes should have known that the Eternals were the ones instigating the war, but they had still decided to go to war. Lu Ying hoped that this was just a facade, as they would end up wasting their strength in the war against the Eternals. The starry skies continued to crumble as Lu Ying turned around and stepped through the astral door to leave. This spacetime was finished. Not long after returning to the Calamity Zone, Lu Ying was in the middle of absorbing the godly power when a stone fell from the sky. It was one of the captains of the True God Guard, the Gargoyle. "What are you doing here?" Aside from the Shi ancestor and Yu Hua, he was rather indifferent to everyone else in the Calamity region. The people from the Thousand Faces Bureau were naturally familiar with him, but he treated them coldly as well. The more he didn't interact with others, the less likely he would reveal any flaws. Not to mention, Yibo's character was cold and detached. However, Lu Yin's indifference didn't make anyone feel uncomfortable. This was the everlasting realm, and in this land, smiles were considered strange. Lu Yin's behavior was normal. "Ancestor summons." The gargoyle spoke. It was a strange voice, as if a rock was vibrating. It was quite uncomfortable to listen to. Lu Ying continued to absorb the godly power. He had often told others that he would use godly power on missions so that he could replenish his godly power. In the past 3 years, the red dot of divine power in his heart had grown a lot bigger, like a walnut. Before long, Dahe arrived and appeared not far away. Shortly after, the ancestor of the ancient era came. "I'm sorry, the 3 of you. The mission just ended and I have a new one for you. This mission is more urgent and important. I hope that the 3 of you can complete it seriously. Complete it at all costs." Lu Ying looked at the Shi ancestor. Even the 5 spirit clans' mission had not been this serious. The ancestor looked at Lu Ying. "Yibo, have you heard of the head judge of the Interstellar Tribunal, Qingping?" Lu Yin's expression didn't change, but his heart sank. "Never heard of it." The ancestor of the past was not surprised. "You have always stayed in the starry sky of the Tree of Trees, so it is normal that you have not heard of it. Qingping is the head judge of the Hall of Honor of the Fifth Mainland in the starry sky of the new universe. He has always stayed in the Fifth Mainland until the Tao Master of the Above Heaven sect, Lu Ying, entered the starry sky of the Tree of Trees. Now that Lu Ying is the master of the primordial space, Qingping hasn't been to the starry sky of trees many times, so it's unlikely that you've heard of him. Although he's only a half-progenitor, he's extremely important. He's Lu Yin Sr. and also your target this time. I want the 3 of you to work together and capture Qingping alive. We must transform him into a corpse king." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. They wanted to deal with Senior Qingping? "Where is he?" Lu Ying asked. The ancestor of the ancient era said, "The endless battlefield, ruler of spacetime." Lu Ying knew that Senior Qingping had been training in the endless battlefield in preparation for breaking through to the progenitor realm, but he didn't expect that he hadn't returned yet. He also didn't expect the Eternals to target him. Thinking about it, it was normal. Even if they couldn't deal with Lu Ying, it wasn't impossible for them to deal with the people around him. Senior Qingping was the best target. Fortunately, Lu Yin had come to the Eternals. Otherwise, Senior Qingping would have been in danger. But then again, something didn't seem right. If they really wanted to deal with Senior Qingping because of him, the Eternals would have acted long ago. They wouldn't have let Senior Qingping stay in the endless battlefield for so long. They had attacked a few times, but after they failed, they didn't send any experts. This wasn't the Eternals' style. Could it be that they weren't targeting Qingping because of him? Who was it then? Lu Yin immediately thought of his master, Mr. Mu. The Six-Party Society couldn't come into contact with Immemorial City for now, but the Eternals were different. In the past 3 years, Lu Yin had figured out one thing: the Eternals had another terrifying battlefield, which was Immemorial City. They could enter Immemorial City through the Eternals. This was something that Lu Yin was very concerned about. If they were targeting Senior Qingping because of Mr. Mu, then it was related to Immemorial City. Lu Yin thought about many things, but he didn't know if he was right. Regardless, nothing could happen to Senior Qingping. Capturing Qingping must be completed. The 3 of you, this mission is very important. I hope you understand. Ancestor Shi's expression turned solemn as he looked at Lu Yin and the others. Lu Yin was the first to express his stance. Ancestor Shi, don't worry. We will definitely capture Qingping. Ancestor Shi was satisfied. The captains of the true God Guards were all strange. Compared to them, Lu Yin was considered normal. The Six-Party Society had coordinates to various parallel spacetimes in the endless battlefield, and the Eternals had even more. After all, the Six-Party Society's coordinates all came from the Eternals. 3 captains and 27 progenitor Realm Corps kings had all entered ruler spacetime to capture Qingping. This number was a little exaggerated. Even if they didn't include the Sequence Law Realm powerhouses, it was enough to support a huge battle to destroy one of the Six-Party Societies. One could imagine how important this mission was to Ancestor Shi. Ruler spacetime was a very ordinary spacetime. When Lu Yin and the others arrived, they all spread out to search for Qingping. Big Blackie and the Gargoyle each guarded a stargate to prevent Qingping from going to the next parallel spacetime unless he directly tore through the void and left. For this, they had also prepared a sourcebox array. Lu Yin hadn't expected the Gargoyle to be proficient in sourcebox arrays and to be an Origin Array Heavenly Master. He couldn't tell at all that a stone was an Origin Array Heavenly Master. It was no wonder that Ancestor Shi had asked it to accompany them. It was to prevent Qingping from tearing through the void and escaping when they found him. The Eternals had made ample preparations, but no matter how well prepared they were, they couldn't withstand the presence of a traitor. After Lu Yin left Big Blackie and the Gargoyle, he directly used the wireless goo to contact Senior Qingping, but there was no response even after several attempts. Perhaps he was cultivating. As Lu Yin searched, he deliberately leaked his aura while continuing to use the wireless goo to contact Senior Qingping. Trying to find someone in such a large spacetime was like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Ruler spacetime was huge. It wasn't any smaller than the Outerverse. Although progenitors were fast, they weren't fast enough to find someone. Once they used progenitor strength, the Eternals were worried that Qingping would immediately escape. A few days later, the wireless goo vibrated, and Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "Why are you here?" The wireless goo vibrated, transmitting a message. Lu Yin replied, "The Eternals sent 3 true God Guard captains to capture you. Go back quickly." "I can't go back. Someone's watching me." Lu Yin's heart sank. "Who's watching you?" "The Eternals?" "I don't know. I've always felt like I'm being watched. It's been a few months, and this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. I have a premonition that I can't escape even if I want to." "Have you contacted Senior Brother?" Qingping was silent for a moment. "The person who's watching me might want me to contact him." Lu Yin understood Senior Brother Qingping's intentions. He was worried that Senior Brother Qingping was using him as bait. How could someone who could make Senior Brother Qingping feel like he couldn't escape expose his aura? This was a trap. "Where are you?" "Don't come." "I won't go, but I can lure the Eternals there." "What do you mean?" "Senior Brother, just tell me the location." Qingping was silent for a moment before telling Lu Yin the location. Luine sent a progenitor realm corpse king in that direction, acting as if it was just passing by. There was also a huge battle in ruler spacetime, and this was one of the endless battlefields. However, the strongest powerhouse there was only a half-ancestor. To reach the battlefield, Luine had the progenitor realm corpse king pass by that location as a show for the person watching senior brother Qing Ping. That person was using senior brother Qing Ping as bait, so their target was naturally not the Eternals or the Sixth Direction gang. It could only be the primordial space or someone on Lu Yin's side. Such a person wouldn't let the progenitor realm corpse king enter the battlefield and attract the attention of Limitless. Just as Luine had guessed, the progenitor realm corpse king disappeared shortly after arriving at Qing Ping's hiding spot. Luine had been hiding his aura the entire time and using his heaven's eye to observe from afar. He saw a deep darkness engulfing the progenitor realm corpse king. It was eccentric Mo. Eccentric Mo had actually targeted senior brother Qing Ping. Lu Yin's expression darkened. The Eternals targeting senior brother Qing Ping might have something to do with Mr. Mu from Primeval City, but eccentric Mo's target was obviously Luine himself. This old monster was always in the way at critical moments. After thinking about it, Luine contacted Limitless and sent a nearby progenitor to ruler spacetime to rescue Qing Ping. He then contacted Big Black and the Gargoyle. Found Qing Ping. Big Black and the Gargoyle hurried over. In order to avoid causing too much of a commotion, the remaining 25 progenitor realm corpse kings scattered in all directions, forming an even larger encirclement. "Where's Qing Ping?" the Gargoyle asked. Luine pointed at the space in front of them. "He's over there." The Gargoyle immediately set up a sourcebox array. They were quite far away, and as long as eccentric Mo didn't specifically search for them, it was unlikely that he would discover them. However, as the sourcebox array continued to connect, eccentric Mo eventually discovered them. On a planet, eccentric Mo suddenly looked into the distance. Not good. He took a step forward, and the void that should have been torn apart began to distort as a sourcebox array appeared. At the same time, the Gargoyle was alarmed. "Careful. There's an expert." Luine was stunned. How could there be an expert? Big Black's voice was low. "I knew it wouldn't be that easy. This person might be Qing Ping's protector. Kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and threw the shroud at old monster Mo. The Gargoyle quickly stabilized the sourcebox array. Luine acted at the same time. When Elder Mo saw the shroud, he was shocked. What was this? He was a cautious person, and even if his opponent was not a sequence law powerhouse, he would still be careful, let alone something as strange as this shroud. He immediately retreated, and the shroud followed closely behind. It seemed like the shroud had the upper hand, which made Elder Mo wary. This gave Blackie confidence, and he continued to release the shroud in an attempt to capture Elder Mo. Elder Mo frowned. The more he looked, the more he felt that this shroud did not belong to any sequence law, and its power did not seem that strange. He raised his hand and pointed at the sword technique. The sword surged and tore apart the shroud, and the darkness engulfed Blackie. Blackie's voice suddenly changed. "A sequence law powerhouse cannot be defeated by brute force. Yibo, go and capture Qing Ping." Blackie's divine power surged out and spread towards the shroud. Elder Mo became wary. An Eternal? At that moment, Qing Ping rushed off into the distance. He did not tear through the void and instead used his speed to escape. In terms of strength, Qing Ping was no match for the captain of the True God Guard, but in terms of speed, when Luine and the Gargoyle were about to grab him at the same time, he visualized the condor's cry of the 9 heavens, increasing his speed and leaving Luine and the Gargoyle in the dust. The Gargoyle was furious. He didn't tear through the void to escape? His sourcebox array had been set up for nothing. Elder Mo snorted when he saw Qing Ping escape. Great darkness sky. Endless darkness particles spread throughout the spacetime continuum, and countless people stared blankly as everything turned dark. A sense of fear washed over them, and even the fighting stopped. Great darkness sky was a technique that Elder Mo had mastered using his sequence law set, and it could cause the entire spacetime continuum to turn dark. Qing Ping could not escape from this technique, and even Blackie and the others were swallowed up by great darkness sky. They could only use their divine power to resist it. Luin clenched his fists. This old bastard really wanted to capture Qing Ping. He growled, this person wants to kill Qing Ping. Our mission is to capture Qing Ping alive. Use your divine power. Blackie and the gargoyle did not have time to think, and they were brought along by Luin. Their divine power surged out and gathered in the sky, forming a divine power sun that dispelled the darkness. This divine power sun was much larger than the one created by the person in the game of 1,000 faces. Old Monster Mo was cautious to begin with. When he saw such a large sun made of God energy appear, he hurriedly reversed his steps and chased after Qing Ping. He couldn't afford to get caught up in a fight. He had to capture this person first. Luin stared at old eccentric Mo and suddenly charged out. He pierced through the divine power sun and stared at the spatial lines. He used his divine power to extend towards the spatial lines as he madly chased after old eccentric Mo. In the eyes of others, what they saw was that the divine power sun was inexplicably connected to the distance, breaking away from the range of speed and splitting the entire spacetime into two. Curmudgeon Mo abruptly turned around to stare at Luin. Is this spatial power? The spatial lines that had been infused with his divine power were distorted by Luin, and old eccentric Mo's reversed step also distorted spacetime. The two spatial distortions collided with each other, shattering the void and causing it to be unable to withstand the force. The darkness sequence particles were immediately neutralized by the divine power, and old eccentric Mo suddenly retreated. He glared at Luin before charging towards Qing Ping once more. Senior brother Qing Ping's speed was also extremely fast. Soon, he arrived at the outermost circle of the 25 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings. In front of him, there was an Ancestor Realm Corpse King attacking him. He borrowed old eccentric Mo's darkness to execute Lawless. He was unable to directly engulf the Ancestor Realm Corpse King. Old eccentric Mo's eyes lit up. Good move. Follow me. He did not use any battle techniques and purely relied on his Ancestor Realm strength. Traversing the void, the spatial lines that had been infused with his divine power could not do anything to him as they were neutralized by the darkness sequence particles. Luin was anxious. If old eccentric Mo really wanted to capture Qing Ping, he would not be able to stop him unless he exposed his own strength. Now that he had already exposed his control over space, he could not expose anything else. Another two Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings charged towards Qing Ping from both sides. Behind them was old eccentric Mo, who was getting closer and closer. The entire spacetime had been swallowed up by the great dark sky. Even though his divine power had dispersed the darkness, it was still impossible to tear through the void and leave. Old eccentric Mo could instantly stop him. He could only leave through the Stargate. No matter what, he could not let his senior brother be captured. Lu Yin's gaze was ferocious. If there was no other way, he could only reveal his identity. At that moment, a gray fog suddenly appeared and enveloped Qing Ping, as well as the approaching Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings and old eccentric Mo. Old eccentric Mo wanted to disperse the fog, but he realized that the fog was not immediately dispersed. He attacked again, and the fog was finally dispersed. However, Qing Ping was already far away. Beside Qing Ping was a girl, it was Xi Wei. Luin had notified the distance faction's experts in advance, but he had not expected that it would be the Fog Ancestor. Although the Fog Ancestor was not as strong as Patriarch Tanny and the others, he was still one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. He could rely on the fog to delay for an instant, and that instant was enough for the Ancestor realm to reach the Stargate. Old eccentric Mo's gaze turned cold. So what if they reached the Stargate? There was a saying, so close, yet worlds apart. The Stargate was directly swallowed up by the darkness. If they wanted to leave through the Stargate, they would have to pass through the darkness sequence particles. This was a power that Xi Wei and the others did not possess. However, in the next moment, red light pierced through the void and forcefully tore through the darkness beside Xi Wei and Qing Ping, opening a path for them to reach the Stargate. Xi Wei and Qing Ping hurriedly rushed over and escaped from the ruler of spacetime. Old eccentric Mo angrily turned back to glare at Luin. Behind Luin, Blackie and the gargoyle were approaching, and there were also Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings with red divine power above their heads. In this situation, old eccentric Mo clearly did not want to fight, so he immediately left. Luin and the others had no intention of chasing after old eccentric Mo. If a sequence law powerhouse wanted to leave, they could not stop him. Moreover, old eccentric Mo's strength was not weak even among sequence law powerhouses. Don't blame me. I could only let them leave first. Otherwise, if they were caught by this guy, the Eternal Tribe would have nothing to do with us, Luin said. The gargoyle said, Ancestor wanted a living person, not a dead one. You did well, but you failed the mission and exposed our intention to attack Qingping. Luin shook his head. We didn't. We've been attacking that sequence law powerhouse all this time. As for Qingping, I helped him twice. He wouldn't have thought that the Eternal Tribe would want to capture him. Blackie put away the shroud. Return to the zone of disaster. Luin said, no, to the primordial space. Our mission is not over yet. The gargoyle retreated. I'm not going to the primordial space. If you want to go, then go. Blackie said in a low voice, I'm not going either. Luin looked at them. If we want to complete the mission, we have to go to the primordial space. At this time, Qingping will think that he's safe. The Ancestor values this mission very much. Blackie stared at Luin through the black shroud. That's not a reason to die. The heavy ghost was captured, Orange G was killed, and Yuhua was beaten back to his original form. He almost died there. The primordial space is not something that the tribe wants to provoke. Return to the zone of disaster and wait for the Ancestor's next order. Luin was unwilling. Trust me. Now is the best time to capture Qingping. I'm familiar with the primordial space. Nothing will happen. However, the other two ignored him and took out a stargate to return to the zone of disaster. Luin had no choice but to return to the zone of disaster. What he said just now was just a pretense. He wanted to find a reasonable explanation for helping Qingping twice. Back in the zone of disaster, Luin recounted everything that had happened, including how he had helped Qingping escape twice. Blackie and the gargoyle did not interrupt. The Ancestor pondered for a moment. Who was the one who helped Qingping escape? Luin looked up. One of the former 9 mountains and 8 seas, the Fog Ancestor. The Ancestor's eyes flashed. Is it Shiwei? Luin was surprised. From the looks of it, the Ancestor and Shiwei knew each other? It did not seem impossible as their names were similar. When he first heard the Ancestor's name, he thought of the Fog Ancestor. Now, the Ancestor did not care about the other processes and only cared about Shiwei's help. Ancestor, I want to go to the primordial space to make up for the failure of this mission, Luin said. The Ancestor looked at him. Although the mission failed, it did not expose our target. Furthermore, Qingping was not captured by that sequence law realm expert. It is not a complete failure. There is no need to go to the primordial space. Currently, the race will not make any big moves against the Six Direction Guild. Everything should be done quietly. Luin frowned. The more the Eternals acted like this, the more it meant that they had a bigger plan. The bone boat destroyed the world, the true god came out of seclusion, and the Six Direction Guild was destroyed. These words kept appearing in Luin's mind. That sequence law realm expert used the power of darkness. He should be Mo Shang from the primordial space. He was once one of the sect masters of the Elysium. It is unknown whether he is good or evil, but he is very strong. Yi Bo, give me another mission to rope in Mo Shang, the Ancestor said. Blackie and the gargoyle left. This mission did not require them. Luin was surprised. Rope him in? The Ancestor was in a daze. I know this person. During the Battle of the Elysium, this person betrayed the martial arts university. He is cowardly and does not know what is good and evil. However, he is very talented and cautious. He can be cultivated. If we rope him in, he will be considered an expert. Make up for the position of the 7 sky gods? Luin asked. The Ancestor did not answer. Instead, he said, let the person in the game accompany you. He fought with Mo Shang before. Half a month later, the person from the game of 1,000 faces returned to the disaster zone and headed to the endless battlefield with Luin. The Eternals had already found traces of old monster Mo. He was still in the ruler spacetime. Luine was very curious. How did the race find traces of a sequence law realm expert? The Game of a Thousand Faces' lips curled up. This is the strength of the Eternals. As long as they are willing, they can find anyone. For example? Anyone. Where is Daoist Lu from the Elysium? The Game of a Thousand Faces was stunned. How would I know? This kind of thing can't be told to me. If you want to know, ask the ancestor. You are not thinking of assassinating Daoist Lu, are you? Don't court death. Luine deliberately showed his hatred. Everyone from the Lu family must die. Daoist Lu is only relying on external objects and many tricks. He has not even reached the progenitor realm. With divine power, I think we can kill him. The Game of a Thousand Faces shook his head. Stop dreaming. Even if you fight him one-on-one, you are no match for him. That person is a monster. Whether it is the humans or the Eternals, it is unlikely that such a monster would appear. He is no longer the target of the true God Guards. He is the target of the 7 Sky Gods. We only need to complete some missions. You seem to know him very well? Luine was puzzled. The person from the Game of a Thousand Faces looked at Luine. We're trying to recruit Mo Shang. Back then, I teamed up with Dao Lord Lu to fight him. I couldn't even fight back, but Dao Lord Lu managed to obtain the Heavenly Eye of Martial Law and escaped successfully. What do you think? This person's luck isn't something you and I can deal with. Anyway, just run when you see him. Luine was here again in the ruler spacetime. They were still searching separately, but this time, they were looking for Old Monster Mo. Although the Eternals could confirm that Old Monster Mo was in this spacetime, they couldn't pinpoint his exact location. The person from the Game of a Thousand Faces split his consciousness and controlled the ruler spacetime to send a message. Senior Mo Shang, can you come out for a chat? Senior Mo Shang, can you come out for a chat? Senior Mo Shang, can you come out for a chat? In a corner of the ruler spacetime, Old Monster Mo frowned as he listened to the voices. What were the Eternals trying to do? He saw the person from the Game of a Thousand Faces, an old acquaintance. The first battle he encountered after awakening was this person. There was also Luine disguised as Yi Bo, who left a deep impression on him. If not for this person, he would have already captured Qing Ping. He wanted to make a move, but the Eternals might have a backup plan if they wanted to meet him. After thinking about it, Old Monster Mo decided to meet them and see what they were up to. However, it couldn't be in this spacetime. Not long after, someone sent a message to the person from the Game of a Thousand Faces. See you in the Forest Orchid spacetime. The person from the Game of a Thousand Faces contacted Luine and headed towards the Forest Orchid spacetime. The Forest Orchid spacetime was several parallel spacetimes away from the ruler spacetime. According to Old Monster Mo's cautiousness, this spacetime was the safest place to meet. Soon, the three met in the Forest Orchid spacetime. Old Monster Mo looked at the person from the Game of a Thousand Faces with an unfriendly gaze and then looked at Luine. What are the Eternals trying to do? The person from the Game of a Thousand Faces went straight to the point. The Eternals want you to join. Old Monster Mo sneered. I'm a human. How can I join the Eternals and become a corpse king? The Game of a Thousand Faces laughed. Not only are you able to maintain your human body, but with your strength. You can definitely fight for a spot in the 7 heavens. With your strength. With your strength, you too. In the era of above heaven, it would be at the level of the 3 realms 6 paths. It had to be said that the person from the Game of a Thousand Faces was very eloquent. His words had moved Old Monster Mo. Old Monster Mo had always dreamed of reaching Wu Tian's level. The Eternals sure are sincere. They've sent you two, who have a grudge against me, to rope me in. Eccentric Mo sneered. Luine replied coldly, not really. It's just a conflict. The person from the Thousand Faces game looked at Old Monster Mo. Senior, this is not a multiple-choice question. With the current situation, it is impossible for you to join the 6 Paths Association. The conflict between you and Luine is irreconcilable. Back then, when my clan attacked the above heaven, you also took part in it. Your target was Lu Bujing, a member of the Lu family. You can't join the 6 Paths Association. You can only join the everlasting race. Curmudgeon Mo laughed out loud. Do you really think I'm stupid? I won't join anyone. Let's see what they can do to me. But if that's the case, Senior's goal will be very difficult to achieve. What do you mean? Senior, don't you want the heavenly eye of martial law? Old Monster Mo's eyes narrowed. So what? I can't have it. Can the everlasting race obtain it? Right now, the everlasting race is being beaten so badly by the Six Paths Association that you can't even raise your head. That brat from the Liu family has both methods and schemes. His talent is also unprecedented. I've never seen anyone with better talent than him, not even in the above heaven. Once he breaks through to the progenitor realm, the everlasting race's good days will come to an end. The person from the Thousand Faces game laughed. The same applies to Senior. Senior, you don't think that Luin will give up on his grudge with you, do you? Curmudgeon Mo's eyes flickered. Of course, he wasn't that naive. That was why he had been hiding in the endless battlefield all this time, trying to figure out a way out. This was also why he had captured Qing Ping. With Qing Ping in his hands, he could trade with Luin and make the grudge disappear. This was his plan, but it had failed. Fortunately, he had run into the everlasting race. The everlasting race has ruined my plans multiple times. If not for you, that brat from the Liu family wouldn't have found the heavenly eye of martial law. The more Curmudgeon Mo thought about it, the angrier he became. He glared at Luin. If not for you, Qing Ping wouldn't have been able to escape. In the end, it's the everlasting race that's been causing trouble for me. The person from the Thousand Faces game said loudly, that's why we've come to invite Senior to join the everlasting race. From now on, we'll only have one enemy, and that's the Six Paths Society. Curmudgeon Mo sneered, you've ruined my plans multiple times, and now you want to rope me in? Dream on. Get lost, or don't blame me for taking action. The person from the Thousand Faces game was helpless. Senior, joining the everlasting race will only bring you benefits and no harm. Why be so stubborn? The true God once said that whether it's humans, beasts, bugs, or corpse kings, they're all born from the universe. Perhaps when this universe is destroyed, a new species will be born in the next universe. Every species originates from the universe, and it's just that the external forms of life are different. There's no need to be so rigid about one's race. After death, all of us will turn into dust. Curmudgeon Mo looked at the person from the Thousand Faces game. There's no need to talk nonsense with me. If I cared, I would have attacked you long ago. Then why won't Senior join the everlasting race? The person from the Thousand Faces game was puzzled. Curmudgeon Mo's eyes flashed. If you want me to join, sure, but you have to show some sincerity. What sincerity? Luin asked coldly. Curmudgeon Mo looked at him. I want Lu Bujing's life. Luin frowned. The person from the Thousand Faces game was put in a spot. Senior, Lu Bujing stays in the above heaven sect all year round. If you want his life, it's tantamount to starting an all-out war between the everlasting race and the above heaven sect. What, you don't dare? Curmudgeon Mo sneered. Just as the person from the Thousand Faces game was about to speak, Luin interrupted, it's not that I don't dare, but that there's no need. Cut the crap. Either take Lu Bujing's life for me, or get lost. Curmudgeon Mo was getting impatient. The person from the Thousand Faces game had no choice but to give Luin a look, intending to leave. The everlasting race rarely succeeded in recruiting powerhouses unless they were faced with a life-or-death situation. For a powerhouse like Curmudgeon Mo, joining the everlasting race did not make much of a difference. He already had experience. Luin shook his head and looked at Curmudgeon Mo. We have no plans to start a war with the above heaven sect for now, so we can't kill Lu Bujing. However, we can help you deal with Qing Ping. Curmudgeon Mo's brows raised. What do you mean? The person from the Thousand Faces game looked at Luin, not understanding either. Lu Yin's expression was cold, but his gaze was filled with confidence. Qing Ping should have already fled back to the Genesis space. He thinks he's safe there, so we can enter the Genesis space and capture him. Didn't you want to attack Qing Ping? We ruined your plan, so we'll return him to you. This price is sincere enough, right? The person from the Thousand Faces game did not understand. After learning about their mission to capture Qing Ping, Lu Yin's words made sense, but he did not want to go to the Genesis space. "You're willing to enter the Genesis space to help me capture Qing Ping?" Curmudgeon Mo asked suspiciously. Lu Yin stared at Curmudgeon Mo. "Not us, but you. Otherwise, we might not be able to capture Qing Ping on our own. I don't know what Qing Ping means to you, but he's very important to that Dao Lord Lu. I heard that he's Dao Lord Lu's senior brother." Curmudgeon Mo's eyes burned. If not for this reason, why would he want to capture Qing Ping? He did not know that the Eternals' target had been Qing Ping as well. Rather than saying that they were helping him capture Qing Ping, it was more accurate to say that he was helping the Eternals. To the Eternals, having another expert to help them capture Qing Ping was a good thing, and the ancestor would not refuse. To Curmudgeon Mo, this was a show of sincerity. However, all of this was within Lu Yin's plan. To Lu Yin, he was helping the Eternals convince Curmudgeon Mo to help them capture Qing Ping, and he was also helping the Eternals show their sincerity to rope in Curmudgeon Mo. This was equivalent to accomplishing two tasks at the same time. His goal was to better display his loyalty to the Eternals and kill one or two captains of the True God Guard. It would be perfect if he could kill Curmudgeon Mo as well. This was killing three birds with one stone. The people from the Thousand Faces game were completely clueless, but the ancestor understood everything. She had praised Lu Yin's intelligence. He had asked Curmudgeon Mo to work with them to capture Qing Ping while also trying to rope in this expert. Regardless of whether the mission was completed or not, she had seen Lu Yin's dedication. Thus, she had agreed to let Lu Yin, the people from the Thousand Faces game, and Curmudgeon Mo enter the Genesis space to capture Qing Ping. Although Curmudgeon Mo was wary of the Genesis space, it wasn't to the point where he didn't dare to go. After all, Patriarch Lu Yuan was in seclusion, and Curmudgeon Mo was confident that no one could stop him. Since the Eternals were willing to help, then there was no harm in helping. However, he wasn't willing to travel with Lu Yin and the others. Before he decided to join the Eternals, he didn't want to be labeled as a traitor to humanity. Before they left, the ancestor had given Lu Yin the contact information of several spies in the Genesis space. These spies were coordinates that could be used to enter a parallel spacetime that led directly to the zone of E. Lu Yin felt as if he had obtained a priceless treasure. Previously, they had captured an elder because of Yu Hua, who had led them to the white bamboo spacetime. Now, these spies were probably the same as that elder. If there were more of them, the Above Heaven sect would be able to attack the zone of E directly from these parallel spacetimes. In the Genesis space, in the Neoverse, yellow sand filled the sky. The giant Shishou swung its tail, occasionally smashing it against the ground with loud thuds. This was to intimidate its surroundings and prevent any creatures from ambushing it. Shishou was enormous, but it only knew how to defend and not attack. Its most common method was to intimidate. Lu Yin sat cross-legged on its back and calmly gazed into the distance. Not far from him was a member of the Thousand Faces Bureau. "We've discovered another great world hidden within the yellow sand. Cliffs. It looks pretty good, and it cultivates battle techniques related to the yellow sand," the person from the Bureau said as he looked in a certain direction. Lu Yin didn't say anything. Along the way, the person from the Bureau had been interested in discovering great worlds. Fortunately, he hadn't made a move yet. Otherwise, Lu Yin would have killed him before they even reached the Hall of Honor. The Genesis space is truly the most dazzling spacetime of human civilization. Let's not talk about the Above Heaven sect era for now, and let's not even talk about the current Above Heaven sect era. Before that, there didn't seem to be any progenitors, but there were so many of them that they needed to hide in great worlds. Those great worlds developed one civilization after another, and some of them aren't bad at all. Do you think that Lu Yin of the Above Heaven sect has done a full count of these great worlds? Lu Yin looked up. Counting? Indeed, there was a world alliance among the Neoverse 3,000 major worlds. Back then, it had been the Hall of Honor's money bag that specialized in creating, selling, and recycling major worlds. Through the World Alliance, the Hall of Honor, and the current Heavenly Sect, Lu Yin had a general understanding of these major worlds. Among them, there were major worlds with envoys like the Radiance Realm and the Crimson Rainbow Realm. Most of the others could not survive on this continent and had gone into hiding. The combined power of these major worlds could not even compare to a small sect in the Innerverse, so there was no need to count them. But regardless of whether it was the Hall of Honor's era or the current Heavenly Sect's era, no one dared to say that they completely understood all of the major worlds. No one knew if there were any extremely powerful major worlds in these major worlds. The Fifth Mainland had experienced several large-scale battles, even battles that determined the survival of the human race. These major worlds had been used before, but they had never found any that were too powerful. These major worlds were better used for transportation. However, Luin recalled the scene of a card traveling through a major world. That card had caused the Interstellar Arbitration Tribunal's presiding judge, Mu Tianluan, to fear and not dare to touch it. At that time, Luin had thought that the card had a power level of over 1 million or even close to that of a half-progenitor. After that, he had ordered a search for that major world, but he had not been able to find it. He remembered that major world, but he was not clear about it, which was why he wanted to know more. Regardless, there should not be any progenitors in the 3,000 major worlds, so the Heavenly Sect had not paid much attention to it. Luin did not pay much attention to it either, and he had just happened to remember it. The race should control some major worlds, Luin said. The Game of 1,000 Faces casually replied, I don't know about that. My mission has always been the endless battlefield, so I don't know much about the space-time. But from what I can see, they definitely control it. It's impossible for them to not use such a good place to hide. Luin thought the same. He especially wanted to obtain Bai Wuxian's eternal list, as it recorded all of Bai Wuxian's spies. Although many of the spies in the Genesis space had been dealt with, there were still quite a few hidden ones, just like the ones that the ancestor had given him. No one would have thought that those ordinary cultivators were actually spies of the Eternals. Xilan headed towards the Hall of Honor. Although it had been destroyed by the 7 sky gods, it had been rebuilt on the spot. It was no longer the center of the Fifth Mainland's power. Above him, cultivators flew past one after another. This continent was completely different from the first time he had come here. Back then, it had been desolate, and no one could be seen for 10 days to half a month. Now, however, there were people passing by from time to time. The overall strength of the cultivators of the Fifth Mainland had increased by a lot. A few days later, the cloud pass stone in Lu Yin's pocket vibrated. He accepted the call and heard Curmudgeon Mo's voice, I'm here. What about you guys? Very soon. Luin put down the cloud vision stone and stood up, let's go, he's here. She wagged her tail and walked away, but there was no one on her back now. While Luin and the members of the 1,000 Faces Bureau waited for Old Monster Mo on Shishio's back, they also silently observed the continent for any powerful cultivators. From the looks of it, there weren't any. Not long after, Luin and the members of the Bureau of 1,000 Faces arrived at the ruins of the Hall of Honor. Buildings had been erected on top of the destroyed ruins, but they were far less solemn than before. Where's old freak Mo? The people from the Game of 1,000 Faces looked around. Luin growled, don't worry about him. We've succeeded. If anyone tries to stop us, he'll naturally act. There's no need for 3 progenitors to act at the same time for a mere Qing Ping. I'll control him and observe the situation first. After all, he was ambushed in the endless battlefield. I'm afraid that there might be experts from the sects protecting him, the person from the Game of 1,000 Faces said. He scattered his consciousness and directly controlled more than 10 people to walk inside. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. It was also his consciousness. He suddenly wondered if he could steal the consciousness of the person from the Game of 1,000 Faces. If he could, would there be any changes to the dice's 6 pips? This idea moved him and made him change his original plan. He could spare this person's life. After a few hours, the person from the Game of 1,000 Faces' gaze shifted. I see Qing Ping. Luin looked at him. At present, it seems that there are no experts around him. How can your people see Qing Ping? Luin was puzzled. The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces said, he's drinking tea. Drinking tea? There are always times when people are tired. It's normal to rest for a while. Prepare to attack. He's not prepared. I'll use my consciousness to disrupt his thoughts while you capture him. Although there are no experts to support him, we still have to take him away as quickly as possible. We can't hesitate, the person from the game of 1,000 faces reminded him. Lu Ying nodded. I understand. Attack. The person from the game of 1,000 faces stared into the distance. His consciousness descended and forcefully controlled Qing Ping. At the same time, Lu Ying took a step towards Qing Ping. The teacup in Qing Ping's hand fell and shattered with a bang. His vision blurred as Lu Ying appeared and grabbed him. In another direction, old freak Mo's eyes burned. He had succeeded. At that moment, Qing Ping, who should have been controlled by his consciousness, suddenly raised his head and stared at Lu Ying. His body suddenly disappeared and reappeared in another direction. This was the secret word plan. Old freak Mo's eyes widened. He couldn't control him? Lu Ying turned and grabbed Qing Ping again. This time, his powerful aura suddenly erupted. He didn't need to hold back and directly exposed himself. The person from the game of 1,000 faces was shocked. This Qing Ping was indeed Lu Yin's senior. He couldn't even control him? But it didn't matter. Under Yi Bo's attack, he couldn't possibly escape. Old freak Mo thought the same. Even though Yi Bo had exposed his strength, no one here could deal with him. Even if the above heaven sect had reinforcements, it would still take a long time. Lu Ying had used all his strength to disguise himself as Yi Bo. Qing Ping had only been able to dodge once because no one had expected him to be able to break free from the game of 1,000 faces control. This time, he was facing a powerful progenitor. Even if he could fight against an ordinary progenitor, he couldn't fight against a captain of a true god guard. Lu Yin's hand approached again, and Qing Ping stared blankly as Lu Yin's hand reached out. He didn't seem to be able to react. Suddenly, a star appeared in front of Lu Ying and exploded. Lu Ying retreated. The person from the game of 1,000 faces pupils shrank. Not good, it's Lu Ying. They had studied Lu Ying before, and this sudden explosion was the result of Lu Ying borrowing progenitor Chen's strength to display the serious art. Lu Ying had attacked. He hurriedly rushed out. Old freak Mo, attack now. Old freak Mo didn't hesitate and attacked at the same time. Darkness instantly enveloped the area. With the three of them working together, they could definitely capture Qing Ping. However, the three of them stopped at the same time and retreated. They felt an extreme sense of danger that didn't come from them, but from above. Up. Above them, a giant black hole had appeared at some point. Progenitor's origin tribulation, go. Lu Ying shouted. There was no need for him to say anything, as old freak Mo had already retracted the power of darkness. The person from the game of 1,000 faces wasn't slow either, and they flew off into the distance. If they wanted to return to the zone of E, they had to go through a stargate. Facing the progenitor's origin tribulation that was constantly expanding above their heads, they had to leave this area before they could take out a stargate. They had failed again. 3 progenitors, one of whom was a sequence law powerhouse, had failed twice in their attempt to capture a half-progenitor. The person from the game of 1,000 faces took out a stargate and ignored Lu Ying. The person from the game of 1,000 faces left on his own. Suddenly, a star appeared in front of him. Serious art, explode. It was Lu Ying again. The person from the game of 1,000 faces grabbed a stargate and left. Lu Ying had used progenitor Chen's serious art to detonate a star, but that was a real star. Progenitor Chen had used serious art to create countless stars on the 5th mainland. Only by detonating such a star could a progenitor be fatal. The one in front of them was just a simulation created by Lu Yin's serious art, and it wasn't enough to cause any harm to the person from the game of 1,000 faces. The person from the game of 1,000 faces only reacted when the star exploded. Such a weak star explosion was something that he could easily withstand, and he didn't need to care about it. He took out a stargate again, and another star appeared in front of him. The person from the game of 1,000 faces pressed down with a palm, directly colliding with the star explosion. His body didn't even tremble. It was impossible to stop him from leaving with this kind of power. Just as he was about to step through the stargate, Lu Yin's voice came from behind him. Wait for me. The person from the game of 1,000 faces turned back and frowned. You. Before he could finish, Lu Ying shouted, be careful. Another star appeared, and the person from the game of 1,000 faces destroyed it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yin appeared beside him and swept past him, heading for the Stargate. The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces followed closely behind. Suddenly, Lu Yin stopped and turned around to face the person. The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces was stunned, and before he could react, Lu Yin's palm struck his abdomen. The powerful force almost tore his body apart. Lu Yin had used the power of the 100 Fists imprisonment in this palm strike, and even the body of the captain of the True God Guards couldn't withstand it. The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body crashed to the ground. He could see Lu Yin getting further and further away. He stared at Lu Yin. Why? Lu Yin turned and stepped into the Stargate, and it disappeared. The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces crashed to the ground and spat out another mouthful of blood. He endured the pain and tore through the void to leave. There was something wrong with this Shibo. At this moment, his mind was in a daze. This feeling. Secular world? He looked up and saw crazy Dean Xiaochen walking over from a distance. We meet again, old friend. Whose life do you want to experience this time? The range of the tribulation origin black hole continued to expand, and many cultivators fled in all directions. No one had expected Qing Ping to suddenly break through to the progenitor realm, but this was all within Lu Yin's plan. Without breaking through to the progenitor realm, how could Qing Ping resist the capture of 3 progenitors? And breaking through to the progenitor realm was something that senior brother Qing Ping had decided to do long ago. If there were too many progenitors in the above heaven sect, then it would be obvious that this was a trap. The unlucky one would be Lu Yin, who was disguised as Yibo, who had urged them to come to the 5th mainland to capture Qing Ping. Yibo's identity was very useful, and Lu Yin didn't want to waste it. No one could blame him for failing to pass the progenitor realm's tribulation origin command. As for whether the person from the Game of 1,000 Faces could escape, that was his own problem. As long as old monster Mo didn't see Lu Yin make a move, there wouldn't be any problems. In the outerverse above the heavens, one progenitor after another walked out and headed towards the Neoverse. They wanted to watch Qing Ping break through the progenitor realm. It was especially so for Lu Bujing and the others. They all yearned to break through to the ancestral realm, but they did not have the confidence to do so. All they could do was watch one person after another succeed. Beneath the tribulation origin black hole, Qing Ping's expression was calm. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, but his little junior brother's cultivation speed was too fast, so fast that he had no choice but to break through to the ancestor realm. After all, he was the senior brother. Before they died, they had the obligation to protect little junior brother. How could a half-martial ancestor be protected? One figure after another appeared outside the range of the origin tribulation. They were the experts from the above heaven sect. As expected, a familiar scene appeared, suppressing the heavens. Only the most extraordinary people among the half-martial ancestors would be able to create such a scene. They could use the absolute stellar source vacuum to stop those who were going through their tribulations. Their appearance could suppress the sky, which represented the approval of the stellar source universe. Qing Ping was the same as Leng Qing. He had the ability to make the stellar source universe stop those who were going through their tribulations. Leng Qing used her body as a blade to cut through the sky. When Lu Yin had undergone his 6th origin tribulation, he had encountered the sky suppressor. He had used the starry sky in his heart to seal off the astral source's power and prevent the sky suppressor from absorbing it. If he didn't have the ability to kill the heavens, how could he use his own strength as his ancestor? Everyone was curious about what Qing Ping would do. His weapon was the bell. Until now, he had been relying on the stellar source for his cultivation. He had no experience in creating his own power system. How was he going to survive the sky suppression? On the other side, Lu Yin had returned to the zone of E with a complicated look in his eyes. His senior brother's tribulation had been decided by him, and Lu Yin had suggested multiple times that they head to the 5th mainland to capture Qing Ping. Because of this, his senior brother had to succeed. Mr. Mu's disciples were not simple, so he did not want to fail. He walked towards his own pagoda. Now that the mission had failed, he had to give the ancient ancestor an explanation. The 5th mainland's new universe was isolated from the surroundings by the sky suppression dome. Not even sound could be heard. Qing Ping stood tall in the air. Even as he watched the suppressing heavens closing in on him, he didn't move at all. Everyone looked on, as it was impossible for Qing Ping to fail. Even though he hadn't had much of a presence in recent years, that didn't mean that he was weak. He was Lu Yin's senior, someone who had been acknowledged by Lu Yin's sect. They were just curious about how Qing Ping would survive. Mu Xia came. Seeing Qing Ping being submerged, he was not worried at all, steady as a boulder. Steady as a rock? Elder Zen was puzzled. Mu Xia said, Master has left comments for us disciples. His comment on junior brother Qing Ping is that he is as steady as a rock. Elder Chan pondered. The sky-suppressing dome was wreaking havoc in the void, but there was no movement inside. Everyone watching was nervous. After a while, it was still the same. Normally, either Lu Yin's isolated astral source would be absorbed, or Lung Qing's sky suppression would be broken apart. However, this scene was rare, as it usually only occurred when one's sky suppression was unable to withstand it. But if Qing Ping couldn't hold on, it should have ended long ago. Why was it still like this? It was just like how the waves could sweep across the land, but they were unable to drown the land. I see. Big Sister appeared and looked ahead. What a powerful ability to control astral sources. Suppressing the heavens removes the astral sources from the body of the person undergoing the tribulation and then uses the astral sources to attack. The principle is very simple. If you want to attack the person undergoing the tribulation, you have to use the astral sources to touch the person undergoing the tribulation. But Qing Ping is able to use the astral sources for his own use at the instant suppressing the heavens attacks him. This is equivalent to snatching the astral sources from suppressing the heavens. Suppressing the heavens won. But now, it seems like he won. All the astral sources that hit him were converted into his own power. How ruthless. I've only heard of such a scene before. Mu Xia was surprised. It has happened before? He originally thought that Qing Ping's method of crossing the sky suppressing the heavens was unique. It seemed simple, snatching the astral sources, but the astral sources originally belonged to the astral source universe. How could one snatch it? The difficulty of this was something that even he couldn't do now. This was also the reason why his master said that Qing Ping was as steady as a rock. In terms of astral sources control, Qing Ping was number one among the disciples. Even Lu Ying couldn't compare. Qing Ping was too steady. Big Sister rolled her eyes. Why, do you think that only your sect can produce such a genius? May I ask, Senior, who else have you heard of using this method to cross the sky suppressing the heavens? Mu Xia asked. Big Sister rolled her eyes again. Wu Tian. The sky suppressing the heavens was still wreaking havoc. But inside, Qing Ping was as steady as a rock. He just stood there, as though he could stand there forever. Finally, the sky suppressing the heavens disappeared. Qing Ping appeared in front of everyone. He was still calm. His expression didn't change. His aura didn't change. Even his clothes weren't wrinkled. The sky suppressing the heavens was even weaker than the wind. Everyone looked at him. He raised his head to look at the tribulation origin black hole. He didn't make a sound. While waiting, Elder Chan was curious. Your master's evaluation of Qing Ping is as steady as a rock. What is his evaluation of the Tao Master? Big Sister also looked at Mu Xia curiously. Everyone who heard it was curious. Mu Xia smiled and said, Senior brother Mu Feng, you don't hide your blade. I remember it in one word, Junior brother Mu Feng. He paused. Everyone stared at him. He clasped his hands behind his back. I can't see through him. Big Sister frowned. You can't see through him? Mu Xia nodded. Master can't see through little junior brother. Even Master can't predict his future. Big Sister was very satisfied with this answer. The more you can't see through him, the more powerful he is. Little Seven is indeed the most powerful. She had been stunned by Qing Ping just now. She had only heard of Wu Tian passing the sky suppressing the heavens in her era. She hoped that Qing Ping would be powerful, but she didn't want anyone to surpass Little Seven. Little Seven was the most powerful. Elder Chan and the others weren't surprised. No one could see through him. This was who he was. It's here, someone said. Everyone looked at the tribulation origin black hole. A finger appeared in the black hole. It slowly descended and pointed at the void. Ripples spread. Everyone was confused. They saw a chessboard appear in the void. Starlight sparkled like chess pieces. Qing Ping was standing on the board. This was a game of chess. The finger moved and pointed at a corner of the chessboard. Qing Ping lifted his foot and moved in a certain direction. He was using himself as a chess piece to play against the owner of the finger. No one could understand. The game was simple, but Qing Ping was a chess piece. He was fixed within the chessboard, but he could still break out of the chessboard. Regardless, this game was seen by everyone. The game became clearer and clearer. Many people had strange expressions because Qing Ping was about to win. They had thought that the player was powerful, but they realized that the player, the owner of the finger, was very bad at chess. It was so bad that many people despised him. How dare he play chess with such a low level of skill? His style is so high. I thought he was some kind of chess expert to be able to make a move when Senior Qing Ping is facing the progenitor origin tribulation. How can he be so bad? Yeah, I can throw him off by 10 blocks. I can throw him off by 100 blocks. What? What do you mean? You beat me by 90 blocks? Cough, cough. Don't misunderstand. It was just a slip of the tongue. But this guy's chess skills are really bad. It's about to end. There was a clap, and the soft sound of a chess piece being placed could be heard. Qing Ping lifted his foot and moved to a certain position. He had won the game. Everyone's eyes widened. This was the first time they had seen someone play chess during the progenitor origin tribulation, and it was especially so bad. Just when everyone thought that the game was over, the finger suddenly pointed at Qing Ping. Qing Ping's body unconsciously moved. Not only that, but the scattered dots on the chessboard also moved. A few moves returned to their original positions, and then, continued. Everyone was stunned. What was the meaning of this? Was he regretting his move? The starry sky was silent. Regretting one's move was an especially shameless thing. However, at this moment, the person who had attracted the progenitor origin tribulation was regretting his move in front of everyone. Big Sister suddenly became furious. It's Su Wangtian, that shameless Su Wangtian. Everyone was shocked. Mu Xia was shocked. Su Wangtian? Big Sister gritted her teeth. That's him. His chess skills are so bad, but he likes to play chess. He regrets his move after losing. Other than him, no one else is so shameless. Su Wangtian? I remember now. I did hear that ancestor Su Wangtian's chess skills were bad, but I didn't expect it to be so bad. He's too shameless. He actually regretted his move. He's not just shameless. Look, he's doing it again. Under the black hole of the progenitor origin tribulation, Qing Ping saw that he was about to win again. That finger regretted his move again. Qing Ping wanted to resist, but Su Wangtian reversed space and pulled Qing Ping back a few steps. Everyone was speechless. Shameless, shameless. There's actually such a shameless person. Shameless. In the crowd, So Lao Yen was speechless. He silently lowered his head. Ancestor, this is too embarrassing. Not only did he regret his move, he was even recognized. This is too embarrassing. Su Wangtian was scolded, and even the Su clan was scolded. In an instant, the Su clan was enraged. Big Sister panted heavily as she stared at that finger. If it wasn't the progenitor origin tribulation but an enlightened being, she would have definitely rushed up to break that finger. Shameless Su Wangtian. The progenitor origin tribulation had never been so mischievous. That finger regretted his move again and again, refusing to admit defeat. But he lost every time. His chess skills were beyond imagination. No one would have thought that an ancestor realm expert who could see through billions of stars with a single thought would be so bad at chess. Even if Su Wangtian wasn't in the ancestor realm, a half-martial ancestor wouldn't be so bad at chess. Seeing that the finger regretted his move dozens of times, no one knew how many times it would continue. Qing Ping made his move. Facing the reversal of space, he pointed out with his finger. An obscure power flowed through time. Xianxia reversed space. The battle between time and space distorted the void, tearing the chessboard apart. Qing Ping was forcefully pulled back a few steps by the reversed space. But at the moment when Qing Ping was about to be pulled back, he found a certain point in time and negated it. The chessboard shattered as it couldn't withstand the collision between time and space. Qing Ping's body swayed. He won. Xianxia wasn't in the ancestor realm yet. He didn't have the secret word. He relied on reversing space and reversing time. When the two collided, the chessboard was destroyed and the chess game disappeared. This game wasn't a game of chess. It depended on whether or not one could break the chess game. It depended on whether or not one could escape from Xianxia's reversal of space. If one couldn't escape, they would fail their tribulation. What the origin tribulation drew out was Xianxia's control over space. The chess game was just a facade. But outsiders didn't know that. They only saw Xianxia retracting his chess pieces when he lost. Retracting his chess pieces was very hateful and had a bad character. Qing Ping didn't need to explain because Xianxia really liked to retract his chess pieces. He even created the secret word just for retracting his chess pieces. Of course, there were also people who understood. Big Sister was one of them. She cursed Xianxia and it had nothing to do with retracting his chess pieces. She was just cursing. At the same time, she was also shocked by Qing Ping's methods. He was actually able to break Xianxia's control over space. Xianxia's strength was not weak. Although he was criticized by many because of his character, and because he was too wretched and cautious, he rarely took action. Thus, not many people knew of his strength during that era. However, Big Sister knew. Big Sister was the ancestor of the Netherworld. She was someone who was treated with respect by the Tao Lord. Even so, she was kicked off the tree by Xianxia. That bastard only revealed his true strength at that moment. Bastard. Big Sister cursed habitually. Elder Chan and the others were already used to it. Every time the above heaven sect era was mentioned, Big Sister would pull Xianxia out and scold him. At this moment, they looked at the origin tribulation black hole. What would appear next? No one thought that Qing Ping's tribulation would be simple. Although killing Tianqiong and Xianxia was already very difficult, it wasn't the last stage of the death tribulation. Even after the death tribulation, there was still the heart questioning. Although that wasn't the death tribulation, many half-martial ancestors were stuck at that stage. Lu Bujing, Ming Nu, and the others were all stuck at that stage. Under everyone's gaze, a bell rang in the sky. As the bell rang, sorrow rose in their hearts. Tears fell from their eyes. Countless people's eyes reddened as they thought of their loved ones, friends, and loved ones that they couldn't bear to part with. The sound of the bell rang everyone's sorrow. Elder Chan was surprised. What a familiar bell. Tomb Guardian? Elder Gong exclaimed from afar. Receiving battle intent? Big Sister exclaimed at the same time and looked at each other. Tomb Guardian appeared? Elder Chan looked at Big Sister. Tomb Guardian has always been here. How does Senior know about him? Nonsense, he was already there in our era, guiding the unyielding battle intent, protecting the inheritance of some people, waiting for the day of counterattack, Big Sister said in a heavy voice. Elder Gong didn't understand. Attack? He's only a half-martial ancestor. Big Sister listened to the sound of the bell. This is the manifestation of battle intent. According to the power of the current spacetime, the burial garden has buried a generation of powerhouses, voluntarily waiting for the day they are summoned. However, in our era, the outside world said that they were buried in the burial garden and would never be able to rest in peace. That was the method of the Eternals. Many people believed it. They would rather escape or die than be buried in the burial garden. Therefore, those who were chosen by the burial garden but did not want to be buried in the burial garden would have their funeral bells rung. They would be carried away in a sedan. That would be a group of dead people. Elder Chan and the others looked at each other. The mausoleum keeper and the group of dead men, were they really that powerful? Recalling his interactions with the mausoleum keeper, Old Zen still could not believe that they were so powerful. The mausoleum keeper was only a half-martial ancestor, and the 4 leaders of the undead regiment only had a combat power of over 1,000,000. How could they bury an ancient powerhouse? However, there was something wrong. The mausoleum keeper was very familiar with the 7 gods' heavens, which was something they did not understand. The 7 gods' heavens were ancient, so it was impossible for them to understand. However, the mausoleum keeper knew them very well, and his attitude was also very unyielding. The last time it opened, it was because of the undead god. A large number of ancient corpses wanted to hunt down the ancient bloodline, so the burial garden opened. Speaking of which, they really did not know how long the burial garden had existed. However, the last time the burial garden opened, a demonic human appeared. It was abnormally powerful, and there was an ancient inheritance in the burial garden. Under the tribulation origin black hole, the bell rang louder and louder, and the sorrow it brought became more and more intense. Qing Ping looked up. He had already known the truth of the burial garden from Mr. Mu. The tribulation origin had actually brought the burial garden out to bury him. Was this the tribulation origin, or was it real? Qing Ping did not understand. White pieces of paper fluttered and scattered into the sky. The paper men walked out of the tribulation origin black hole, swaying back and forth. It was very strange. A river flowed down from the sky. Although he could not see its color, Qing Ping knew that it was the yellow spring. The strange sedan chair swayed in the yellow spring. There were scarecrows on both sides, like casual guards. The group of dead men came out, wanting to carry him into the burial garden to be buried. The yellow spring blows the Swona the dead carry the sedan chair life is inlaid in paper scarecrows protect the ancestors' tomb. These words unconsciously appeared in the minds of everyone who saw this scene. Big Sister was shocked. She saw it again. Although it was the tribulation origin, this scene was still so shocking and sorrowful. It reminded her of the most tragic past of that era. How many people had died, how many people were willing to be buried in the burial garden, and how many people were carried away by the group of dead men. The appearance of the burial garden represented despair, a battle that was bound to be lost, but it also represented a new life, representing the unyielding will of humanity. Back then, she had almost entered the burial garden. If she had not seen the tree, she would have really entered. The group of dead men walking out of the tribulation origin black hole, and the sound of the funeral bell, made the new universe especially strange. This was a scene that made people shiver, not to mention Qing Ping who was facing the group of dead men. Has anyone ever resisted the group of dead men? Elder Chan suddenly asked. Big Sister frowned, no one has ever succeeded. This sentence made even Mu Xia's heart sink. This was the power of the above heavens era. Why would it appear now? Junior brother Qing Ping was not simple either. Although he could not be compared to little junior brother, the fact that he could draw out such a strange tribulation origin meant that the astral source universe recognized him and represented his talent and strength. At the same time, in the zone of E, Lu Ying came to the side of the tower where ancestor she was standing quietly, still looking at the river of divine power in a daze. Lu Ying did not know what she was looking at. Could it be that she also wanted to obtain the 3 ultimate techniques of the true God? Ancestor Shi, the mission failed this time. Lu Ying was interrupted by Ancestor Shi before he could finish. Ancestor Shi gestured for Lu Ying to come closer. Lu Ying was alert, but he still walked forward and followed Ancestor Shi's gaze to the river of divine power. His eyes narrowed as he saw a scene on the river. It was the scene of Qing Ping crossing the progenitor's tribulation origin. This is? Lu Ying was shocked. Ancestor Shi could see this scene, so could she have seen him sneak attack the people from the game of 1,000 faces? Lu Yin's scalp went numb at the thought. I received news that Qing Ping broke through to the progenitor realm, so I specially came to take a look. Did your mission fail because he happened to break through to the progenitor realm? Ancestor Shi asked. Lu Ying heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, the people from the game of 1,000 faces ambushed Qing Ping and wanted to capture him. Qing Ping broke free from the control of the people from the game of 1,000 faces and avoided me. Just as we were about to continue attacking, Lu Ying made his move and used the power of the stars to separate us from Qing Ping. I managed to escape, but the people from the game of 1,000 faces couldn't. Ancestor She did not mind as she looked at the river of divine power quietly. Tribulation origin? It's actually the burial garden. Seems like this Qing Ping is very talented, as expected of that person's disciple. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Mr. Mu? Ancestor, she knew him too? The two of them did not speak as they quietly looked at the river of divine power. In the Neo-verse, the yellow springs extended to Qing Ping's feet as the paper dolls carried the palanquin closer. The tolling of the death knell became louder and louder as they approached. Qing Ping looked at the group of dead men approaching, but he was unwilling to make a move. Regardless of whether it was the tribulation origin or the real burial garden, this was the land of hope for countless heroes of humanity. This was the sorrow of that era, but also the hope of that era. He would not make a move. He closed his eyes as the astral source in his body suddenly dissipated. Since that was the case, he might as well give up. What is he doing? Someone exclaimed. He's giving up? Elder Chan watched as the astral source in Qing Ping's body continued to dissipate. His aura was getting weaker and weaker. How could he give up? With Qing Ping's character, even if he did not have the confidence to pass the tribulation, he would not give up. Heavenly Master Xianxia, Elder Gong, and the others looked on with complicated expressions. They knew Qing Ping, and when they saw him give up on the progenitor realm origin tribulation, they felt an indescribable sadness. The progenitor realm origin tribulation was indeed too difficult. Lu Bujing and the others were helpless. They had no choice in the face of the burial garden. As people from the above heavens era, they naturally understood the legend of the burial garden. No one could escape from the group of dead men. They had to be buried. If he did not want to die, he could only give up. Unfortunately, the young master's senior brother must also be a shocking genius. Big sister looked at Qing Ping. It was not that he did not want to pass the tribulation, but that he was unwilling to make a move. This person had his own persistence, and for this persistence, he was willing to give up the tribulation. Lil Seven was far from this person's persistence. It was a pity. If he could pass the tribulation, he would definitely be powerful. Mu Xie sighed. Since the origin tribulation appeared, there must be a chance to pass it. Junior brother should have understood this logic, but he still gave up. He did not give up on the tribulation, but on the burial garden. Junior brother's persistence was like his cultivation, as stable as a rock, unshakable. In a region, Lu Ying clenched his fists. He had failed. Senior brother, why did you give up? Ancestor, she praised, this is a genius of the current era. Not everyone has the courage to give up on the progenitor realm. For the persistence in his heart, he must have understood the burial garden very well. Yibo Luin looked at Ancestor Shi, here. Continue to think of a way to capture him and turn him into a corpse king. Ancestor Shi looked at the divine force lake with bright eyes. Luin did not understand, this person has already failed the tribulation. He has no value. Even if he is Lu Yin's senior brother, why would Luin make a move for him? Ancestor Shi's lips curled up, not for anyone, but because of this person. He has the qualifications to be nurtured by the eternal race. Just because he failed the tribulation does not mean that he will never be able to go up. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, understood, I will contact Mo Shang again. There is no need to contact him. Even if we capture this person, we will not hand him over. All right. With that, Ancestor Shi left and the divine force lake returned to normal. Lu Yin sighed. Senior brother had failed the tribulation, would Mr. Mu appear? The eternal race had a way to let senior brother continue, but what about Mr. Mu? There might be a way. In the new universe, the yellow springs flowed under Qing Ping's feet. He stood at the same spot as the group of corpses walked towards him. However, they were becoming more and more transparent. Above his head, the tribulation origin black hole gradually disappeared. The ancestor realm origin tribulation had ended. End of chapter 2964. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.